On the 9 immortal continent, the Chaos Holy Land was once the strongest holy land. Since the great Chaos Emperor ascended to become an immortal, it began to slowly decline. And today is the day the chaotic Holy Land opens its mountains to accept disciples. One by one, each person flocked to worship the monk like a group of ants. Although it was said that the Holy Land had declined, the 100-legged centipede died without falling, so the number of people still coming to worship the monk was endless. Watching this, you may ask, in this story, who will be the main character? A young man with a tall figure and bright face spoke. That's of course, it's definitely me. Phew, is this a mixed Holy Land? This handsome guy is our main character. His name is Tuvan. Tuvan used his hand to block the sun and looked into the distance. Since he came to this world, he has made me wait 19 years. Finally, I have been waiting for the day when the Holy Land opens its mountains to accept disciples. If that continues, the system's first task will be considered completed. The system board displays a notification. If you complete the mission, you can receive the number of enlightenment times. The first mission he received was to enter the Holy Land of Chaos, and was completed. The reward for the number of enlightenment times is one already awarded, about to renew the mission. The number of times there has been enlightenment is 1. In less than a minute, Tuvan received a new mission, joining the Chaos Holy Land. The reward for the number of enlightenments this time tripled. He stood within the system contemplating his new goal. The new mission is to join the Chaos Holy Land, which is just right for me, and the new mission is so generous, rewarding 3 times of enlightenment, which is really unexpected. Enlightenment is the realm that cultivators enter by chance while comprehending the Great Path. Finding an ordinary person who can be enlightened once is enough to burn incense and thank heaven and earth. But those evil people, super geniuses, are afraid they can only be enlightened 2 to 3 times in their lifetime. Tuvan remembers the scene where his father was trampled by bad guys, but because he was too young, he could only stand against the wall and watch helplessly. As a fallen aristocrat in a decadent small country, in the past 19 years, we have seen many things that, due to insufficient strength, have bent the knee and lost all dignity. But starting from today, he looked at everyone struggling to climb up and said with a tone full of contempt, "Climb up, extras. With this enlightened system by my side, no one should try to stop me, even if they are gods." Suddenly, a large bell appeared out of nowhere in midair, making everyone noisy. "Hey, look quickly, what is that? It's so big." Tuvan was distracted by the noise and also looked up following human curiosity. The giant bell crashed to the ground, causing everyone to panic and quickly cover their ears. Is it a bell? The bell that rang just now seemed like even my internal organs and soul were about to burst. What exactly is this? When Tuvan witnessed this scene, he was shocked. He opened his mouth and thought, "Mom, I'm just saying that. Old Tianjia doesn't need to be so serious." Suddenly there was an old man stroking his beard and laughing. You don't need to panic. This thing is called Chaos Chung, the divine weapon of the great Emperor of Chaos, the founder of our Chaos Holy Land. This bell is among the imperial soldiers around the world, ranked 3rd. As long as you can ring the bell once, you will be considered to have passed our sect's introductory test. However, if you disregard the sacred objects of our mixed Holy Land because of this, it will only lead to your fate being a total failure. The inspection of this bell is extremely strict. If you have normal qualifications, you will immediately be sent away from this place, and will never be allowed to join the Chaos Holy Land in the future. Receiving this unexpected announcement, everyone excitedly shouted, "What?" Everyone was noisily pushing each other. "Hien brother, with such an opportunity, you let me go first, so what?" Another person replied, "Brother, you die. I will not die. Brother, my big brother is at fault." The other person replied sharply, "Damn it, you really have no martial virtue." The iron-bearded elder and the white-bearded elder looked at the brothers facing each other in disappointment. "Ah, it seems like we didn't get anything today." The remaining elders replied, "I've been trying to invade my holy land, but it's deteriorated to the point where I can't even find a qualified person." The bearded elder stroked his beard leisurely and said, "Let's finish quickly. I still have to go back to nourish my beard." I don't know how he stroked it to tear off his beard. The elder panicked and shouted loudly, "What?" The bells suddenly rang twice. Everyone gasped and turned around to look for that genius. 2 bells? No, exactly 3 hours. Who can ring 3 bells? Somewhere, a beautiful woman named Fu Lin informed Detienne, the owner, that the general chaos rang out 5 times. Old Detienne calmly replied, "Yes, I know." The holy master who was walking in the hallway was also noticed by the noise in the distance. The chaos bell rang out. 6 sounds. No, it was the last 7. Finally someone who could fight the chaos bell rang out. It's been 5 hours. The tomb of the ancient elder was also affected by this bell. It's the 8th hour. Who is this person? The two elders were as surprised as if their eyes were about to fall out. Who is this kid? Wait, he still has the strength to ring the bell, so isn't it? At this time, Tu Van was still frantically punching the bell body. Each of his punches was like a lightning strike. Tu Van rang a total of 9 bells, so much so that the heat from the bell was smoking and about to catch fire. In the room of an ancient elder, an undead arm reached out, punched through the tomb, and screamed, "Who is it? Who can ring 9 chaotic bells?" The ghostly spirit flew up into the air to find the boy ringing the bell. The ghost slowly flew out to find him. With such an outstanding talent, I must take him under my wing. And Tu Van was still calmly ringing the bell, not knowing that all eyes were on her. The feeling after enlightenment is completely different. The whole person feels like being reborn. He happily felt this feeling, which could only be described in one word: joy. After finishing 9 hours of beating, Tu Van wiped his hands in satisfaction and washed the tendons instead of the marrow. Everyone shouted, chaos and blessings came together. The bearded elder quickly knelt down to welcome him, and the reception elder of the Holy Land greeted him. His heart was filled with joy. Ha ha ha, he didn't expect that he would be able to welcome a courtier. He would soon be remembered in the sect's history. The monks stood far away, everyone admired them. There were actually people who could do it in the 9 hours of the gods. The other 5 great holy places all had servants, only the mixed Holy Land did not have any. This time, we finally have a servant present. Seeing this scene, the old man will die without regrets. I see that this person has the qualities of a great emperor. Tu Van was a bit shy. He scratched his head and said, that elder, isn't this a bit exaggerated? The elder still knelt there, his tone respectful. Not a bit. The position of a servant is equivalent to a holy master. This old slave does not dare to be disrespectful. The holy master of chaos's aura radiated bright golden light. He walked and said, after so many years, the Chaos Holy Land has finally waited for this day. The servants saw the Holy Master, and immediately knelt down to greet and bow to the Holy Master. The Holy Master stands in front of Tu Van. You don't need to bow, follow me. The great powers of the Holy Land are all waiting to receive disciples. He replied repeatedly, yes, yes. In Tu Van's mind, he thought that he had to start from the basic level. When he rang the bell, he used 1 enlightenment, but he didn't expect to take 1 step to heaven. The system appears. Congratulations to the homeowner on achieving the number of times of enlightenment, 3 times, whispered in his heart, can be used at any time. The system is refreshing the task. In the chaotic ocean, the Holy Master led him inside, where everyone was waiting for him. Tu Van, several elders, masters, and fossils all wanted to accept him as their disciple. However, who you choose is your freedom, we won't force you. Look, the person with the supreme hand must also come out to welcome our Tu Van. Not only people but also fossil bones. Tu Van was a little tense in his heart, but he still tried to calm down. Yes, Holy Master, are there still fossil bones? Other classmates nervously looked after Tu Van. The atmosphere became noisy. It's strange, it feels like the god's son is very normal, doesn't have a special physique, and doesn't look like he has the power to reincarnate. Another person interrupted. You're thinking too much. The person who can make chaos scream 9 times, is it the person you and I can see through? Another person joined the conversation. That's right, except for the old man. No one has been able to do it. A tall man with strong muscles and thunderous lightning around him appeared. He grinned and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I am Elder Loi Min. My Thunder God technique can summon heavenly tribulations, its power is unparalleled. Do you wish to worship me as a monk? Another old man chimed in, criticizing Elder Loi Min. An elder also wants to accept a servant? Too delusional and delusional. My son, I am the immortal ancestor. My immortal magic can make the body immortal. Before he could finish his sentence, the fossilized bones were already startling. What is the old ancestor? I am a fossilized bone knife. Cultivating my tyrannical knife can be invincible. The bones are fossilized. You are still too young. You should worship my ancestor wood as a monk, practice my wood divine technique, and be able to resist thousands of wood. Or become a disciple of my ancient fossilized bones. Being attacked by everyone made Tu Van suffocate. He was confused and didn't know what to do. Damn, it's really fossilized bones. But everyone seems to be very powerful. Who should I choose? Suddenly, Detian suddenly appeared and spoke. My son, this old man is the Supreme Elder Detian. Although the old man's cultivation level is not stable, practicing the Chaos Sutra can create the first chaos body in the world, and the throne is also within reach. The new mission appears at the most thrilling part. Choosing Detian as a monk, the reward is 5 times of enlightenment. He was stunned at the task being as easy as porridge, but with such a high reward. Tuvan smiled mischievously, rubbing his long chin in thought, so why hesitate any longer, of course. He immediately clasped his hands and worshipped Detian as his master. The ancestors, fossil bones, and disciples were willing to worship Supreme Elder Detian as their master and practice the Chaos Sutra. Tuvan made a decision that caused everyone to object vehemently. It was ridiculous and chaotic. The sutra was too difficult to practice. No one except the old ancestor could practice it. Kohoathach chimed in and agreed. That's right, Detian only made Chaos Chung cry 6 times, still unable to cultivate to perfection. Chaos Sutras need to be enlightened, you will harm that servant. Detian was not angry when everyone attacked him, he still calmly replied, I cannot practice without representing you. Fu Lin stood next to support his master. Also, don't forget, cultivating the Chaos Sutra can make you invincible in the same realm. The more people talk, the more people look for Detian's weakness to take down. I can't become a saint even in the supernatural realm. What's the use of being in the same invincible realm? That's right, if I can't become a saint, wouldn't we become a laughing stock if we mixed up the Holy Land? That's right, if that's the case, our Holy Land won't be able to raise its head. Detian was a little shaken in his heart, he just stood still and listened to the judgments from others. Suddenly the system appeared a new mission. Give up your identity as a servant, with a reward of 10 times the chance of enlightenment. Wow, the system is really playing big this time. Tuvan could not ignore such a delicious reward, nor could he let go of the noble status he had just acquired. He was so nervous that he was sweating profusely. Damn, is your system really that big? Okay, I'm already dead. Having said that, everyone knows what answer Tuvan will give. He carefully paid respects to everyone, the ancestors, the fossilized bones, and the disciples who were willing to give up their status as servants to worship Detian as a monk, so that even if the disciples could not cast the chaos body, they would not cause harm. The holy place lost face. Loi Min was so surprised that he gasped. The holy master was also a bit surprised, but he only showed it through his eyes and did not show off like other people. Detian also looked at Tuvan silently. He must have had many questions in his heart. The ancestors and fossil bones all exclaimed in unison, What? Tuvan's decision to give up the identity that many people long for truly makes others regret. The elders are all excited. The position of a servant is equal to that of a holy master. Think again. My lord, please reconsider. What you gave up is the best cultivation resource. Young man, don't be rash. In his heart, Tuvan was crying, tears covering his face, struggling with thoughts. I don't want to give up either, it's the system forcing me. Tuvan regained his momentum and heroically shouted, Elders, fossilized bones, please listen to a word from the disciple. If the disciple can practice the chaos scripture, then he will soon be able to become a disciple. On the contrary, it further proves that the disciple does not have this qualification, so I asked everyone to comply. After finishing speaking, Tuvan had some regrets in his heart. After all, he had to give up the saint, so why not pretend to be a little more generous? The Holy Master did not say a word from beginning to end, but now he smiled. The Holy Master stood up and loudly declared, Okay, since you are so determined, then do as you say. Starting from today, you are a disciple of Supreme Elder Detian. Everyone disperse. Everyone expressed regret and left in droves. It was very difficult to have a courtier, what a pity. Let's go, this is destiny. That's right, I thought this time I could finally rise up. Tuvan resolutely bowed his head to worship the Master. Tuvan's disciple, worship the Master. Detian warmly said, If you trust me like that, I will definitely teach you everything in the remaining days. As soon as Tuvan heard about the remaining days, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. Nanny? What about the remaining days? In his mind he thought, just worshipping the Master, you are about to die, are you kidding me? His face was listless, and he asked his master, About that, Master, how much time do you have left? Detian happily laughed. The transcendent realm only has 1,000 years of longevity. This year the teacher is already 900 years old. Tuvan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily we still have 100 years left. But this age is also a bad thing. Detian turned around and said, Let's go, to my imperial palace. Tuvan wondered, so what must a master do to increase longevity? His master replied that by breaking through to the heavenly realm, life expectancy can increase to 2,000 years. But my life is hopeless. At that time, he was known as the strongest saint in the Holy Land, and there were quite a few followers, so he built many palaces. But when we couldn't break through, the pursuers also left one by one. In Detien's area there is a spirit beast park, and even at the sacred garden, it seemed like all the buildings were empty. Arriving at Detien Palace, the place was completely deserted, with only Detien and his servant Fu Lin, just 2 people. The 2 of them sat facing each other. Detien began to teach the moves. After a while, the teacher will explain to you the basic knowledge of cultivation. We have a total of 14 cultivators. Great realm. He turned over the note and showed off, in turn, body training, energy gathering, divine journey, heavenly cave, spiritual sacrifice, awakening, transcendence, nirvana, supernatural, heavenly realm, saint, great saint, true truth. Great emperor. Why are there so many realms? But the drawing is a bit ugly, master. Hearing about many mind-numbing realms one after another, he was filled with confusion. With so many realm names, it's impossible to say whether it's good or not. This picture is too brutal. Detien raised his finger. A small ray of light flashed. Now the teacher will teach you the Chaos Sutra, helping you enter the body refinement stage. Master touched Yuvan's forehead. Evil egos are one. All things are not all things. Difficult to understand the universe. There is reason. He absorbed the small source of energy. Yuvan felt that power. Was this the Chaos Sutra? There were 108 layers. It was truly profound. I don't know the enlightenment effect on the Chaos Sutra. Anyway, let's try it out. The beautiful girl Fu Lin walked in. Look at her hot body. Each round comes out like a round. Look like mlem. Master, the young master's clothes have been chosen. I don't know how long it will be before the young master can comprehend the first layer of Chaos Sutra, but my heart is worried and restless. Detien picked up the ginseng and rubbed it, and said, no need to worry. Based on Yuvan's aptitude, at most 3 days, put this million-year-old ginseng into the foundation. I want to create it for him. Strong national treasure. Fu Lin did not forget to exclaim to his master. That year the master mastered the first level in 7 days, which was already the fastest record, if the young master could not surpass. Suddenly, Fu Lin dropped the ginseng box to the ground. The girl's A-shaped eyes and O-shaped mouth were full of surprise. This is... Detien seemed angry, but he still calmly reminded, Fu Lin, how old are you? Why are you still so rude? This time, even Detien was frightened, including all the servants. He shouted, oh my God! Yuvan's strength grew stronger and stronger. His whole body seemed to grow wings, floating in midair. Fu Lin and Detien opened their mouths in surprise. The spiritual energy was absorbed. The young master had already comprehended the chaos of the first floor. What? Just receiving the power from his master, Yuvan has already comprehended the first level, truly living up to his title as a servant. On the outside, Yuvan looked calm and enlightened, but inside he was as happy as flying on cloud 9. Ha! One enlightenment has already comprehended the first level of the Chaos Sutra. So what are you waiting for? Come now. After all, there are still 17 more times to go. Fu Lin felt worried and immediately turned to the owner and said, Master, the young master is still comprehending. Does he still want to take this opportunity to comprehend the second floor? Detien hesitantly replied, not sure. I spent a year on the second floor that year. Before he finished speaking, a diamond-colored stone lotus bud sprouted right from the ground. The lotus tree slowly grows taller and blooms. This is the golden lotus. Detien's face turned pale. He gasped as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The second floor was a mess. Oh my God. Fu Lin's expression was no different from Detien's. Master, young master seemed to have no intention of stopping yet. After a period of understanding, Yuvan reached the threshold of spiritual light, which is the 9th level of the Chaos Sutra. Truly the aura of the main character. The ancestors have spent hundreds of years yet to reach this threshold. Tears of happiness flowed down Fu Lin's cheeks. She happily said, Master, this time you really got the treasure. Maybe in this life we can really see the chaos. Life. Detien looked up at Yuvan with joy. That's right. That year I planned to break my predecessor's record and comprehend the 9th level, spending 30 years. This person's failure is truly unforgivable. Outside, storm clouds gathered. Thunder and lightning thundered like the end of the world had appeared. Everyone at the foot of the mountain witnessed this horrifying scene and was extremely confused. What happened to the Emperor? Emperor Fong, I'm in the mountain peak. What is this? Hasn't he already given up his identity as a servant? Now it's not the same. That's right, giving up such a good resource is clearly an idiot. These guys aren't as good as other people, so they're jealous. The Holy Master is also standing there looking at this strange phenomenon. The earth is brave and the gold lotus is strong. The energy is refined and the world is strong. De Tian has really done his best to create an unparalleled foundation for him, but it's a pity, it's really like that. Worth it? At this time, So Kim Kyo was Tian Nat's disciple. The two of them were discussing with each other, Master, is this the Supreme Elder De Tian who is refining Tu Van's body? Tian Nat Tai Thuong Elder spoke with contempt. Humph, De Tian is simply wasting his energy and time. That trash servant cannot refine into Chaos Sutra. Kim Kyo was secretly indignant. It was Tu Van who stole my prominence. Except for him, I was the only one who made the chaos scream 5 times. What's wrong? 2 more people who see others as better than them and become angry. At this time, at the imperial peak, Tu Van still had no intention of stopping his understanding. De Tian exclaimed in surprise. With a golden body, Tu Van has reached the extreme state of body refining. Fu Lin held the ginseng root and said with a regretful tone, the foundation construction fluid that the master prepared was all a genius treasure, spending hundreds of years, isn't it a useless waste? De Tian smiled and replied, Tu Van has created a peerless foundation, of course there is no need to use it, but it cannot be wasted. At a time when there are many disciples entering the sect, you should also go and receive one. I'll go, I've always been friends with Tu Van. Her eyes lit up and she happily said, accepting disciples? Really? I'm leaving now. After completing his understanding, Tu Van touched his feet to the ground. He walked forward to pay his respects to his master. De Tian smiled with satisfaction and replied yes. Tu Van looked around and asked, Master, why did Fu Lin leave? De Tian smiled idly and replied, Fu Lin thought it was a pity to waste the foundation building fluid, so I asked her to choose and accept disciples. The apprentice reached 9 levels in a day and reached the ultimate body refining power of 100,000 pounds. Tu Van was happy. Refining his body to the extreme state, wouldn't he soon be able to enter the realm of gathering energy? De Tian quickly explained, No, next you must stay in the body refining realm to lay a solid foundation. Depending on your talent, each realm must reach its theoretical limit to be truly invincible. People. Tu Van wondered, so what is the limit of body refining? Master gently replied, you have not yet reached the extreme state of cultivating your combat skills. You only need to cultivate your combat skills to enter the taboo realm. Every time you increase your strength by 100,000 pounds, it is called the 1 forbidden, the 9 forbidden is the god. The only person who has achieved 900,000 pounds of strength is our chaos ancestor. Tu Van was excited, his energy was now full of enthusiasm. So what are you waiting for, Master? Quickly teach me fighting skills. He patted his disciple on the shoulder. Don't worry, fighting skills cannot be cultivated casually. You must enter the sect's spiritual pavilion. Your spirit will proactively help your child choose fighting skills. Wait for Fu Lin to accept the disciple's completion of body refining, and tomorrow morning after the spirit pavilion opens, we will go together. Tu Van happily accepted, then followed the master's arrangement. At this time, Fu Lin brought an extremely cute girl to the imperial palace, congratulating the young master on casting the supreme foundation. Tu Na, why don't you pay your respects to your senior brother? It turns out that cute girl's name is Lam Chu Na, the new disciple that Fu Lin has accepted. Tu Na's quick-mouthed question made Chu Van and Fu Lin embarrassed. Lam Tu Na paid her respects to her senior brother, and heard that he had given up his position as a subject. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lin got angry. She shouted loudly, This guy really keeps touching other people's pain like that. Despite her master's warning, Tu Na still rushed forward to ask, May I ask, what do you think, brother? Suddenly, Fu Lin stood from behind and picked up Tu Na's collar. Fu Lin was furious, quickly went to build a foundation for the old lady. What was the point of talking so much? She forcefully threw the new furniture straight into the water tank. Tu Na fell into the water tank. The girl happily lies in the water tank. Yes, master. Tu Van looked at her little sister, and somewhat exclaimed. Tu Na's natural talent is not bad. With many years of preparation for building the foundation, in the future she will probably soon be able to practice to the extreme level of body refining. Fu Lin replied, considering her good luck, this was originally something prepared for the young master. After that, Fu Lin spoke to Tu Na. Building a solid foundation, tomorrow with your senior brother to choose fighting skills, taking advantage of the day to enter the extreme body refining stage. Tu Na smiled and replied, I already know. The second day at the spirit house, this place looked so desolate. Tu Na went with her master and senior brother to choose fighting skills. She happily exclaimed, Wow, there are so many people. Because we just accepted new disciples yesterday, there are so many people today. Fu Lin replied, Normally, Only when testing combat strength and choosing combat skills do many people come to this place. When the little guys saw Tu Van coming, they immediately spoke in an arrogant and critical tone. Isn't that Tu Van's son? Did he also come to test his fighting strength? I'm a monkey, he's an ordinary disciple now. I think he can reach 30,000 pounds of combat power, which is not bad, so I bid 20,000. Tu Na's blood boiled when some scoundrels spoke ill of her senior brother. Dare to speak ill of my senior brother, I'll scare you to death in a moment. Tu Na impatiently said to Fu Lin, Master, let me and senior brother go together to test our fighting strength. Fu Lin calmly replied, depending on the young master's strength, there is no need to check. Tu Na rushed forward to hug her master. Master, he doesn't need it, I need it, let me go, please. Fu Lin smiled and agreed, okay, then let's go. She confidently strode forward. At this time, someone was testing the waters for civil war. That person's punch appeared as a blue swirl. The blue light turns on halfway. He was pleased with his abilities, haha, and he had 50,000, he was truly a genius. He is a disciple of Elder Tai Not, his name is Chu Bin. Oh my god, there are so many stupid saints, I don't see the Tai Mountain. Our girl Tu Na, although small, has no fear in her demeanor. Isn't she just 50,000 pounds, to the point of being so arrogant? I can be proud of myself. A few young men standing below looked disdainful. Miss, don't talk nonsense. The strength of 50,000 pounds is already a great achievement in the body refining stage. Only a few geniuses can gain such power after building the foundation. That's right, she doesn't have any knowledge where she comes from. Chu Bin spoke loudly and bossily. I recognized her. Her name was Lam Tu Na. Yesterday she knocked 3 chaotic sounds, but I knocked 4. Based on this bit of talent of yours, you dare to brag shamelessly in front of me, which is extremely ridiculous. Tu Na walked past him and replied, Isn't it just 50,000 pounds, what's so interesting about it? She took a stance, preparing to strike the balance, and said in an eloquent voice, This lady will check for you. Tu Na raised her fist and burst out with golden light full of internal energy. Although the body is small, the internal power of the fist cannot be underestimated. The balance began to rise to 30,000. Chu Bin still stood there, holding thoughts of contempt for others. That's crazy. The young master waited for her to be slapped in the face. The balance reached its maximum. Silver light flashed blindingly. The arrogant person at this moment gasped. His eyes rolled back to the sky in confusion. Damn it, the starry silver light. Reading this part is so satisfying. This ray of silver light was so strong that it flashed in all directions, blinding everyone. But everyone couldn't help but be amazed by Tu Na. Everyone was talking excitedly about this strange girl's ability. There, it was silver light. This girl had passed through great body refining and entered the top level of body refining. How is this possible? This power is so scary. Tu Na waved her hands, cheerfully raised her face to the young men who dared to despise her. What's up, are you satisfied? Tu Van stood and watched everything from beginning to end. Only then did he smile and praise his little sister, hee. As expected of our junior sister, she is also very powerful. Although Chu Bin was bitter, he still looked arrogant and loudly said, What's so proud about that? Surely she is similar to that Tu Van, relying on shameful deception to gain power. Just a few drops of seawater, and you think you're the ocean? Tu Na angrily scolded, Shut up. My senior brother is a unique talent, how could he lie? The name Chu Bin spat, an act so disgusting and condemnable, but miraculously, I spat on it. After that, he continuously insulted Tu Van very badly. Do you know how well a servant is treated? You would have to be stupid to give up. Surely he was stripped of his position by the Holy Master because of his deceitful means. The new face is to proactively give up. Those lowly, brainwashed people immediately started making a fuss. Such an analysis is really true, why didn't I think of it? Yes, that's definitely the case. It turns out that Tu Van is so shameless. Tu Van vaguely heard it, and was a little confused. Fu Lin, this guy seems to be intentionally targeting us? Fu Lin replied. Young master, this person was a disciple of Tian Not Supreme Elder, confronting the master. The one and the master are like water and fire. You're not impatient but extremely calm. It turns out that's how it is. At this time, So Qin Tu jumped up from the ground and shouted loudly to prove his identity. Okay, then I will let you know what is called a unique talent. A few people standing in the stands saw Qin Tu jump up and chatted loudly. It's So Qin Tu. Yesterday, except for Chu Van, the only super genius was him who was able to ring 5 bells. I heard that his master, Elder Tian Nat Tai Thuong, is about to enter the heavenly realm. Judging by the aura, He has definitely reached the top level of body refining. Qin Tu arrogantly looked down at Tu Van's group. Tu Van, you can see clearly. He punched strongly. It seemed like the punch was also strong, but he had talent but no manners. The column appeared on a bright yellow bulletin board, surprising everyone. This is already the realm of perfect physical training. 1 day of perfect physical training, truly a gift from heaven. So Qin Tu smirked with satisfaction as if he had won against Tu Van. He turned his head and said in a disdainful voice, "Let you laugh. I can't compare with senior brother Tu Van's 9 moves. Brother Tu, come, let everyone admire." Tu Na trotted over to support. "Senior brother, quickly come and show these low-level dog-eyed people a look." To his opponent's ridicule, Tu Van still calmly replied, "To be that person, you have to be humble." Suddenly, his eyes opened wide as if he saw something terrible. The Enlightenment system appeared and assigned new tasks, surprising everyone around, creating a commotion. The reward is 3 times enlightenment. In addition, this quest can be stacked indefinitely. He looked at the new mission and thought again. Of course, when necessary, showing off a little is not impossible. This mission is a bit unorthodox. Isn't this an announcement just to show off? Qin Tu stood above, still loudly mocking. What, are you scared? If you're scared, kneel down and call for Grandpa. Tu Van calmly smirked and replied, "Why don't you dare? Am I afraid of you?" After speaking, he magically flew straight to the stands. Qin Tu gasped when he saw Tu Van's agility, and couldn't look away. In less than a second, Qin Tu landed in front of the combat strength test board. He clearly resolutely responded, "Then open your dog eyes and see clearly." He grinned triumphantly, and swung his punch straight forward. Qin Tu stood motionless, looking very confused. A powerful stream of golden light burst outwards, as if wanting to suck everyone into the illusion. The check column shows a huge golden cross. Everyone's eyes widened, their pupils wanted to fall out. "Mom, it was an extreme golden light. How is it possible? He was able to reach the extreme body refining stage in 1 day. Oh my God, this is truly a unique talent." Ancient saints turn stars. The system appears, the mission is completed, and the reward is 3 times of enlightenment. Tu Van happily repeated what Qin Tu had said before. "Come here, call Grandpa." Qin Tu shouted in surprise, "Damn it, how did it turn out like that?" Tu Van strode forward amidst everyone's applause, as expected of having been a courtier so awesome. So Qin Tu has lost face this time. Let's see how he cleans up the scene. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he was about to unleash a big move. Tu Na hugged her brother's arm proudly. He. She knew her brother was the most powerful. Qin Tu gritted his teeth in anger. If that was the case then. He suddenly jumped up high, wanting to rush towards Tu Van, making everyone confused and guessing. Look quickly, is So Qin Tu about to attack? Suddenly he ran away and disappeared like the wind. A few people who witnessed this scene could only gasp and then watch Qin Tu handle the situation so uniquely. At this time, Fu Lin spoke. "Let's go, young master, the time has come." Tu Van replied, "Let's go to the temple with Chiu Na." Inside the sand spirit, look up at the sky. It seems like they are constellations, really sparkling. Tu Na's childish soul emerged. She happily looked around and exclaimed, "Wow, so beautiful." Tu Van smiled and said, "Yes, it's really beautiful." In the sky, the gods appeared one after another, 3rd class, 2nd class, 1st class, top level, super level, and the greatest, supreme. The supreme spoke up, his voice resounding, "Close your eyes and keep your mind tight. Wait for your spirit to choose your fighting skills." Everyone was silent and focused on listening to the supreme message. It turned out that in the second space, the sect masters were watching their students enter a spiritual battle. Tien Nat Tai Thuong Elder spoke in a sarcastic voice. De Tien, surely based on Chu Van's natural talent, he will be given super fighting skills. Emperor Tien cannot enter the heavenly realm in this life, and neither can his disciples. Even if they have some achievements, so what? De Tien was not angry but instead smiled and replied, "I can't. That doesn't mean my disciples can't." Another sect master who didn't know anything followed Tien Nat's example. "Stop talking nonsense. That Tu Van seemed to have been given 3rd-class fighting skills." The teacher and student's heart rebelled. De Tien immediately spoke to his disciple. "How can it be possible to only have 3rd-class fighting skills? How is that possible? My disciple has a unique talent. 1 day he can comprehend the 9 levels of Chaos Sutra. His spiritual body is trained to enter the extreme realm." Tien Nat was surprised and couldn't believe his ears. He really knows how to joke in a 9-story day. Unfortunately, I saw it very clearly. It was truly a 3rd-rate fighting skill without any doubt. A book of 3rd-rate combat skills flew into Tu Van's hand, but he looked disappointed. With his third-rate combat skills, his spirit looked down on him like that. When other people saw it, they were talking about it. With third-class fighting skills, it seemed that Qiu Van was indeed a famous person. It is estimated that the extreme body refining state was created by Elder D. Tien using his genius and earth spirit. Tu Na was worried and was about to say something. Brother. Without letting her finish her sentence, he spoke up. If that's the case, I'll let you see my true strength. Tu Van immediately reached forward and wanted to grab something. His fierce tone wants to prove his strength. His spirit is tough. I don't need you to guess Tu Van's talent. Bring out your strongest fighting skills. I will prove my talent to you. Another noisy brat who likes to judge others, is he crazy, asking for fighting skills with his spirit. I feel like an idiot. How is that possible? That's right, what is your spirit? It's true that I'm making myself lose face. The spirit of the Supreme Elder saw that the 9-hour-a-day Chaos Sutra and Extreme Realm body refinement were too terrible, so he stopped to think, left, and gave him a chance. I want to see how he proves himself. Countless books flew down like sparkling shooting stars. All of these are super combat skills. The people who judged Qiu Van just now were admiring and praising him endlessly. Wow, he really has fighting skills. What is this? It's so beneficial. But these things don't make Qiu Van happy. Why doesn't he have ultimate fighting skills? Tien Na put his chin on his hand and smirked. Humph, I don't even know the ultimate fighting skill. To be so aggressive, it's really flashy in the world. De Tien calmly said down below, Disciple, after learning super fighting skills, you need to realize for yourself a stronger move, which is the ultimate fighting skill. Qiu Van looked up in surprise and asked, Master, why are you here? De Tien did not answer his disciple's question but continued his previous idea. Quickly choose a fighting skill, choose one. Even if you are a super genius, mastering a super fighting skill is enough. Takes 10 years. Qiu Van smiled, his expression looked a bit thoughtful. You look down on children like that. You confidently reach out to make a decision, so choose all 6 subjects. The sect masters on high were silent, not knowing what else to say. Tien Na raised his beak contemptuously. Mom, is his brain waterlogged? Another sect master said 6 gates? Crazy, really crazy. The 6 sects, even if the master is holy, still need to spend 100 years. That's really absurd. Another sect leader with strong muscles spoke up to break everyone's noise. Hey, you guys stop making noise, look quickly. That Qiu Van seems to be cultivating super fighting skills here too. Tu Na shouted to encourage senior brother, come together. Qiu Van flipped through the notebooks one by one, thinking to himself. Just now, to their surprise, he had received 6 more enlightenments, a total of 24 enlightenments. He read a few words and silently exclaimed, it's really not bad. Qiu Van secretly used a few tricks and systems to enlighten the 9 Chuan Fach fist at once. It's that guy whose mouth smells like shrimp paste, cultivating on the spot, are you kidding? That super fighting skill, a peerless genius, also takes many years. De Tien, your disciple seems to have mental problems. It's your brain that's the problem, Grandpa. De Tien remained calm as if nothing was a big deal, nothing was impossible. Qiu Van doesn't seem like the type of person who would show off to the world, maybe he can really grasp it. It turns out that in De Tien's heart, he was sweating violently. Good boy, don't push me into that pit. Qiu Van calmly sat and practiced on the spot, while the techniques on paper were surrounding Qiu Van. Suddenly, he opened his eyes suddenly turned yellow and no longer black like normal people. Everyone who witnessed the scene was surprised and couldn't take their eyes off him. He opened his eyes, could it be that he had finished cultivating? 9 moves of beating fist, first move, completed. Tien Na, Qiu Na, and the other brothers all gasped as if they couldn't believe their eyes. And De Tien was extremely proud of his younger brother at this time. Qiu Van's eyes returned to normal. But look at his profile. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Qiu Van still sat quietly practicing. He decided to use the system. Use 1 more enlightenment for 9 Chuan Fach fist. Tien Na gradually became more and more bitter at this moment. Could he continue to practice the second move? The moves roll around Qiu Van one after another like musical notes of knowledge. After a moment, he stood up and punched the ground hard, causing the rock to crumble into pieces. That move was the 9th move of 9 Chuan Fach fist. Qiu Van grinned with satisfaction, boasting that his strength had increased to 200,000 pounds, and the number of enlightenments had also increased to 27 times. He went out to check one more time, earning a few more enlightenments. Tien Na was so quiet that he was tense. He thought, he really had perfected his cultivation. Is this Qiu Van a demon? He was angry, snorted, then stood up and left. De Tien wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Few, fortunately, accepting this disciple is also too convenient. That evening, at the Tian Fu, Tu Na saw the delicious seafood dishes offered on the table, and was very excited. So fragrant, master, are you almost done? Fu Lin replied in an indulgent tone, it's done, greedy cat, there's no shortage of you. At the dining table, Tu Van opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to swallow the whole universe. Tu Na was confused when she saw senior brother eating like a hungry tiger. Senior brother is being too exaggerated, right? Just a moment later, the whole chicken was left with only the skeleton. After eating and drinking, he happily belched loudly. Now Tu Van's stomach is like a big drum. It seems like he still craves it. Master, why do I eat so much? Master calmly explained, because your body becomes stronger, the energy required is also greater. Now I have 200,000 pounds of strength, like 20 big people, and of course I have more food, he exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this a rice box? De Tien unfolded a handout explaining the moves. Each super combat skill practiced to perfection could increase combat power by 100,000 pounds, but only 3 were effective. And each super combat skill that turns into an ultimate combat skill will also increase combat power by 100,000 pounds. So for people with normal physique, the combat power limit is 700,000. On the paper were scribbled drawings of combat skills, the first being Super Combat Skill 1, with an increase of 100,000 pounds. From Super Level 1 Combat Skill to Ultimate Combat Skill and also increased by 100,000 pounds. One by one until the 3 Ultimate Combat Skills. In total there were a total of 70,000 pounds. Tu Van helplessly looked at the ugly and painful drawings without daring to say a word, only thinking in his head, how should I tell my master? His soul painting style. He impatiently asked his master, so how can we reach the limit of 100,000? De Tien smiled and replied, the remaining 300,000 pounds need a special physique, or a super-level genius, an earthly treasure, to be refined. Even a Chaos Emperor must rely on the limits of the Chaos body to achieve it. Oh my god, Tu Van still has space in his stomach to fill up with more meat. The super genius earth treasure that Master said must be very difficult to find, right? De Tien continued, if you were a royal son, the Holy Land would of course give it to you, but now it definitely cannot. However, the genius treasure can still be obtained in one place. Wow, Tu Van is being hasty again. Where is that place? De Tien remembers the image of the night when the moonlight shines brightly and blends into the dark clouds, creating a dim and magical scene. He continued speaking cautiously, that place is, I don't know where that place is, but a row of sharp teeth like a majestic dragon appears. Furthermore, its mouth was covered in blood as if it had eaten some living creature. The place where thunderstorms and thunder rise loudly along with ferocious black dragons is Dragon Nest War. Tu Van is a little interested in this obscure place. What is the Battle of the Dragon Nest? It sounds very powerful. De Tien slowly replied, then I tell you, the true dragon's lair is a secret that opens once every 100 years. There are black dragons with armored skin that look very impressive. Legend has it that the true dragon's nest is what the feathered true dragon left behind before ascending, allowing only cultivators in the body refining realm to enter. Countless years ago, cultivators always took the secret treasure from the true dragon nest, but only the body refining realm can enter. So we always know very little about the true dragon nest. However, there is still a secret treasure to be retrieved. That is, the purpose of the true dragon's lair is to temper the true dragon remnants inside. Because the remnants must go through battle to evolve into the true dragon's body. But the true dragon is taking advantage of humans, and humans are also taking advantage of it. In the true dragon's nest, there is not only a super genius earth treasure, there is also the opportunity to sign a contract with the true dragon, turning it into a pet. And people have planned to raise dragons for personal gain. Therefore, the dragon's nest has 3 benefits. Hearing the benefits of the dragon's nest, Tu Van's face lit up. The first benefit is to obtain and carry away the heavenly treasure. The second is to slaughter the true dragon remnants, bathe in the blood of the true dragon remnants, and evolve and level up. Finally, the true dragon remnants begin. Look at the skeleton on the table. It's the result of Tu Van's forgetful eating, like a fossilized skeleton. Back to the story. Tu Van seriously asked, so when will the true dragon nest open? Master De Tien calmly said, don't worry, the true dragon nest will only open after a year. Before that, it's best for you to advance to the limit, because by then it won't just be a few great holy places, but all true cultivators. Other arrogant forces will also participate. Suddenly Tu Van became silent and looked extremely stressed. Yes, the first holy land has always targeted us. None of the disciples sent out in the past have returned alive, so our Holy Land has not sent anyone there for many years. Tu Na happily interjected into the conversation. I also want to go with senior brother. Fu Lin got angry and gave her a lump on her head. You're right, wherever it's cool, go there. Being beheaded by her master, Tu Na was surprised, not understanding what she had done wrong. De Tien continued, if Tu Van can train his body well, before entering Kinlong Nest, he can reach 700,000 fighting power, so it's okay to go along. Tu Van's eyes sparkled with determination. The disciple will definitely try his best. Tu Na stood next to her and was happy. Wow, that's great. At Tien Not Fong, the scene now changes to two villains who are better at plotting to harm people. Tien Not opened the lid of a jar of something and inside there were a few round balls that sparkled with metallic light. He pushed that jar towards his disciple. King Tu, this is the enlightenment pills specially prepared by the master for you. You can only use it 3 times in a lifetime, and you can gain 3 opportunities for enlightenment. You must definitely work hard to level up and compete for everything in the dragon nest. King Tu smiled cunningly, and raised his hands to receive 3 enlightenment pills from the teacher. He gratefully bowed his head and thanked his master. Many thanks to his master for his training. The disciple will definitely not make anyone look bad. Tien was satisfied and immediately ordered to go quickly. King Tu looked at the master No then Dan and smiled cunningly. Waiting until King Tu left the room, Tien Not's servant immediately said, Master, if you use 3 No then Dan pills, I'm afraid you will no longer be able to grow. Tien Not answered with a very superficial expression, a dragon nest is a cage for 100 years. As long as the boy can bring things back here, it will be good, so much so that the boy's future is not important. He said with a cold tone as if he only saw King Tu as a tool to collect Sa Long, I am not that idiot de Tien. I only have 100 years left to live but still devote myself to my disciples. 3 days later at the Imperial Peak, Tu Van was in a good mood so she leisurely fished while sipping delicious cakes and tea. He was about to take a sip of tea when he stopped because he heard Tu Na screaming for help. Ah, senior brother saved my life. Suddenly he saw something that made him choke on the water. Oh my god, that's not it. It turned out that behind him was Tu Na wearing only a towel in the water tank, while Fu Lin used a whip to whip Tu Na's body to practice her endurance. Having to endure such a little punishment is already asking for life and death. This medicine and the medicine you ate just now are all treasures. This is to quickly forge that child's body's special techniques. Tu Na said angrily, then why doesn't senior brother need it? Fu Lin stewed with murderous intent, stretched the whip and replied, you don't need to worry about this matter. If young master cannot quickly break through, master has his own way to deal with him. Tu Van is scared when he thinks that if he doesn't reach his level, his master will be like Fu Lin. Come on, good boy, 500 more lashes. Tu Van trembled like a leaf, silently thinking, Mom, isn't that right? Do I have to endure this too? Tu Van concentrated on practicing the technique. The golden light gradually appeared, spiraling into a circle like a miniature universe. He practiced the exercises and said, System, quickly use it once to enlighten with the Tai Chi Divine Palm. I don't know if training is difficult or not, but he seems to be enjoying it a lot. But look at the scenery, the wind begins to rise, the cold lake water rises like waves. Fu Lin spoke up and said, Look, my senior brother has learned another super skill. Tu Na was not convinced. Her tone was so coy that she was about to burst into tears. There is no reason. I was beaten and drugged at the same time, not to mention the day and night I just broke through the extreme. My brother's fishing also increased by 100,000. War force. As soon as Tu Na finished speaking, her master hit her on the back. It's a waste of words. If you don't want to hinder the young master, keep trying. Tu Na was in pain and screamed for help, to save her life. Senior brother, I don't want to go to the foot of Dragon Nest anymore. Master, please stop. After Tu Van finished refining his weapon, he continued to leisurely fish. This is the end result of that unsystematic thing. Little sister, stay strong. A week later, King Tu returned to the place to check the fighting force. He excitedly swung his fist straight forward. This time, King Tu reached 190,000, which was quite impressive for his efforts. King Tu happily thought to himself, the enlightenment pill is indeed a good thing. Everyone who witnessed King Tu's unique return gasped in admiration. So King Tu is truly a gift from heaven, he has broken through to the extreme. It's really amazing, it's only been a few days, less than 10 days. The future of becoming a saint is also within reach. Is this flattery too exaggerated? Suddenly someone spoke sarcastically, making him angry and angry. It was just an extreme state of body training, nothing to be so proud of. Ah, so it's Tu Na, she loudly boasted. Tu Van, my senior brother has already reached the extreme. King Tu was upset at being ridiculed by a kid, so he pointed his finger at her and shouted loudly. What does Tu Van's power have to do with you? How much power does a rotten girl like you have, 60,000 or 70,000? Hey brother, looking down on each other is a bit too much. Look at Tu Na's anger. Her cheeks are puffed up like a pufferfish, so cute. She was not satisfied and quickly ran up. Tu Na ran up, acting like a snob. Look closely here. She was angry, putting all her strength into a thunderous punch. The ability check jumped to 170,000. So cute and petite yet so strong. Everyone gasped, not expecting that Lam Tu Na had also reached the extreme state of body refining. Is it so easy to cultivate the ultimate body? Damn that monkey. Other than the three of them, are there any newcomers who have reached 90,000 pounds? There really isn't any. When King Tu was about to be overtaken, he couldn't help but get angry, while Tu Na stood up and shouted, Why, are you surprised, senior brother? Show off. Tu Van didn't say anything, just stood there smiling like he was about to do something terrible. Yeah, but look at his face, he's so mean but so handsome. You don't need to jump up, you just need to use the technique to hit the combat force check chart. The airflow flew past King Tu's body, frightening him. The battle strength control panel glowed with golden light, and moreover, the number that appeared was still 30,000. The people watching were also in awe. He had promoted again. So scary. Wow, even a good horse can't keep up. Tu Van smirked, but this smile was not contemptuous but also not helpless. After walking around looking for enlightenment, he also learned super martial arts skills. Today he is truly satisfied. Tu Na was excited and full of pride. Her brother was so good. Fu Lin walked over and congratulated him. Young Master's combat power has reached 30,000 kilograms. Come here quickly, Master has a treasure to reward you. Hearing the words, baby, Tu Van turned from a handsome boy into a child. Baby, so cool, hee hee, I like baby the most. Fu Lin started to do something. I don't know what it was, but a golden light appeared in a circle. From inside, a sword tip protruded. She pulled out the sword and said, This is a black iron sword. Tu Van happily raised his hand to catch the mysterious iron knife and thanked his master. Suddenly his face became tense. It turned out that Tu Van did not expect the Tan Xian iron knife to be so heavy. The tip of the knife stabbed hard into the ground, causing rocks to break everywhere. Fu Lin explained without being able to hold back her laughter. This is the weapon of the owner of the Qi-gathering realm and divine Qio realm, weighing 100,000 pounds. This is your master. Because he was afraid that you were lazy, he specially prepared this gift, hoping to help you. Tu Van gritted his teeth, grimaced helplessly. 100,000 pounds. It seems like the revolution has not yet succeeded. I still have to try my best. Next I will awaken to the divine style and destroy the abyss. Just Europe. At the temple of the first Holy Land. In the palace, a servant stepped forward to report to the leader. Tell the Holy Master, the Chaos Holy Land has transmitted the news. There appeared a super genius, fighting Chaos Chung called 9 times, worshipping the Emperor. As a master, Tian's fighting power has now reached 300,000 kilograms. The person sitting above was the Holy Master. He exclaimed in surprise, Is this happening again? Elder Van Duong Hui, you bring 2 disciples there to try to see what that person is really like, and then make plans later. A man received the order and immediately bowed in acceptance, carefully following the Holy Master's edict. He is the Grand Elder, Van Duong Hui. Duong Hui's heart was full of excitement. He was definitely planning some very evil and dirty plan. Hee. That year, De Tien, you used more strength to suppress me, making me lose face. This time I have to kill your disciple and make you despair for the rest of your life. I know right away that nothing good happens. A few days later, at the Chaos Temple, Van Duong Hui led his followers to meet Tian Not. In the early days of the Holy Land, Van Duong Hui followed the instructions of the Holy Master and visited the Holy Land. Tian Not heard it and quickly ran out to welcome him. It turned out to be fellow Taoist Van. We hadn't seen each other for many years, but his demeanor was still the same. Duong Hui replied, Seeing the power of Tian Not Dao friend, he is about to break through the heavenly realm. Congratulations, he is worthy of being the second elder of the Supreme Patriarch. Tian most politely, Fellow Taoist, you are too complimentary. The 2 people following Duong Hui were the girl, the nun's disciple Jai Nok Long and the nun's disciple Phuc Tu Dong. Nok Long bluntly criticized, the second elder did not reach the heavenly realm. In the first realm he was not in the top 10 positions. The mixed Holy Land was too poor. Tu Dong also agreed with Nok Long's words. That's right, this bit of cultivation is still arrogant. No wonder he hasn't dared to send people to Long Saw for so many years. Those bad criticisms were like sharp knives stabbing straight into the most innocent chest. He was silent and angry but didn't dare say anything. I'm so happy, oh my god, plus points for these two honest people. Duong Hui must have been very happy but he pretended to be naive. Hee, children always speak the truth. If you see why you say that, don't blame me. Or just go in and see the Holy Master. Tian Na was angry but did not dare to let it out. He only dared to grit his teeth and glare at the two people. He thought to himself, when I return, I will definitely go into seclusion and break through the heavenly realm. Duong Hui and the other two walked boldly inside. The Holy Master saw them and asked, Fellow Taoist Van, what is the reason for coming here? Duong Hui replied, Van Mo followed the Holy Master's edict. One was to invite Chaos Holy Land to participate in next year's Dragon Nest appointment. Second, bring 2 juniors to compete with the experts of the Holy Land. I heard that this year you have discovered good seedlings, so you probably won't lose quickly, right? Duong Hui grinned mischievously. That wasn't interesting at all. Everyone present in the room could not control their anger, and exclaimed, Van Duong Hui, you are too arrogant. That's right, are you being so rude when you come here? Do you think our Holy Land is afraid of you? Duong Hui was not scared by the words, but on the contrary, he was even more arrogant. What was the use of a boastful tongue? If you are not convinced, then invite the saints of this Holy Land to leave. The Holy Master had no other choice but to do as he said. If that was the case, go and bring Tu Van, So Kim Chiu, and Lam Tu Na here. He secretly placed all his hopes on Tu Van. Tu Van could probably win at least one match. Duong Hui got his wish and smiled disdainfully as if he knew in advance that he would win. A moment later, footsteps sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look at once. 3 bright auras stepped inside one after another. Seeing that everyone was gathered, the Holy Master began to speak. Fellow Taoist Van, these 3 people are Chu Van, So Kim Chiu and Lam Tu Na. I wonder how to compete? Duong Hui asked his disciples, Nok Long and Du Dong, how they wanted to compete. Phuc Tu Dong confidently went into battle first. My name is Phuc Tu Dong, ranked 10th in the physical training level of the First Holy Land, defeated 3 people. I alone was enough, no need to bother senior brother to take action. Tu Na heard her opponent's arrogant words and couldn't help herself. Ranked 10th, is she that arrogant? People who don't know think you're number 1. Du Dong crossed his arms in front of his chest confidently. What about the first 10th? You are more than capable of killing the first person of the mixed Holy Land. Tu Na couldn't bear it anymore, so she transformed into a lightning whip and prepared to fight the arrogant person. You boldly spoke loudly to assert your position, saying otherwise without shame. Let me see if your bravery is as powerful as your mouth. Du Dong also quickly pulled out his sword, his tone challenging. If you have sought humiliation, I will complete it for you. Come quickly. 2 beautiful women, one holding a whip, one holding a sword. It seemed that the strength of the 2 girls was equally strong. Tu Na's whip hit the ground hard, creating a heavy shadow phenomenon. Tu Na hurriedly rushed forward to attack the opponent. Du Dong was surprisingly calm. She gently used her sword to block the whip and then mocked Tu Na for her low talent. Tu Van, who stood outside and observed, already knew who would win and who would lose. The younger sister was still too young, and after a sentence or two, she was so angry that she lost control. Swords and whips fought hard. Du Dong gently glides through the whips like a professional dancer. She began to counterattack with the technique Na Kim Catch the, which gently defeated Tu Na's whip. Du Dong put a knife to Tu Na's neck, making her unpredictable. You've lost, you can't even take one move, it's really disappointing. Even though Tu Na lost, she still strongly asserted her senior brother's position. I lost, but you are definitely not my senior brother's opponent. Du Dong has never seen Tu Van's abilities, so she is still as bossy as usual. Okay, so let him come out here and try it out. Tu Van slowly walked out of the crowd. His aura is sky high. He is not afraid but even smiles to tease the other person. Tu Na, come down. Senior brother will help you vent your anger. I won't bully you. I won't bully you. Just let me take a step back and consider you winning. Sure enough, Du Dong was furious. She shouted loudly, Humph, your tone is too loud. Look at the sword. Tu Van was surprisingly calm. He gently summoned the technique, thinking to himself, after practicing the 9 Chuan Fat Fist, Tai Chi then Chuang, Divine Ability and destroying Potram Chow, he was bored because there was no one here to practice. Tu Van used the Tai Chi move then Chuang, making Du Dong unable to stand, almost falling back. Du Dong did not expect to encounter a master. She gritted her teeth and thought, the defense is too strong, we have to do it again. Duong Hui stood outside and observed the match. He had already mastered the Tai Chi Divine Palm. It seemed that Dudong would have a hard time breaking through his defense. Dudong strongly rubbed the tip of his sword on the ground to stand firmly. Nak Long was also surprised by his opponent's ability. Huh? Junior sister's sword fighting style is about to break through again. Dudong refused to give up, she shouted loudly, used all her remaining strength to rush forward to attack the opponent. The tip of the sword stabbed straight into Tu Van's Tai Chi Divine Palm, feeling like a big explosion was about to happen. Tu Na stood outside, worried and secretly cheering. Brother, come on. Sure enough, the surrounding rock and soil began to explode because it could not withstand the strong attack from both sides. Tu Van smirked with disdain. The Tai Chi Divine Palm overpowered Dudong's sword style, surprising her. How could this be possible? Tu Van's aura was immense. He coldly glared at the arrogant man who was losing so easily under his hands. Nak Long stood outside worriedly. Senior Sister Fook, please retreat. He must have really entered the Three Forbidden Realm. Dudong panted but still struggled to stand up. Humph, do you people of Mixed Holy Land only know how to defend? She didn't know how high the sky and the earth were, but she shouted loudly, if you have the courage, defeat me, otherwise I won't admit defeat. Tu Van just smiled sincerely at her. Okay. Immediately he rushed forward, not knowing what to do with this beauty. Dudong's eyes widened in surprise. Tu Van did not hold back and punched her straight in the stomach, causing her to vomit blood and suffer pain. Dudong fell back several meters, causing Nak Long to shout loudly, Junior sister. Lightning suddenly appeared from nowhere. It turned out that because Nak Long was angry, several lightning bolts appeared. He shouted loudly at Tu Van, it was just a competition, your actions were too cruel. Tu Van indifferently turned his nose and replied, I don't attack, she said I only knew how to defend, I took action, you said I was cruel, if you don't admit defeat, just say it straight. Nak Long was furious. With every step he took forward he felt a certain amount of anger. He pointed directly at Tu Van's face to challenge, hateful. Under Jai Nak Long, ranked 9th in the early physical training stage, receiving the advanced teachings of his senior brother. Tu Van yawned and looked tired. I was tired after fighting just now and wanted to rest a bit. The disciples were watching the excitement of a certain elder, and here you are. So Qin Tu was assigned a difficult task, making him confused and about to say something. Qin Tu's face turned stupid. Ha, surely right now his heart is wrapped in a tangle of tangles. Tired monkey, you clearly used one move to make the opponent vomit blood, now you brat. This guy's stomach is full of anger. You asked me to go up there and get beaten. Nak Long rushed forward. If that's the case, I will receive Senior Brother So's high-tech teachings first, come on. Qin Tu was sweating so he just said yes. Nak Long couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, what, don't you dare to fight. In Qin Tu's heart, he was confused and tears were flowing freely. It was definitely Tu Van's intention, but with so many people watching, he could only ignore it. On the surface, Qin Tu appears noble. If there's anything he doesn't dare to fight, then fight. Tu Na jumped up and down with joy. Senior brother, you are too sinister. Next So Qin Tu is about to get beaten up. Tu Van calmly replied, what's sinister? This is called intelligence. You can't be agitated in the future. Tu Na replied, thank you senior brother for pointing out. The holy master sitting up above witnessed everything and was very satisfied. This child Tu Van is really not bad, but he needs to have wisdom to be worthy of being trained. Qin Tu gritted his teeth, pulled out his sword and rushed forward. Save face, don't lose too miserably. Nak Long still stood there waiting until Qin Tu approached before reacting. At this point he started to move. Just one punch straight into the opponent's stomach caused Qin Tu to lose his sword. Qin Tu's eyes widened. He couldn't stand the strong blows so he vomited blood everywhere. Before Qin Tu recovered, he received another fatal blow from Nak Long. The technique was so great that Qin Tu fell backwards and stuck rigidly on the wall. Everyone around was amazed. It was lightning. It turns out that demons have special physiques. No wonder they are so strong. Looking at this strength, I'm afraid I've already entered the threshold of the 3 forbidden domains. The Holy Master looked solemnly at Nak Long's terrifying ability and thought, the 9th ranked had a special physique, the original Holy Land was indeed very strong. At this time, Nak Long clenched his hands. His face burned with anger. Tu Van was also a bit surprised because the opponent could use lightning. After that, Qin Tu fell into a coma. Look at his face, it was so ugly. The moment you get ugly, you turn on angry mode. You're such a trash. Then, he used magic to lift Qin Tu up. Qin Tu was slowly thrown out in a fit of unconsciousness. Master Qin Tu was too strong. I didn't expect him to throw his disciple flying into the sky. The Holy Master spoke at this moment. The lightning body was born with the ability to control lightning, fast speed, powerful attacks, combined with lightning fists. It was truly extraordinary. When Duong Hui heard the praise, his nose widened. This is nothing, it's just the royal body, this generation of our ancestors. There are several people in the divine body, only one person in the supreme body. The Holy Master was a little surprised and asked, Supreme body? I don't know who is the supreme body. Duong Hui grinned proudly and replied, the body of time and space ranked fourth, the highest ranking. Everyone was surprised, noise began to resound. It was said that this type of physique could control time and space. Yes, it is said that any kind of magical power in that person's hands can exert limitless power. Supreme body, is it that scary? Tu Van's expression was a bit tense. He didn't expect that he had mistakenly poked the three-chambered anthill. He tensed his face to think. The master said that there are 3 levels of special physical constitution: king body, divine body, and 10 great supreme body. Chaos body, Thang Tian demon body, innate holy body of Tao Tai, body of time and space, body of Xian Hong immortal body, body of myriad things, desolate ancient holy body, heavenly phantasmagoric body, divine king body, immortal king body, Taiyin divine body, solar divine body, also the stick divine body, 5 elements divine body, and heavenly demon body. Lightning body, Xian ice body, Yang body are equivalent. Tu Van racked his brain and thought, although the gap between the 10 great supreme bodies was not large, that person's supreme body could be ranked 4th. I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Nok Long glared at Tu Van with indignant eyes. Senior brother Tu, are you done resting? Tu Van calmly rotated his arms, full of joy. Thank you, little junior brother, for your concern. My senior brother has finished resting. Seeing that Tu Van was not afraid of him at all, Nok Long gritted his teeth in anger. He thought, being polite to you is being polite. Do you really consider me a junior brother? Lightning appeared and crackled under the ground. Nok Long didn't want to waste any more time, so he rushed forward. Then let's start. He punched Tu Van's Tai Chi divine palm hard. The 2 sides rushed into battle. Both were evenly matched, not knowing who would win this time. The Tai Chi divine palm rings slowly tore apart. Nok Long was extremely gloating and ran straight into Tu Van, intending to teach him a lifelong lesson. But Tu Van was not afraid. He thought to himself, as expected of a genius with a special physical condition, truly powerful. Tu Van took a few steps back. He turned 180 degrees, and strange purple curves began to appear below. Tu Van is like a professional ballet dancer. Wherever Nok Long attacks, Tu Van dodges. He switched to the technique Q Chuan Fach Fist. Nok Long smirked, raised his thunder fist, and said aggressively, that's good. Tian Not strained his eyes to watch the match. Is this trying to fight hard? One move will determine victory or defeat. Both the Holy Master and Duong Hui were equally surprised, not knowing who would win. Duong Hui secretly cheered for his disciple. I am sure Nok Long can definitely win. 2 streams of terrible power collided. Nok Long was knocked back. He looked like he was very tired. Even Tu Van could not stand firmly and fell backwards. Nok Long vomited blood immediately afterward, but still could not relieve his anger. He rushed forward impatiently. Tu Van stood still, preparing to attack Nok Long. The 2 sides rushed into a fierce battle with each other. Tian Not nervously looked at the match. His strength was too strong. These 2 people had both entered the 3 forbidden domains, but he felt that Tu Van was a bit stronger. Tu Van seemed to have found a loophole. He smirked. Yes, lightning's strongest form is its speed. Fighting like that is not very wise. He unleashed a move to destroy the Agarwood Palace, punching the opponent hard in the face with strong internal force. Nok Long was suddenly attacked and had no time to resist. This is a super combat skill that can destroy Agarwood and can increase physical strength in a short time. How is this possible? Why does he know so many super fighting skills? Ha! Nok Long's eyes were so angry. Tu Van's 9 turns fist, Tai Chi then Chuang, divine ability, and breaking 9 tram pearls were launched one after another at the opponent. His outstanding ability surprised the Holy Master. He practiced 4 types of super skills to great perfection in just a short time. The elders were also surprised to exclaim that it was so powerful. It was worthy of a genius to be able to fight chaos for 9 hours. If Tu Van was able to destroy the Agarwood Palace, he would definitely win. Duong Hui coldly laughed and reminded, don't joke, do you consider the royal body as a decoration? Look carefully. In the disappearing smoke, Nok Long's voice rang out, telling him not to be complacent. There is a saying that the world's martial arts cannot be broken unless they are fast. The rustling sounds rang out, only to see golden lightning flashes. Nok Long's entire body was covered with lightning. he arrogantly said. Today I will give you a little awareness. He turned into lightning, rushing closer to Tu Van surrounded by lightning. Immediately, Tu Van immediately used his Tai Chi spirit to respond. Nak Long snorted coldly. He thought Tu Van was too naive. His speed was very fast. At that moment he turned to attack Tu Van in another direction. At this moment, in his eyes flashed the image of him rushing towards him. He immediately stepped back to avoid Nak Long's punch. The expression was a bit interested. Tu Van exclaimed. The special physique was indeed a bit interesting. Duong Hui then affirmed that there was no need to struggle anymore. The mortal body, the royal body, one in the sky, one on the ground. This is what heaven has decreed. Suddenly, yellow lightning appeared in Tu Van's hand. He was determined. That's not certain. There's also a saying called fate conquering heaven. We definitely won't lose. With the system, using enlightenment once and divine wind style, only this time he performed movements as if he came out of a book. At this time he began to become enlightened, only to see his eyes glowing with lightning. Ding! The system displays a notification that the super magical combat skill has evolved into the ultimate combat skill Du Then Bo. Nak Long laughed at him. You made me laugh to death, but humanity conquers heaven. Even if I show you the trajectory of the lightning body, can you catch me? He began to use all his strength to use his lightning ability. Right now, only many illusions of Jade Dragon appear around Van Chiu. Their eyes never left each other, they looked at each other passionately in the flash of lightning. At this time, Van Chiu suddenly grabbed Nak Long's hand. He smiled, so thank you. At this moment, Nak Long's expression clearly showed surprise. His face was unsightly, he felt he was not careful. There is nothing in the world that one enlightenment cannot solve. If there is, use it twice. The elders were all surprised. He had fallen into enlightenment. Fuke Tiu Dong and Duong Hui both showed surprised expressions. Nak Long, not knowing that his strength had increased, arrogantly said, even if you catch me, so what? He laughed loudly, thinking that the time to destroy Tram Chow's palace was running out, afraid that at this time his strength was not even equal to his. Then Tu calmly replied, is that so? And slowly raised his fist. His fist carried fire and aggressively attacked him. He looked at his hand, unable to believe his eyes. Then Tu slowly raised his foot to mock the king's body. He kicked Nak Long away and let out a sigh. But it was just that. He was kicked and thrown a long distance. Du Dong was panicked. Senior brother Jai only saw his face pale and his body covered in blood. He said in a low voice, don't worry, junior sister, I can't die. When seeing Nak Long like that, Duong Hui secretly thought that Nak Long was not a threat, but he still didn't understand. I'm very curious, it's past the deadline to destroy your Agarwood palace. How can you defeat Nak Long? Okay, he coldly replied, this is not simple. I already have the strength of the Four Forbidden, even without breaking palace, Tram Chow is stronger than him. It's just pretending to be like that. Understanding the battle is a bit exaggerated, but one should still be humble. When he heard the answer, he also implicitly understood that it turned out to be so. This guy is really cunning. I actually thought he was having a breakthrough. At this time, Nak Long's face was gloomy, a bit regretful and hateful. If you knew this early, you shouldn't have shown the trajectory of the 9 steps of lightning to him. You'd be careless. In order not to ruin Duong Hui's reputation, the Holy Master spoke up to help. Fellow Taoist Van has given way. Duong Hui angrily turned away. Yield or not, we'll meet again at Long Sao. Let's go. The Holy Master praised. Tu Van, this time your performance is not bad, showing off the Holy Land. Hearing that, he immediately refused. The Holy Master praised him too much. As a disciple of the mixed Holy Land, this is all part of his duty. The Holy Master's face was a bit proud but also a bit worried. Well said. But, when you enter the dragon's nest, you must be careful with the nuns' people. They absolutely will not show mercy to you. Hearing that, he clenched his fists, and said eloquently, the Holy Master can rest assured, if the people of the First Lady dare to touch the disciples will definitely kill them all. Everyone looked helpless, as if they had telepathy, thinking, oh, your neck is burning. At this moment, the Holy Master seemed to have sweated after saying that, and quickly encouraged him, okay. If you have the will, return and practice diligently. Although he said so on the surface, in his heart the Holy Master did not know how to continue the conversation. Tu Na now curiously asked, senior brother was enlightened, right? Why didn't you tell the truth? He immediately said, Master once told us about the grudges between us and the First Lady, so we certainly couldn't tell them the truth. Hearing that, she praised him. The senior brother was very smart. The scene changes to 3 primitive people. They ride on an eagle flying towards the end of the sky. Because he lost to Tu Van, Not long felt self-blame. The elders and incompetent disciples had disgraced the first Holy Land, and asked the elders to blame them. Duong Hui didn't blame him, just replied lightly, "Don't blame you guys. If it weren't for Chu Van's hidden strength, we wouldn't have lost so miserably." Remembering his face, he still felt scared. A mortal, in such a short time, had cultivated 3 super fighting skills to perfection, and one of them had reached the realm of perfection. Supreme. It's scary. Duong Hui began to doubt him. His children were still poor. Even a courtier would absolutely not be able to break through so quickly. He must have used No Then Dan 3 times to reach such a level. Hearing that, he also said incredulously, "Although No Then Dan is good, it will damage the body. Why would he mix the Holy Land like that? Isn't he a cruel genius?" Duong Hui smiled contemptuously. "Evil monkey, I see that he is immortal, without any qualifications. Chaos Holy Land certainly wanted him to enter the dragon's nest to gain some benefits. After all, losing a mortal body was no loss." Nok Long and Diu Dong quickly responded when they heard that. It turned out to be like that. The Chaos Holy Land had truly fallen. At this time, perhaps Duong Hui had a new plot. He coldly replied, "Don't worry, I will not let them succeed." At that time, entering Long Sa, you coordinated with other disciples to kill him, causing the chaos of the Holy Land to be ruined. Nok Long immediately replied, "Yes." Regarding the Emperor, Tu Van and Tu Na had a discussion with Emperor Tian, how he felt after meeting the genius of the first generation. He exclaimed, "They are truly stronger than us." The 9th and 10th ranked disciples were able to eliminate the chaos of the Holy Land. Tian shook his head. "I heard that this time there was a disciple with a lightning body. Their Holy Land also has the supreme body of time and space experts." Hearing that, he said seriously, "Master can rest assured that soon the disciple will be able to achieve a fighting force of 700,000 kilograms. Tian's face looked very tense. He couldn't underestimate his enemy. The strength of his special physique was not only his combat power, but what was more terrifying was his special ability, which you've probably seen before. The atmosphere was quiet, only the voices of Tu Van and his master. "Master is right. If that guy Tian Daini is not a little weaker than me, and is still a bit disdainful of his enemy, it will not be easy to win against him. Master, do you have any good plans to deal with the supreme being of time?" Tian began to come up with a plan. As far as he knew, the body of time and space was born with the ability to control space, time, and extremely fast speeds. The lightning body was just a joke. Furthermore, he can also use time control to slow down your speed. Even though that person is only in the body refining stage, his power to control time and space is not too strong, but even if he can only control a little bit, it is enough to eliminate all enemies, and his speed is definitely 10 times faster than lightning. Tu Van exclaimed in surprise, "So fast? So isn't it true that even the shadow can't touch it, so why fight?" Tian showed a bit of a cunning face, otherwise how could he be called supreme? But, there are still 4 ways to deal with it. Master Tu Van began to explain. First, practice long-range attack combat skills, attack before he gets close. The second is to raise your own defense to block his attacks. Third, use spirit stones to arrange the formation in advance, limiting his speed. Fourth, sound waves attack and suppress the spirit, making it impossible to guard against. Tu Van gasped when he learned about those super skills. It's so amazing. It's not surprising that the master could think of so many ways. The master smiled and used a technique to throw the book flying towards the disciple. This was the long-range combat skill of Small Flying Knife, the defensive combat skill of Kim Chung Chao, the combat skill of Dragon Prestige Sound Waves, and there are Chaos and Void formations, Book Dragon formations, 8-door Banishment formations, and 3-door formations. I think other people can't, but you probably can. Tu Van took the book and looked at it. The disciple was determined not to fail in his mission, and would go practice immediately. Early the next morning, Tu Van started practicing. He meditated quietly, adding the 3 previous fighting skills, and was able to use 12 enlightenments in one night. Since the last time I studied the Chaos Sutra, this is the day I have used the most number of enlightenment times. In another subconscious, he suddenly woke up. The system appears in front of you and announces a new mission. If you enter the Hidden Dragon rankings, if you are in the top 50, you will be rewarded with 1 enlightenment. If you are in the top 10, you will be rewarded with 3 times of enlightenment. If you are in the top 1, you will be rewarded with 10 times of enlightenment. He blankly wondered what the potential dragon rankings were. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed into the room. The Hidden Dragon ranking is a single ranking of outer sect disciples. "Young master, can I come in?" Tu Van quickly said, "Come in." It was Fu Lin. She entered the room to announce the news to the young master. The outer sect disciples challenge virtual magic. The person with the accumulated points before the 100th rank will enter the hidden dragon rankings, can win more points. Many resources? The young master is a disciple of Elder Tai Thuong. He has more resources than them. Why do you want to climb the tower once? Tu Van crossed his arms and smiled contentedly. Yes, I want to improve my combat experience. Fu Lin agrees with your point of view, then let's go quickly. Suddenly, Tu Na ran up and happily said loudly, Master, I want to go too. Fu Lin was a bit surprised by this timely appearance, but she still agreed. Okay, let's prepare quickly. The three of them went together to the magic tower. Tu Na looked up at the skyscraper tower in amazement. Tu Van was a little confused, so he asked Fu Lin, can you tell me about virtual magic? Fu Lin began to explain about the tower. This virtual magic tower is used to test the disciples' magic weapon strength. For White Stone Steel records, the disciples ranked over 100 rankings of the Tian Long ranking, Tang Long ranking, True Dragon ranking and Tan ranking. 10 Black Steels record the strongest people in history from physical training to heavenly realm. The Hidden Dragon rankings represent the outer sect disciples ranked above the 100th rank of the body refining stage and energy gathering stage. Their illusory clones are in the virtual magic tower. If they defeat the corresponding clones, they can get them. Rank. Because it is an illusion clone, there is no need for the main body to be at the scene. Even if the clone dies, there will be no harm to the main body. It seems you have understood most of Fu Lin's meaning, saying that, as long as you defeat the person of the Hidden Dragon ranking, my illusory clone will also be there and receive challenges from other disciples. Fu Lin replied, that's right, but before your cultivation base reaches the gathering of energy, the clone will disappear. If you want to permanently reserve the position, you must win the number 1 position in the potential dragon rankings. Then defeat the strongest disciple in all periods. Tu Van laughed out loud. Haha, that's not bad, it can make my junior disciples admire my peerless style. Chu Na, standing next to her, was also helpless because of her senior brother's pride. His senior brother was the only one who exaggerated himself like that. But Fu Lin's expression is very serious. Young master, don't underestimate the strongest disciples of all ages. They are not simple, including the clones of the Chaos Ancestors. A figure of a strange old man appeared. I am the Chaos Old Ancestor who founded the Chaos Holy Land. Welcome you to challenge. Tu Van was nervous. Did the ancestor also leave a clone? Fu Lin replied, yes, he is the best of all time. He continued wondering, so what about my master? Are you one of the strongest men in ages? Fu Lin replied, yes, but the owner is only the last person in 100 mortal realms. Tu Van looked into the distance and said, Master is the number 1 transcendent realm in the mixed Holy Land, and can be ranked last. Fu Lin continued, these are the strongest people in many years. The owner being able to enter the menu is already very powerful. Tu Van suddenly smiled as if realizing something. He said confidently, with some amusement, now I will enter the magic barrier. Then he thought to himself, I don't know if there is a system of enlightenment, how far I can go. Tu Van got lost in the virtual magic tower. He suddenly looked around to look for his little sister. Chu Na, where are you? The system displays a message. Don't search anymore. Entering the virtual magic tower will be teleported to this place. I am the spiritual energy of the Phantom Tower. You can call me Phantom. Chu Van turned his head to look and said with determined eyes, Fantasy Ma. I want to challenge the Hidden Dragon rankings. The system responded, okay, now I will teleport you to the illusory clone of the disciple ranked 100th in the Hidden Dragon rankings. Defeating that person, you will be the 100th ranked person in the potential dragon rankings. Suddenly his senses felt something was wrong, so he turned his head and glanced. Someone stabbed at him with a sword, but luckily Tu Van was able to dodge aside. That person spoke up, Dear Lam Kiet, please advise. Tu Van understood everything. He smirked and thought to himself, sure enough, the last person had finally reached the energy gathering stage, but it didn't seem to be strong. The strength was about 200,000 pounds. He grabbed Lam Kiet's wrist, then forcefully hit the ground. It was really too weak. Outside, the virtual magic tower announced on the loudspeaker, congratulating the disciple Elder Chu Van on ranking 100 in the potential dragon rankings. Everyone outside is making a fuss. It's Tu Van. He's come to the magic tower again. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. He didn't need to challenge the hidden dragon rankings at all. Lam Kiet is a top-level chi gatherer, and yet he can lose. I heard that Tu Van has already entered the taboo area. I don't know what rank he can rank. Inside the virtual magic tower, Tu Van only needed 1 minute to finish off Lam Kiet. He arrogantly challenged, "Fantasy Ma, 1 by 1 is too slow, take me directly to the 50th ranked person." The system was also a bit surprised. Ranked 50? Okay, it will be as you wish. Another person at rank 50 appeared, asking for advice from Vong Fai. He immediately rushed forward and slashed his sword downward, but because the speed was still too slow for Tu Van, he missed. Tu Van's expression calmed down a bit, and he thought to himself, this person doesn't seem to be 30,000 pounds, so disappointed. He pointed his finger at the opponent. A stream of fiery magic was released, destroying the opponent. Tu Van sighed in disappointment. Relying on this little strength, it was not worth it for me to really take action. His enlightenment system appeared. The host had risen to number 50 of the Hidden Dragon rankings. The reward was an enlightenment. Tu Van said calmly, "It seems that outside has caused a commotion." "That's right, he just entered rank 100 and everyone is already making a fuss." Tu Van turned his face to the sky and said, "Phantom, go straight to 10th place." As he said, everyone outside was already talking in confusion. "Look, Tu Van's name has reached the 50-50 rank." "Oh my god, from ranking 100 to ranking 50 in one go. Cultivate the physical state to reach the 50th rank, a metamorphosis." "What's wrong, Dad? Why are you suddenly saying people are perverts?" On Tu Na's side, after leaving the magic tower, Fu Lin immediately approached and asked, "Tu Na, how are you?" Tu Na replied with a sullen face, "Master, I'm sorry. I couldn't beat the person ranked last, I lost face." Fu Lin understood his disciple's mood, so he gently comforted him. The 100th ranked person was already at the top level of cultivation, so it was normal for him not to win. Tu Na suddenly brightened up. Senior brother had already entered the forbidden area. He would definitely win. Fu Lin suggested, "You probably won't be able to see it on the stone stele at this distance. Come closer and see. The young master's ranking certainly doesn't stop here. Now I'll go see how senior brother's ranking is." Everyone stood in front of the noisy stone stele. "Wow, look quickly, Tu Van has already reached 10th place." "Mom, is he human?" "That's not right, it's already 3rd place." As expected of someone who can beat chaos, Chung shouted 9 times. Tu Na's bright eyes clearly showed 2 hearts of admiration. 3rd star rating, senior brother is too powerful. "Brother Truong, you only have 50,000 pounds more fighting power than me, so you probably aren't Tu Van's opponent." Not knowing, Miss Tu Na rushed forward and asked, "Who is the first-class person?" Hao So pointed to someone in the distance. "Look, it's that person." A seductive girl with a hot body and cold face walked over. She is Tich Xian Vu, the first-ranked person in the Tianlong rankings. Wherever she goes, everyone in the family also talks about whether Tu Van can defeat Tich Xian Vu. Impossible. Tich Xian Vu has 75,000 fighting power. If successful, then it would be too shocking. Xian Vu looked up at the rankings and thought to himself, "Tu Van, the body training scene was able to reach 3rd place in the potential dragon rankings. I'm waiting to see your performance." The enlightenment announcement appeared. The host had risen to the 3rd rank of the Hidden Dragon rankings. The reward was 5 times enlightenment. The host was surprised, causing a commotion. The reward was 3 times enlightenment. After finishing the match with 3rd place, Tu Van closed his eyes and calmed down a bit. Suddenly he opened his eyes brightly. His eyes confidently said, "Virtual magic tower, let the first class come out." Illusion Ally replied, "Yes, as you wish." Rank 1 appeared. Tu Van was so surprised that his eyes widened, thinking, "Rank 1 is a beautiful woman?" Xian Vu held the sword and said coldly, "Tich Xian Vu, I never swore that anyone could defeat my illusory clone. I will be that person's retainer." What an interesting vow. Tu Van was surprised and thought to herself, "This girl really means something. Isn't she afraid of that bastard gambling by leaving a message like that?" A slender hand unleashed its power. Xian Vu is gathering his strength to strike back at him. On each side, strong air currents appeared. Tu Van stood firmly holding the Tai Chi 2 magic shield, cursing in his mind, "Damn it." The shield gradually cracked. He was surprised. Her fighting power unexpectedly surpassed the 7 forbidden zones. Immediately he waved his hand and the shield broke. At this time, Tu Van was surprised by Xian Vu's strength, thinking to himself, he did not expect Tai Chi Do to be broken by her. Where do the lightning flashes in the sky come from? Something yellow gradually appeared, obscuring Tu Van. Xian Vu was surprised by what happened before his eyes. The large bright yellow bell covers Tu Van's whole body, protecting him completely. She tried to attack him, but it was ineffective. Xian Vu realized that the previous attack was not very effective, so she tried another attack. She thought to herself, he was able to avoid it again, so let's try this one. It turned out that she summoned the demon dragon to deal with Tu Van. One after another, 2 demonic beasts appeared and stood next to Xian Vu. They quickly pounced on the place protecting Tu Van. One of them rushed forward and opened the cage. Suddenly he was startled to realize that there was some trouble. Tu Van's legs were no longer steady. The demon beast was about to attack, but he quickly jumped up. He stood proudly in front of two large animals. At this time, he confessed that Tich Xian Vu's fighting power was actually stronger than his. In his hand is now a sharp, small but highly lethal knife. He was confident about his strength, and said, "My skills are much better than hers." Immediately, countless swords appeared. He was determined about this battle, pledging that he could not lose. One by one, all the swords pointed towards those two giant demon beasts in the direction of Tu Van's hands. The attack was so powerful that the two demon beasts now exploded, leaving only a pile of fire remaining. Not stopping there, taking advantage of the victory, he immediately raised his hand to his lips and whispered, "Long prestige." Suddenly a large, fierce dragon appeared behind Tu Van. Its terrifying growl gave Xian Vu a headache, so she screamed because she couldn't stand it anymore. At this moment she seemed to go crazy, holding her head in her hands and unable to do anything. For him, this was a good opportunity. Tu Van immediately rushed forward to give her the last palm. The system suddenly announced that the host was at the top of the hidden dragon list, and received a reward of 10 times enlightenment. The host was surprised and shocked, and the reward was sudden enlightenment 3 times. After listening, he breathed a sigh of relief and said that he had finally won. Everyone below heard the announcement, congratulating Tu Van, disciple of the Supreme Elder, on achieving first-place promotion to Hidden Dragon rank. Everyone was shocked and stunned by the news that Tu Van won a glorious victory. Xian Vu also admired him and immediately praised. "Great," she thought to herself, "this is the person I should follow. Lai Bufam is far behind him." Chuang Qin opened his mouth to Xian Vu, "Senior Sister Tich, I remember you said at Huan Ma Tower," he continued to say, "whoever can defeat you, you will pursue that person. I don't know if you will really pursue Tu Van or not." A few guys around were talking about her. Some people didn't believe that Xian Vu would say such things. Others said, "Tu Van got a deal again." Someone else stepped in, "What a deal, you don't know. Did the courtier Lai Bufam see Tich Xian Vu?" The other person was stunned. "My lord, then there is a good drama to watch." At this time, Xian Vu turned around and responded to Chuang Qin, "You teased someone else's daughter and I lectured you, so do you want to take this opportunity to take revenge?" He arrogantly replied, "Yes, so what, do you dare to answer my question? Lai Bufam is arrogant and arrogant, you dare to agree to pursue Tu Van, he will definitely not forgive you." Hearing that, she pondered for a moment, then she firmly said, "I, Tich Xian Vu, can do what I say. As long as Tu Van agrees, I will pursue him." When Lam Tu Na heard Xian Vu say that, she was startled. "What? No girl would dare to say such words, she really has no shame." Fu Lin turned to look at her and thought, "It seems this kid knows how to love." Suddenly there was an announcement from the castle. A sound came out, congratulating the disciple of the Supreme Elder Tu Van for being ranked in the 100 strongest people in the history of cultivating chaos divine land. Immediately someone praised him. 100 years of history, too powerful. As soon as they heard it, everyone was surprised. Thus, reputation will go down in history. The other person also agreed, yes, that eternal reputation. Others wondered if he could take another step forward. Chuang Qin, he mumbled dissatisfiedly to himself, "What about the history of 100 people? I will now go and inform then Lai Tu Bufem." He thought, with his personality, "If you don't die, I will follow your name, and there's that bad guy Tich Xian Vu, she won't be able to run away either." The system notifies Tu Van. New mission: challenge the strongest person in the realm of chaos. Ranking 100th, the reward is 10 times of enlightenment. Ranking 50th, the reward is 30 times of enlightenment. 10th place reward is 50 times enlightenment. 3rd place reward is 70 times enlightenment. Tu Van walked and listened to the notification from the system. He exclaimed, "This time the reward is really great, then I will continue." Half an hour later, suddenly something came and broke rocks everywhere. A huge angel appeared behind him. It smiled devilishly, step by step approaching him. Tu Van now realized what was going on. He thought, the person using the body of a heavenly devil is too terrifying. It walked strongly towards him. Tu Van quickly ran away. He turned around and saw the celestial demon's feet close to his face. It threw a wind-breaking kick, sending Tu Van flying away in a few short seconds. At this moment, his lips were bleeding, waiting for a moment to calm down. Tu Van told himself in his mind, "Don't panic," the master once said. "As long as you are not the supreme body, any realm will have loopholes." The demon's eyes were red like fire. It opened its mouth and growled ferociously. It continued to attack Tu Van by grabbing him with its hands. He quickly used his power to make his feet fly a distance above the ground. Immediately, he glided to stand behind it in less than a minute, avoiding a brutal punch from the angel. Above its spine, a red mark appeared in the middle. Tu Van was surprised he had found it. One after another, the swords appeared. Tien Demon suddenly stood still, gradually realizing what was happening to him. Tu Van floated in the air, using magic to control many swords with one hand. He immediately waved his hands. All of those swords pointed straight at that Tien Demon. He thought with satisfaction, the weak point is the fifth lumbar vertebra, which I finally discovered. Only once, all those swords were stabbed straight into its spine following Tu Van's direction. The angel groaned in pain. Suddenly the system informed him that the host had achieved the 10th rank in the body refining history. The reward was 50 times of enlightenment. The host was surprised, creating a commotion. The reward was 3 times of enlightenment. After eliminating the heavenly demons and receiving notification from the system, he breathed a sigh of relief. The entire human body was truly terrifying. He continued, although his body has reached its limit and can only escape, the number of enlightenments has also been reached 146 times. He gradually went out with comfort and relief. As soon as the gate opened, everyone took turns shouting, Tu Van is out. What this person said was truly amazing. The other person also added, this time his fame has spread throughout the land. In the middle of a crowd of people jostling to talk about him, he recognized her as Tich Xian Vu. She was also here. Xian Vu walked to where Tu Van was standing. She opened her mouth. Brother, I once swore that I would pursue someone who could defeat me. She clasped her hands in gratitude and continued, today senior brother Tu has done it. I don't know if you will agree to accept me. Hearing that, Tu Van immediately replied, thank you, senior sister Tich, for your support. In the future you and I will cheer each other on. On the outside, his heart is blooming, the beauty in front of him. Only a fool would refuse. Xian Vu smiled gently and thanked his brother for his care. Suddenly, flames appeared in the sky. There was a clear voice. Tich Xian Vu, I do not allow you to follow that trash. At the same time, everyone turned to face the direction of that voice. Everyone had A-shaped eyes and O-shaped mouths. The person who spoke was the courtier Lai Bufam. People began to talk to each other. He always chases Tich Xian Vu, this time it's interesting. The other person said, Tu Van is unlucky. Others said that's right, Lai Bufam is in the same realm, 3 realms higher than Tu Van. That guy crossed his arms to look arrogant, floating around the burning fire in the sky. Tu Van calmly responded, Tu Van, I still need your permission to accept people? When everyone heard what Tu Van said, they were extremely surprised. Damn it, Tu Van has such a temperament, he even dared to confront the courtier. Let me see how he found his death. Lai Bufam was angry. He looked down at him and said, who are you to dare speak to me like that? Do you still think you are a god? Tu Van looked up at Lai Bufam and replied clearly, so what am I? What does it have to do with you if I accept someone? Suddenly, the sky gradually turned dark red and black, smoke and fire mixed with clouds everywhere. Lai Bufam's entire body emitted something like fire, burning intensely around him. He assured, Tu Van, this time you are looking for death. He looked up at him intently. Surrounding Bufam are 7 black holes like cosmic black holes. People are also surprised to see. Lai Bufam used 7 caves. It was too terrifying. Others said, I heard that being able to use 3 caves is already a genius. But I didn't expect that he could practice 7 of them. Powerful, worthy of being a god. This time, Tu Van's life is over. Fu Lin saw such a situation and immediately intervened. My son, our gods strictly prohibit mutual destruction. Please stop. She thought to herself, although the young master is evil, the difference between the two people's cultivation is so great that they absolutely cannot win. Bufam shouted loudly, get out. I am a servant, if you dare to stop me, the executor will destroy you. When Fu Lin heard that, her face turned pale. That means, if I take action against my subjects, the executor will definitely take action. Specializes in punishing disciples who commit major mistakes, the most feared people in the Chaos Gods, and those who execute them. Xian Vu opened his mouth. Lai Bufam, I personally want to follow Senior Brother Chu. If you are unhappy, just aim at me directly, don't bully Senior Brother Chu Van. He frowned after listening to Xian Vu. At this time, Bufam resolutely maintained his stance, and said loudly for everyone to hear, Slut, shut up. Do you think I really like you? Lai Bufam, I am the only great god, people like you are at most just my toys. When Xian Vu heard that, he hesitated and was speechless. Tu Na also said indignantly, this is nothing for me, I only know how to use force to oppress the weak. People have been cultivating for decades, my senior brother has only been cultivating for a few months. If my senior brother has been practicing for decades, we'll crush you with one hand. Bufem was determined to fight to the end. He said, "You dare to be arrogant. Today I will show you that the majesty of a servant cannot be violated." Tuvan gradually walked step by step towards Bat Pham. He confidently said, "If Lai Bat Pham keeps targeting me, bullying women is no longer a man." Fu Lin saw that things were gradually going wrong and said, "Young master, don't be rash, you are not his opponent." Xian Vu also added, "Senior brother Tu, it's me who harmed you, let me bear the burden, run away quickly." Tu Na worriedly advised him, "Senior brother, running is the best policy." Bufam spread his hands out as if joining forces. He said, "Okay, very good. Today I will show you what it means to live better than death." At this time, Jiu Ven also raised his hand to his face, preparing his strength. He replied, "Who can live better than die?" Lai Bufam, look carefully. After speaking, he recited a spell in a strange language. After thinking for a while, his body gradually became surrounded by a bright blue aura. The strength of both sides is equal. Everyone was surprised by Jiu Van's power, so they all exclaimed, "Is this magical power? How does practicing the world have magical powers? This movement is too big, what is he holding on to?" Seeing this, Lai Bat Pham was also surprised. What great magical powers can an ant like you who is cultivating in the realm be able to perform? Ridiculous. He was about to make a move, shouting loudly, "Dare to steal my woman, today I will show you what it feels like to be trampled on by others." Everyone was stunned and shouted at the same time, "Be careful." Bat Pham immediately kicked from above. Tu Van immediately shouted, "Chaos Bell, come out quickly." From nowhere a large bell appeared, covering his whole body. Around the bell radiates a powerful force. He continued to try to attack Tu Van. Gradually, Bat Pham realized something bad was about to happen, making his face turn purple. Suddenly, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his whole body was thrown upside down. He was shocked. How is that possible? I am a god with 7 heavenly caves. Seeing that, Tu Na immediately wondered, "Master, how can you control the chaos bell?" Fu Lin was also surprised and exclaimed, "Yes, unbelievable." Fu Lin explains that it is not a chaos bell, it is just a part of the power. I guess the young master must have understood the chaos when he rang the bell. The dim bell covered Chu Van's entire body. One person said loudly, "Those are Imperial soldiers." Others were also chatting, "The power to use the bell of chaos, so is he the son of the bell of chaos? Even his master, De Tien, couldn't do it. He just trained his world body, he is truly evil." At this time, Bat Pham regained his composure, his eyes were full of indignation, and he said loudly, "Also, you are just an ant in the realm of refinement. I don't believe the power of the chaos bell can defeat me." Immediately he swung his hand out, a fist-shaped stream of air appeared in the direction of his hand. Tu Van was also quick to take a defensive position. He replied, "If you want to humiliate yourself, I will do it for you." He used both hands to push the chaotic bell forward. The speed was so fast that the surrounding rocks and soil were thrown everywhere. The chaos bell protected him from Bufem's devastating punch. Tu Van combines a power that radiates lightning and thunder. After a while, the final blow was given to Bufem, causing him to fall backwards. Tu Van's attack was so powerful that he was thrown far away. He quickly sat up to regain his composure, but was surprised because purple spots appeared around him, and flashes of lightning suddenly appeared. Bat Pham crawled towards Tu Van. At this time, he knelt in front of Tu Van. He sarcastically said to him, "Lai Bufam, is that all you have? It's really disappointing." The scratches on Bufem's face were clearly visible. He smirked and replied, "If it weren't for Chaos Bell, I could easily strangle you to death like an ant." Hearing such words from his mouth, Tu Van could not hide his discomfort, so he used his foot to step on Bat Pham's head, making him bewildered. He said, "You don't even rely on your inherent cultivation level. If I go to Dong Tien, killing people is like killing dogs." He was angry, used his hand to brush his brother's leg away and threatened, "I am a subject. If you dare to hit me, the person who executes it will definitely destroy your cultivation." After hearing this, Tu Van gave a half-smile as if he had contempt for him. He used his foot to kick Bat Pham's stomach. He lay on his back on the ground, sealed by Tu Van's leg. He said, "What about my son? You dared to do it first, but you're not as good as someone else. What's the use of keeping such cultivation?" Seeing this, Fu Lin also contributed words of encouragement. "Young master, you are no longer a subject, please spare his life. People like him don't deserve it." He replied, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Come on, let's go home." Tu Van spoke loudly to him, "Lai Bat Pham, listen here. You don't offend me, I don't offend you. If you offend me, you will be punished by me." After saying that, he immediately took off his shirt and left, leaving him bewildered. Living in the imperial palace, Tu Van and his sisters came to visit Emperor Tien and the elder. He smiled lightly and said, "Already there? We know what just happened, it's very good." Tu Van now clasped his hands and asked in confusion, "Master, if I beat Lai Bufam, will it cause you more trouble?" De Tien replied, "If you fight, you will fight. What's the big deal?" He continued, "No need to worry, from now on, focus on practicing in the Huan Kui Tower, increasing your actual combat skills and habits." Hearing that, Tu Van immediately replied, "Yes, master." A month quickly passed. In the villa located on top of Dong Nak Fong, we only see each swirling black hole floating in the air one after another. It turned out that Lai Bufam was calmly practicing the exercises. He suddenly opened his mouth and whispered, "Phew, the 7 caves of heaven have finally recovered." Suddenly he slammed his hand on the table. The look of hatred was clearly visible on the saint's face. His eyes widened as if he wanted to devour him alive. "Tu Van, I will definitely not forgive you." After releasing his emotions, he waved to the servant to come and ask, "Has my master left the prison yet?" The servant respectfully reported, confessing to the Holy Sun, "The room master has always been in seclusion." Hearing that, he determined to avenge his revenge. His mouth commanded, "Go, I want to invite the old master to leave the customs." A moment later, the young man appeared in front of Dong Nak Duong's retreat in front of everyone in the world. The hatred overwhelmed the shame in his heart. He knelt down and cried, "Master, I have been wrong, old man. Please come forward and avenge me." The crowd standing by and witnessing his pathetic behavior, everyone shook their heads in disgust, but were afraid of being blamed, so they had to curse under their breath. The saint's face is so thick, this saint's face changes so quickly. Children know how to cry so they can get milk to eat. It seemed like the crying had an effect, only to see the front door slowly open. Old man Dong Nak Duong stepped out and shouted with a puzzled expression, "Child, what makes you so upset?" Seeing that appearance, Lai Bat Pham did not hesitate, and quickly ran to hug the old man tightly, his mouth crying bitterly, "Master, the person who must be my master is the disciple Chu Van of the Supreme Elder De Tien." With his nature of covering up his shortcomings, the room master did not care about right or wrong and quickly blamed Chu Van for all the blame. Or for a little Chu Van, a disciple of Elder Tai Thuong, to dare to insult the saint's son, committing blasphemy, an unforgivable sin. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Nak Duong activated his flying skill, causing the ground to shake. A horrifying aura erupted around the Wind Master's body. He ordered his son, "Disciple, follow me. My teacher will take you to the Emperor Peak to find him for revenge." Of course, Lai Bat Pham happily chased after him, a cunning smile clearly appearing on his face, in stark contrast to his weak appearance just now. The scene changes to another place. Tu Van is practicing fighting with Tich Xian Vu. Each explosive wave of air generated from her series of attacks aimed straight at Tu Van, but with flexible movements, he easily dodged everything. Seeing that the move was ineffective, Xian Vu smiled, planning to go big with a full-blown attack. Her left hand spread out, forming an invisible but extremely powerful palm, causing Tu Van to be knocked back a few steps. Knowing that this was just practice, he pretended to give up, smiled and said, "Phew, no more coming, junior sister Tich, stop here." But Xian Vu also recognized some of his true ability. She smiled and held out her hand, replying, "Brother Chu, your strength is even stronger than before. Although it is still 700,000 pounds strong, its combat power is 2 or 3 times stronger." She excitedly praised while pulling him to his feet. Tu Van happily praised, "How about being stronger? Isn't it still impossible to defeat you who have already been promoted to the divine realm?" Suddenly, footsteps rang out, interrupting their conversation. It turned out to be Elder Tai Thuong. He gently advised Tu Van, "Good boy, you must pay attention to the balance between training and rest for a while first." Realizing that a month had passed since the previous event, he wondered, "Master, I heard that Lai Bufam's master has already left prison. Will there be no trouble?" Hearing that, the elder confidently showed off his achievements. The teacher already knew that it was Dong Nak Duong, who had once been the teacher's defeated general, and had now ascended to heaven. That was not the case. Not the teacher's opponent. Rest assured, he does not dare to come. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a shout echoed throughout the area. "Who is Tu Van? Get out of here, old man." The elder Tai Thuong was surprised. "Huh, this guy has really come," and Tu Van exclaimed at the saint's old trick, "Is this just hitting small and hitting big?" One old and one young just flew in front of Tu Van. 3 people. Lai Bufam was arrogant, relying on the support of Dong Nak Duong, who had reached the realm of great power, so he arrogantly said, "Master, that kid who sneered coldly was Tu Van. Looking at the defeated general in front of him, the elder Tai Thuong raised his lips and asked, Dong Nak Duong, why did you come to entrust me? I only heard the old man reprimand me. The good disciple he taught dared to beat Bat Pham. This matter could not just end like that. Tu Van had the opportunity to constantly tease the useless saint. When he was young, he fought with the neighbor's son, and when he lost, he cried and ran home to find his parents. I didn't expect that such a big thing would still happen. Lai Bufan, are you such a saint? He delved into the man's fatal weakness. Faced with those insulting words, the anger in the holy man's body flared up fiercely. He narrowed his eyes at him and shouted loudly, Tu Van, if you hadn't played dirty and borrowed the power of Chaos Chung, then a single hair of I can also force you to death. Tu Van tried to provoke even more. Then if you are good, wait for me to cultivate to the cave of heaven, then fight with me again. Looking at his defeated disciple whose mouth was not even close to that of his opponent, Dong Nak Duong immediately raised his voice and shouted, How can the cultivator fight fair? You insulted the Holy Sun and caused the old man to lose many treasures before you could help the boy recover his cultivation. Today, this old man will teach you according to the rules of the Holy Land. The saint, who was relieved, smiled happily and sarcastically. Seeing that the other person refused to talk with reason, the elder had to fly into the sky. Standing face to face with his old enemy, he expressed disdain. Dong Nak Duong, disciple of my Emperor Tien, since when did it become your turn to be the prison guard? The old man who owned the room narrowed his eyes and didn't look at him at all. De Tien, that year when I was defeated by your hands, I wanted to wash away that humiliation. Do you dare to fight? The elder replied calmly, If you don't dare, go. The two people's bodies quickly flew high into the air, one blue and one red clashing fiercely, without any concessions. Returning to the ground, Tu Van enthusiastically asked, Fu Lin, is there any way for me to chase that guy Lai Bufam and fight him? Fu Lin replied, Yes, I gave Chu Na a flying sword magic weapon that can help you chase him. Just when he was feeling sleepy, he happily said, Junior sister, then I'll bother you to use the flying sword to go with me. Tu Na immediately agreed, said yes, then she summoned her flying sword, a yellow light flying around her body. Looking at the flying sword continuing to wrap around his leg, Tu Van urged, Depart. Okay, then let's go. Tu Van stood in front. Tu Na followed closely behind. Both stood on the flying sword and began to fly into the air. She excitedly said, Brother, stand firm. In just a blink of an eye, the two of them approached where Lai Bufam was standing. I don't know if it was accidental or intentional, but Tu Na's big round soul pressed against Tu Van's back, making him indescribably ecstatic. Out of his mouth, he asked, Junior sister, please steer a little more steady, let me summon the general chaos. But in reality, my heart is extremely happy, Junior sister, this feeling is so good. However, Tu Van still knows how to take the big picture seriously. He shouts loudly, Chaos Chung, come out here. Immediately, the treasure was summoned, and the two were quickly surrounded by a giant bell made of golden veins. Lai Bufam saw the opponent using the old trick and got angry. This bastard, come again. Having had previous experience, the three-legged and four-legged man yelled and ran. Tu Van tried to use magic to provoke the general. Lai Bufam, you were chased by the body-refining realm and ran for your life. What qualifications do you have to be the holy son of the Chaos Holy Land? If I were you, I would have directly found a toilet to jump into and drown. The words seemed to touch his pride, making his face change. The look of indifference was replaced by anger. The holy man turned around and swung his sword to counterattack, his face contorted, his mouth roaring as if he wanted to scream fire. I dare you! He used all his strength to launch a heavy blow towards Tu Van, the red aura sword straight in front of him. Suddenly, he was thrown back at a speed much faster than when he had just struck. The reason was extremely simple. Lai Bat Pham was once again hit directly by the chaos beam. The kinetic energy was so great that he could not resist at all and just flew backwards. Boom, the saint's body fell to the ground, sand and dust scattered over a radius of several meters. But maybe that's still not enough. I just saw him holding his sword in one hand, shouting angrily, Tu Van, if you have the ability, fight fairly with me. Of course, Tu Van was not stupid enough to be tempted to give up his advantage on the battlefield. He looked contemptuously at the defeated general at his feet. Fair fight? You are a heavenly cave. Asked me to fight fairly with you. Do you think everyone is brain damaged like you? Tu Van laughed at the other person's stupidity. Gaining momentum, Tu Van declared, Wait until I beat you into a physical refining state, then have a fair fight. Without giving the opponent a chance to breathe, the chaotic palm was immediately brought down on Lai Bufam's head, causing him to be helpless. Suddenly a stream of blue power flew from nowhere. In less than a blink of an eye, it rushed straight into chaos, causing the treasure to break into a large piece, thereby saving the saint's hand from danger. Tu Van gasped as he witnessed the scene before his eyes. The chaos was broken. He and Chiu Na looked in bewilderment at the bells suddenly cracking into hundreds of thousands of pieces. Seeing that he had been saved, Lai Bufam laughed loudly with joy. He turned his head to see who had helped him. Ha ha, Tu Van, it seems you are dead. A figure flew in the air behind him. As soon as he saw his face, he shouted loudly, enough. It is none other than the law enforcer named Dong Then Vang, a powerful holy land. He stared straight ahead. Tu Van, you are so bold, you dare to insult the saint. I didn't let myself be hooded as soon as I entered, he immediately retorted. The master was beaten to the door. Could it be that I couldn't defend myself? But the law enforcer did not listen to a word and continued to use his power to crush him. Arrogant, you are just a disciple of Elder Tai Thuong. When you see the saint, you should be respectful and respectful. As he spoke, he used his strength. You are so indifferent to your elders, sooner or later you will be an ungrateful person. Today I must oust you and eliminate future disasters. Seeing the tense situation, Fu Lin quickly ran out to intervene. Lord Law Enforcement Officer, our young master is more talented than others. In the future, he will definitely be able to cast chaos. If you abolish him, it will affect the rise of the Chaos Holy Land. Regardless of those words, contempt was clearly visible on the law enforcer's face. It's ridiculous. Does the Holy Land of Chaos have to rely on a body cultivator to rise up? De Tien is also called incredibly talented. In the end, isn't it a waste of effort? If I want to cast the Chaos body, I feel like I'm dreaming. A terrifying stream of power was continuously condensed in his hands. Seeing that the opportunity was ripe, he immediately released a move aimed straight at Tu Van. Fu Lin stood at the helm, making her whole body tremble. She tried to endure it and said, "It's broken, her body can't move at all." Even Tu Van standing behind could not escape his fate. His whole body trembled continuously. He exclaimed, in front of law enforcers, "I am just like an ant." Tu Van is now even more deeply engraved with the rules of survival in this world. While gritting his teeth and resisting, he commented that the cultivator world is truly respected, can cover the sky with one hand, and live as he wishes. Death of others. Strength, I need strength. If I can survive, in the future I will definitely destroy this damn law enforcer. When the onlookers witnessed the tragedy, they all thought that Tu Van and his group would not survive this ordeal. Fu Lin and Tu Van would surely die. That's right, if they angered the law enforcers, they would definitely be dismembered. 100 pieces. It's a pity that a genius just passed away like that. Some people feel sorry for his cruel fate. At the same time, the law enforcer's move in the form of a palm seal crushed everything that stood in the way, causing rocks and soil to fall without stopping. When the dust and smoke cleared, all that remained was a hand-shaped dent clearly marked on the ground, but there was no trace of the victim, not even a blood stain or a piece of cloth. The law enforcer quickly realized the situation and immediately became suspicious. Someone was saved. He frowned, scanning his surroundings. At this moment, a figure wearing a red coat suddenly appeared, accompanied by a mocking sound. "King Dong then, it's just a fight between two juniors. Touch Dong Nak Duong and leave, no need, even you won't take action, right?" Although the statement was completely polite, the sarcastic meaning was extremely clear. The speaker was none other than the Holy Master of the Holy Land. Behind him was the entire group of Chiu Van people who had luckily avoided a lifetime. Seeing that the prey was offered to his mouth but could not be bitten, the law enforcer bitterly argued, "Holy Master is a good trick." However, even though he is the Holy Master, he cannot cover up his disciples' transgressions, and there is no elder in his eyes. He was determined to corner Chiu Van into a dead end, not allowing him to resist. Contrary to his expression, the Holy Master remained calm as if nothing had happened and responded, "Whether good or bad, Chiu Van was also once a courtier who beat the chaos and shouted 9 times, such a small thing was not enough to fight. Where's the killing punch?" Fu Lin clearly understood the identity of the law enforcer, so he explained that this Dong Then King was the big brother of Dong Nak Duong, and also the master's big opponent. Tu Van understood the reason, so he commented, "No wonder, it turns out they are family." Faced with himself being oppressed by strong enemies 5 times 7 times, Tu Van frowned and silently vowed, "These bastards, when I get stronger in the future, I will suppress all of you." King Dong then at this time of course could not let Tu Van go. He was determined to carry out the punishment. "Lord Saint, rules are rules." Tu Van impersonates the Holy Sun. "I am a law enforcer. Of course I must enforce the law fairly and view things correctly. Tu Van was not convinced and objected. Could it be that the saints can arbitrarily attack ordinary disciples we cannot resist? Does the world have such morality? But no matter what he said, the law enforcer still ignored it and announced, "These are the rules of the Holy Land, unless you also become a saint." Unable to bear defeat, Tu Van threw out a question, "So let me ask, how can one become a saint?" The king of the eastern gods looked at his prey struggling, and was even more pleased as he smiled sarcastically. "Do you want to become a saint now? It's a pity it's too late." He was convinced that you wouldn't be able to do it, so he didn't even bother to hide it, and said, "If you have achieved great success, you can start fighting chaos and call it 6 times. You have a special constitution. You can become a saint in 3 ways. It's a pity that you can't do it now." The Holy Master tries to find a way to relieve the siege. Dong then King and Tu Van will soon reach the foot of the dragon's nest. Based on his fighting power, he will definitely be able to achieve great success and be promoted to sainthood. But the law enforcer still insisted on his decision and pointed directly at Tu Van. That was the future. Now he was not a saint, he had to accept punishment. In a situation of boiling water and fire, Tu Van suddenly declared, "Who says I can't become a saint now?" Immediately, he sat down to practice to overcome this tribulation. "Today, I will show you the position of a humble saint. I have Tu Van if I want it." As soon as he finished speaking, a circular magic formation appeared, covering his body. The crowd standing outside found it strange and immediately discussed heatedly, "What is he trying to do?" One person speculated, "It seems like he is cultivating the Chaos Sutra and casting the Chaos body." Some people laugh, "You idiot, how is this possible?" However, if he can cast the initial form of the Chaos body, that is the King body, and he can also become a saint. Another person did not believe at all. So he thought, then it is necessary to reach the 36th level of perfection of the Chaos Sutra. It is truly a foolish dreamer. Tu Na asked, "Master, is it difficult to cast the initial shape of the Chaos body?" Fu Lin explained, "It was very difficult. That year it took the owner 200 years to succeed." Surprise, bewilderment, and surprise were all that appeared on Tu Na's face. In her head, she kept screaming, 200 years. When King Dong then saw Tu Van's actions, he was extremely disdainful. It was ridiculous. He wanted to mold the outline of the Chaos body in such a short time. "I'm afraid this guy is crazy." Even the Holy Master could not put his trust in Tu Van. He sighed in boredom. Tu Van was sick to find a teacher, but to save him, he decided to negotiate to buy time for him to break through. Eastern God King, if that's the case, why not give Tu Van some time? This little thing is not too much. The law enforcer was sure he had won, so he didn't bother to accept it. "Okay, I won't bully him, give him 7 days. The smile on his face became more and more inhumane, and in his heart he thought to himself, even if it were given him 7 years, 70 years, he still wouldn't be able to mold the outline of the Chaos body. Ignoring the things around her, Tu Van devoted all her attention to her cultivation. He thought to himself, once he breaks through the 10th level of Chaos Sutra, he will break through to the Qi-gathering realm. The goal of reaching the limit of 100,000 pounds of fighting power in the body refining stage cannot be achieved, and the true dragon nest can no longer be entered. However, my little life is about to be lost, so why should I care about the true dragon's nest? He ordered in his mind, using the Chaos Sutra once enlightenment. The image of chaos appeared in Tu Van's mind, but unfortunately, the result was failed enlightenment. However, in the current situation, Tu Van had no way to retreat. He frowned thoughtfully but was determined not to give up. Well, if you use it once but you can't break through, then use it again. With a firm will, Tu Van continues to meditate and practice non-stop. The aura around him becomes stronger and stronger. Those standing nearby also felt the unusual aura from Tu Van's body, ripples of spiritual energy spreading throughout the atmosphere. Witnessing everything, Fu Lin couldn't help but worry about him, thinking in her heart, it's bad, the young master wants to break through the atmosphere-gathering realm, then he won't be able to enter the dragon's nest. Wave after wave of spiritual energy billowed upward. The Holy Master stood to the side and observed Tu Van's cultivation process, and then said, if you can't break through the Qi-gathering realm, then you won't be able to enter the true dragon? He proactively extended a hand to support, his mouth reassuring those around him, don't worry, I'm here to block the aura and help him suppress his cultivation. As for Tu Van, he sat quietly meditating and practicing the exercises, motionless, just like a Buddha statue in a temple, only streams of spiritual energy continuously churning in the air. Faced with the magnanimity of the Holy Master, Fu Lin expressed her thanks. Many thanks to the Holy Master, while Qiu Na focused all her attention on Tu Van. Look, senior brother has broken through a level so quickly. He can definitely cast the outline of the chaotic holy body. Dongdan King is different, he still maintains the same condescending attitude as before. What's there to be proud of? It's only the 10th floor. It's still a long way from the 36th floor. Regardless of everyone's reaction, Tu Van's mind continuously stirred with a series of thoughts. He did not expect that cultivating to the 10th level of Chaos Sutra would cost twice the enlightenment. It seemed that the later the difficulty became, there was, however, fortunately, the number of enlightenment times I had accumulated before was already high enough. In just a short time, he silently continued to break through, his momentum continued to increase, and then he passed through the chaos of the 11th floor, then the 12th floor, then the 13th floor, like splitting bamboo. Tape progress. The crowd admiring such a mysterious scene could not help but squint and praise. It's so scary. He continuously broke through, comparing himself. At first, Elder Emperor Tian said he had 9 floors a day. Could it be true? Someone exclaimed, unbelievable. Looking at the enemy continuously getting stronger, Lai Bufam couldn't help but hastily remind, Uncle, Tu Van won't really be able to cast the initial shape of the chaos body, will he? But King Dong then didn't think so. He reassured his nephew, don't worry, even if he had a stronger understanding, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the Chaos Sutra to the 36th level in 1 week. Returning to Tu Van, the aura continuously condensed around his body, gradually forming a small golden tornado. Fu Lin, with her sharp eyes, quickly noticed a special point and reminded her, Miss Titch, quickly come to the young master's side to practice. The young master has no use for these heaven and earth spiritual energy, but you absolutely have it. Can be used to improve cultivation. Titch Xian Vu unceremoniously responded immediately. She immediately rushed to Tu Van, a bright smile blooming on her lips. That's great! My great opportunity has come! So 1 yellow and 1 purple, the man and woman separately immersed themselves in the practice. Fu Lin also did not forget to care for her disciple, Tu Na. If you don't enter the dragon nest, now is a great opportunity to break through the Qi gathering realm. Reaching the top level Qi gathering realm, even the divine Kyo realm is also very possible. The fate that came so quickly surprised Tu Na. This, as a direct beneficiary of Tu Van, Xian Vu completely agrees with Fu Lin's comments. She gently said yes. As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of spiritual pressure exploded from her body. The others discovered it, and screamed loudly, mid-stage divine beauty. Didn't Titch Xian Vu just ascend to the divine realm? Many people became envious, jealous, and wanted to take her place. With such a great opportunity, it would be strange not to have a breakthrough. So admirable. As for Qiu Na, an unusual thought arose in her heart. What to do? Cultivating yourself into the divine realm takes at least 10 years. Furthermore, if this continues, the gap between me and Titch Xian Vu will become increasingly larger. The desire to become stronger motivated her to move forward. Tu Na shouted, Master, I won't walk on the dragon pole anymore. Her eloquent words clearly show her determination. Meanwhile, Fu Lin stood behind and smiled meaningfully, seemingly understanding the thoughts in her disciple's heart. Tu Van's trio sat quietly absorbing energy to break through the realm, the flow of spiritual energy around their bodies creating a continuous whirlwind. Seeing everything working according to her wishes, Fu Lin smiled and said, This is the best. For Lam Tu Na it is a great opportunity. The young master also has 1 less stepchild. Truly is a double job. Thanks to Tu Van's efforts, after only a short time, Tu Na made a breakthrough and her momentum increased significantly. Seeing her progress, her heart surged with extreme joy. Her advancement was really fast. The audience gathered around and watched in unison with envious wishes. The sound of desire did not disappear on its own but only passed from one person to another. I also wanted to go there and practice. That's right, I admire it to death. Isn't that Tu Van? It must really be possible to refine the initial form of chaos, right? Suddenly there was a scream. Look quickly. It turned out that at the top of Tu Van's head, a strong flow of spiritual energy had formed into 3 pink lotus flowers that swayed with the rhythm of breathing. Witnessing the breathtaking scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my God, this is the 3 flowers gathering peak. The crowd went from one surprise to another, making them unable to help but recognize Tu Van's talent. One person felt, Tu Van had already cultivated the Chaos Sutra to the 18th level. Sure enough, what Elder de Tian said 9 levels a day was true. It's truly too scary. Everyone has to admire Chu Van's perverted breakthrough speed. At this moment, Dong Then Vang's face was a little pale. He was extremely surprised and could not believe his eyes. How is that possible? In less than a day, the 3 flowers gathered at the top. Even the ancient great emperor did not have this understanding. Returning to the ground, Fu Lin observed the strange scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sigh, what a pity! This 3-flower master cannot be used. It can only benefit Chu Na and Xian Vu." As soon as she finished speaking, she began to lead the pink lotus flowers to fly towards the 2 girls cultivating in front of her, huge streams of energy quickly pouring into those 2 bodies. Thanks to the additional spiritual energy, Tu Na and Xian Vu broke through again at the same time. Their momentum flared up fiercely, further confirming this. The Holy Master stood outside and observed from beginning to end, smiling continuously as if he had a good harvest. This was benefiting others. What 2 lucky little girls. As for Tu Van, he was equally happy, thinking to himself, indeed, breaking through to the 19th level requires 3 enlightenments. It seems that there are not hundreds of enlightenments. Don't try to cast the true chaos. Fortunately I have a system. Let's continue. Tu Van secretly felt pleased. The aura vortex above is growing more and more in both density and volume. The sounds of admiration appeared continuously. The concentration of spiritual energy on this peak base had become more concentrated. I admire it so much. That's right, those 2 girls are talking big. Some people wonder if Tu Van can still get 1 step closer. Fu Lin took advantage of the opportunity and worked even harder to direct the energy flow to focus on Tich Xian Vu and Chu Na. Such dense spiritual energy could not be wasted. For their part, both girls happily accepted the rare opportunity. Xian Vu thought to himself, "That's great, I've reached the peak of my godly beauty." Tu Na was equally happy. "So fast, I'm about to break through to the heavenly cave." As the cultivation process progressed, the aura born from Tu Van gradually reached the blue clouds, only to see a strange vortex appear in the air. The world changed color, the sky suddenly began to darken, but 5 golden clouds appeared hovering above. In the distance were sparkling stars. They all surround Tu Van as the focus, creating an extremely spectacular scene, the phenomenon of the 5 energies of the Nguyen dynasty. The spirit of the Supreme Elder, when observing, widened his eyes and shouted loudly. This was the 5 Qi dynasty. His heart was overflowing with emotions. He had already refined to the 27th level of the Chaos Sutra. The crowd once again experienced surprise. All eyes were focused on the strange scene in the sky, the 3 flowers gathering on top, the 5 Qi tides. It was so scary. He could only use a little time. If this person can't be refined into a chaos form, I'm afraid there won't be anyone else in the world who can succeed. Another person pointed to the sky and shouted expectantly, "There is one last floor." King Dong then was now shocked and lost, thinking, something like that happened again, and Lai Bufam became worried and scared, not daring to think about what would happen to him. Impossible, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Contrary to the feelings of the 2 people above, the Holy Master observed everything with an extremely satisfied expression. With such enlightenment, our Holy Land has hope of rising. Fu Lin couldn't help but exclaim, it was a great opportunity. Not wasting another moment, she quickly controlled the clouds to fly towards Xian Vu, calculating in her mind that Tu Na gathered a perfect atmosphere. Only by condensing spiritual power could she enter. The God of Beauty can only be given to Xian Vu first. Xian Vu had been closing her eyes to concentrate on cultivating. When she felt her realm continuously improving, she showed joy, finally reaching the perfect state of divine beauty. The next step was to break through the bottleneck. Seeing that she was stable, Fu Lin retracted her hand, smiled and muttered, "Then we have to see your own creations." The city lord also decided to contribute a part of effort, meeting each other's fate. "Today I will help you with some strength." He mobilized spiritual energy to create each stream of spiritual patterns wandering in the air. After that, they flew straight to Tu Na and Xian Vu. The 2 recognized it and happily accepted it. With rich experience, Fu Lin quickly realized and spoke up to remind, "Great sound, this is a holy sound, has a 1% enlightenment effect, and is a great creation." Overjoyed because of the opportunities continuously falling from the sky, Tu Na burst into laughter as she broke through again. Wow, she has truly broken through to the realm of godliness. Fu Lin used her ability to control spiritual energy to gather into Tu Na and said, "My good disciple, my teacher will help you." Understanding what her master meant, Lam Tu Na returned to focusing on practicing. She commented, "This Hong Van is really powerful." In an instant she has broken through to the middle stage of the magical state. Fu Lin stood behind, not saying a word but still focused on pushing the spiritual energy into Tu Na's body. Thanks to that wholehearted help, Tu Na continuously broke through the small realms. In just a moment she entered the later stage of the magical realm, passed the peak and is currently stopping at the perfect magical realm. At this point, she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, she had reached the bottleneck again. It seemed like she could only get here. Turning towards Tianvu, she never stopped. Thanks to that, she has now entered the heavenly cave, her aura completely overwhelming compared to the beginning. Tu Na observed her back and praised her. Sister Tich is so powerful, she can enter the cave of heaven with just one action. At this moment, Fu Lin appeared and advised, "You two girls are very lucky, but don't rejoice too soon. Leveling up too quickly will cause your foundation to become unstable. From now on, you will have to go to the virtual magic tower every day to practice combat experience." Tu Na quickly complied, "Yes, master." Of course, in her heart, she was still extremely happy with her new source of strength, her magical state, and finally being able to fly with her sword. It was so cool. While everyone was having fun, the miraculous lotus scene continued with an ever-evolving trend, all following Tu Van's cultivation progress, gradually creating the illusion of an entire lotus field. Immense. The onlookers were endlessly admiring the magnificent scene before them. Could those be the silhouettes of avenues, 30 avenues of silhouettes? He had already drawn the initial shape of the chaos body. It was so amazing. It's too bad. The spiritual elder even unconsciously plucked his beard to check if he was dreaming or not. Oh my god, what kind of demon is this? Tien is so stupid. When he regained his composure, he shouted majestically, "Ah, my precious beard, it hurts so much." With such a clear result, the Holy Master loudly announced that his disciple rewarded Elder Tu Van with extraordinary talent, molding the initial shape of the chaos body, immediately promoting him to become a holy son. Tu Van has now completed the training process, and is extremely satisfied with the results he has received. Few finally broke through. This is the initial form of the stellar chaos form. The Holy Master came to share the joy with him, congratulated the Holy Son, and hoped that the Holy Son would continue his efforts, and soon mold the body of chaos, leading our chaos holy land to rise. Tu Van bowed and replied, "Many thanks to the Holy Protector, the disciple will definitely cast the chaos body." With a completely new position, he turned to look at his two enemies and mocked, "Now that I have become a saint, do you have anything else to say?" King Dong then blew his nose in disdain and hummed, while Lai Bufam's face turned pale. The law enforcer glared at Tu Van and said coolly, "Tien has truly received a good disciple." Failing to carry out his plan to destroy him, the guy coldly flew away to another place in an unhappy mood. Huh? Gloating as he watched the gray man leave, Tu Van turned to ask, "Holy Master, now as long as I don't kill him, I can arbitrarily attack Lai Bufam, right?" The Holy Master replied, "Theoretically so." Hearing that, Lai Bufam widened his eyes. The villain's sweat poured out like rain. He was speechless and didn't know how to react. Tu Van looked at him with humorous eyes, squeezing with both fists, as if preparing to torture the other person. "Lai Bufam, did you hear that? Come!" He took a defensive stance and signaled. With the motto that life is the most important, Lai Bufam abandoned everything and ran for others. The other person's actions were so decisive that Tu Van could only stand and watch. He couldn't help but admire his ability to improvise. Oh my god, he ran that fast. Giving him a temporary reprieve, Tu Van whispered to himself, "Humph, oppress me for not knowing how to fly or anything. Wait for me to return from the dragon nest. After improving my cultivation level, I will come to you to calculate the debt." As expected, Tu Van did not easily forgive Lai Bufam. At the same time, Fu Lin and everyone rushed to celebrate and congratulate the young master. Xian Vu and Tu Na praised him one after another. "Congratulations, brother Chu, you are so awesome." Tu Van smiled happily and replied, "You guys have also made a lot of progress. Happy together, happy together." Tu Na took advantage of the opportunity to brag, "Senior brother, now I am already a perfect goddess, I have surpassed you." Tu Van lovingly patted her head and said, "So, wouldn't you not be able to follow me into the dragon's nest?" Fu Lin heard this and immediately teased, "Without a stepchild like her, your young master can also be more free in the dragon's nest." Tu Van follows along, that's right. Seeing one person after another bullying her, Tu Na puffed her cheeks in extreme discomfort. Her playful demeanor was no different from that of an angry child. However, concern for Tu Van is still top priority. She held his hand and said, "Brother, you must be careful." Tich Xian Vu came forward to contribute, and wished Brother Tu to win right from the first match. Faced with such warm concern, Tu Van rubbed Tu Na's head with one hand and Xian Vu's shoulder with the other hand and happily replied, "Don't worry, Don't you believe in the strength of your brothers and sisters? Waiting until the end of the farewell, Detian approached him and urged, Okay, it's not like we won't come back anymore, let's go. Tu Van immediately complied, Yes, master. Elder Tai Thuong's face clearly showed his heavy feelings. Our mixed holy land has been quiet for too long, so long that the cultivators out there have forgotten that our mixed holy land is one of the 6 great holy places. But Tu Van simply replied with confidence in his own abilities, so this time, let Tu Van tell them that our chaos holy land is still the strongest holy land. Detian was moved, he laughed extremely cheerfully in a way that he had not experienced for a long time. Ha 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 ha, as expected of being my disciple, he had cast the initial shape of the chaos body. His combat power had reached 800,000 pounds already. Tu Van politely praised him when he successfully chased away Dong Mak Duong. Yes, congratulations, master, on winning the mighty heavenly realm. Elder Tai Thuong became even happier and commented, a mere mid-level trash, it wouldn't be difficult to beat him. He turned to instruct, Tu Ni, next you must hone your fighting skills, try to break through to 100,000 fighting power at Long Saw, sooner or later you will become chaos. Tu Van promised, Yes, master, I will definitely mold it into chaos. His eyes shone with the excitement of a conqueror full of confidence and ambition. The new saint said to himself, True Dragon's Lair, wait for me, I will definitely take one step to heaven. Time passed like that. It was 3 days before the dragon nest opened. At the Imperial Peak, everyone came to see Tu Van off and prepare to depart. Fu Lin gently sent him a parting gift and advised, Young master, inside this space ring are fleshy spirit beasts, flying swords of profound iron, and various types of spirit stones. Take it with you. Realizing the preciousness of the treasure, Tu Van politely said, Thank you. Just like that, Tu Van followed his master to the foot of the dragon's nest. When they arrived, what they saw was a thick layer of barrier, exuding solidity and steadfastness. When the teacher and students saw such a scene, they quietly observed. Then Detian turned and instructed, Tu Ni, you stay here and wait for the true dragon's star to open, and the teacher will go see some old friends. Tu Van respectfully replied, Yes, master. As soon as he flew up, another person was already present. It was Lu Ninyin, the supreme elder of the mountain and water sect. She looked at him and calmly said, Here we go. Detian replied briefly, Yes. Recognizing the extremely familiar gestures between the two, Tu Van chuckled in his heart. There was an affair, but he did not expect that his master's knife would not age. After the two walked for a while, suddenly there was a sound. Surely this person is senior brother Tu. A girl appeared with a curious look on her face. Tu Van asked suspiciously, May I ask your noble name? Why do you know me? The girl slowly explained, My name is Tang Van Van, I come from the Sun Tui sect. As for why I know senior brother, it's because of the beautiful woman who left with your teacher, that person is my teacher. Hearing the familiar person, Tu Van happily clasped his hands and said, It turns out it's junior sister Tang. Ju, I would like to apologize. Van Van praised, Master said that Senior Detian has accepted a very powerful disciple, and today we met is truly different from ordinary people. Suddenly there was a loud shout, The Overlord sect is here, those random people don't go away yet. The arrogance and disregard for anyone in the statement made the two people turn their heads to look at him in discomfort. I only saw a muscular man with a murderous aura driving the wheel. He whipped his horse and shouted, Whoever dares to stand in the way of the tyrannical sect is looking for death. Faced with that unreasonable attitude, Van Van frowned and looked directly at him without any fear. She immediately threw a blow that sent both man and horse flying to the side of the road. The big man only had time to scream, Ah! And the horse vomited blood, and it seemed he would not survive. No matter how fast the whole carriage was at first, it was now thrown away much faster, dust and dirt flying everywhere. Luckily, he was able to drag himself away from the scene of the tragic traffic accident. The big man hugged his injured body and questioned, You dare to stop the convoy of our overlord clan, and even dare to kill the horses. My, are you tired of living? Van Van refused to give up and argued, The power of an adult is real. Bumping into people still seems reasonable, so there is nothing to fear. Suddenly a young girl without a scratch stepped out of the carriage. She looked challenging. Did we bump into you? Why didn't I see it? It was none other than Truong Nakam, my female younger sister. From Ba Vong sect. Tang Van Van was visibly upset. If it weren't for my strength, you guys would have bumped into me by now. Finding a loophole in the sentence, Truong Nakam gritted her teeth and retorted, saying, So, we never bumped into you. As soon as she finished speaking, The woman immediately rushed straight to Van Van without forgetting to put all the responsibility on her. You killed our horse again. Rotten prostitute, worth beating. Without hesitation, she gave a resounding slap. The speed of the attack was so fast that Van Van had no time to react and could only endure the attack. Tang Van Van covered her face, speechless, looking at the other person's miserable appearance. Truong Na Kim is even more overbearing. What are you? Don't say you haven't been bumped into yet. What if our Ba Vang sect bumped into you? At this moment, Tu Van suddenly appeared and blocked Van Van's front. He frowned and directly threatened her, or for a domineering overlord, immediately slap yourself in the mouth and apologize to her. Otherwise don't blame me. Polite. My future teacher's disciple, you dare to bully me? Of course there was no way Truong Na Kim would give up. She jumped up, pointed straight at him and scolded. Who are you, dare to say that to me? With her sharp and sour nature, she rushed towards Tu Van intending to repeat the old trick, wanting to slap my mouth, so I will smash your mouth first. Even so, Tu Van still calmly crossed her arms as if nothing had happened. Only when her hand was close to his face did he speak. I didn't want to hit a woman, but I didn't expect your heart to be like a snake. This is what you found yourself. Before the sentence finished, Tu Van's whole body suddenly disappeared, making Truong Na Kim stunned. By the time she regained composure, he grabbed her arm with one hand and strangled her with the other hand, making Truong Na Kim extremely frightened. The people standing around watching saw the evil woman being overpowered and applauded Tu Van's bravery. This person is so powerful, he can subdue Truong Na Kim in one move. That's right, Truong Na Kim is already the most forbidden, right? Some people are extremely looking forward to what's to come. Yes, next is a good drama to watch. Her older brother, Truong Phi Van, is a five-element divine body. Turning back to the person who was being strangled, having to endure both difficulty breathing and anger at losing face in a crowded place, Truong Na Kim growled threateningly, Quickly let me go, my brother is Truong Phi Van, if you dare to touch me, he will not forgive you. But contrary to her expectations, Tu Van didn't pay any attention at all. Sorry, I'm not familiar with Truong Phi Van or something, he emphasized. If I say slap your mouth, you will slap your tongue. If you don't do it yourself, then let me help you. As he was about to execute the sentence, suddenly a strange girl appeared from nowhere and stopped him. Stop, you can't attack her. The person who came was the holy woman Tanu Tong with the name Motien Tuet. The sound of heated discussion rang out everywhere. It seemed like the vast majority of people present recognized her identity. It's Motien Tuet again, the number one beauty in our young generation, with the peerless demonic body Xian Bing. It is said that she has a marriage contract with the time-space member of the original Holy Land. This is interesting. Ignoring the whispers, Tu Van without any concern asked in return, why? Motien Tuet still maintained her confidence, and smiled gently. It's like giving me face, so what? But once again, Tu Van has no respect. I don't know you, so why should I give you face? Facing such a difficult opponent, Motien Tuet became speechless, not knowing how to react. Witnessing the scene of Motien Tuet falling into an awkward situation, many people gloated and laughed. This guy is quite good, but he dares to be so disrespectful to Motien Tuet. This is the first time I've seen someone dare to talk to Motien Tuet like that. I guess he wanted to attract Motien Tuet's attention. Suddenly, without any signs, Tu Van immediately slapped Truong Na Kim in the face with a strong blow. The speed of the attack was exactly the same as when she attacked Tang Van Van. The slap was so unexpected that everyone present was stunned, all thinking the same thing. He really hit him. Toward Truong Na Kim, she spat out a mouthful of red beetle juice, which was enough to realize the terrible force she had suffered from the slap. After completing the deed, Tu Van coldly ordered, Go away, next time don't be so overbearing. Truong Na Kim used her hand to cover the injured area. While glaring at Tu Van as if looking at someone about to die, she threatened, You wait for me, I swear. I will definitely ask my brother to cut you into 100 pieces. Her response was just a round of teasing from Tu Van. Okay, I'll wait for him. Remember, my name is Tu Van, don't look for the wrong person. There was no trace of fear on his face. Motien Tuet observed the situation then frowned and commented, You shouldn't take action. I really wanted to save your life. Unfortunately your fate was like that. As expected, being ignored just now made her have an unsympathetic view of Tu Van. Those present were given the opportunity to freely flatter. It turned out that Fairy Mo wanted to resolve resentments. No wonder the world called Fairy Mo a reincarnated bodhisattva. It was truly great compassion. Only insiders can clearly understand the beginning and end. Tu Van countered, According to you, if your friends are beaten you can't fight back, you can only endure? And in my heart I despise it. Where is the Holy Mother? Mo Tien Tuet still thinks he is right. Maybe he is not willing, but sometimes taking a step back can reach the vast ocean. Tu Van was completely indifferent to the advice. Sorry, this person of mine doesn't like to back down. This made Mo Tien Tuet frown and reprimand, stupid and ignorant, without strength and still wanting to show off to the world, could only bring humiliation to herself. Feeling that the other person's thoughts were too ridiculous, Tu Van asked in return, how do you know that I have no strength? Mo Tien Tuet looked disdainful. Among the geniuses with special physiques, I have never heard of the name Tu Van. You must be just an unfamous person. Hearing that, Tu Van smiled sarcastically. That's just your knowledge is too shallow. Tang Van Van softly whispered at this time, Senior brother Tu is sorry I harmed you, but you still firmly refused. I did nothing wrong, why do you say I harmed you? Suddenly a strange guy rushed in and shouted loudly, she didn't do anything wrong, but you did wrong. It is none other than the character whose name was called out earlier, Truong Van Phi, Truong Na Cam's older brother. As soon as he appeared, everyone quickly realized that Truong Van Phi was coming. Truong Van Phi has a 5-element divine body, and it is said that her strength is comparable to that of the saints of the Holy Land. Many people believe that this kid named Chu Van was dead. He slowly said, Na Cam, you step back, this place is left to brother. Truong Na Cam, the dog leaned near the house, immediately pointed forward and shouted, brother, kill them. Truong Van Phi confidently replied, don't worry. He looked straight at Tu Van and provoked, do you regret it now? But he just calmly crossed his arms, observed his opponent, and muttered to himself, is this the 5 elements divine body of Truong Van Phi? I've never heard it before, it feels very normal. Seeing Tu Van's attitude of not taking him seriously, the crowd of spectators again played their background role. Everyone simultaneously widened their eyes and mouths. Oh my god, this guy is too overbearing, said Truong Van. It's not normal, he considers himself a part of time and space of the original Holy Land. I have never met such an ignorant and arrogant person. As for Truong Van Phi, being despised by his opponent increased his rage. Unable to bear it anymore, he immediately exploded with power. Never heard of me, right? From today onwards, I will forever be engraved in your heart. Realizing there was something ambiguous in his words, Tu Van pretended to change her expression and raised her hand to stop. Stop, I only have beautiful women in my heart, I'm not interested in men, I hope you don't kill yourself. Amorous. Truong Van Phi paused for a moment, he was extremely angry at being called a perverted sentimental monkey. I just want to teach you, make you remember forever, who would be interested in you. Yes. Not giving his opponent time to react, he mustered all his strength, and immediately rushed forward to attack. I hate people with sharp tongues the most, die. Tu Van also quickly responded with his fist. Only to hear a thud, the shock force spreading from the place of contact was extremely intense. One yellow and one green, 2 figures directly confronted each other, the resulting momentum shook the ground, accompanied by a hurricane that swept everything around. At this moment, Truong Van Phi suddenly became surprised at what happened before her eyes. Well, he can help it. Unable to accept reality, he frantically increased his attack, and once again, the fists were continuously released, clattering. However, with amazing reaction force, Tu Van easily neutralized his opponent's moves. The sound of blocking continued to echo, boom boom boom. Observing the fierce confrontation between the two sides in the air, the crowd below could not stop admiring. Oh my god, how could this be possible? A person began to doubt life. Who exactly is he? This Tu Van can withstand all of Truong Van Phi's attacks. Seeing that his brother couldn't do anything to the enemy, worry appeared clearly on Truong Nakam's face. Why is that? Older brother couldn't do anything to Tu Van. As for Mo Tien Tuet, she was equally surprised. Who is he anyway? In the great holy places, there is no such person. Suddenly Truong Van Phi pulled away and backed away. Tu Van said sarcastically, "What's wrong, are you scared?" Truong Van Phi looked confident and began using the trick to press the bottom of the box. His 2 fists flickered with 5-colored light. "I didn't want to use this trick here. I don't believe you can handle it," he immediately shouted. His 5-element divine fist, his fist flew straight forward at wind-breaking speed. As soon as Truong Van Phi made his move, everyone's eyes widened. This is the 5 elements divine fist, which is said to be a terrifying fighting skill composed of 5 top-level fighting skills. The sounds of praise continuously came out, the 5 elements divine power combined with the 5 elements divine body, truly defying the heavens. Next, let's see how Tu Van blocks this. For his part, Tu Van did not hesitate to attack. He took action and shouted, "Nine Chuan Fach Fist." The two fists collided directly, emitting an extremely terrifying pressure, making an ear-splitting sound. But contrary to most people's thoughts, the person who was pushed back a few meters was Chuang Fai. Surprise spread through the crowd at breakneck speed. The five elements' divine fist was repelled. This person is so scary. Who is he? Why is he so strong? This person is absolutely not an ordinary person. With a reputation, no one now doubts Tu Van's abilities anymore. Truong Van Phi saw that he had failed and screamed even more furiously. "I don't believe I won't fight you. The realm of the five elements opened for me." Spiritual energy began to flow into his body. In just a blink of an eye, an area was covered by five-colored light, creating a brilliant hurricane with Truong Van Phi as the center. Tu Van was surprised and asked, "What is this?" "It can make your body feel pressured and slow down your actions. You become suspicious when you notice unusual changes." An outsider observing this praise and wonder, "Is this something that only the spiritual realm can produce?" Someone who knows the product immediately commented, "Legend says that the five elements' divine body is born with the five elements field, which can suppress opponents. However, his field seems to still be in its original form." But soon there was an exclamation. The original form was already very powerful. When Truong Nakam saw his brother's moves, his confidence rose strongly. My brother's five-element realm was out, except for the peerless demon of the six great holy lands. No one could oppose him. Returning to the battlefield, the terrible power quickly focused on Truong Van Phi's fist. He rushed towards Tu Van without forgetting to color. "It can be seen that I use the five elements field. Today is considered a you've already made a name for yourself." A giant fist came straight down in Truong Van Phi's direction, but was immediately stopped by the huge golden bell. The shock wave spread out quickly, destroying the border terrain. Seeing the enemy without a scratch, Truong Van Phi was horrified. How could this be possible? Mo Tien Tuet was extremely surprised by the scene before her eyes but was able to recognize Tu Van's identity. This is Kim Chung Chao, a great magical power of the mixed Holy Land. Turns out he came from the Holy Land of Chaos. The whispers of discussion resounded. The disciples of the mixed Holy Land had not been seen for many years. Today someone came again. Some were dissatisfied and protested. They ranked last among the six great saints. Land, what happens when we get there? That's right, it seems like it's about to be overtaken by the Holy King's sect outside the Holy Land. Some people are certain, it's not like. The Holy King's sect has a divine king body. It has caught up in time. No body of the primordial mother has already passed through the chaos of the Holy Land. Extremely itchy ears are what Tu Van is feeling. He is determined to change the situation. It seems that the mixed Holy Land is despised by people, so let Tu Van create heaven and earth again. Without any hesitation, he compressed the spiritual energy in his body into a punch, the terrifying power radiating out as if it wanted to distort space. The terrifying aura from the fist paralyzed Truong Van Phi's reaction system, making him stiff and unable to resist. How is this possible? It was the same scenario as when he struck, but the result was completely different. Only seeing Truong Van Phi's body being thrown into the air, accompanied by a pitiful groan. "Ah!" While about to fall to the ground, he gulped down his soup while secretly regretting that he had chosen to anger someone who should not be touched. Although the chaotic Holy Land is in decline, it is not something that our sects can compare to. The assault was so violent, so one-sided, that the audience simultaneously stared, everyone sweating profusely in horror. Only Truong Nakam was worried and immediately ran to ask about Truong Van Phi, the big brother. Mo Tien Tuet is now filled with the feeling of losing face when she misjudged Tu Van. Her strength is too strong. She is afraid she has entered the five forbidden fields. In contrast to those people, Tang Van Van happily praised, "Wow, senior brother Chu, it turns out you are so strong. What your master said was indeed right." Tu Van calmly commented, "Truong Van Phi is just a name, not worth mentioning." Then he turned to Mo Tien Tuet and teased her, leaving her disappointed. "It seems the one who has to regret is not me, but Truong Van Phi. There is no more hole to crawl into." Mo Tien Tuet had no choice but to answer, "I admit that your strength is very strong, a bit beyond my imagination, but several batches of disciples from the mixed Holy Land all died in the true dragon nest. I hope you can take care of it yourself." Tu Van calmly gave advice. "I know you have an engagement with the once-in-a-lifetime member of the princess, but I advise you to break off the marriage as soon as possible, otherwise you will become a widow." The statement successfully angered Mo Tien Tuet, causing her to leave angrily. "Crazy. You will regret it." Suddenly there was an interrupting sound. "Young man, I am counting on you. Tu Van refused to give up and responded, "Hey, where does this person come from? Such an illusion." Suddenly, a burly figure with golden hair that seemed to be curled up jumped down from somewhere and hit the ground hard, sending sand and dust flying everywhere. It was none other than True Vo Chi of the ancient Holy Land. He laughed loudly and looked very happy. "Just now I was in the sky watching the war. You were quite good." He gave me a very attractive invitation. "Follow me. Become the #1 warrior under my command. Follow me to sweep the wilderness and dominate the world." As soon as the big guy appeared, everyone immediately recognized him. The sound of heated discussion rang out. It was the Holy Son True Vo Cuc of the ancient Holy Land. No wonder his aura was so strong. He is someone who can prove that he is a great emperor. However, accepting people from other holy places as followers is too arrogant. Some began to criticize him. As for Tu Van, he still kept his dissatisfied expression. "Who are you? What the hell are you? You dare to conquer me?" Realizing that the other person was a complete stranger and knew nothing about himself, True Vo Cuc was confused and didn't know how to react. Some kind-hearted people gave advice to Tu Van. "Little brother, there is no benefit in offending True Vo Cuc. That's right, my brother is an ancient holy body. Being able to follow him is a blessing for 8 generations. I want to follow, but unfortunately people don't like it." True Vo Chui then began to introduce himself with a very confident manner. "My name is True Vo Cuc. I have the ancient holy body, the holy son of the ancient Holy Land. You guys in the Holy Land have already fallen. Following me won't tarnish your status." Contrary to his wishes, Tu Van just picked his nose to show his indifferent attitude. "Zhao Wuji? Never heard of it. Moreover, the ancient sacred body is nothing. Suppressing you with one hand is enough." His extravagant reaction surprised the onlookers once again. "Mom, why does this guy dare to tell True Vo Cuc that he doesn't want to live anymore?" "That's right, that's one of the 10 great supreme bodies. Isn't he afraid of being killed by Zhao Wuji? A person who shows contempt, I bet he can't live for 10 breaths." But Tu Van's response was a resounding laugh from True Vo Cuc. "Ha ha ha ha, very good. The more stubborn and impure you are, the more I like it. This clearly shows that your talent is very high, absolutely can become the #1 war general under my command." It was clear that True Vo Cuc's love for talent had completely overcome the discomfort caused by his recent rude attitude. But in Tu Van's mind, another thought arose. Isn't this guy mentally ill? True Vo Cuc put his hand on his shoulder and started to pull Tu Van. "Think carefully. The so-called enlightened person, chicken and dog ascending to heaven, in my opinion will not let you suffer." He was about to flatly refuse but at this moment, the notification sound from the system suddenly rang out. The content of the latest mission announcement includes defeating a genius with a special physique and will receive a reward of 3 times of enlightenment. Killing such a person will receive 10 times of enlightenment, and if one can capture for one person, the reward is up to 20 times enlightenment. Tu Van happily said, "The new mission has finally arrived." He was extremely pleased when the system appeared at the right time. There were only 84 enlightenments left in front of him. He was feeling sad. The mission had arrived. He felt refreshed. But before he could do anything, True Vo Cuc misunderstood the meaning and immediately waved goodbye. "So happy, definitely agree. So, next time if you encounter any danger at the foot of the dragon's nest, just report my name. Let's go." Before the words were finished, the big guy ran away, leaving only Tu Van standing alone in bewilderment. Wait. Suddenly losing the opportunity to gain more enlightenment points, he pouted fiercely and silently cursed. "This idiot, I swear, when you enter the dragon's nest, you will definitely make your bastard cry and want to be my follower." Tang Van Van poked his head out and asked, "Brother Chu, do you really want to follow that desolate ancient holy body?" Tu Van confidently smiled and replied, "Follow him? No way. You want to conquer him, make him your subordinate." Tu Van's words were beyond imagination, surprising Van Van to no end. This senior brother Chu really has strange thoughts. Putting this aside for now, she pointed in one direction and announced, "Senior brother, I will introduce to you the experts participating in the True Dragon Poll this trip." Being curious, Tu Van completely agreed. "Okay, you also want to expand your knowledge about the evil of the great holy places." Tang Van nodded and replied, "Yes." So she introduced the prominent characters to him one by one, starting with the young couple, one black and one white. The 2 men standing next to each other were Lu Nam, son of Heavenly Knife Sanctuary, and Deep Vo Tran of Tien Kim Holy Land. The 2 are distinguished as the Tien Sin Sword Body and the Tien Sin Sword Body. Then she pointed at the person wearing the royal robe floating above. The person in the air was the supreme body of the Holy King sect, the divine King Kwang Hao Nin. Then he turned to a muscular man with a taciturn expression. The one wearing a black gold battle robe was the supreme body of the Holy Land, the heavenly overlord, Vo Kwang. Considering that he was ignorant about intelligence, she emphasized that he was a mortal enemy of the ancient Holy Land of True Vo Cuc. Just as rumored, at this moment True Vo Cuc is facing directly with Vo Kwang. The two big guys took turns sneering at each other. This is also what I want to say, Vo Kwang, this is your last moment. Zhao Wuji, this trip to the True Dragon Nest, I will definitely kill you. The tense atmosphere between the two eternal rivals seemed to be thick with the murderous intent generated. Van continued to provide more information. In the end it was the original Holy Land, the Lai family's son was Tanda, a part of time and space. Unfortunately, he hasn't arrived yet, but Tu Van excitedly announced, no, he has arrived. The crowd was also in an uproar when they discovered that the saint's hand had appeared. Look quickly, the time-space body of the original Holy Land has arrived. It's Emperor Enlighten, so cool, he finally met the strongman's will. After being honored, many people cheered as if they had met a famous star. All eyes simultaneously turned to the place where the space gate was. A young man in a pure white outfit slowly walked out, the owner of the time-space body of the original Holy Land, Lai Tanda. The girls competed to scream to express their admiration for his worldly demeanor, wanting to marry Lai Tanda so much. What a beautiful dream, they already have Mo Tien Tuet as their partner. Of course it's okay, but people have to look right at her. Some couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time 4 supreme bodies appeared, truly rare to see in 10,000 years. True Vo Cuc, Vo Kwang, Kwang Hao Nin are also fine. Worried that Tu Van underestimated the enemy, Van spoke up to advise, Brother Chu, this Emperor Lai Tan is very powerful. If you encounter my brother in the dragon's nest, you must be very careful. But he just smiled and replied, don't worry. You will definitely win the world. Tu Van quietly observed the surrounding scene with an extremely excited attitude, along with confidence in herself. His eyes clearly revealed his expectations for the mysterious expedition. Van secretly looked at him. Her heart seemed to beat faster than usual. In her heart she thought, although she knew it was impossible, Brother Tu was so cool right now. Suddenly, the dragon god's illusory shadow appeared. From the beast's mouth, a brilliant golden vortex was formed in front of the crowd. Seeing that, everyone eagerly stared at it. Looks like the dragon's nest is about to open. Finally the hunt for the treasure is about to begin. A great chance to meet in 100 years. This time we absolutely cannot return empty-handed. Witnessing such a majestic scene, Tu Van became extremely looking forward to the trip. This majestic dragon is so scary. Even if a saint suffered a direct roar, he would collapse. It is worthy of being a place of great power. Chance. Not letting everyone wait too long, the inner space of the ancestors' true feelings gradually appeared at the center of the vortex, signaling that an important moment had arrived. An idea simultaneously appeared in everyone present. The true dragon's nest had finally opened. The desire to conquer of the attendees flared up extremely fiercely. Having waited for a long time, Lai Tanda immediately took the lead and flew straight into the secret realm. Tu Van secretly praised him, indeed very quickly. Without wasting any more time, the supreme beings rushed forward at the same time. Let's go. Tu Van was equally excited, so he urged the person next to him. Let's go, junior sister Tang, I'll take you to visit the dragon's nest. Van nodded and responded, okay. Just like that, the two brothers and others followed one another into the foot of Long Saw, creating a rolling wave of people. After setting foot in the secret realm, Van couldn't help but exclaim, wow, the inside of the dragon's nest is so big. Tu Van proactively pointed in one direction. That's right, let's go over there. The silhouettes of the two people quickly flew away. However, they did not know that they were being secretly watched by the second stage body trainer named Chu Feinge and his accomplices. Jai Nok Long reported, Senior Brother Chu, Tu Van's group went over there. Chu Feinge coldly ordered chase. The crowd complied yes. While they were chasing, Jai Nok Long commented, Senior Brother Chu, that Tu Van seems to have gotten stronger. Just now it seemed like he defeated Truong Van Phi. But Chu Feinge despised and did not take anyone's eyes. Truong Van Phi was nothing, he was not a person of the Holy Land. Even if he had a divine body, he could not exploit it. Jai Nok Long immediately developed his ability to flatter. That's right, Senior Brother Chu is a living being. Destroying Truong Van Phi is as easy as killing a dog. A moment later, he announced to the group, we've caught up, everyone prepare to go. Now that Tu Van and Tang Van Van were surrounded, with the advantage of numbers, Chu Feinge bluntly declared, "Chu Van, today the day of your death has come." Van Van began to worry, senior brother Chu, but Chu Van was not the least bit afraid but instead provoked. "Jai Nok Long, long time no see, why are you still here for a defeated general like you?" Anger flared up in Jai Nok Long's body. He pointed his finger at him and shouted, "Tu Van, I'm really not your opponent, but in the early Holy Land, our heroes appeared. There's someone who can kill you." Tu Van is even more curious. Who is that body of time and space? Call him out here. I will kill him immediately. The leader frowned and said, "Do we still need the pride of our princess to kill you? Chu Feinge is enough." Tu Van is not the average person, so he teased his name. "Even a fish dares to be rude in front of me. You come here, now I will cut you and cook fish soup to drink." The rudeness in his words made the people in front extremely angry. "Kid, you are really too arrogant, don't want to live anymore, and dare to talk to senior brother Chu like that." Chu Feinge growled. "Find a way to die." A henchman volunteered to go to the front line. "Killing chickens does not require a scalpel. Senior brother Chu, I don't need you to take action, let me kill him." The master immediately agreed, "Okay." The henchman pointed the tip of his sword and rushed straight towards Tu Van, his mouth arrogantly shouting, "Boy, I am ranked 8th in the list of physical training realms of the primitive Holy Land, but it is enough to sweep away the holy chaos. Your land!" Suddenly letting out a loud noise, his seemingly dangerous attack was simply blocked with just 2 fingers. Tu Van sneered at his opponent with eyes like an idiot. "Even the 4 Forbidden Fields want to kill me. Who gave you this confidence?" Without waiting for his opponent to change his move, Tu Van immediately gathered force into his other hand. He delivered a powerful blow right in the middle of his opponent's chest, leaving him helpless. He didn't stop there, he was also thrown back 10 meters, crashing into his accomplices who were looking on in bewilderment, dust rising everywhere. The whole group saw the miserable corpse in front of them, and were surprised and couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? One punch killed Old Bat? Jai Nok Long, is your information wrong? Jai Nok Long stammered and said, I also didn't expect it would turn out like that. Faced with the serious situation, Chu Feinge raised his hand and signaled, "Everyone, please retreat. This person is not someone you can fight against." He stepped forward and pointed directly at Tu Van's face, showing respect and being a disciple of the Holy Land. Before killing you, he would give you a chance to say your last words, but he did not show respect and waved his hand to provoke him, saying so many words. "What should I do? Come over here and accept death." Uncomfortable with the other person's hateful face, Chu Feinge immediately mobilized the spiritual energy surrounding his body. "If you are in such a hurry to find a way to die, then I will complete it for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped into the air. Chu Feinge unleashed a giant palm made from burning flames, killing countless lives. Seeing this, Tu Van immediately gathered his strength. He aimed straight at the enemy and responded with the move Q Chuan Fetch Fist. The power contained in the golden fist was so terrifying that it easily smashed Chu Feinge's fire palm, causing him to explode and fall backwards. Just like that, his whole body collided hard with the trunk of an ancient tree, accompanied by a few mouthfuls of blood pudding. The crowd of barbarians standing nearby widened their eyes in horror at Chu Feinge's miserable appearance. How could this be possible? Am I dizzy? A scary thought appeared in everyone's minds. Senior brother Chu's strength was not as strong as him. He was an immortal. One guy in the group panicked and withdrew his mind. Then there was trouble. Phuc Tudong next to him was equally worried. How could Tu Van be so strong? Having gained momentum, Tu Van smiled pitifully. Longevity is just like that. I'm in a hurry. You all go up and die together. Throwing away all shame, Chu Feinge was determined to eliminate the enemy at all costs. He vomited blood and roared. Everyone rushed forward and surrounded this guy. The crowd immediately used the human wave tactic to surround Tu Van from all directions. Everyone roared loudly to create an overwhelming atmosphere. Kill. Go up. Don't be afraid. He is alone. Tang Van was dissatisfied with their despicable methods. The people of the early Holy Land also relied on the crowd to bully the weak. It was really hateful. Phuc Tudong had a thick face and scolded him. Even though he was a mere body refiner, he even dared to seek death. Then Van threw her sword across the path but was easily dodged by her. Realizing the difference in level between the two sides, she silently shouted, "Bad luck, bad luck, these people are too strong." Before she could think of a solution, suddenly a sword flashed across Phuc Tudong's neck, causing her to die without even having time to say a word. Phuc Tudong's body no longer had anything to support it, so it collapsed right before Tang Van Van's eyes. Seeing someone important to him leave, Jai Nok Long lost his temper and shouted, but another, more wise person quickly stopped him. Don't worry about that woman, surround and kill Tu Van first. While facing the enemy on all sides, Tu Van still had enough room to provoke the surrounding enemies. A bunch of trash, come! Even though he was outnumbered, thanks to his ingenious bravery and quick movements, he easily wriggled out and even counterattacked. A careless guy was immediately kicked in the face. Taking advantage of the chaos in their formation, Tu Van continuously waved his fists and feet, killing them one by one. Looking at his comrades who were completely helpless and unable to do anything to him, Jai Nok Long burst into rage in his heart. Tu Van, go and bury him with junior sister Fook. He used all his strength to deploy the Thunder Dragon Bronze burial technique. Just like that, his whole body was enveloped in lightning and fire, rushing towards Tu Van. Just listen to him mock. Courage is commendable, but in the end you are still too weak. Tu Van immediately saw his flaw, then aimed at it, and launched a heart-wrenching blow, breaking the opponent's fierce attack. Seeing another teammate on the counting board, Chu Fine-gu was furious and shouted, Tu Van, you are so cruel. Ignoring the curses from him, Tu Van used his magical powers to fly straight to Chu Fine-gu, attacking him while arguing, cruel? In the past, the disciples of the Mixed Holy Land were all killed by your ancestors. Why don't you say it was cruel? Today, Tu Van, I must avenge them. He screamed in his face. Bang! Following the heavy sound, Chu Fine-gu's whole body sank deep into the earth. The ground and rocks shook violently as if suffering a terrible earthquake. Looking at the leader's eyes, which were white and no longer focused, Tu Van clenched his fists and shouted in challenge. Who else? The remaining gangsters were scared to death when they witnessed his gruesome massacre, and were speechless. The group exhausted all their strength and ran away, not daring to pick up their comrade's body. Let's go, senior brother Lai Tan will come and kill him sooner or later. But everything was within Tu Van's pre-planning. He sarcastically mocked their naivety while pulling out a handful of throwing knives. Go, have a nice dream. Immediately, dozens of throwing knives shot out of his hands and flew through the air. Thump thump, one by one they were hit through the abdomen, and had the misfortune to stay inside the dragon's nest. After clearing the map, a sound from the system rang out, congratulating him on defeating 6 special physical geniuses and achieving 60 times of enlightenment. Joy surged in Tu Van's heart, 60 times at a time, so refreshing. Van Van ran up and praised him endlessly. Brother Chu, brother, you are so great. Tu Van smiled and waved his hand and said, usually. So the two continued to move forward on a journey full of surprises waiting for them to discover. Let's go, let's start looking for treasures. After a while of marching, the two discovered the first result. Tang Van Van happily introduced the ancient tree with lots of fruit in front. Senior brother Chu, look quickly, the fruit will last forever. Tu Van also immediately realized, that's right, extremely difficult to meet. However, according to the master, there must be many treasures of this level in the dragon nest. She suggested, pick and then continue walking. After the assassination attempt, luck seemed to smile on the two of them. Moments later, a succession of genius treasures were collected by them, only to see Van Van frantically chasing after a ginseng plant. 10,000-year ginseng. Don't run. As for Tu Van, he knelt down and pulled out a herb, which turned out to be the ancient spirit herb 9 wisdom flower. Not stopping there, Van Van's eyes lit up and called him over. Senior brother Chu, quickly come over and see, is this the legendary 9-leaf Tian Lin Chi? Tu Van was surprised to see the treasure. It's really him. Appearing before the two people's eyes was a mushroom with a glowing spiral pattern on lush green leaves. After a while of careful observation, Tu Van made the judgment that, from the leaves, it would probably mature very quickly. Van Van commented, Brother Chu, you are already very strong. If you add in the refining of the 9-leaf heavenly spirit, it will definitely be even more powerful. He constantly praised her. Sister Tang is truly my blessing, being able to discover such a treasure. You go rest first, I'll keep it here until it grows up. Van Van immediately agreed, yes. An hour later, the quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by the sound of footsteps. Tu Van turned his head and glared. Someone was coming. It turned out to be Lu Nam's son, in a black suit with a large sword. He ignored him and laughed. Ha ha ha! My great opportunity has come, and it is the 9-leaf heavenly spirit. From now on, Deep Vo Tran will no longer be my opponent. Not only was he not grateful, he was also extremely rude and chased him away. Go away! Out of respect for you helping me guard the 9-leaf Heavenly Spirit branch, I won't kill you. But Qiu Van of course did not mind the father and son, so he pulled out his weapon and challenged him. Are you born with a sword body? Come here, see if your sword is more powerful, or if my sword is more powerful. The only response was Lu Nam Sun's even more arrogant expression. Relying on you, you dare to play with a knife in front of my natural sword body. I can't help but say, you are truly hopelessly stupid. But Qiu Van coldly announced, this 1,000-year-old profound iron sword weighs 100,000 pounds. The natural body of the knife, as the first undead soul to fall under my knife, cannot be considered as defaming this sword. Lu Nam Sun thinks that he is just trying to show off his prestige. Who can mobilize 100,000 pounds of combat power? Do you think I'm a fool? You think you can scare me away with just a few lies, don't you? He immediately put all his strength into the great sword in his hand. If you want to find a way to die, I will complete it for you. Many invisible blades blocked the space around Qiu Van, but Lu Nam's son completely did not realize that the dark spiritual energy surrounding the person in front of him was becoming more and more dense. Seeing that the other person was arrogant and still ignorant, Qiu Van's eyes calmly looked at him like he was looking at someone about to die. As expected of a natural-born knife, this knife had blocked all his escape routes. But unfortunately, you know nothing about strength. He suddenly raised his sword, and the accumulated dark power quickly formed a giant sword tens of meters high. Qiu Van immediately slashed down. The terrifying aura and terrifying pressure aimed at Lu Nam's son made it seem like he couldn't breathe. What? Although Lu Sun Nam raised his hand to block Qiu Van's knife blow, Qiu Van's knife blow was so strong that Lu Sun Nam could not block it, so he was not only sent flying into the sky but also thrown away. The sword in his hand moved away. Next to him, Tang Van slightly covered his mouth with his hand and smiled. His eyes looked admiringly at Qiu Van and said, Senior brother Qiu is so powerful. With one knife, he sent Lu Nam's son's natural sword body flying. Once you finish refining the 9-leaf Heavenly Spirit, you can kill the body of time and space. Some time later, Lu Sun Nam appeared. It seemed that he had suffered serious internal injuries. The ground was covered in blood, and streams of blood were still flowing from his mouth, causing him to have to reach out to wipe the blood off his mouth. He was having difficulty standing up, silently saying, Your knife really weighs 100,000 pounds. Who are you anyway? Opposite, Qiu Van raised the knife in front of him and smiled. We've started talking. Are you trying to take this opportunity to prolong the healing time? Although the wound can still kill you, I'm not that stupid. When you are injured, take your life in peace. Having said that, Qiu Van threw his knife towards Lu Sun Nam. The knife created countless knife energy. A move of 10,000 knives returning to the sea was created. Seeing that, Nam's son raised his hand to wipe all the blood from his mouth before saying, Damn, this guy is so cunning. He saw it again. However, do you think that the natural sword body only knows how to cut you and me? The demon sword Qiu appears. This was originally a surprise that I prepared for Deep Vo Tran's natural sword body. It's beneficial for you. Having said that, he raised his sword upwards. Countless flames appeared from his sword. After that, Nam's son slashed his knife hard at Qiu Van, the four sides hitting 1,000 pounds. A stream of red light emitted from him, starting to confront his 10,000 turtle sea knives. Looking at this scene, Qiu Van frowned slightly and said, Born with a knife body, he really has the ability. But it seemed that Nam's son's knife was very difficult to stop Qiu Van's knife, so Nam's son decided to use another technique, the fusion of human and sword. Dying under one of my strongest blades, this was originally something for Deep Vo Tran. Having said that, he jumped up and launched a move towards Qiu Van. At the same time the blade also shot out. Seeing this move, Qiu Van thoughtfully said, Truly one cannot underestimate the heroes of the world. To show respect, it seems I must use the strongest technique to kill you. Finished, Qiu Van held the knife up and smiled triumphantly. Behind him appeared golden lights like the tails of a 9-tailed fox. The powerful aura made his clothes fly up, and he prepared to strike a powerful blow towards Nam's son. Seeing the sword rushing towards him, Nam's son panicked and said, This is the initial form of the Chaos body. Are you a person of the Chaos Holy Land? At this moment, a bell is forming around him, which is his Kim Chung swap technique. Seeing that the bell was protecting Qiu Van, Nam's son struck a knife at the other bell and shouted, Break for me. The bell is gradually being broken by Nam's son's moves. Some time later, after countless blows from Nam's son, the bell protecting Qiu Van shattered, creating a huge explosion. Seeing that, Nam's son smiled, his face still covered in sweat, and finally understood. But before he could take away that triumphant smile, he saw something that made him panic and fear. What is this again? Before Lu Nam's son could react, a stream of blade energy rushed towards him, causing him to be thrown far away. The wounds on his body bled like streams of blood. Where the blade touched, rocks and soil were thrown in all directions. Moments later, Lu Nam's son appeared with the knife firmly planted in the ground, while he was trying to pull the knife up. Tuvan seemed to have just slashed another knife towards Nam's son. Looking at the scene of Nam's son having difficulty drawing his knife to block that knife gas, Tuvan thought to himself, what a spectacular knife, much stronger than Truong Van Phi and Chu Feinge. As for the blade energy that Tuvan had just released, it flew to Lu Nam's son. Fortunately, when the sword gas was close to him, Lu Nam's son was able to pull out the knife in time to block the attack. However, it seemed that due to pre-existing injuries, Nam's son was unable to block this blade. He was blown away by the blade and flew far into the forest. His body was thrown hard into a very large tree trunk, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. His body slid to the ground. A moment later he sat down firmly. His head bowed slightly and said in fear, "Spare my life. I will help you deal with Emperor Enlighten. Enlighten is extremely strong, even one of his moves cannot block him." Hearing that, he said, "Then keeping you is useless." It seems that Tuvan is thinking at this moment that a person that he himself cannot fight against, Enlighten cannot fight against. Having said that, he swung a knife towards Nam's son. Seeing this, Nam's son panicked and feared, "You're crazy man, my grandfather will not." Tang Van Van behind Tuvan saw him raising his hand to slash the knife. She quickly stopped. "Senior brother Chu, don't do it." But not as she expected, the blade slashed towards Nam's son. On the other side, Nam's son didn't have time to finish his sentence. The knife weapon had already cut into his body. The huge tree behind him was also cut horizontally. Van Van did not have time to stop Tuvan. Seeing that Tuvan didn't seem to care but was coming closer to look at Nam's son's body, Tang Van Van said a little sadly, "Senior brother Chu, I'm afraid you're about to get into big trouble." Even though he heard that, he still looked intently at the body before asking, "Will there be any trouble?" As soon as he finished asking, a system board appeared. "Congratulations on killing a genius with a special physical condition. The reward is 10 times enlightenment." Next to him, seeing that Tuvan didn't know anything about Nam's son's background, Van Van slowly explained that Lu Nam's son's grandfather was the sacred body of the heavenly sword Lu Tiandu, who was about to become a saint. Once he becomes a saint, he will be the new saint of the heavenly sword Holy Land. Hearing these explanations, Tuvan stood up, looked at Nam's son and said, "You have really heard your master talk about this person. You dug a hole to bury him first, hoping that there was no treasure on his body that could convey the news that he had died." Some time later, Tuvan and Tang Van Van finished burying Nam's son. They went together to the Ganoderma tree and saw it had grown and was glowing. He said to Van Van, "Thank you, Sister Tang, the 9-leaf Lingji has finally grown up." Hearing that, Tang Van Van quickly said, "Senior brother Chu, pick it up quickly. The master said if you don't have time to pick it, it will disappear. Now I will help you protect the Dharma." Hearing that, Tuvan happily said, "Okay, thank you, sister." After picking the Ganoderma tree, he picked up a branch of the Ganoderma tree and started eating it. As soon as he took a bite, he seemed to feel countless spiritual energy pouring into his body. Moments later, Tu had eaten all of this 9-leaf Lingji tree. The aura around him was filled with aura. He silently said, "Truly a treasure." Having finished speaking, Tu Van began to refine the aura of the 9-leaf Lingji, under the protection of Tang Van Van. Time passed so quickly, it was already night, but Tu Van Van was refining this 9-leaf Lingji tree. One could see how much spiritual energy was in this 9-leaf Lingji tree. But it seems that the spiritual energy outside is still gathering to Tu Van Van. A moment later, Tu Van was surrounded by blue spiritual energy, which carried him up into the sky. Looking at Tu Van now, it is completely different from before, making people feel that Tu Van now and Tu Van before are two different people. He was transformed from the inside out. After refining all the 9-leaf Lingji trees, Tu Van regained his aura. He smiled and said, "Finally finished refining." The combat power also broke through to 900,000 kilograms. So great. Seeing that Tu Van had finished refining, Tang Van Van approached him and asked, "Senior brother Chu, how do you feel now?" Tu Van put his hands on his hips, smiled and said to Van Van, "Thank you, junior sister, I have never felt as good as I do now." Then Tu Van turned around and looked towards the center and said, "Let's go, let's continue to the center of the dragon's nest." Hearing that, Van Van said, "Okay." Having said that, the two of them walked together into the center of the dragon's nest. Time passed so quickly. Somewhere in the center of the true dragon nest, it was daytime. There were 3 monks sitting around a spirit fruit tree, on which there was a glowing fruit. Outside there were also countless monks surrounding them, quietly looking at this spirit fruit tree. It seems they are waiting for this spirit fruit to mature so they can compete for it. The 3 people around the spiritual fruit tree waited and borrowed the spiritual energy that the spiritual fruit tree was emitting to practice. Looking at this spiritual fruit tree, the monks in the outer circle discussed together. "Oh my God, that's the legendary Bodhi tree." The guy in the purple shirt began to explain. Legend says that the Bodhi fruit only matures after 1,000 years, and can make people enter a state of enlightenment. A red-shirt monk standing behind the purple-shirt monk continued, "That's right, one of the 10 great gems in this world. If you have it, breaking through the realm is as easy as playing." Hearing that, the blue-shirt man said with some regret, "It's a pity that there are 3 great demons guarding it." At this time, Chu Van and Tang Van Van were also among the monks outside the perimeter. They were discussing the Bodhi tree. Tang Van Van pointed at the Bodhi tree and said, "Brother Chu, look quickly, it is the Bodhi fruit that can make people enlightened and break through the realm." But Chu Van didn't care and said, "Isn't it just enlightenment and breaking through the realm? What's the matter?" Speaking of this, as if thinking of something, he stopped his sentence and thought, "Wait, that's not right, this thing is useless to me. But if the master has it, he can break through the heavenly realm, plus 1,000 years of longevity." Thinking about it, Tu Van's sharp eyes looked towards the Bodhi tree. Seeing that Tu Van seemed to want to compete for the Bodhi fruit, Van Van said, "Brother Chu, be careful, that Bodhi fruit is not yet ripe, you must let the flowers on the tree fall to fully ripen." Hearing Van Van's advice, Chu Van turned to look at her, smiled and said, "Don't worry, before the Bodhi fruit is ripe, you won't be able to take action easily." Having said that, Tu Van walked towards the center, where 3 monks were surrounding the Bodhi tree. Seeing him enter the center circle, the monks outside the circle began to discuss. "Who is that guy? Do you not want to live anymore? Could it be that he wants to steal things from the 3 great demons?" A monk heard that and then spoke up to explain. "I know him, he is Tu Van of the Holy Land, who previously defeated Truong Van Phi." Hearing this explanation, another monk said, "Defeating Truong Van Phi makes you think you are invincible. Is your brain broken?" Inside the siege, seeing someone daring to step forward, the 3 monks who were cultivating near the Bodhi tree opened their eyes wide, looking sharply at the person boldly stepping forward. The owners of those 3 eyes are Quang Hao Nin, Lai Tanda and Chu Van. If looks could kill, I don't know how many times Tu Van would have died right now. Despite the sharp eyes looking at him, Chu Van still leisurely walked forward, not forgetting to wave his hand and fire his weapon at those who were speaking. Moments later, those hidden weapons flew straight towards those who were discussing him, causing them to be hit by hidden arrows, some falling backwards, others falling face down on the ground. His eyes glanced slightly back, his face darkened and he said, "You can eat rice indiscriminately. Words cannot be said indiscriminately, otherwise that person will die." It seemed that his hidden weapons were just to threaten those monks. True Vo Siusi, one of the 3 monks sitting near the Bodhi tree, laughed loudly. "Ha ha, Tu Van, I didn't expect you to come. Didn't you encounter any danger on the way here?" Tu Van looked at him, his face sweating, thinking to himself, "This mentally ill guy waits to finish cleaning up Lai Tanda and then deal with you." Quang Hao Nin, still sitting, looked up at Tu Van and said, "Stop, this place is not accessible to just any kind of person. Get away quickly, you are not qualified to compete with me for the Bodhi fruit." Hearing that, Tu Van glanced at him slightly and said, "Who are you, daring to bark in front of me?" Hearing Tu Van's words, Lai Tanda angrily stood up and shouted, "Insolence!" Quang Hao Nin was also angry, clenched his hands, but he said nothing, just looked at Tu Van with a murderous look. As for True Vo Siusi, he acted as if everything had nothing to do with him, still sitting in contemplation, not knowing what he was thinking right now. A moment later, True Vo Siusi stood up, crossed his arms, smiled and said to the 2 people in front of him, "You are the arrogant one. This is my retainer, the number 1 general under my command. I called him here, are you not convinced?" Hearing that, Quang Hao Nin turned his head slightly to look at Vo Chi and coldly snorted. As for Lai Tanda, he was looking at Tu Van, without a single wound, and said, "Your luck is not bad, and you can avoid meeting Chu Feinge and the others." Tu Van somewhat disdainfully replied, "My luck is always good. Right now this Bodhi fruit is not yet ripe, it is probably waiting for me." Having said that, Tu Van bowed his head slightly curled his mouth and thought, if he didn't know the news that Chu Feingu was killed, then it would be better not to tell him. Letting him surprise his enemies is only beneficial to him. Tu Van's words made True Vo Cuc so angry that he laughed loudly. He said, Bodhi is waiting for you, ha ha, worthy of being my number one warrior, domineering. It seems I have seen the future where you will follow me to sweep the world. Hearing these narcissistic words of Vo Cuc, Tu Van's face was filled with helplessness, sweat was pouring down his forehead, thinking to himself, this crazy guy is beyond help. Next to him, Lai Tanda on the outside pursed his lips and snorted, but in his heart he thought, if Van Duong Hui hadn't already established that he was only a mortal, he would have really almost been scared by him. Some time later, the Bodhi flower gradually bloomed and then began to fall, accompanied by lightning spreading out. As if hearing a noise, the three of them, True Vo Cuc, Quang Hao Nin and Lai Tanda, looked towards the Bodhi tree together. They all thought to themselves, the last flower has fallen, the Bodhi fruit is ripe. As for Tu Van, his eyes became sharp and he began to make plans in his mind. Emperor Lai Tan is the biggest threat. If I were True Vo Cuc and Quang Hao Nin, I would definitely join forces to deal with him first. My chance has come. Without waiting for Tu Van to finish thinking, Lai Tanda rushed towards the Bodhi tree. At this moment, he was reaching out as if he wanted to pick a Bodhi fruit. Behind him, Vo Chui angrily held the knife with both hands, preparing to slash towards Tanda, shouting, Stop! And Hao Nin was also rushing towards him. At the same time he did not forget to shout, Insolent! It seemed that because the two of them rushed too fast, not only could they not touch Lai Tanda's body, but they also caused themselves to fall to the ground. Lai Tanda was nowhere to be seen at this time. He must have run to the Bodhi tree. That's right, Lai Tanda came close to the Bodhi tree. At this time, he was happily jumping high, and reaching out to the ripe Bodhi fruit, smiling and saying, Bodhi is indeed mine. At this moment, time around the Saint Emperor seemed to be frozen. An arrow was flying towards his hand. Below, True Vo Cuc and Quang Hao Nin stood up, holding weapons and slashing at Emperor Lai Tan. Surely the trick that causes the time around Lai Tanda to slow down is the result of these two people. Seeing this scene, Tu Van's eyes formed an O shape and his mouth formed an A shape, thinking, what? He can make time slow down. On the other side, the arrow had passed through Lai Tanda's arm, injuring him, but it was still rushing towards his hand. Seeing this, Tanda was surprised and asked, Huh? Lai Tanda used his other hand to hit the arrow down, then hugged his injured arm and thought, the power is so great, after a period of deceleration it is still so strong. Thinking about it, he started to land on the ground. Perhaps at this time he felt very lucky that the surroundings had time to decelerate. If not, with the power of this arrow, he would probably be just a mass of corpses right now. Behind, Vo Cuc and Hao Nin started their next move. Hao Nin's move is the Divine King's Sutra Tian Chuang, and Vo Cuc is the Fierce Ancient Beheading. Lai Tanda was still holding his hand and looking at the Bodhi tree. A moment later, Lai Tanda reacted and began to use his strength to counter the attacks of the two of them. That is the move of the sea above giving birth to bright moon. Behind Lai Tanda's body appeared a huge circle. Explosive energy shot out in all directions, making it very difficult for the two people Vo Cuc and Hao Nin to resist. But before the two of them could stand, a force pulled them, causing them to collide with each other, creating a rumbling sound. Then, according to the force of inertia, Vo Chi and Hao Nin were pushed away in opposite directions. They slid along the ground, creating a trail of fire that followed their feet. After a while, Vo Chi and Hao Nin were able to steady their bodies, gritting their teeth together, their sharp eyes thinking, Lai Tanda is indeed very strong. In the outer circle, the monks looked at Emperor Lai Tan flying in the sky. There was a circle behind him. They admired and discussed. This is a strange phenomenon of the sea giving birth to the bright moon. Another monk replied, this is an extremely powerful phenomenon. Another monk admired. One person repelled the combined attack of two great demons, too strong. At the same time the monks were discussing Lai Tanda, True Vo Cuc rushed with lightning speed towards Lai Tanda with his fist of war divine power. Quang Hao Nin was also using his martial arts to prepare a strong blow to hit Emperor Lai Tan. At this time, a large green monster gradually appeared behind him, slightly reaching out as if to grab Emperor Lai Tan. Seeing this, Lai Tanda, who was at high altitude, also began to gather spiritual energy to form the move Min Noyet slash to counter the attack of the two people Vo Cuc and Hao Nin. The magic of the three people collided with each other, the blade energy flew everywhere, and the monks in the outer circle could not see the images of the three people. Seeing this scene, Tu Van outside the battle smiled and thought, the opportunity has come. Thinking about it, Chu Van picked up his knife and slashed towards Lai Tanda, whose back was turned. It seems that Chu Van is trying to secretly attack Emperor Tan. But Chu Van didn't get what he wanted. Tanda's back seemed to grow an extra eye. He snorted, then stretched out one hand and struck a palm at him. At the same time, a large hand appeared and hit him. Seeing that Emperor Lai Tan only hit him with one palm, Chu Van smiled. His eyes were sharp, and thought to himself, "Dare to look down on me? Ha ha, this is what you found yourself." Thinking about it, Chu Van slashed the knife towards the approaching big hand, causing the other hand to be cut into pieces, sending pieces flying in all directions. Hearing the noise, Lai Tanda slightly turned his head to look back, looking at the scene before him. His eyes opened wide, his teeth clenched. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He thought to himself, Without letting Emperor Lai Tan react, a magic spell was thrown at him, which was the condensation of space, and at the same time a blade of gas slashed at him. That blade slashed Tanda's back, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. That blade not only injured Lai Tanda but also sent him flying away. Below, the owner of that blade is Chu Van, holding the knife and looking at Emperor Lai Tan. Opposite him were two people, Tru Vo Cuc and Kwang Hao Nin, witnessing the scene of Chu Van beating Lai Tanda. One was scared and widened his eyes and did not dare to say anything, the other widened his eyes and opened his mouth. That's right now they are very surprised and scared. The person needed the two of them to join forces to fight without being injured, but Chu Van was alone and injured him. So how strong is Chu Van? As for the outside circle, the monks who were watching the excitement were also panicking and discussing. Oh my god, Emperor Lai Tan was slashed and vomited blood by that guy. The guy with short hair and pink shirt said, "Are the disciples of the mixed Holy Land that powerful?" The long-haired blue-robed monk also panicked and said, "Unbelievable." As for Lai Tanda, after being sent flying a long distance, he wiped his mouth with his hand, a little scared, and thought to himself, how is this possible? In the end, what level of ban has he reached? Didn't Elder Van Duong Hui say that he was just a mortal? After thinking about it, he opened his eyes angrily, thinking, "Big idiot Van Duong Hui, have you ever seen a mortal body with a combat power of 1,000 pounds in the physical realm?" As for Chu Van at this time, seeing that Lai Tanda was injured, he said, "The body of time and space, it seems that it is just that, Bodhi is indeed mine." Having said that, Chu Van reached out and wanted to pick the Bodhi fruit. A moment later, Chu Van picked the Bodhi fruit, held the Bodhi fruit in his hand, smiled and said, "Indeed, it is a good treasure." Seeing that Chu Van had picked Bodhi fruit, Lai Tanda ignored the blood on his mouth and opened his eyes wide in surprise, while Kwang Hao Nin still seemed unable to react, his face still showing an expression of not understanding what had happened. As for Tru Vo Cuc, he was still calm as if nothing had happened. Maybe right now he was thinking, even though Chu Van picked the Bodhi fruit, Chu Van would probably give it to him, because Chu Van is an old man. That's his disciple. As for the monks who were watching not far away, they saw Chu Van picking Bodhi fruit, but the three Vo Cu people did not react. They put their heads together and chatted. The storks and storks fought, and the fishermen benefited. Unexpectedly, the three great demons fought over each other, and were taken advantage of by Chu Van. Another monk pointed to his hand and said, "I feel like he can't keep Bodhi fruit." The blue-robed monk raised his hand and replied, "I also think so." Moments later, Kwang Hao Nin reacted. He began to threaten, "Kid, don't think that sneaking up on Lai Tanda is the winner. If you hand over Bodhi fruit, I can spare your life." As for Tru Vo Cuc, he laughed loudly and said, "Chu Van, I like you more and more." Having said that, he began to seduce. "Give me the Bodhi fruit. When I become a great emperor, you will patrol 10,000 worlds for me. Below one person, above 10,000 people. How about that?" Hearing what Vo Chui said, Lai Tanda raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, thinking to himself, "This idiot. I don't know how scary Chu Van is." "That's good, let them fight. It's best to lose both and get hurt." Having finished speaking, he smiled slightly as if he had everything in hand. After Chu Van finished listening to their provocative words, he shook his hand and said, "Come over here, kneel down and submit to me. Today I will spare your lives." Chu Van's provocative words made Hao Nin so angry that he turned black. He shouted loudly, "You don't know whether to live or die. Today I will show you that the holy land of chaos has long been in decline." Having said that, a huge palm hit Chu Van. Seeing a large golden hand hitting him, Chu Van used all his strength and threw countless fists at that hand. The fists collided with the giant hands in different positions, creating huge explosions. debris began to be thrown into the distance. Some time later, that golden table was destroyed by countless hands of Tu Van. Not only that, his fists were also gradually hitting Kwang Hao Nin. At this time, Hao Nin could only put his hands in front of his face to shield the broken pieces of his big hand. The power of the explosion caused Kwang Hao Nin to be knocked back. Looking at the remaining light from the after effects of the explosion, Hao Nin thought a little scared. How could this be possible? The enthusiastic monks outside saw the two people fighting, and they discussed again. Oh my God, one punch sent Kwang Hao Nin flying. The hairless monk was suspicious. Tu Van was not lucky. The purple-robed monk with his hair in a bun said, he is also a demon. Regardless of the discussion, Tu Van still raised his fist and said, take another punch from me. Having said that, his punch hit Hao Nin again. On the other side, Hao Nin raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and said, you are too arrogant. Today I will tell you the absolute distance between the mortal body and the divine body. After saying that, he shouted loudly, gods will destroy the world. As soon as the voice ended, behind him appeared countless people with yellow bodies as if they were bronze and iron skin, floating in the air. Seeing that Hao Nin had created a strange vision, Tu Van crossed his arms and raised his head slightly and said, compared to the strange vision, do you think I don't have a strange vision? Having said that, Tu Van began to show his strange vision, a chaotic appearance. As soon as the voice ended, a blooming lotus pond appeared at his feet. Not far away, the monks in the outer circle were also discussing the war. A hairless monk asked the person next to him, what is that? The black-robed monk not far away explained, it's an image, and he can cast a composite shape. The blue-robed monk led everyone and said, how old is he? I remember that the first holy son of the Chaos Holy Land, Emperor Tien, also spent 200 years. Seeing this scene, Lai Tanda's eyes widened and he began to scold, bastard Van Duong Hui, what mortal, what a useless thing. As for True Vo Cuc, he shouted angrily, somewhat unwillingly, it seems that making Tu Van surrender is already impossible. As for the war between Tu Van and Kwang Hao Nin is still going on. Two streams of strange phenomena, one blue and one red, collided with each other, creating rumbling sounds. Some time later, the confrontation between the two was divided into a winner or a loser. The strange circle that Kwang Hao Nin created could not hold up against the attack of the strange circle that Tu Van created. He was once again thrown far away and was once again sprayed with blood. Fragments of the strange phenomenon were also thrown out a lot. In the distance, one could also see the explosion from the collision of two strange streams, making the entire sky red. A moment later, Kwang Hao Nin was affected by the impact and was lying on the ground coughing, his eyes looking sharply forward. Without giving Kwang Hao Nin time to recover, Tu Van quickly rushed towards him with a fist full of internal force. As he rushed forward, he thought to himself, take this opportunity to kill him first, destroying the grass completely. But unlike his wishes, True Vo Cuc quickly rushed into the fight. He was now standing in front of Kwang Hao Nin, creating a barrier to protect the two of them, and at the same time block the attack from him. Seeing that, Tu Van thought to himself, he originally wanted to kill Kwang Hao Nin and then deal with this guy. But unexpectedly he couldn't wait and chose death. That's fine, kill him first. Thinking about it, Tu Van acted stronger and rushed towards infinity. Seeing this, Vo Chui put both hands in front of his face and said, the first form of chaos is difficult to find in the world of cultivation, worthy of my action. Hearing this sentence, Tu Van replied, okay, come here. Having said that, the two of them rushed into battle together. True Vo Cuc stepped on the ground so hard that the ground around his feet began to crack. At the same time, behind him, a blue giant wearing pink armor also appeared. Just like its main body, it was spreading its legs, slightly bending one leg, and its fist was outstretched. Finished, Vo Cuc laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, finally I can have a good fight. Saying that, he threw a divine fist at Tu Van. A purple fist hit Tu Van. Seeing that, Tu Van also punched back, the 9 Chuan Fach fist. At the same time, a yellow fist punched straight towards infinity, countering his fist. The two fists touched each other, one purple and one yellow, colliding, creating a rumbling sound. A moment later, the two separated. True Vo Cuc had some difficulty standing on the ground and said, hee, it's really refreshing. Then he continued to say to Tu Van, continue. Kwang Hao Nin thought to himself, ran ahead and said, staying here there are no delicious fruits to eat. Tu Van glanced at True Vo Cuc and said, if Kwang Hao Nin has already run away, then he will subdue you first, and then talk. Zhao Wuji, don't you want to see the chaos body? Then I will let you have your way. Having said that, Tu Van punched Tru Vo Chui again. That fist was close to the giant that infinity had created in front of him. Seeing this, Tru Vo Cuc shouted loudly, "Break it for me." Then he punched the incoming fist. But it seemed that Tu Van's strength was much stronger than his. His fist passed through the giant in front of him, creating a large hole, dividing him into two halves. Then that fist rushed in front of Tru Vo Cuc. The golden light emitted from the fist blinded everyone. Seeing this, Tru Vo Cuc opened his mouth wide in fear. Perhaps now he no longer had the strength to resist. Like Emperor Enlighten, Tru Vo Cuc was sent flying back. At the same time, blood spurted from his mouth. At this moment, a person quickly rushed forward. He is Emperor Enlighten. Right now he is holding a sword to sneak attack behind Tu Van. In front, Tu Van, who should have been focusing on the fight with Tru Vo Cuc, now smiled slightly. Tu Van's eyes were sharp. He glanced back slightly, thinking, "Do you want to sneak attack me? Ha ha, I was already on guard against you." Thinking about it, Tu Van threw countless formations at Lai Tanda, chaotic air formations, radiating dragon formations, making the space around him seem to stop. At the same time, the surrounding space formed twisted circles as if wanting to kill Lai Tanda. Seeing this, Lai Tanda screamed in fear, thinking in his heart that it was a space condensation formation. On the other side, Tu Van saw that Lai Tanda was hooked. He threw countless knives at Lai Tanda and said, "Waiting for you to get hooked." Seeing the blades rushing towards him, Lai Tanda created a yellow barrier in front of him to stop them. Some blades are blocked by this barrier, causing the blades to fly back. On the other side, Tu Van used another magic spell, magical powers. He rushed quickly to Lai Tanda. Just a moment later, Tu Van approached Lai Tanda. He raised his hand and punched a 9-turn punch towards Tanda, causing him to fall backwards. At the same time, he once again vomited a lot of blood. He was pushed back by this punch. This punch caused him so much pain that he could only groan. A moment later, Lai Tanda grimaced and asked Tu Van, When did you arrange the formation?" Hearing this question, Tu Van's mind recalled the scene of the three people Lai Tanda, Quang Hao Nin, and Tru Vo Cuc fighting and said, "When you were fighting with Quang Hao Nin and Tru Vo Cuc, I arranged battle." Having said that, his mind flashed back to the scene of him carrying out more flags in his hands, preparing to arrange the formation. Finished, Tu Van raised his fist and punched Lai Tanda. At the same time, his voice rang out. "Unfortunately, you didn't take me seriously at that time." Seeing that Tu Van was about to approach him, Lai Tanda stepped back slightly and said, "It seems that you have already aimed at me. I was injured unjustly." Tu Van still rushed forward and said, "Van Duong Hui said you are so powerful, of course I have to take it more seriously. Therefore, when you were just fighting, I had already arranged the formation." Having said that, the scene of Lai Tanda and Tru Vo Cuc confronting each other appeared in his mind, while he was on the ground starting to arrange the flags to form the initial formation. Little by little the formation flag was arranged. At that time Tu Van still took the time to choose the formation that he needed to arrange. It's very difficult to arrange the 8-monster blockade formation, but you should also use the Chaos Air formation and Dragon blockade formation. Hearing Tu Van's words, Lai Tanda's face turned black and said, "Oh, you idiot Van Duong Hui, if you don't find out the enemy's situation then stop it, you'll expose me again." Outside the war, the monks far away were still discussing the war. A green-shirt monk said, "Tu Van still knows the formation." A ponytail-tied monk began listing Tu Van's skills. So many skills, his chaotic initial form, his formation, his enlightenment, just how strong is he? The short-haired monk continued, "Through the story of the dragon's nest, the name Tu Van will definitely echo throughout the cultivation world." Lai Tanda had been thinking about how to break the formation all this time. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Got it." Having said that, he turned around to look at Tru Vo Cuc who was standing not far away and said, "Tru Vo Cuc, quickly break the formation, otherwise I will die, and you will not live in peace." Lai Tanda's words were like a lightning strike through the sea of consciousness of infinity. He understood all the reasons. His eyes were sharp, thinking to himself, it seemed that Tu Van's fearsomeness far exceeded that of Emperor Enlighten. If he was like that, he would absolutely not follow him. Instead, he would kill him with Emperor Enlighten. After thinking about all the pros and cons, Tru Vo Cuc began to gather spiritual energy to cast spells to attack the formation surrounding Emperor Enlighten. Seeing that Vo Cu was fighting the formation, Tu Van slightly curled his mouth and said, "Tru Vo Cu, this is you looking for death. The inside of the formation is solid and unbreakable, but the outside is much weaker." Regardless of what Tu Van thought, True Vo's CUC continued to punch towards that formation, shouting, "Break for me." Sometime later, True Vo's CUC's efforts paid off and the formation was broken. Lai Tanda escaped from the formation. He rushed towards Tu Van while laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, without the formation I see how you can break my speed." At this time, Tu Van was a little scared and clenched his hands. A sharp look emitted from Tu Van, like a needle in a frying pan. Standing in the golden belt surrounding himself, Tu Van said to Lai Tanda, who was flying, Unfortunately you don't have speed, you don't have enough energy." Despite Tu Van's contemptuous words, Lai Tanda still gathered his internal strength to strike the Tai Chi divine palm into Kim Chung Chao. Later, True Vo's CUC also participated in the destruction of the broken needle. "Lai Tanda, I'm here to help you." The two of them continued to diligently use punches to break the Kim Chung True, but the other Kim Chung Tam remained intact, unharmed. Outside, those monks were still discussing, but Tu Van was able to fight one against the other. The monk behind him exclaimed, "It was truly amazing." The monk tied his hair in a bun and said, "It's hard to imagine. As for me, I want to say, in the secret world, I don't look for opportunities but stay there to listen to stories. There are indeed many stories, in every era." On the side of the battle, a dragon's head circled behind Tu Van's back and was screaming loudly, while Tu Van was resting his hands on his hips, somewhat contemptuously saying to the two people outside, "If I don't have the formation, I won't do anything. How are you? Today I will let you see what strength is called." Having said that, Tu Van began to demonstrate his techniques. A blue dragon head behind Tu Van began to roar loudly and radiate the pressure of dragon power, causing Lai Tanda and True Vo's CUC to begin to tilt. They began to mobilize their internal strength to fight this scream, but it seemed that Tu Van's negative attack was more advanced. In just a moment, True Vo's CUC and Lai Tanda couldn't stand it. They staggered, vomited blood, and then had difficulty thinking that this was a negative attack. Then, as if he had gathered all his determination, True Vo's CUC clenched his fist and shouted loudly at Lai Tanda, who was still resisting the negative attack. "Lai Tanda, take the risk with him." The giant behind him was showing the same determination as the master who created him. Hearing that, Emperor Lai Tan also tried to steady his body. He raised his hand horizontally and said, "Okay, space is the wall, time is the honor, watch me destroy time and space with one palm." As soon as his words ended, around him, space and time began to distort. The two people, Vo Cuc and Tanda, began to hit Tu Van with their strongest punches. On the other side of the battle, Tu Van was still indifferently looking at Vo Chi's giant fist and Tanda's giant hand attacking him. A moment later Tu Van pursed his lips and said, "Okay, then decide the winner." As soon as the words ended, the golden dragon behind him began to show off its yin gong and dragon power, while Tu Van also threw a 9-turn beating punch towards the two of them. Tu Van's 9 punches hit infinity. His one punch could not stop Tu Van's punch. The punch sent him flying far away. He vomited blood again, not knowing that next time he would have blood to vomit out anymore. As for the golden dragon's negative attack, it hit Lai Tanda. His one palm could not stop the negative attack. At this time, he was covering his ears with his hands and thinking to himself, the negative attack is really weird. Strange, can cause mental disturbances. As if realizing something, although his hands were still covering his ears, Lai Tanda still opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought, this is not good. That's right, at this moment, taking advantage of Lai Tanda's hands being free, Tu Van quickly rushed towards him, punched him with a strong punch, causing him to fall backwards. He once again vomited blood. A moment later, Tu Van floated among the golden lights, indifferently looking at the injured Lai Tanda and True Vo Cuc, who were falling to the ground. On the outskirts of the battle, the chatty monks were looking at the scene in front of them with eyes and mouths. Everyone was silent, as if they couldn't believe why two great demons joined forces. Unable to defeat a nameless pawn, but had to escape together. That's right, no matter what those monks think, Tanda and Vo Cuc are running away together. They are using everything they can to run away from the pervert Tu Van. But it seems that Lai Tanda's techniques are better. He is running faster than True Vo Cuc, ignoring someone's screams, and running away. Looking at the two people running away in front of him, Tu Van thought to himself, Lai Tanda's speed was too fast. Maybe he was chasing True Vo Cuc. Remembering this, his face was covered with sweat. He felt a little embarrassed and thought, oh, isn't this what I said before? Thinking about it, he lowered his head, ignoring the blood flowing from his mouth, and said, dreaming, there is only the battle to the death of the ancient holy body, there is no surrender of the ancient holy land. If you want to kill, just kill. Tu Van raised his hand to touch his chin and smiled and said, I respect you as a good man. Let's do this. Let's make a gentleman's agreement. The two of us, who is strong and who is the master? Waiting for the day you can defeat me. I will worship you as my master, okay? Zhao Wuji's face sank. He thought for a moment, then gently said this. Speaking of this, he secretly thought, his chaos body is just a preliminary form. He wants to refine it into a complete chaos body. It's difficult, but my ancient holy body. After waiting for a long time, True Vo Cuc didn't say anything. Tu Van crossed his arms, glanced slightly at Vo Cuc, smiled and said, It seems you think that in the future you won't be as good as me. It's really disappointing. Hearing that, True Vo Cuc ended his thoughts, stood up, clenched one hand, the other on his hip, and said a little angrily, Who said I would lose to you in the future? Estimates are estimates. Who is afraid of whom? On the other side, Tu Van heard this sentence. He smiled contemptuously and said, Refreshing. So you and I distinguish cubism from the chaotic Dai Dao and the ancient Dai Dao, dare we? As soon as Tu Van's words ended, True Vo Chui pointed a finger at him and said, If you don't dare, come right away. After the two had finished discussing, Tu Van and Vo Cuc together raised 3 fingers of their left hand to swear under heaven. Tu Van said, I swear by the great Tao of Chaos to make a gentleman's agreement with True Vo Cuc. And Vo Chui said, I swear by the ancient path of chaos to make a gentleman's agreement with Tu Van. A moment later, the two of them had sworn. True Vo Cuc lowered his voice and said to Tu Van, I, True Vo Cuc, 1 word and 9 peaks, will temporarily be your entourage. Once I get out of the dragon's nest, I will announce it to the world. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Tu Van, But don't be complacent, I will soon surpass you. Hearing that, Tu Van crossed his arms, looked a bit disinterested and said, Okay, I'll wait for that day. As soon as Tu Van's voice ended, the system screen appeared again. Congratulations, capturing a genius with a special physical condition, reward 20 times of enlightenment. Looking at the words on the system screen, Tu Van smiled smugly and thought, Ha ha, Emperor Tian of the ancient Holy Land is my follower. To still get so many opportunities for enlightenment, this time it's a big deal. Thinking about it, he turned around to look at True Vo Cuc sitting on the ground and said, First recover your wound, then let's go to the central area to test our luck. Seeing that Tu Van was caring about him, True Vo Cuc replied, Okay. Having finished speaking, he began to use his energy to heal his wound. Looking at Wuji healing his wound, Tu Van thought to himself, receiving the ancient sacred body. In the future he can become a great emperor, become an entourage, compete for Bodhi, and the number of enlightenment times also reaches 192 times. This trip almost transformed his body to 100 kilograms, and also found an opportunity to kill Lai Tande and Kuang Hao Ning. Sometime later, Tang Van Van ran from the Bodhi tree and gently called out, Brother Chu. Seeing that Vo Cuc was healing, Van Van was a little suspicious and asked, Brother Chu he. Without letting Tang Van Van finish the question, Tu Van seemed to know what she wanted to say, so he replied, Don't worry. Now he is your entourage, his own person. Hearing a voice approaching, even though True Vo Cuc was healing, he still opened his eyes to look at the newcomer, his face slightly wrinkled, thinking, he also brought a trash woman. Tu Van's words made Tang Van Van a bit surprised. At this moment, she covered her mouth with her hand, thinking that True Vo Cuc would become Tu Van's entourage. Is this world crazy? How can the ancient sacred body submit to others? Thinking about it, she put her hands behind her back, bowed slightly, smiled and said to Tu Van, Senior Brother Chu, you are truly a god. These compliments from Tang Van Van made Tu Van a little embarrassed. He said to Van Van, Don't praise me anymore, eat something, we have to go to the central area later. At the same time, outside the true dragon's nest, there was a ring with many monks standing on it. Outside the ring, there were also many monks surrounding the ring, waiting for people to come from inside. Go out. Suddenly a voice rang out, another disciple came out. Another monk hastily said quickly, Ask about the situation inside. The other monk also responded excitedly, That's right, it's been 5 days since 7 days. Seeing someone coming out, Van Duong Hui crossed his arms and turned around to look at De Tien standing next to him and asked, De Tien, it seems there is no news about your Chaos Holy Land. I see that your disciple named Chu Van or something is probably dead inside. These challenging words made De Tien's face turn black, but he still maintained his image and said, Don't be happy too soon, be careful too happy and it will turn into sadness. After listening, Van Duong Hui disdainfully said, De Tien, don't be stubborn anymore, that disciple of yours is just a chess piece created by No Then Dan. He can't compete with a real genius, and he can't bring anything out. These words made Detien's face turn even darker, a drop of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, No Then Dan? Looks like this guy completely misunderstood. Thinking of this, in Detien's mind, the image of Tu Van confidently smiling as if everything was in his hands appeared in Detien's mind. After thinking about it, he said, Wait, Tu Van will definitely have a fight. Become famous in the Foot Dragon Nest. Having said that, Detien turned around to look at Van Duong Hui, whose back was facing him, and said, My disciple, how can you guess? Hearing that, Van Duong Hui turned his head slightly, then said contemptuously, Keep your mouth shut. Suddenly there was a voice from the ring shouting, You guys didn't expect it, right? Many disciples of the early Holy Land have been killed. Hearing this scream, Van Duong Hui couldn't believe it, turned his head to look towards the voice and shouted loudly, What? Despite Van Duong Hui's screams, the monks under the stage still gathered together to chat. I see that Chu Feinge, Jai Nok Long and the group of 9 great disciples of the First Holy Land have been killed by mysterious powerhouses. Another monk who seemed to have witnessed this battle said, There was a lot of blood at the scene, it was truly hell. Another monk who did not witness this scene was a little scared and asked, Is this happening again? That is the original Holy Land. Seemingly angry because no one reacted to him, Van Duong Hui angrily threw a punch at them, causing rocks and dust to fly away from them. Hearing the noise, the monks who were talking all stopped and looked towards the angry Van Duong Hui. Van Duong Hui approached the monk who said he witnessed the battle and shouted, What are you talking about? Are Chu Feinge's group really dead? Did you see it with your own eyes? Who killed them? Seeing that Van Duong Hui was approaching him, the monk who had just said that he had witnessed the battle shouted in fear, Ah, master, save me! A monk with no hair and a long beard, who seemed to be the other monk's master, stood in front of the other monk and said, Don't be afraid, quickly tell your seniors everything you hear and see. The old man is a senior, he won't have the same shallow understanding as you. Hearing that, the other monk said, Yes, master. A moment later, Van Duong Hui regained his composure, he landed on the ground and said to the monk in front of him, I was rude, young man, don't need to be afraid, the old man just wants to hear something from you. Seeing that there was no danger, the other monk began to tell the story. At that time, I was looking for treasure and found the bodies of senior brother Chu's group. From the traces at the scene, it seemed they were besieging someone. Not far away, Detien was laughing loudly and talking to Lu Nanyan. Haha, I just reminded him to be careful when too happy and sad, the result appeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Nanyan said a little happily, Killing 9 great masters, your disciples, is not simple. The other side told me what was going on. Then I collected the bodies of the group of senior brothers. Everyone please see. Having said that, in his hand, from the location of the storage ring, a light began to flash. Moments later, all the bodies in his storage ring were taken out, and those bodies lay on the ground in 2 rows. Seeing that, Van Duong Hui read the names of those bodies one by one, Feinge, Nok Long. After calling, he started shouting, Who killed them? I have to cut him into hundreds of pieces. Having said that, as if realizing the problem, Van Duong Hui turned his head to look at the monks who seemed to be the elders of the holy places. Depending on the strength of one person, they could kill them, but there were only a few people. A monk. The monk said, Van Duong Hui, the 6 great holy lands have an agreement. The killing in the true dragon nest cannot hate each other. The monk next to him also replied, That's right, don't come and disrupt our ancient holy land. The holy land will not lose painfully. Van Duong Hui tilted his head somewhat disdainfully and said, Don't worry, I won't target you juniors. However, don't rejoice too early, Lai Tanda is still inside, he will definitely avenge Chu Feinge and his group. Back inside the true dragon nest, this is the 3rd day the true dragon nest has opened. In the central area of the foot of the dragon pole, Tu Van is leading 3 people, Tru Vo Cuc and Tang Van Van. Tu Van said somewhat boredly, Disgusting, after such a long time, a treasure similar to the 9-leaf heavenly spirit has not been found. Hearing that, Tru Vo Cuc was a little angry and said, Do you consider cucumber Ganoderma a vegetable? Finding one is already top luck. Next to him, Tang Van Van was looking around and comforting Tu Van, Don't be discouraged, brother, we'll slowly search. A moment later, Tang Van Van suddenly saw a tree that looked like a vine, with bunches of ripe fruit on it. She happily shouted, Brother, there is a treasure over there. Hearing that, Tu Van led everyone towards that tree. He raised his hand to pick the fruit and smiled and said, "Ha ha, great. This is the legendary dragon fruit. One fruit can increase life expectancy by 10 years. Looking at this dragon fruit tree, True Vocuc crossed his arms and said in disdain, "Huh, I thought it was a very interesting treasure. After becoming a saint, there are several thousand years of lifespan. Who cares about these 10 years? Tuvan did not pay attention to True Vocuc. He reached out to pick a dragon fruit and said, "You don't care, but longevity is very important to the master and Fu Lin. Dozens of these dragon Dien fruits can add hundreds of years of longevity." Having said this, he thought to himself, big words. Some time later, Tuvan had picked all the dianthus fruit from the tree, and they continued moving forward. At this time, before their eyes was a very long tunnel. On the tunnel door there were also dianthus fruit trees rolling around. Seeing them flying out, True Vocuc rushed forward, not forgetting to explain to Tuvan, who was also rushing in, extremely accurately. However, now he is still young. When he matures and molts, he will turn into a true dragon. Hearing that, Tuvan slightly closed his eyes and said, "So that's it, so the golden one belongs to me." True Vocuc did not answer but shouted, "Go up." Suddenly a golden flame flew towards them. However, Tuvan was not affected by the fire, and sent a strong fist to the mouth of the dragon that was still spitting fire. Although this fist was very strong, the golden dragon only slightly tilted its head to avoid Tianvan's attack. Seeing that, he thought to himself, he has a combat power of 800,000 pounds, worthy of being a true dragon of a different species. On the other side, True Vocuc was knocked down by the dragon's claws, but he did not forget to throw a magic spell at the dragon, causing its body to emit a golden light. As soon as he fell down, True Vocuc shouted loudly, "Damn it, this beast has 700,000 strength." At this time, Tuvan was standing on the ground, holding his hands tightly, his eyes shining with sharp yellow light, smiling and saying, "Very good, such a strong mount is worthy of me." Having said that, Tuvan punched the golden dragon. Seeing that, the dragon contemptuously raised his claws to block this attack. From where one person and one dragon touched each other, creating a huge explosion. Behind the golden dragon's back, one can see the dragon's very long and large body. At this time, its head is tilted to one side, and at the same time, one can also see the golden light of the confrontation just now. Tuvan punched the golden dragon's head again and laughed loudly, "Ha ha, it's a pity that you are still one level below me." Hearing that, the golden dragon shouted loudly, making Tuvan a little unsteady. Moments later, Tuvan angrily punched the dragon's head, thinking as he hit, "Although this guy is not as strong as him, his body is really strong." These punches made the dragon so painful that he could only open his mouth wide. A moment later, the golden dragon was hit to the ground, causing the dirt to fly in all directions. However, Tuvan did not forget to punch more punches towards its head, and at the same time did not forget to say, "Little dragon, you will not fight me, submit yourself, be my mount." The golden dragon screamed loudly in pain, and at the same time, it did not forget to send out its dragon power towards Tuvan. With the dragon's arrogance, how could it accept being a mount for lowly humans? Seeing that, Tuvan began to use his magic. A huge dragon head began to appear behind him. He spread his arms wide and said, "Do you think only you know dragon prestige?" Having said that, the dragon head behind him also emitted a dragon's power, hitting towards the golden dragon. Two streams of dragon power confront each other, forming a vortex, you to me, I to you, regardless of high or low. Tuvan flew up amidst the yellow light. He clenched his hands, smiled and said, "Give you the last chance, surrender, otherwise die." The golden dragon did not care, it began to scream, creating streams of dragons that shot towards Tuvan. Seeing that, Tuvan rushed towards the golden dragon and said, "If that's the case, then don't blame me for being heartless." Then he continued to punch strongly towards the dragon. This punch caused the golden dragon to fall to the ground, sending dust flying in all directions. Moments later, the dust cleared and Tuvan's body began to appear. He was now stepping on the head of the dragon lying among the jagged rocks. He said, "What an unruly creature, he even thought he could catch it as a mount. What a pity." Tuvan was a bit sad at this time, he lifted his feet and turned around to walk back. At this moment, the dragon raised its head and shouted loudly. Seeing that the golden dragon still had the strength to resist, Tuvan turned around and punched the golden dragon's head with a powerful punch, causing it to hit the ground hard, sending rocks flying in all directions. Moments later, the golden dragon was killed, its body was scattered on the ground. Suddenly a voice rang out, "You are truly a waste of heaven, these are two mutant true dragons." The owner of the voice was True Vocuc, who came from nowhere, looked at the golden dragon and said, "Once you become a saint, you will kill them." Tu Van turned his head to look at Vo Chui and said, "These two guys are very arrogant. They are not willing to submit and stay as enemies?" Without waiting for True Vo Cuc to answer, Tang Van Van came from nowhere, happily looked at the golden dragon's body, then smiled and said to Tu Van, "Brother Chu, the body of this strange true dragon is a super treasure. Don't you want to upgrade your body? The opportunity is here." Hearing that, Tu Van turned around to look at Tang Van Van and asked, "Sister Tang, tell me quickly, what should we do?" As soon as Tu Van's sentence ended, Tang Van Van began to explain. Legend has it that if you eat true dragon meat, you can physically change. I went looking for mushrooms, wild vegetables, and lingonberries. How about we cook cactus soup? Hearing that, Tu Van happily took a knife from the storage ring and said, "Okay, you come and cut the meat, I'll stew the soup, you grill the meat, let's do it." Zhao Wuji still hadn't spoken until now, so he crossed his arms and spoke. "You dare to eat the meat of a mutant, aren't you afraid of the true dragon's anger? We won't eat it anyway." Time passed so quickly. An hour later, Tang Van Van was holding a large chopstick stirring a large pot of soup. Tu Van was happily grilling meat, and True Vo Cuc was looking at them with his arms crossed. Without doing anything, it seemed he was determined not to eat the meat of this true dragon. Moments later, the two of them finished their work. Tang Van Van happily said, "Come on, senior brother Chu, drink this soup, it's very fragrant." Hearing that, Tu Van raised his hand to hold the grilled meat and said, "Okay, taste the grilled dragon leg meat according to your secret recipe." Van Van happily replied, "Yes." Having finished speaking, the two of them began to eat. Tang Van Van held the grilled meat, biting each piece happily and said, "Ah, delicious, so delicious." At this time, Tu Van also held a bowl of stewed meat, and ate it one mouthful at a time. As he ate, he said, "That's right, this taste is so great." Seeing that the two people ate so deliciously, True Vo Cuc ran to them, his mouth watering. His eyes stared at the bowl in Tu Van's hand and then shyly said, "Let me try that." Tu Van puffed up his cheeks, hid the bowl of soup, and said, "Aren't you going to eat?" I don't know how True Vo Cuc persuaded Tu Van. At this time he also joined the group that ate the golden dragon. He held the grilled golden dragon meat in one hand, puffed his cheeks and nibbled on each piece, and in the other hand held a bowl of soup, and at the same time did not forget to praise, "Hee, it's delicious." Behind him is the skeleton of a golden dragon. Now he has forgotten who was the person who said he didn't dare eat. A moment later, golden light appeared around Tang Van Van's body. She said in surprise, "Wow, my body has changed." Seeing that, Tu Van gave a piece of grilled meat to Tang Van Van and said, "Quick, eat more." In front of him there was also a plate of grilled meat. Some time later, Tu Van and Tang Van Van sat together to practice, refining the spiritual energy in their bodies that the golden dragon meat brought. Seeing this, True Vo Chui took a bite of meat, glanced back, and said, "What a pity, my supreme body has reached its limit, and this dragon meat that can level me up is also limited." Regardless of what True Vo Cuc said, Tu Van and Tang Van Van still sat cultivating, the spiritual energy converging on their bodies, slowly changing their physical bodies. Time passed so quickly, 4 hours later it was already here. At this time Tu Van Van was cultivating. In his hand he had a spherical golden spiritual energy. There was also a source of dark golden spiritual energy behind him. A moment later, Tu Van happily stood up and played with the ray of spiritual energy in his hand. Then he punched a punch towards the old tree next to him. At this time, he only used the strength of his body without using any weapons, causing the ancient tree to be cut off. Seeing that, he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, finally reached the limit of body refining, 1,000 pounds. Finished." Tu Van smiled and silently imagined the future. With such a foundation and a system, from today on, he will be able to defeat all his opponents. My name Tu Van will spread throughout the world. Seeing that Tu Van was in love with himself, True Vo Cuc crossed his arms and said to Tu Van standing in front, "You are really a pervert." In front of him, Tu Van was praised, smiled slightly, his eyes sparkled. Tang Van Van, who had finished cultivating, also ran over and said, "Brother Chu, thank you, I also increased my combat power by 100,000. Hearing that, Tu Van didn't care, looked at True Vo Cuc and said, "No need to thank me, let's split up and take action next." Then Tu Van raised one hand and said, "Go find Lai Tonda and Quang Haonin, find them and send me the news." Hearing that, True Vo Chui panicked and asked, "Do you want to kill them here?" Hearing this question, Tu Van slowly explained, "If you have made enemies, of course you have to eliminate them first." Shouldn't you wait until they grow up later? After hearing these words, True Vo Cuc quickly turned around and rushed back, not forgetting to say, "The punishment is decisive. Indeed, I did not misunderstand the person." Speaking of this, he did not forget to shout even louder, "If we find them, we will burn a tree and release smoke as a signal." Seeing that True Vo Cuc was far away, Chu Van led Tang Van Van deep into the heart of the true dragon nest. "Senior Sister Tang, let's go too. The last day is here." We go to the entrance, and hug the tree to wait for the rabbits, not afraid they won't come. Hearing that, Tang Van Van replied, "Yes, brother." Having said that, Tu Van led the two people and rushed forward. A moment later, suddenly a man jumped down in front of the two of them, making the two of them unable to help but stop. That man was Vo Kwang. Looking at the young man in front of him, he grinned. "Are you Chu Van who defeated Truong Van Phi?" Tang Van Van stood behind Chu Van in fear, gently calling out, "Senior brother Chu." Tu Van raised one hand and said, "It turns out to be a heavenly overlord. What are you looking for me for?" Vo Kwang pointed at himself and said, "I heard that True Vo Cuc wants to accept you as the first war general under him. I have to stop him. Follow me, become my #1 war general. I will take you to kill True Vo Cuc, conquer the world, sweep all the worlds." Hearing these words, Tu Van clenched his fists and said, "Dare to be overbearing in front of me? You are truly extremely stupid." These words of Tu Van made Vo Kwang so angry that he clenched his hands tightly. His anger even spread to the outside air. The air was dyed with a red light. He said, "Do you arrogantly think that defeating Truong Van Phi is invincible in the world? If you refuse me, go die." Having finished speaking, he gathered his spiritual energy and punched Tu Van. Looking at the fist coming at him, Tu Van thought to himself, "It seems that the news of his fight with Emperor Lai Tan and Quang Hao Nin has not spread yet." Thinking about it, Tu Van raised one hand to receive Vo Kwang's fist. The two fists collided, creating a loud noise. In the confrontation between the two, the victory belonged to Tu Van. Tu Van's fighting force was so strong that his opponent's hand was knocked aside. At the same time, Tu Van did not forget to throw another punch as fast as the wind towards him. His arm. Moments later, Vo Kwang held his bleeding arm, clenched his teeth in pain, and thought to himself, "How could this be? Just how powerful is he?" Regardless of what Vo Kwang thinks, Tu Van Van gathers spiritual energy in his hand and prepares to punch him again. This thing that doesn't know life or death, now knows the smell of teaching? Ooh! Vo Kwang was hit with a punch by Tu Van. The power of this punch caused him to be thrown very far away. Meanwhile, Tu Van is maintaining his boxing stance. A moment later, Vo Kwang painfully put his hands on the ground. Facing the ground, he coughed, then said, "It's too evil, run first and talk." Before he could prepare to run, Tu Van came and kicked him again. At the same time, he did not forget to say, "I want to run now, it's too late." Tu Van's kick was for Vo Kwang, causing him to fall face down to the ground. A moment later, Tu Van stepped on Vo Kwang's body, put his hands on his hips, smiled and said, "Submit to me, save a life for you, in the future follow me to conquer the world, sweeping the world." World how? Even though Vo Kwang was trampled on the ground at this time, he still remained determined, clenched his teeth and said, "No, that's impossible. Never before has anyone been able to insult the world's overbearing body." Suddenly, Vo Kwang burst out with energy under his body, pushing him back. A moment later, Tu Van steadied his body, looking at Vo Kwang in front of him with some surprise. Before he finished speaking, Tu Van jumped up and looked at Vo Kwang, who was pushing his body up with his hands. Around him was filled with blood-red airflow, and at the same time, a roaring sound also filled the surrounding area. Moments later, Vo Kwang was prepared, standing straight in the middle of the red air currents. There was also a pool of red blood under his feet, and at the same time, painful cries also came out. Ah! Looking at this scene, he was a little surprised and thought to himself, he had exploded and injured his overbearing body. Although a little surprised, Tu Van quickly gathered spiritual energy in his hand. Looking at the scene of Vo Kwang in front of his eyes, Tu Van said, "Chaotic in its initial form, worthy of a tyrannical body, truly crazy. Come!" Seeing that, Vo Kwang flew up from the ground, then flew towards Tu Van, saying as he flew, "Great job." Seeing that Vo Kwang had flown towards him, Tu Van laughed loudly, "Ha ha!" But before Tu Van finished laughing, he stood silently, not understanding what was going on, looking ahead. Even so, he used part of the spiritual energy surrounding him for defense. That's right, at this time, Vo Kwang did not fly to Tu Van to fight, but flew back halfway. Even so, he did not forget to open his mouth to threaten. Chu Van, everything that is today, another day will definitely demand it back 100 times more. Having finished speaking, he thought to himself, even if he explodes his own body, he only has a limit of 1,000 pounds of combat power, and he cannot defeat this guy at all. Still, before the self-explosion effect disappears, quickly run away. Seeing Vo Kwang turn around and run, Chu Van's face turned black, thinking to himself, hey, running really fast, isn't he the type to risk his life? I haven't fought yet. Tang Van ran from afar and asked Brother Chu, let him run okay. In front of her, Chu Van clenched his hands then said, he does not have the body of Thuong, from now on he is just a waste, not worth worrying about. Then Chu Van continued, let's go. At the same time, at the entrance to the foot of the dragon's nest, there were many monks gathering together, surrounded by sharp rocks. Suddenly there was a sound coming from somewhere. The other monks looked together in the direction of the sound. Seeing people coming, they began to discuss whether Kwang Hao Nin could subdue a strange true dragon. That's right now, Kwang Hao Nin is standing on the head of a true dragon. A monk said, it's so beneficial. Another monk is also participating in the discussion. I'm afraid Kwang Hao Nin has surpassed Emperor Lai Tan, becoming the strongest. Another monk objected, don't talk nonsense. Before Lai Tan and Kwang Hao Nin were defeated by Chu Van. Hearing that, a monk asked doubtfully, really? Another monk replied, I saw it with my own eyes. Moments later, Kwang Hao Nin retrieved the true dragon into the space beast. At this time, he was standing in front of the Supreme Elder of the Holy King sect, listening to the elder say, unexpectedly, Kwang Hao Nin, you have subdued a different species of true dragon. Don't worry, our Holy King sect will definitely use all our strength to train you. Hearing this sentence, Hao Nin replied, thank you, elder. Then Duong Hui walked up to the two of them from afar and asked, Dear Kwang, congratulations on subduing the mutant true dragon. I would like to ask if you met Lai Tan. Did he find the murderer of Chu Feinge and the others? Hearing that, Kwang Hao Nin turned his head slightly and said, sorry, I didn't know about Chu Feinge's death. However, I actually met Lai Tan. He was imprisoned in Tu Van's formation. I don't know if he lived or died. As soon as Kwang Hao Nin finished speaking, the monks standing behind Van Duong Hui began to discuss. What? Being detained by Tu Van? The monk on the left of Van Duong Hui wondered, can the body of time and space also be imprisoned? The blue-shirt monk also wondered, Chu Van of the Mixed Holy Land? It's unbelievable. In the distance, Lu Ninyan smiled and said to De Tian standing next to him, this disciple of yours is really powerful, and can suppress the body of time and space. De Tian smiled slightly and said, this is nothing. He will definitely be promoted to the position of emperor. On the other side, Van Duong Hui still didn't believe it and asked Kwang Hao Nin, gentle Kwang, are you lying to the old man? How could a talented person like Lai Tan be imprisoned by a mortal like Chu Van? Hearing that, Kwang Hao Nin bowed his head slightly and asked in doubt, mortal body? Elder Van must have misunderstood mortal matters. Speaking of this, he began to explain, that Chu Van's combat power has reached 900,000, how can it be immortal? These words of Hao Nin seemed to strike a strong blow to Van Hui Duong's spirit. A moment later he was very surprised and couldn't believe what he had heard, so he asked again, what? 900,000 pounds? How is that possible? The elder Tai Thuan of Tan Vang's sect had not said anything until now, so he asked, Hao Nin, so to speak, have you also fought with Tu Van? Hearing this question, Hao Nin turned around and said to the elder, yes, at that time, I and True Vo Cuc and Lai Tan were competing for Bodhi fruit. Having said this, Kwang Hao Nin began to tell what happened in the dragon's nest. 5 minutes later, many monks stood around Hao Nin. At this point, Hao Nin's story is about to end. He spread his hands and said, I don't know what happened after that. After listening to what Kwang Hao Nin told, Van Duong Hui clenched his hands and walked to De Tian and said, De Tian, the holy land you have hidden is really deep. As soon as the sentence ended, De Tian stood before him and said in a deep voice, it's because you have blind eyes and look down on my disciple. Who can blame you? A moment later, De Tian, Van Duong Hui, Kwang Hao Nin, stood in a circle. Outside, they were also surrounded in a circle. Some time later, Vo Kwang was helped out by 2 people from the dragon's nest. Seeing this, the monks in the distance began to discuss again. Look quickly, Vo Kwang's overbearing body has come out. Another monk saw Vo Kwang covered in blood and asked, who beat him like that? Another monk also wondered, that's right, his whole body is covered in blood, it seems like he's about to die. Regardless of what was said around him, The monk who was supporting Vo Kwang just turned his head to look at Vo Kwang and said nothing. A moment later, a man jumped down from above and flew towards Vo Kwang, who was being supported by that monk. He said, "Thank you for your kindness in bringing Vo Kwang out here." The person who came was the Supreme Elder who dominated the Holy Land. As soon as he landed, he asked, "Do you know who beat him like this?" The other monk was having a hard time holding on to Vo Kwang's body, so he raised his head, frowned slightly and said, "It's Tu Van." At this moment, Vo Kwang woke up and thought to himself, "Tu Van, I will not forgive you." Thinking of this, Vo Kwang's face turned completely black. On the other side, hearing the desired answer, the Supreme Elder of the Overlord Holy Land's face darkened, gritted his teeth and said, "Tu Van, you are very good, you can force Vo Kwang to blow himself up into the sky." Hegemonic body. The Holy Land of Chaos really has you. De Tien was now standing above the ring looking down and said, "Don't forget the rules of the true dragon nest." Hearing that, the Supreme Elder of Ba Tien Holy Land said, De Tien, don't be proud. If our mountains don't move, the water will move. Next time we'll meet again at the foot of Long Saw." Having finished speaking, he reached out his hand to receive the martial arts from the monk and led the three people to fly up high. Seeing that they had gone far, those monks began to discuss again how strong this Tu Van was. The slightly long-haired monk said in a bit of a panic, "It's really scary. I'm afraid this time when the Holy Land is mixed up, it's about to become the biggest winner." The black-robed monk said, "Don't jump to conclusions too early. The time-space body of Emperor Enlighten has not yet appeared." Above the ring, Lu Nanyan stood behind De Tien and said, "It seems that your Chaos Holy Land is finally about to rise." These compliments from Lu Nanyan made De Tien happy. He said, "That's right. Unfortunately you only have less than 100 years of life left. I'm afraid I won't be able to see that day." At the same time, in the exit door of the dragon's nest, at this time, Tu Van was holding his hands tightly and said to the person in front of him, "Junior Sister Tang, you go out first, it's okay for you to stay alone." Hearing that, Tang Van clasped his hands, raised his sparkling eyes and smiled and said, "Brother Chu, take care, I hope you won the first battle and killed Emperor Enlighten." Having said that, she felt a little regretful. "Unfortunately, my little strength not only couldn't help, but also implicated you." Having finished speaking, the two separated. Tang Van turned towards the exit of the dragon's nest. As for Tu Van, at this time he was gathering spiritual energy in his hands. Two circular vortices appeared on both sides of his hands. He said that this time, the three formations had been arranged, and he would definitely make it so that Emperor Enlighten would never return. A moment later, from monks were approaching Tu Van. Looking at his actions, they discussed, "Who is he? What is he doing?" Another monk replied, "He is Tu Van, he is definitely arranging the formation." Another monk exclaimed, "Formation? Mom, didn't he want to kill Enlighten?" Another monk exclaimed, "Scary." On the other side, Tu Van had clasped his hands together, his eyes exuding murderous intent, smiling and saying, "If you want to go, then get out quickly, otherwise you will both die." Hearing that, those monks were panicked, scared, and their faces were full of sweat. Then, as if reacting, those monks panicked and ran to the exit of the dragon's nest, not forgetting to shout in panic, "Go quickly, go quickly." Another person was also rushing away and said, "Lai Tanda, True Vos Cuc, the two of them can't win, let's not touch him and bring bad luck." Another monk also urged, "Let's go quickly." They panicked and ran to the door of the true dragon nest, and at the same time did not forget to discuss, "I feel that this time Emperor Enlighten is gone." Another monk also said, "That's right." Tu Van hugged the tree and waited for the rabbit, but there was also a formation, he couldn't get out. Another monk also exclaimed that Tu Van was really cruel. A moment later, when those monks had gone out from the foot of the dragon's nest, suddenly a hand reached out to block a monk's face and asked, what exactly happened inside. The owner of that arm was Van Duong Hui. Seeing the person in front of him, the monk clasped his hands together, bowed slightly and said, "Elder Van, Chaos Holy Land Tu Van is setting up a formation at the exit. Wanted to kill Emperor Enlighten." Hearing that, Van Duong Hui slightly frowned and said, "That doesn't make sense." Having said that, he was a little worried, thinking to himself, won't something really happen to Emperor Chang? At this time, inside the exit door of the dragon's nest, Tu Van was sitting and thinking, there is not much time left. Enlighten is definitely about to appear. Suddenly there was a sound from far away. Tu Van tilted his head slightly to look into the distance. Tu Van's eyes became sharp and said, "Here." In the distance, Enlighten was leading Motien Tuet slowly to the exit of the dragon's nest. Seeing the person sitting in front of the door, Tu Van slightly raised his mouth and called out, "Tu Van." Seeing the two of them, Tu Van was a little happy and said, Lai Tanda, I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this time, Tu Van was meditating. He continued to say, today in this place will be your grave. Hearing that, Lai Tanda slightly frowned, his eyes sharp, and said, Tu Van, you are too overbearing. Behind him, Mo Tien Tuet also said, Tu Van, also a holy son of the Holy Land, why do you have to hunt down and destroy him like that? Having finished speaking, she put her hand on her chin and thought to herself, she didn't expect that the boy she completely ignored was so strong. On the other side, Tu Van propped up one leg and placed his hand on it, his eyes sharp as he said, in the previous attacks at the foot of the dragon's nest, the primitive Holy Land always pursued and destroyed our Holy Land. Where were you at that time? Tu Van's words made Mo Tien Tuet a little embarrassed and said this. Without letting Mo Tien finish his sentence, Tu Van stood up and said, what the first princess did to the Holy Land before is what I want to do now. Then he continued to speak to Tanda. Lai Tanda, the 9 members of Chu Feingu's group have gone one step ahead, waiting for you. Facing Tu Van, Lai Tanda smiled and said, Tu Van, today I must kill you to avenge my brothers. As soon as his words ended behind him, Mo Tien Tuet's eyes became sharp, saying, this person has cruel methods, has completely entered a demon. I don't know if he will threaten the entire cultivation world. These fake words of Mo Tien Tuet made Tu Van a little angry. Holy Mother, take back your nonsense. This place is your death. As soon as this sentence ended, a pair of feet kicked hard on the ground. Its owner is Lai Tanda. At this moment he is kicking the ground hard and flying quickly towards Tu Van. Looking at him, Tu Van smiled, raised his hand to his chest and said, come. On the other side, Lai Tanda was still running towards Tu Van, but when he got to a distance from Tu Van, he stopped and showed no signs of moving on. Seeing that Lai Tanda did not continue, Tu Van was a little surprised. His eyes opened wide, thinking, huh? On the other side, Lai Tanda raised his hand and said, Tu Van, do you think I'm stupid? If I knew you were skilled in formations, how could I fall into the trap? Hearing that, Tu Van laughed a little and said, what if you know? Unless you don't want to go out. Lai Tanda slightly raised one leg and said, Tu Van, you look down on me too much. Having said that, countless red rays of spiritual energy appeared around him, and he smiled slightly. Moments later, his whole body was filled with red aura. Seeing that, Tu Van opened his mouth wide in surprise. Moments later, 2 streams of red air flew out. Seeing that, Tu Van's eyes became sharp and he frowned slightly, not knowing what Lai Tanda was doing. At this moment, Lai Tanda smiled and punched the ground hard. A moment later, he punched again to the side. Tu Van looked at the 2 cracked places, dirt and rocks flying, and said, how did you discover the place where I hid the spirit stone? Do you also understand about formations? Lai Tanda smirked, then said, Tu Van, do you not look down on the body as an ornament? Then he said somewhat contemptuously, you are just a body refiner. The array formation cannot completely cover the spiritual energy waves of the spirit stone. In the distance, Tu Van heard these words, clenched his hands, his face turned a little dark, looking at the calendar stone in the middle of the formation. On the other side, no matter what Tu Van thought, Tanda stomped his foot hard on the ground and said, I just need to mobilize the power of space to easily find it. The rocks on the ground surrounded Lai Tanda's body. He said, Tu Van, without the help of the formation, this time I will see how you can fight me. Hearing that, Tu Van smirked and said, Lai Tanda, do you think I can only rely on the formation to deal with it? Using the formation just makes killing you a little easier. Hearing that, Tanda's eyes were sharp, his surroundings filled with pink spiritual energy, and he said, shameless boasting. As soon as this sentence ended, Tu Van's mind was filled with incomprehensible question marks. He just opened his eyes wide and looked at Lai Tanda. I don't know what method Lai Tanda used. At this moment he jumped behind Tu Van and shouted loudly, die! Meanwhile, Tu Van was surprised and didn't understand what was going on. A large hand with hearing rushed towards me. The owner of that hand is Lai Tanda. He is rushing towards Tu Van, but he does not let him have his way. He summoned the golden bell to protect himself, then he raised one hand and said, if you want to sneak attack me, do you think I don't know your tricks? At the same time, jingling sounds rang out due to the collision of Lai Tanda's hand and the bell. Hearing that, Lai Tanda angrily raised his hand and punched the bell very hard. He was trying to break his defense. At the same time, a loud sound also rang out. The other blow came out, it hit the needle very hard, creating tinkling sounds. But everything was not as he wanted. The bell only swayed a little and then stood still, with no signs that it was broken. Seeing that, Lai Tanda's eyebrows twitched, his teeth clenched, and he said each word, unexpectedly, your needle is stronger than before. The power of 800,000 pounds cannot destroy it. Tu Van was standing and Kim Chung Chao raised his head to look at Tanda and said, "No wonder you brag shamelessly, wanting to defeat me. It turns out you just gained 100,000 pounds of strength. What a pity, I just gained 100,000 pounds and have reached the limit of physical training." Tu Van's words made Lai Tanda panic. He frowned slightly and asked, "What? You already have 1,000 pounds of strength?" Having finished speaking, he thought to himself, in history, there's only one person, the great patriarch of chaos of the Chaos Holy Land, who can reach this level. I didn't expect this kid to be able to achieve it. If you are such a cruel demon, you cannot save your life today. Thinking about it, he tried to shout, "Tian Trung Chuang." As he finished speaking, countless hands appeared behind him. Those hands quickly rushed into the needle, punching it hard and not forgetting to shout, "Let's see how long you can resist." Meanwhile, Tu Van stood in the middle of the coin and did nothing. A moment later, although Lai Tanda still punched the bronze needle countless times, it remained intact and remained as steady as before. Seeing this, Lai Tanda thought to himself, this guy can really resist. If that's the case, will I not be able to control him? A moment later he saw something. His whole face turned black, his eyes opened wide, his face was full of sweat. He thought to himself, this. Before he finished thinking, something surrounded by yellow spiritual energy rushed towards Lai Tanda. Seeing this, Emperor Lai Tan also cast a time deceleration spell to stop that spell. Even though he had time to slow down, that magic had already approached Lai Tanda. Seeing this, he clenched his teeth, widened his eyes, and slightly tilted his head to one side. Then his eyes narrowed, looking at what was passing by his face. The weapon that rushed past Lai Tanda was a knife. At this moment, he was tilting his head and frowning as he looked at it. Seeing that, Tu Van, who was in the Kim Chung, grimaced, looked at Lai Tanda with sharp eyes and thought to himself, what a pity. It was very difficult to seize the opportunity, but could not hurt him. Now that he has preparedness, it will be very difficult to succeed. Thinking about it, Tu Van slightly jumped up and spread his arms out. At the same time countless knives rushed out from his brother, then said, "Next it's my turn, I'll see how long you can resist." Seeing Tu Van begin to attack, Lai Tanda quickly used his techniques to lean forward to avoid those knives. Not only that, he also took the time to say, "It seems like no one can do anything to anyone. Or leave." He moved back a bit and said, "Once imprisoned here, you will have to stay here for 100 years. As soon as the Tan's voice fell, countless swords rushed towards Tanda. Seeing this, Lai Tanda began to move to the other side and said, "Tu Van, I won't play with you anymore. Wait until the next Holy Land Exchange meeting. I will definitely defeat you in front of everyone." Having said that, Emperor Lai Tan ran quickly to the teleportation point. At the feet of Emperor Lai Tan, a formation began to open. Seeing that Lai Tanda was starting to want to leave the dragon's nest, Tu Van threw out the knife in his hand and said, "If you want to go, do I give you permission to go?" Looking at the flying knife, Tanda's face turned pale, sweat poured down his forehead. Then, as if realizing the danger, Lai Tanda jumped high to avoid the knife. At the same time Motien Tuet threw stones to block the rapidly approaching blade. Seeing that, Tu Van slightly bent down to avoid those stones, then let the stones fall to the ground. Tu Van stomped his foot on the ground, sharp eyes looking forward. On the other side, Motien Tuet seemed to feel something behind her, so at this moment she was very scared, her eyes wide open, her face full of sweat. That's right, at this moment there was a dark shadow behind her. That shadow was Tu Van. At this time, he captured and held the knife in front of Motien Tuet's neck and said, "Lai Tanda, don't want her to die, obediently stay." Seeing that her life was in Tu Van's hands, Motien Tuet stammered in fear, Don't kill me." Hearing that, Tu Van looked at Lai Tanda in front and slowly said, "Then we have to see how much your tutor loves you." Tu Van's words made Tanda silent for a moment before he said, "Tien Tuet, sorry. Until the day I become emperor, I will remember you." Emperor Tan's words had not yet ended. On the other hand, a hand reached up and pushed aside Motien Tuet's bangs, revealing her sparkling eyes that were streaming with tears like rain. Seeing this, Motien Tuet said in fear, "Brother, what do you want to do?" At this moment, Motien Tuet's body was filled with blue light. She was scared and raised her hand to her chest, her voice trembling a bit. "Brother, what are you doing to me? Don't." Behind her, Tu Van looked at this scene and smiled. Moments later, the place where the two of them were exploded, causing Tu Van to be shot far away, and he also spit out a lot of blood. Some time later, Tu Van stood on the ground, his sharp eyes looking at the person in front of him. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and said, "Lai Tanda, you are so cruel. In the distance, Emperor Enlighten rushed to Tu Van and said, "If you succeed, don't worry about details, die." At the same time, there was a tubular light behind him, and in the distance there were circles of light like a bottomless pit. Suddenly he turned around and walked towards the door. He didn't forget to turn his head to look at Tu Van. It seemed like he read Tu Van's thoughts. He no longer walked towards the exit, but flew around Tu Van, then leaned on Tu Van's body from behind and gently said, "This time you can't run." "Where?" Hearing that, Tu Van turned his head slightly and looked back, disdainfully saying, "The one who can't run is you." Having said that, he raised his hand, held up 2 fingers and said, "Let's start the battle." As soon as Tu Van's voice ended, a huge pattern appeared under Lai Tanda's feet, which was the Toa Dragon formation. Seeing this, Tanda panicked and asked, "Why is there still a formation?" Hearing that, Tu Van happily spread his arms and stood in the middle of the formation and said, "That kind of formation appearing in front of you, along with all the things just now, are all baits to make you let down your guard. This shining dragon formation is the real killer." These words of Tu Van made Lai Tanda's face turn black, saying that this bastard was indeed cunning. In order not to let me recognize him, he acted for me to see. On the other hand, Tu Van shouted angrily, "All the things the princess did to Chaos, today must be reclaimed." Hearing that, Lai Tanda angrily shouted, "Tu Van, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" After speaking, he thought again, "This bastard is too strong, he can only temporarily burn the body of time and space to kill him." Thinking about it, behind him appeared a stream of blue spiritual energy forming a circle. Then he threw a magical ring of the moon god towards Tu Van. Very quickly, that magical path flew towards Tu Van's forehead. Seeing that, Tu Van gritted his teeth, opened his eyes wide to look at it, then he unleashed his own energy to fight that magic. The 2 spells collided, creating a huge explosion. A moment later, Tu Van's body appeared in the middle of a pile of dust and smoke. At this moment, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and laughed loudly. "Very good. Being able to meet an opponent with equal strength, it really makes people excited." Speaking of this, his face filled with joy and his voice became even more excited. "Seeing you burn the body of time and space, my blood also began to boil. This is the first time someone has been able to send me flying." Having said this, he bent down and rushed forward without forgetting to say, "Let's fight." Hearing that, Lai Tanda also became more excited. He clapped his hands together and said, "Okay." Having said that, he also rushed towards Tu Van. As soon as the sentence ended, the 2 rushed at each other. 2 magic spells, one green and one yellow, confronting each other. The 2 spells collided, causing the 2 spells to shatter. There was not only the sound of collision between the 2 magical paths, but also the sound of something breaking. While Tu Van resisted Tanda's attack, he listened to see what was happening. It turned out that the cracking sound was Tu Van's formation breaking. The fragments of the formation were flying in the sky. Lai Tanda cast out a time-space magic spell and at the same time did not forget to say, "Tu Van, without the formation, you will surely die." Tu Van promptly put his shield out in front of him. However, because the other guy's blow was too strong, the shield also cracked. He was still hit by some aftershocks and was blown away, his mouth spitting out fresh blood. He regained his balance, waved his hands and pointed the sharp swords towards him. "It's a pity that your injuries are so light. I really want to see how long your time-space body can burn." Lao Tzu also has a flying knife. Having finished speaking, he waved his hand and ordered countless swords from another dimension to fly towards him. That guy frowned. Although he was very angry, he had to admit that what this bastard said was right. If he waited too long, his body would burn dry. Having said that, he did not hesitate and rushed straight towards the tip of Tu Van's sword. He was determined to rush out no matter what. Although he avoided most of the fatal shots, there were still places on his body that were injured by the sword. When Tu Van saw him approaching, his expression did not change, creating a bright yellow magic weapon in front of him. The other guy raised his hand forward, intending to attack him directly. His hand approached the shield. At this time, Tu Van's face changed slightly. His hand contained heavy strength, breaking the shield and touching him closely. He was made to vomit blood by his aura. Unable to resist, I already had thoughts of starting to risk my life. The body of time and space is difficult to deal with. However, I have already thought about this point. From his hand appeared a stream of blue light, which then formed a large sword. He held that sword firmly in his hand. Then, immediately give that guy Lai Tanda a shot. He didn't have time to react. The sword caused one of his arms to separate. His face turned into panic, looking fearfully at the sword in Tu Van's hand. He held the sword firmly and backed away a bit. He turned around, His body was now very damaged. I hurriedly ran away, thinking that I could finally get out. He watched him run away from behind, gently waved his hand, pointed his sword at him, and commanded, "Go." The sword immediately flew towards him, landing straight on one of his legs. That guy spit out blood, and now even his legs are not healthy. He tried to stand up after falling to the ground, gritting his teeth. However, there was no time to counterattack. He could only hold his bleeding arm and use all his strength to run towards the door. Seeing him like this, Tu Van also frowned. Damn, he's really a little strong man who can't be beaten to death. The tip of the throwing knife appeared behind him. More flying knives appeared straight towards that guy. His face now looked extremely scared. There were many people outside the door. Someone raised their hands high and shouted, "Big deal, big deal. Tu Van is crazy." Lai Tanda was held by him at the exit. Van Duong Hui was surprised when he heard it and immediately asked, "What? What's going on? Is Tu Van really that strong?" One person bowed respectfully. "Back in Elder Van, I heard Tu Van say that he had hundreds of thousands of fighting powers." Looking at his expression, the fear is real. Hearing what that guy said, Van Duong Hui was surprised. He didn't expect that he actually had millions of fighting power. The people around couldn't believe their ears. How many people exclaimed, "Hundreds of thousands of fighting power? That's too melodramatic. So isn't that the ultimate level of body refining? I feel like it's not possible." The three people, Deep Vo Tran, Quang Hao Nin, and Truong Van Phi, stood close together, sharing the same thought. This person will definitely be a big enemy standing in my way in the future. His thoughts stopped. The guy in the middle crossed his arms, complacently said loudly, defeating Truong Van Phi, "I am such a peerless demon. I see who dares to laugh at me anymore." De Tien stood next to him and smiled faintly. "My disciple has the qualities of a great emperor. Ha." Lu Nanyin continued, "That's of course." Van Duong Hui's face was serious. "I don't believe it. I don't believe Tu Van can really defeat Emperor Lai Tan." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise behind him and a figure flew out, screaming in pain. Duong Hui turned around and was surprised to see that it was Saint Emperor. He quickly helped Tanda, who was fainting. "Tanda, why did he become like this?" Emperor Tan struggled, trying to say every word. "Elder, your majesty, aren't you saying that Tu Van is a mortal who eats divine pills?" Van Duong Hui glared, disgusted that this Tu Van had such skill. Seeing that the other man's breathing was weakening, Duong Hui supported his back and said, "Tanda, don't talk anymore, don't worry, I won't let you die." Another guy was equally worried, stammering, Tanda, is he okay?" He poured his spiritual energy into Tanda's body, and as soon as he answered, that guy's arms and legs were still supported, and he had a spiritual treasure that could restore him. The problem is the wound from the flying knife. However, that Tu Van is so cruel, he has already entered a demon. The early Holy Land absolutely cannot tolerate him. De Tien replied right behind him, "Van Duong Hui, there is no hatred in the true dragon nest. This is the matter that the 6 great Holy Lands have set out. Do you want to go back on your word? Could it be that you only let the primitive Holy Land kill the people of our Chaos Holy Land at will, but not allow the common people of our Chaos Holy Land to fight back?" A few other people heard De Tien speak and quickly followed suit. "That's right. Before, the princess also wanted to use 9 people to kill Tu Van alone. Now I can't catch chickens and I lose rice. That's right, my talent isn't as good as other people, and I'm too embarrassed to be angry. I really don't have any dignity." A few people were making a commotion when another voice interrupted. "Can everyone please stop talking about Elder Van like that?" Looking back at the source of the sound, it turned out to be Tu Van. He stepped out, looking arrogant. "If it weren't for him coming to my holy land to show off his power and help me create fake intelligence, I wouldn't have had the chance to prepare so thoroughly." After finishing speaking, he added, "Tu Van would like to thank Elder Van." Seeing him, everyone shouted, "Out, Tu Van out!" A young hero, he became famous in an instant, but unexpectedly he became the biggest dark horse of this year. The applause continued non-stop. Then Duong Hui was still trying his best to save Emperor Lai Tan. He was angry in his heart but had not yet had time to express it. Tu Van came closer, looked at the two of them and was a bit provocative. He didn't expect that senior brother Lai was still young and would fall into this situation. Truly a great loss to our cultivating world. The other guy standing nearby heard this and also got upset and pointed his finger straight at Mr. Tu Van's face. "You've had enough. Don't stay here and pretend to be compassionate. Isn't this what you did?" After listening, he calmly said, "Don't talk nonsense. I am a mortal. I don't have that ability." Then Duong Hui was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his face changed color. At this time, Emperor Tan coughed a few times. Although he was still weak, he was a bit better than before. Consuming more than 9 parts of the source's power, it can still be saved. Then Duong Hui turned towards him. Tu Van, I admit I saw wrong. Although I said that, in my heart I secretly believe that the only person who could become a Taoist in this life was Emperor Lai Tan. Putting Tanda still weak on the ground, he continued, De Tien, I'll go ahead and wait for you. Another day, you and I will be under the 9 Yu, to see whose disciple can become the great emperor. Having said that, he cast a magic formation and immediately teleported to another place. When he left, De Tien said to Tu Van Duong Hui and I fought for so many years. But unexpectedly because of my disciples, the oil ran out and the lights went out. Children, let's go. He also obediently, yes, master. But the entourage you received hasn't come out yet. Let's wait for him. He seemed quite happy. Is there still an entourage? Okay, let's wait for him. At that time, Lu Ninyin said congratulations to the Holy Land for having heavenly pride, the matter here is over, we will go now. Next to him was Tang Van who was blushing. Tang Van approached and smiled brightly. Brother Chu, thank you very much for this trip at the foot of the dragon nest. Without you, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to go out. Will you come to Sun Tui sect as a guest in the future? He smiled. Yes, on the way, having seen your sister Tang to accompany me, I'm also very happy. There was no time left. Sister Tang turned around and walked with Lu Nanyin, waving goodbye to Senior Brother Chu. Goodbye, Senior Sister Tang. The two of them flew up high. Nanyin reminded her, Van, don't think about Senior Brother Chu anymore, he is not from the same world as you. Sister Tang was a little sad. Master, I understand. Tu Van smiled happily and asked his master, can my entourage take me back to the Holy Land? Master's face was serious. Of course our chaotic Holy Land can be destroyed. As long as you agree, it is possible. When the master finished speaking, Tu Van also exclaimed, Ah, True Vo Cuc has finally come out. Seeing the haggard yellow-haired man, his eyes white, his mouth wide open blowing out smoke, his hand still holding a cane, he hesitated a bit. But why are you so shabby? Hey, how did you end up like this? He grimaced, having bad luck when looking for Emperor Lai Tan and encountering a mutant true dragon with 900,000 pounds of combat power. It almost kills me. Hearing 900,000 pounds of fighting power, Tu Van's eyes lit up and he drooled. What a pity, that's 900,000 pounds, it must be delicious to eat. True Vo Cuc was also helpless, just snorted. The elder of the ancient desert Holy Land and De Tien saw the two people talking and said in unison, why do they feel like these two people seem to know each other? I just patted his back. Master, let me introduce to you, he is the follower I mentioned, his name is True Vo Cuc. As soon as he finished speaking, both masters gasped in surprise, their eyes seemed to fall out, shouting loudly, what did you say? The elder Tai Thuan of the ancient Holy Land was sweating coldly and arrogantly. Chu Van, don't think that you can defeat Emperor Lai Tan and dare to be overbearing in front of our ancient Holy Land. In my heart, I thought to myself, this Tu Van is definitely brain damaged. Zhao Wuji is a peerless demon of the ancient Holy Land, how can he be someone else's follower? He just laughed. You can ask True Vo Cuc. The elder of the ancient territory turned to him. True Vo Cuc acknowledged Elder Lam. He was telling the truth. You are now Tu Van's follower. He was surprised, couldn't believe his ears, his eyes widened. What? You're kidding, right? You are the holy son of our ancient Holy Land, you will become a great emperor in the future, how is that possible? True Vo Cuc did not hesitate and replied, Tu Van and I have an agreement, whoever is strong is the boss, but in the future I will definitely be able to defeat him. Zhao Wuji, your promise is worth gold. Tu Van listened and just crossed his arms and smiled shyly. Chief Lam still seems to keep his old expression, conjecturing that this child must have been brainwashed by Tu Van. He tried to persuade, have you ever thought about it? There has never been a holy son of the Holy Land who has served as an entourage for someone else. If you do this, where will the reputation of the ancient territory be? True Vo Cuc is still determined. I am invincible. I believe I will defeat Tu Van, become a great emperor, and rule the world. At that time, the ancient Holy Land will call you back. The guy who was standing behind all this time listened to True Vo Cuc's answer and praised him. Worthy of being the #1 war general under my command, he really has courage. He turned back, don't be too proud, sooner or later I will defeat you. Elder Tai Thuan of the ancient Holy Land saw that True Vo Q could not be persuaded, so he turned to tell his master, De Tien, our deserted ancient Holy Land will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. This matter, mister, it's best to give us an answer. Emperor Tian was calm. True Vo Cuc was not forced by our Holy Land chaos, so there is no need for an answer. Elder Lam was annoyed and asked one last time, True Vo Cuc, will you follow me? He's still the same. True Vo Cuc is a decent and upright person. If he goes back on his word today, there will be a gap in his feelings and he will no longer have the chance to become a great emperor. He also thought that for True Vo Cuc, it was really like that. Looking at Tien, he said, I will go back to inform the Holy Master, this matter is not over yet. Having finished speaking, under the witness of several people standing there, the Supreme Elder of the Ancient Wilderness soared and left. A few other guys who were not related but kept on gossiping and sneaking around saying that True Vo Cuc had become Tu Van's entourage again. This Tu Van was so powerful. The two great holy lands won't start a war because of this. After all, the entire cultivation world is about to be in uproar, going against the heavens. Tien turned to you and True Vo Cuc, let's go. We're back, then gone. In the distance, a look of fear followed them. Elder Tai Thuong of the Heavenly Knife Holy Land looked at the few people around him. Lu Nam's son didn't come out. Who killed our holy son of the Heavenly Knife Holy Land? Others say that since the dragon's nest is closed, won't my disciples die in there? This matter must be investigated clearly. Another guy heard everything, later said it was Tu Van. I saw from afar, he killed senior brother Willow Nam's son. Hearing this, the elder of Heavenly Knife Territory asked, Are you telling the truth? Elder Tai Thuong of Tien Dao Holy Land asked again, Are you telling the truth? That guy immediately affirmed, I witnessed it with my own eyes, nothing is as real as it is. The elder of Heavenly Knife Holy Land frowned, Tu Van, you are so good, even Lu Nam's son dares to kill. He used his magic power to fly high and mixed up the Holy Land. You're waiting. It's best for you to give our Heavenly Knife Territory an answer. The few people below continued to gossip. The Chaos Holy Land was about to have trouble. His grandfather was a servant of the Heavenly Knife Territory. That's right, I heard it was an ancient man. Yes, still extremely domineering, Tu Van is about to suffer. The scene changes to the Holy Land of Chaos. A person was looking at the mountains and rivers of the Holy Land. Counting the days, the elders and disciples who had arrived at the true dragon nest were about to return. The other disciples behind also passed on the words, speaking loudly behind them. Tien Nhat Tai rewarded the elder to bow and pay his respects to the Holy Master. The Holy Master has returned, no need for much ceremony. What did you gain from this trip to the dragon's nest? Thanks to the blessing of the Holy Master, my disciple performed well this time. Not only did he enter the second forbidden domain, but he also obtained a heaven and earth fruit. Elder Tien Nhat said. Having finished speaking, he immediately turned around and said to the Holy Master of the Holy Land, Heaven and earth are indeed the ultimate treasure, which can help the great power of heaven to break through. The Holy Master of the Holy Land is blessed this time. He will probably be able to ascend to the peak of heaven in one step. A few students behind were excited, afraid that in the future they would have the opportunity to become saints. But they did not expect that Chu Kintu would have such a great harvest. Harmful. So Kintu sobbed, Haha, what a pity that the enlightenment pill had already been exhausted, and wanting to take another step was no longer possible. A few students behind were excited, afraid that in the future they would have the opportunity to become saints. But they did not expect that So Kintu would have such a great harvest. Harmful. He looked at the Supreme Elder and said, I wonder how Tu Van performed this time? He replied, I don't know about this, because my child went out on the third day. The Holy Master of the Holy Land nearby also said, After all, the boy's strength is too weak. If he has a treasure, he must quickly get out to save his life. Do it right. So Kintu was pained. Holy Master, I know a little about Van Tu's situation. I learned from someone else that 9 people from Chu Feingu's group from the early Holy Land had a plan to surround and kill senior brother Chu. I don't know what the outcome would be. After listening, a few others chimed in. I heard that this time the first generation sent out disciples from the group of top 10 body refining realms, so wouldn't it be true that except Lai Tanda, all of them went to surround and kill Tu Van? Fear is good, a little bad, a lot, that's right. Elder Tien Nhat Thuong returned. Isn't it because Tu Van is too overbearing? Before entering the dragon's nest, he defeated Truong Van Phi of the Ba Vang sect, revealing his true strength. Such a personality is destined not to live long. De Tien still does not know how to teach his disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a familiar voice from behind. Who said I, De Tien, don't know how to teach disciples? Looking towards the source of the voice, there was a group of people including De Tien, Chu Van and True Vo Cuc. The three of them had finally returned. Seeing someone wondering about True Vocuc, why is there another person? Emperor Tian ignored it and said in the clearest voice, "Listen, my disciple Qiu Van at the foot of the dragon nest killed 9 great disciples of the First Holy Land, seriously injured Emperor Enlighten, and wiped out all kinds of geniuses. In addition, he also reached the ultimate physical refining stage, with 1,000 pounds of combat power, making our Chaos Holy Land powerful in the world." As he spoke, he was proud. Everyone in the crowd gasped and exclaimed in disbelief. A few people watching the excitement kept talking. Killing 9 of the first disciples of the first generation, seriously injuring Emperor Enlighten, was truly too strong. He finally vented my anger. 1,000 pounds of fighting power, isn't that the same as the old ancestor? The Holy Land of Chaos is about to rise. Lu Tiandu and Elder Tian Not Tai Thuong both thought that Qiu Van was too dazzling, and both he and the elder became a glimmer of light. Disgusting, the name de Tian is taking over. The two of them had a bit of a bad mindset and didn't seem to fit in with the crowd of people praising Qiu Van and his master. They surrounded him. The master and True Vocuc congratulated Elder D. Tian, promoting the prestige of our Chaos Holy Land. Holy Sun Qiu Van has made the Holy Land shine. The Holy Master of the Holy Land of Chaos raised his hand and said to Qiu Van, "You help our Chaos Holy Land to be a little angry and have successfully established the citadel. Our Holy Land has always had rewards. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Qiu Van smiled. "Holy Master has praised you too much. This is a matter of duty. How dare you ask for a reward?" The Holy Master of the Holy Land rubbed his hands. "That won't work." He was a bit excited. "So please ask the Holy Master to do as he pleases. No matter what, the disciples will not criticize. Having been in the mixed Holy Land for so long, I have long considered this place my home. There's no such thing as doing something for your family that requires a reward." The old man turned around to look at him, secretly praising this disciple for being so powerful, kicking the ball towards the Holy Master, relying on his status. How could he give a normal treasure? This absolutely suits Qiu Van's requirements better. As if he knew what his master was thinking, he also explained to himself that he really didn't think like that. The Holy Master of the Holy Land of Chaos spoke. "I thought of a treasure. I hope you will like it." Qiu Van was a bit surprised and curious about what it was. The Holy Master of the Holy Land held out a sword. This was the Golden Dragon Sword, hoping to catch the Holy Sun's eyes. Qiu Van seriously knelt down, using both hands to hold the Golden Dragon Sword. He bowed his head, and thanked the Holy Master. Some people were wondering, this Golden Dragon Sword is said to have been created by the Holy Master who killed Zhao Long in Nirvana, using dragon bones, and is unique. That's right, I heard it was about to be passed on to my disciples. Others interjected. Qiu Van was originally a courtier. It seems that the Holy Master has already considered Qiu Van a servant. De Tian rubbed his beard, thinking it was not bad, giving the Golden Dragon Sword to Qiu Van to prove that the Holy Master recognized Qiu Van. Just wait until Qiu Van becomes stronger and defeats the other saints, then he can be promoted to the position of a servant. On this side, True Vocuc stood on one side, leaning on his hands, not knowing what he was thinking. The Holy Master of the Holy Land saw him and immediately asked, "Who is this person? Why is there an ancient holy body? Why come to our Holy Land?" The Supreme Elder next to him immediately replied that he was the Holy Son of the ancient Holy Land. His name was True Vocuc. As for why he came to our chaotic Holy Land, I also don't know. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land heard the name and asked, "True Vocuc?" De Tian immediately added that True Vocuc had decided to follow Qiu Van, and was now Qiu Van's entourage. Qiu Van absent-mindedly scratched his head. "Ha, Master is really disrespectful, and even acting like that. Have you paid the copyright fee yet?" The Holy Master of the Holy Land was surprised. "What? How is this possible?" Even the most noble elders couldn't believe it. This thing was really too awesome. People who heard the story followed along. The ancient sacred body is actually a fake follower? Qiu Van firmly affirmed that nothing is more real. "Come on, Vocuc, come with us to greet the Holy Master." Zhao Wuji crossed his arms, a bit unwilling. He bowed and introduced himself, his junior True Vo Chui, to meet the Holy Master of the Holy Land of Chaos. The Holy Master of the Holy Land happily waved his hand. "Ha, that's great, True Vo Chi, you don't need to be so polite. Even though you are Qiu Van's retainer, we will absolutely not destroy your talent. I declare that your position in the mixed Holy Land is equal to that of a Holy Son, receiving the treatment of a Holy Son. After hearing this, True Vocuc didn't believe it was such a good thing. He was a little frozen. He performed the ceremony again, thanking the Holy Master. The thoughts in my heart still seemed unexpected. This Holy Master of Chaos really means it, saying that he is just Tu Van's follower. Let me have the treatment of a saint like in an ancient Holy Land. The Holy Master seemed to have heard what he said, then turned to Tu Van's master, De Tien, the Supreme Elder. You take them home first, then come to me to talk. De Tien quickly received the order. Yes, Holy Master. At the Heavenly Knife Holy Land, a person knelt outside and reported, Please tell me, the old man is ashamed. He cannot safely bring back His Highness the Holy Sun. I hope I will try to blame him. The person inside replied, You are not guilty. The rules of the true dragon nest are decided by us 6 great holy lands. Nam Sun died in there, because his skills were not as good as others. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was movement on the door. The person inside stepped out and added, I am extremely curious about the young man who killed Nam Sun. This person will probably become my opponent on the path to becoming great emperor. As for you, consider yourself unlucky. As he spoke, he released a stream of power aimed straight at the other guy. In just a few seconds, the other guy collapsed immediately. At the Imperial Peak, the silhouettes of 3 girls appeared. I'm back. Do you guys remember me? The 3 people, Tich Xian Vu, Fu Lin and Lam Tu Na, each said a word, congratulating Senior Brother Chiu, and congratulating the young master on his successful return. Senior Brother, I miss you so much. You have swept the true dragon nest. You are truly the most powerful person among the 3 of us. Tu Van walked towards them, and when greeting them, he did not forget to introduce True Vocuc next to him. Ha 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 ha, it's great to see everyone again. This is True Vocuc, once the holy son of the ancient Holy Land. Fu Lin smiled and exclaimed, Oh, he is a saint, has he become your retainer? Hello, Mr. Infinity. True Vo Chui was a little angry, turned around and said, If nothing happens I will go practice first, and when I reach the atmosphere, I will challenge you. On this side, De Tien said to Fu Lin, go arrange a place to live. Lam Tu Na approached Tu Van, dissatisfied, being the subordinate of her senior brother, and still being so overbearing. Do you still consider yourself a saint of the ancient Holy Land? Tu Van looked at her, so you're really right, he's still the same saint's son. This is what the saint said himself. If there's nothing wrong, don't tease him. She pouted, a bit petulant. I know, senior brother. Tu Van said to Tich Xian Vu, Senior Sister Tich, please take me to the magic tower. I want to challenge the Phantom Tower before ascending to the Qi gathering stage. The virtual magic tower still has many unclaimed rewards. Tich Xian Vu also agreed. Then the 2 of them immediately stood on the sword and flew to the magic tower. Below, Lam Tu Na propped her hands up in anger. Hateful. Clearly she also knew how to fly with a sword. Why did senior brother look for senior sister Tich and not me? Tu Van stood above, thinking that this time he would definitely defeat his ancestor and become the ultimate emperor of the body refining realm. This time at Huinma Tower. Some of them have arrived. Tu Van goes up first, brother goes in first, you guys wait here for a moment. Lam Tu Na looked at the flow of people. Wow, so many people came. Tich Xian Vu agreed, yes, even the elders came. Many viewers were excitedly discussing. Tu Van is about to challenge the master, come and watch. This scene is rare to see in 10,000 years. 1,000 times cannot be missed. I wonder if he can succeed or not? Lam Tu Na was excited. Senior brother Tu seemed to be about to make a name for himself. Xian Vu added, that's right, the patriarch has been an invincible character in suppression for tens of thousands of years. Tu Van stood on the tower, standing tall with his hands up. Ghost, I want to challenge the first physical refining powerhouse in history. A voice replied, as you wish. A huge foot appeared, carrying many bright sparks. A large figure appeared, looking muscular, seemingly possessing terrible power. Tu Van doesn't seem afraid at all. Patriarch, disciple Tu Van wants to defeat someone today. The patriarch's huge body overwhelmed Tu Van. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The tower had a slight shaking. Lam Tu Na looked up and asked her sister in wonder, Look, what's on the top of the tower? Looks like divine light. Tich Xian Vu replied. Above is a strong stream of light passing through the tower. Tu Van and the patriarch appeared, on both sides, 2 streams of power facing each other, preparing to determine victory or defeat. The crowd below shouted. It was Tu Van and the patriarch. Probably the master guarding the virtual magic tower had taken action. Next we have the blessing of seeing. I guess the holy master is also here to watch the war, right? He smiled confidently. Is this true chaos? What an oppressive atmosphere. The patriarch was not worried at all, but was still a little excited. Come, challenger. Having finished speaking, looking closely, the patriarch was startled again. Huh, Brother Chu? Why Brother Chu? Tu Van was also surprised. Patriarch, are you talking? In my heart, I thought that other ghost heads could only talk like machines, but this old ancestor's shadow seemed to have normal consciousness. Patriarch crossed his arms. Patriarch? Are you calling me master? Could it be? It turns out, time is magical. Patriarch, what's the matter with you? Why have self-consciousness? He asked curiously. The magic tower is a holy soldier that I found when I was young, and at first I was not conscious of it. But later I become a great emperor, so I can retain my consciousness. He secretly understood, it turned out to be so. But listening to the tone of the patriarch's voice, it seemed like he knew me, but I came here from Earth. He immediately asked, Master, how does he know me? You will know about this later. Initially you and I cultivated to the first level of body refinement realm Van Company. Today you can see, let me come test my talent with you. After saying that, he threw a punch at him. Tu Van also rushed forward. Okay. I don't think I was ever so powerful. The two punches intersected, and the two streams of power also collided directly. The whole sky echoed. The crowd below shouted, worthy of the ultimate body refining stage, truly terrifying. Of course, this is a realm that only legendary demons can achieve. Tu Van is truly evil. The patriarch immediately threw a golden hammer move at him. He immediately responded with the Tai Chi magic palm. Unexpectedly, the patriarch would break his technique. His fist also almost rushed towards Tu Van. Fortunately, he promptly used his magical powers to avoid it. Patriarch praised, you have so many fighting skills that have reached such an extreme level. No wonder even that great emperor praised your understanding. Tu Van looked at him. Patriarch, the great emperor you speak of, could there still be a great emperor in your era? Master once said that in the same world there can only be one great emperor. The patriarch raised his fist high. That was a taboo emperor. I cannot mention his name, you will know later. Tu Van had many mixed thoughts in her heart. The great emperor is the oldest emperor in the cultivation world. The history before him seems to have been erased, leaving nothing behind. It seems that this hole contains a big secret. The patriarch concentrated his strength, not forgetting to remind Tu Van, if you want to win against me, fight with all your strength. The fist containing immense power rushed straight towards him. Patriarch, I admit that you are very strong, but I absolutely will not lose. He spread his arms wide, using the great path to fuse. He cried out, and then rushed towards the master, two patriarchs, and Tu Van. They all opened their eyes wide and rushed at each other. Two powerful punches of two people collided with each other. That huge stream of power collided, shooting out countless rays of light. The two changed directions and punched each other straight in the face. Each person was injured. Blood splattered. Patriarch wiped the blood from his mouth. He could hurt me. Not bad, not bad. Tu Van also regained his balance. He wasn't done yet. I will definitely defeat you. After speaking, he waved his hand. Behind him was the broken illusion. The patriarch saw this and did not expect. Did you remove all defenses, preparing to condense all the power to attack? Tu Van rushes forward. Only then can he defeat him. The patriarch did not hesitate. You are truly a crazy person, as crazy as the heavenly overlord body and the ancient holy body. Two powerful punches crashed into each other again. This time, both could feel the other's dominance. The two created a huge explosion, shaking the whole sky. Space is like moving, opening up a new place. The two stopped. Tu Van asked, what is this? The patriarch immediately replied, this is the side of the river that the Buddha taught, and is also the ultimate goal of us cultivators, the immortal world. The patriarch added, the strongest move of the two of us, completely surpassing the limits of the body refining realm, formed a symbiosis with the great Tao. So, opening the Allied to consciousness, I saw some scenes of the fairy world in the future. He wondered again, what is it that makes you awake? The patriarch further explained that the Allied to consciousness sect is a kind of realm that belongs to Buddhism. It is the basis of all dharmas. He scratched his head and laughed, still not understanding. Patriarch became serious. Simply put, now is your great opportunity. You should quickly practice a combat skill. Maybe I can use this opportunity to break through to the realm of great martial arts. He nodded in agreement. Don't worry about the great path of combat skills. While you still have family knowledge, practice your combat skills first. Having finished speaking, he immediately got into position and called the system to start using enlightenment with the 9 turns beat fist. He asked the patriarch, isn't it said that the ultimate combat skill is the strongest? Why do we still have great fighting skills? The patriarch stood aside and said that great Tao combat skills are combat skills that only those who become great emperors can perform. Therefore, for the people below the great emperor, the strongest fighting skill is the ultimate fighting skill. Furthermore, your fighting skills are not bad, you can open up the great emperor, and this family technique can enter the source of 10,000 paths. This is the only opportunity for you to practice great martial arts. Whether you succeed or not depends on your understanding. He smiled. What you don't lack is enlightenment. Use one more enlightenment with 9 Zhuan Fat Fist. The patriarch advised that if you can practice great martial arts, you can at least increase your strength by 50 to 1,000 pounds. I'm still cultivating. How can admiration be so powerful? The patriarch kept saying that great Tao combat skills contain Tao patterns. Even if they are weeds, they can become as sharp as a sword in the blink of an eye. This is a gift from the great path. To what level your body can transform depends on the enlightenment and power of the heavenly tribulation. Tu Van was surprised. Wait, is there still a heavenly tribulation? Isn't that what it takes to become a saint? The patriarch sneered. Except for the holy tribulation, breaking through a certain realm will also lead to a celestial tribulation. This time, if you can comprehend the great path of combat skills, each breakthrough from now on will lead to a heavenly tribulation. Tu Van was helpless. So isn't he struck by lightning every day? Master Patriarch stood on high. Brother Tu didn't expect your understanding to be so terrifying. Storm clouds gather, a sign of disaster, you are about to break through. A thunderclap rang out, countless lightning bolts appeared against the black sky. Tu Van sat practicing in the middle of the grand path. Countless lines of text appeared around him. The people below wondered why they stopped. Tu Van even sat down. What's that on him? It seems I hear the gods chanting. The guy on this side suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Break it for me." With a wave of his hand, countless rays of light shot out again, more powerful than before. He flew up, shouting loudly in the air, "It seems like you have become a different person, your demeanor is completely different. Patriarch, let's have another match. I'm afraid that I can kill Emperor Lai Tan now with one punch. The Patriarch is here. Okay, then let me see to what level you have transformed yourself." He frowned, not dodging but preparing to rush forward. Before the Patriarch's punch could touch him, he let out a painful blow, causing him to fly away and spit out fresh blood. The Patriarch's family vomited blood. It's truly a great fighting skill. Continue. Hearing his words, Tu Van once again used his strength to rush towards him. His whole body seemed to glow. The two punches collided, creating a huge explosion of sky-high power. The Patriarch was once again knocked back and fell backwards. He remained as calm as ever, calmly saying, "Patriarch, you have lost." Patriarch wiped the blood from his mouth. Not bad, not bad, I'm afraid your strength has doubled." He replied, "Yes, an additional 900,000 pounds of strength, almost doubling it." The Patriarch smiled lightly. Surpassing the limit of the realm is so scary, no wonder the great emperor can penetrate the immortal road. He wondered a bit who that great emperor was, even his grandfather admired him so much. Exuding a blanket of power, the Patriarch answered him, "Don't think so much, the 9 heavenly tribulation is coming, go out and overcome the tribulation. I will wait for you on the fairy road, Brother Chu. I will rely on you to save the Holy Land." Dark clouds filled the sky, lightning surrounded the tower, darkening the entire tall tower. The people below said to each other, "Is this a heavenly tribulation? Don't gods only have heavenly tribulation?" Another replied, "I don't know, is this our place about to have someone become a saint?" The Holy Master of the Mixed Holy Land watched below, and couldn't help but wonder who it was that saved the calamity. "Is it possible that the direction of the magic tower is you?" From above, he jumped down gently before everyone's eyes. The crowd was excited and excited. Tu Van has come out, look quickly, the first virtual magic tower has turned into the name Tu Van. He really defeated the old ancestor, defying the heavens. He stood below, looking intently at the tower being swallowed by the dark gray haze. "I'm a little worried. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid the power of the heavenly tribulation is not small." A thunderclap rang out, hitting Tu Van straight. The aftershock caused all the nearby rocks to crumble. He stood in the middle of the ruins, still surrounded by the power of the heavenly tribulation. He pinned his feet to the ground, determined not to fall. "I didn't expect that this lightning tribulation could temper my body. However, it really hurts." Another round of lightning fell. A group of people stood next to the Holy Master of the Mixed Holy Land, discussing among themselves, how could a body-refining realm like Tu Van bring about a lightning disaster? It seems that the old man is jealous. God is really jealous of your talent. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land stroked his beard, thinking that through the tribulation, Tu Van might be stronger, but once he couldn't stand it, he would die. The lightning strike became more and more powerful. He used all his strength, and in the end he was forced down with both hands so he could endure. It's really painful, very painful. His eyes were white, determined that he would definitely be able to withstand the last stage of the lightning tribulation. Emperor Tian stood next to the Holy Master of the Holy Land and said, "The lightning has weakened. It seems that my disciples are about to overcome the heavenly tribulation and become supremely capable." The Holy Master replied, "Yes, if you can defeat the Patriarch, withstand the lightning disaster, cast the chaos body, becoming a great emperor is only a matter of sooner or later. The sky is blue again, the disaster is over, he stands firm again." At this time, his body was full of strength, even shining with spiritual energy. In the end, his strength had reached 2,000 pounds, even more than twice that of his grandfather. If Emperor Enlighten came here at this time, I could kill him with just one punch. He called the two masters and holy masters. De Tian looked at his disciple and said, "Honestly, you just came back not long ago and created such a big commotion." The holy master called him again. "Tu Van, I have something to ask you." The holy master raised his finger and created something. From the holy master's hand, a surrounding formation was created, separating the three people Chu Van, the holy master and De Tian from the outside. Laughed loudly at him again. "Before that, I was in the virtual magic tower and seemed to have talked with the Patriarch. Could it be that the head of the Patriarch's shadow has consciousness?" De Tian also asked, "Is there such a thing?" He replied, "Yes, I was scared at that time." The holy master continued, "So what did the Patriarch tell you?" Thinking to himself, he thought that the matter of his grandfather calling him brother should not be said. He would probably be considered a fool. He scratched his head. "The master said that you are absolutely the most talented person that has been around for countless years. Before there was no one, there will be no one after. He asked me to lead the Holy Land to become strong, and soon the fairy world will meet with him." The Holy Master spoke seriously to him again. The Patriarch was right. "From today onwards I will make you a quasi-disciple, representing my Chaos Holy Land on the outside. You and Elder De Tian go home first." He accepted the order and thanked the Holy Master. The scene changed back to the chaotic sanctuary. Zhao Wuji crossed his arms in front of him and asked him, "How much power do you have now?" He didn't answer right away but teased, "Want to know? I won't tell you." Then he turned around and went inside. Truvo Cuc snorted, "You wait for me, wait until I enter the atmosphere gathering scene and then come to challenge you." He looked out. Truvo Cuc was still talking behind him. He was still mumbling, "At that time, I can blow you away with one finger." Stop gossiping. Time passed a moment later. Now he sat with De Tian. The two of them talked together. He told his master about the story at the foot of the dragon's nest. De Tian gave some rewards. He did well. The cultivation world is a world where big fish eat small fish. Whoever dares to kill me, I will kill him, no matter who he is. He bowed his head, "Yes, master." After a pause, De Tian continued, "But Lu Nam's son's grandfather, Lu Tiandu, was a descendant of the Heavenly Knife Holy Land. At that time, he was on the same level as me, with the title of Ba Dao, ancient times Tian Dao. So rich, I'm afraid it will be a bit troublesome. Everyone blames the master for being incompetent and unable to break through to the heavenly realm." He heard that and objected. "Master has invincible talent. He can cast half a chaotic body. What is a small Lu Tian do?" De Tian was a bit sad. "If I can ascend to the heavenly realm, of course I won't be afraid of Lu Tian do. Unfortunately, now I don't have much life energy left." He raised his hand and held out a handful of glowing gold. "Master, what is this?" Emperor Tian himself was also surprised. This was Bodhi fruit. After a bit of surprise and joy, De Tian waved his hand and walked away. "Even if I break through to the heavenly realm, in this life I cannot cast true chaos. Let me waste it, you better take it and use it." He thought that if the master could even control the temptation of the Bodhi fruit, he truly considered himself his successor. He tried to force into De Tian's hand, "Master, based on the disciple's enlightenment, there is no need to use Bodhi fruit at all. Next, I want to go into seclusion and break through the gathering of energy. Master, please help me stop all the things that bother me outside." After capturing De Tian Cam, he went out. De Tian had no choice but to take it and leave. If that was the case, let the teacher protect his son to attain enlightenment. After all, the teacher also really wants to see the moment when you become a great emperor. This guy is focusing his best on cultivating, as a chi gathering realm, that is, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, penetrating 360 meridians, opening 7,200 acupuncture points, finally forming a great heavenly cycle, condensing spiritual energy in Dan dying. We have to see how much spiritual energy we can hold. The power absorbed into his body made him float in midair. Time passed, and a day later, the jars he placed in front of him while cultivating broke. He looked at it and scratched his head. So many top-quality spiritual treasures were consumed in just one day. This high price is really not something ordinary people can afford. Emperor Tian appeared. Disciple, is the spirit stone used up? I will help you bring the new spirit stone here. He looked at the mountain of spirit stones and happily asked, Master, why are there so many top-quality spirit stones? Tian smiled. Now you are a qualified son. What is this little spirit stone? Try to break through. He was also happy. Yes, having the spirit stone, he practiced for a month, and now he finally broke through. In his stream of power appeared the image of a huge dragon. That dragon flew through the roof and rushed high into the sky. The onlookers outside were happy with him. He had made a breakthrough. Fu Lin stood next to Tian and said that the young master's blood energy was so terrifying. I'm afraid he had already reached the stage of perfect energy gathering. Tian replied, It is very likely that this is the true supreme foundation. Tu Van has surpassed his master, which is truly extraordinary. He appeared, still carrying the silhouette of a majestic dragon behind him. Land on the ground. He clenched his fists. His strength increased 5 times, reaching 1 million pounds. Even if Emperor Lai Tan also increased his qi gathering stage to perfection, it would only be 4,000 pounds of power. Indeed, the stronger your foundation, the stronger you will be in the future. Fu Lin praised, the young master is so strong, it's like a dragon is hidden in his body. Tian also said that I feel like a mountain that has been sleeping for 10,000 years, just waiting for the moment to explode. It will be even more shocking, moving mountains and filling the sea. He thanked his master for his reward. Zhao Wuji has come to us. Is there any movement in the ancient Holy Land? Tian looked at him, wanting to tell you that, through initial negotiations, the ancient Holy Land tends to form allies. But before making allies, you must go on a trip to the ancient Holy Land till they see the sincerity of our Holy Land. He replied, What's the use of me going? Tian put his hand on his shoulder. You don't need to worry about the details. After arriving you just need to beat their genius to a pulp. As for everything else, of course there will be the elders of the Chaos Sanctuary. We come to discuss. He scratched his head again. So it turns out, my master understands. In my heart, I understood that I was asked to do the trick. Just let them know that my talent is very strong, my future achievements are immeasurable, and forming an alliance will definitely happen. A powerful light suddenly emitted. True Vo Cuc appeared from nowhere, his whole body radiating aura, provoking him. Tu Van, I want to challenge you. He glared at him. Come, let me see how much strength has increased after breaking through to the Qi gathering realm. I'm not afraid to tell you, I have already reached the perfection gathering stage. He wasn't worried at all, just smiled. Maybe you should strike first, so that when I strike, you won't have a chance. Tian stood by and witnessed it without bothering to stop him. He also told Fu Lin that this true Vo Chui wanted to test Tu Van's strength. After all, he certainly understood that Tu Van could even defeat his ancestors. Defeated, and at the same time after leveling up, he was definitely no match. Fu Lin continued. Unfortunately, he did not know that the young master had not simply reached his limit. Zhao Wuji used his power, and his body also appeared behind him. It was extremely arrogant. Today I will let you know what the end will be for those who disregard the ancient holy body. Having finished speaking, he launched a divine fist attack and rushed forward. Gu Lin exclaimed, Worthy of being an ancient holy body, the strength of this body of true Vo Cuc has increased to 3,000 pounds. Tian followed. That's right, but that's still far behind my disciple. The incoming punch was gently blocked by one of his hands, not even moving at all. True Vo Cuc couldn't believe that one of his moves was blocked so easily. He threw another punch, shouting, This is impossible. Tu Van is still the same, calm, even smiling. Once again, the punch was blocked lightly, without any difficulty. True Vo Cuc was extremely angry and shouted hateful sentences. Using a stronger move, the war god merged, then continued to puff towards him, only this time with much greater strength. He raised a finger towards the approaching True Vo Cuc. You can stop him with just one finger. He smiled. Next it's my turn to strike. Then he looked seriously at True Vo Cuc. His finger that blocked the blow also bent down. With just one finger, Tu Van easily flicked True Vo Chi, in his strongest state, into the sky. He flew uncontrollably, immediately hitting the next building, causing its roof to shatter. Tu Van looked at him, crossed his arms and spoke up coolly, Hey, I told you, one finger can send you flying. Immediately after that, he turned and approached Tien, asking, Master, must I continue to seclude myself to reach the divine realm? Hearing that, Tien replied kindly, Your strength has increased a lot, it's best to adapt first. Otherwise, if you cannot completely control your own strength, it will cause disaster. Tu Van immediately engraved these precious reminders in his heart, and replied to his master, If that's the case, I will go to the magic tower first and challenge the strongest powerhouse in the history of gathering energy, to get used to his new power. Seeing that his disciple had understood, Tien had no intention of hindering him, so that was good. Hearing this wish, Fu Lin immediately came to take him away. Follow me, young master, I'll take you to the magic tower. Tu Van agreed, then stood with her on the giant sword floating in midair. On the way, he asked, Okay, I just heard that I brought something back from the dragon's nest and wanted to give it to you. Hearing that, Fu Lin turned around in bewilderment. For me? Tu Van immediately took out a few dazzling red gems from his pocket and showed them to her. Seeing this, Fu Lin was extremely confused and said, This is dragon fruit, a fruit with a lifespan of 10 years. No, I can't accept it, this is too precious. Seeing Fu Lin's shyness, Tu Van immediately persuaded her not to refuse. She also didn't want you not to lose her master too quickly, right? Holding the rare gems in her hands, Fu Lin still couldn't believe her eyes. Fu Lin was extremely grateful, took the pearls away and said, Okay, then thank you very much, young master. Seeing that she finally accepted, Tu Van happily said, Take it, the magic tower has arrived. Why are there so many people coming? It seems I have truly become a celebrity. After a while of flying in the sky, the two finally arrived at the magic tower. The scene before them now was a magnificent tower covered by majestic mountains. Hundreds of people are flocking here. Witnessing Tu Van's appearance, everyone standing around immediately started chatting. Senior brother Tu has come to challenge the virtual magic tower again. That's right, this time I bet he can definitely defeat Master Patriarch. That's right, senior brother Tu seems to have defended first place again. Tu Van did not hesitate, immediately jumped down from Fu Lin's flying sword, quickly rushed inside to conquer the virtual magic tower. Just a moment later, a series of new information appeared on the yellow board, causing everyone to rush there. They looked up to read and felt extremely respectful. Wow, so fast, senior brother Tu just entered and defeated the last person. It's really a quick kill. Even second place couldn't hold on for 2 seconds, so strong. Inside the virtual magic tower at this time, Tu Van was starting a fierce battle with a man with loose white hair. The two continuously exchanged moves, fighting back non-stop. This battle made Tu Van realize one thing, indeed his master was right, he cannot increase his strength overnight, he should still learn how to control his strength. Otherwise, this 1 million pounds of power cannot be exerted at all. Strength plus control is equivalent to combat power, it seems like you need to practice more. Understanding the truth, Tu Van immediately threw the decisive punch, immediately knocking down his opponent. A few days later, in a strange highland, there was a citadel hidden among the mountains. Suddenly, a mysterious black aura appeared from the sky. From that stream of air, a person with long hair leisurely walked out. Immediately a voice from below rang out, Lu Tiandu. That voice came from the Holy Master of the Holy Land. He flew up to explore and asked, Lu Tiandu, what advice do you have when you come to our Holy Land? On the other side, Lu Tiandu did not hesitate, his face was serious, he spoke, I just came here to see, you chaotic Holy Land, which master is the one who killed my nephew at the foot of the dragon nest. Having discovered this, the Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land was very confused. To prevent this matter from being exposed, he invited Lu Tiandu inside the city and suggested that the 6 great Holy Lands have rules, the grudges in the true dragon nest cannot be brought outside. Seeing his attitude at this time, Lu Tiandu smiled sinisterly and replied, Holy Master, there is no need to be nervous. Lu Tiandu has not yet fallen to the point of bullying a junior. Even if I want revenge, I will wait for him to grow up without killing him first. Hearing Tiandu say that, the Holy Master of the Mixed Holy Land thought, Lu Tiandu was also invincible. Only Tien could compete for a short period of time, and would really not do anything to bully his juniors. There was no other way, he had to accept. Okay, then I will complete it for you. You follow me. Lu Tiandu was satisfied and followed the Holy Master. On the way, he began to say, I once met Emperor Enlighten, his invincibility was broken, he could do nothing. I hope Tu Van of your Chaos Holy Land will not disappoint me. Without opponents, you will be very lonely. Going ahead, hearing these words, the Holy Master thought to himself, this Lu Tiandu is still as arrogant as before. The Holy Master of the Holy Land of Chaos led Tiandu to a very large place inside the city. Suddenly a voice spoke from there. Lu Tiandu, you are still so overbearing. Have you forgotten my De Tien? That year, you were beaten by me many times. That voice came from De Tien. He and Tu Van came out to say hello. Seeing his gentle appearance, Lu Tiandu excitedly replied, De Tien, to be honest, since you disappeared, I have had no opponent for many years. I really miss those days competing with you for the title. Tu Van stood next to observe Tiandu's expression, and immediately made an assessment in his mind. Looking at Lu Tiandu's expression, it seems that he is not pretending at all. The president has no opponents. This is a championship belief at any level. Suddenly his system woke up, giving an immediate announcement. Ding! Latest mission, defeat Lu Tiandu, reward 50 times enlightenment. Being assigned an unimaginable task, Tu Van was helpless, thinking, system, please. Defeat Lu Tiandu? Big brother, do you consider me a reincarnated god king? While he was engrossed in his inner monologue, De Tien suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, startling him. He put his arm on Tu Van's shoulder and spoke with an extremely proud tone. Lu Tiandu, you don't need to worry about not having an opponent. My disciple, Tu Van, will catch up with you sooner or later, and will definitely defeat you. Seeing De Tien say that, Lu Tiandu immediately turned his attention to Tu Van. He did not hesitate to praise. You said it was him? Indeed, he is worthy of defeating the body of time and space. Truly a powerful talent. I am far behind him in the atmosphere gathering realm. Suddenly, he turned around and said sarcastically, your disciple really has the qualifications to become my opponent in the future. You should train him well. In the future he will become a sharpening stone so that I can become a great emperor. Feeling like he was being looked down upon, De Tien was dissatisfied and suggested, Tiandu, since you're here, how about having a fight with my disciple? After hearing this request, the Holy Master of the Mixed Holy Land was stunned and wondered what Elder De Tien meant. On the other side, Tu Van heard this and was extremely worried and confused. Master, are you pitting your disciple? Lu Tiandu is about to become a saint now. One breath can destroy that creature. How should I fight? Lu Tiandu received this proposal, immediately burst into laughter and replied, De Tien, aren't you old and confused? Your disciple is the one who gathers energy. Even if I stand still and let him hit me, he can't hurt me. De Tien was still very confident in his decision, confident about his student, and replied bluntly, it's very simple, you can compete on the Grand Emperor's stage, that's very fair. Seeing De Tien mention the Great Emperor's arena, Tu Van did not understand and immediately ran over to ask, Master, what is the Great Emperor's arena? He immediately explained to his students, the Great Emperor's ring is a treasure of the Great Emperor, it can be refined, the purpose is to test true genius. This type of arena has a special effect, it can suppress the cultivation level of the person with the higher cultivation level and the two people fighting to the same level as the person with the lower cultivation level. After hearing the explanation, Tu Van suddenly felt confident again. In the same realm, even my ancestors can win. Isn't this an opportunity for me to defeat Lu Tiandu? Tu Van immediately turned 180 degrees, from worry and confusion to a confident expression, and spoke loudly, Senior Lu, dare to fight with me? Lu Tiandu was not caught up in De Tien's scheme, and immediately wisely responded, De Tien, I admit that your disciple is invincible in the atmosphere gathering realm, I can't beat him, but so what? Gathering the champion's atmosphere does not represent the future champion. Do you dare let him fight me in the divine realm? Tiandu's sharp words made De Tien really think, no way. Fighting according to his will is too risky for Tu Van. Seeing De Tien's long silence, Lu Tiandu burst into contemptuous laughter and teased, ha ha, the ones who proposed fighting at the same level were you, and the ones who were scared were also you. Lu Tiandu's words just made De Tien, the Holy Master and Tu Van stand in silence for a long time without reacting. Suddenly, Tu Van stepped up and confidently spoke up. The godly realm is the godly realm. Please Senior Lu stay in the chaotic Holy Land as a guest for a month. In 1 month, I will definitely enter the divine realm and fight with you. As he spoke, Tu Van's mind was filled with determination. If the system had assigned the task, it proved that he definitely had a chance to complete it. Witnessing his extremely brave attitude, Lu Tiandu had no intention of refusing. Okay, I agree with you. At this moment, inside his head, he was extremely proud. The young man really couldn't hold back his anger. He fell into the trap so quickly. De Tian heard his disciple's words, immediately saw that something was wrong, and jumped in to intervene. No, either fight in the air-gathering realm, or wait for a heroic battle later on the way back. Become an emperor. Lu Tiandu immediately responded, De Tian, your disciple has already agreed. Now that he regrets it, he's afraid his state of mind will fall apart. Hearing these words of Tiandu, De Tian suddenly realized this matter. Lu Tiandu was right. A person who becomes a great emperor, his state of mind absolutely cannot have the slightest crack, otherwise he will crumble under the emperor. Life. He immediately became strangely quiet. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land immediately came forward and asked again, Tu Van and Lu Tiandu have been practicing for more than 1,000 years, and their combat experience and fighting skills are far beyond yours. Moreover, the God King realm has used his mental power to cultivate Lu Tiandu's magical powers and has reached the realm of perfection. I have just entered the God Kyo realm. How can I fight with him? After listening to his analysis, Tu Van was stunned. His previous confidence suddenly disappeared quickly. Lu Tiandu suddenly spoke sarcastically, Tu Van, your holy master is right. If you are afraid, you should go back and practice diligently. Seeing that hateful attitude in front of him, Tu Van determinedly responded, You're just a second-order god, what am I afraid of? My supreme body has also defeated quite a few. Even in the divine realm, I can still win against you. Having finished speaking, he turned around and told the two of them not to worry about him. Master, Holy Master, you two don't need to advise me anymore. If you withdraw, your mental state will leave cracks. De Tian is now extremely confused as he let his disciple fall into this situation. Tu Van, why am I suddenly talking about the great emperor's arena? It's true that if I can't catch chickens, I'll lose rice. Seeing De Tian's worried and apologetic face, Tu Van smiled and immediately spoke up to reassure him. Master, please take me back to seclusion. 1 month later, I will definitely defeat Lu Tiandu. Seeing the determination in his words, De Tian immediately agreed to give his full support. The decisive battle has been decided, which means that Lu Tiandu will stay in the Holy Land for a month. He bowed his head and said to the Holy Master, 1 month later, I will trouble you. On the other side, the Holy Master also immediately agreed, you can do as you like. Everything was done. Lu Tiandu immediately flew into the sky and left. He went to the most crowded place and loudly announced, Fellow monks of the Holy Land, today Lu Tiandu is here to fight with Tu Van on the grand stage in the divine realm. 1 month later, I hope you all come to watch the war. Hearing Tiandu's voice, the Holy Master immediately felt a little worried in his heart. Damn, this Lu Tiandu is really sinister. If Tu Van loses to Lu Tiandu in front of everyone's eyes, it will definitely destroy his spiritual heart, and also affect his reputation in the Holy Land. What do you understand? The Divine Kyo realm uses magical powers. Senior brother Chu has just entered the Divine Kyo realm. Can you learn to understand? Hidden in that crowd, the most venerable elder had heard the gossip all this time, and now understood the story. He wondered if this was Tu Van who had already complacently forgotten himself, daring to say that within a month he would decide to fight Lu Tiandu at the Divine Realm. The power of magical powers far surpasses combat skills. Tu Van cannot practice magical powers in a hurry and will definitely lose. The scene changes to Emperor Fong, a very magnificent citadel located between majestic mountains. In the lobby, there are currently many people gathered. They are Tu Van's acquaintances. He gathered them here to inform them about the decisive battle a month later between him and Lu Tiandu. After hearing this information, Tru Vo Cuc felt extremely confused and angrily asked, Tu Van, are you crazy? Fighting again with Lu Tiandu in the Divine Realm, you really seek to humiliate yourself. Hearing those assessments, Tu Van confidently replied, even supreme beings like you will be defeated by my hands. He is just a small second-order insect. What am I afraid of? Seeing Tu Van's flirtatious and disdainful attitude, Tru Vo Cuc was extremely upset and loudly said, you are really an idiot. If he were your senior, you would definitely win. But he has been cultivating for over 1,000 years. All kinds of magical powers have been perfected, and the worm has been exploited to an extremely high level. Even if there were 10 people in the Divine Realm, they wouldn't necessarily win. It seems that Tru Vo Cuc's advice did not reach Tu Van's ears. He couldn't help but say again, don't put the thinking of the weak on others. You will lose if you fight him, but that doesn't mean I will also lose. Tu Van, I am the same champion. No matter who I fight, I am also the champion. After all the advice Tu Van refused to listen to, True Vo Cuc also finished his words to him and left, saying the last sentence. If you have humiliated yourself, I have nothing more to say. Waiting for your invincible mentality to leave cracks, I will see how you will become an emperor in the future. Suddenly, Fu Lin approached, making Tu Van blush. She also had the same opinion as True Vo Cuc, so she immediately said, Young master, although True Vo Cuc's words are difficult to hear, they still have some sense. He had not yet cultivated his magical powers, so he basically couldn't win against Lu Tiandu. Seeing that the girl was worried about him, Tu Van was excited and replied, Fu Lin, don't worry, after I level up, I will immediately practice magical powers. Don't you know my enlightenment qualities? Seeing that Tu Van still didn't seem to understand the seriousness of the problem, Fu Lin immediately explained more clearly. The young master was afraid he still didn't know, magical powers are 100,000 times more difficult than combat skills. Many people, even to death, cannot practice a magical power to perfection. 1 month, very difficult. Lam Tu Na also agreed from behind, adding, Brother Chu, what old master said was right. Magical powers are really difficult to practice. I chose middle grade magical powers and have been practicing for several months, but I haven't even started yet. After hearing so much advice, Tu Van still refused to accept it, smiling and complacently replying, I have such a bit of talent, how can I compare with you? After speaking, he said goodbye. Okay, let's go play. Time is urgent, senior brother must go attack the divine realm. As he left, Tu Van pondered, Lu Tiandu, are you stronger, can you compare with me? Just wait, a month later I will beat you so much that even your mother won't recognize you. Tu Van immediately returned to his house, sat down on the floor and began to focus on cultivating. In his mind, he was calculating that after going through a battle in the virtual magic tower, now he has 300 more enlightenments. Then a drum sound rushes towards the perfect state of divine beauty. System, use enlightenment. As soon as he finished speaking, countless white auras immediately emerged around Tu Van's body. Immediately, Tu Van's mind was taken into a magical three-dimensional space, surrounded by many blue screens. He turned around, observed everything, then thought carefully. If he wanted to enter the divine realm, he had to condense his mental energy into a fluid state. After a period of time that was neither short nor long, Tu Van created a rather large ball of energy in his hand. Looking at it, he thought to himself, this bit of mental power, I'm afraid it can only control 100,000 pounds of power, which is only 1/10 of the power in front of me. It seems that we have to use the divine heavenly training in the Chaos Sutra to continue to improve. Tu Van ordered, the system used enlightenment, and Tien. Immediately countless screens appeared, with numbers and characters written on them. The system immediately issued a notification, the elementary divine first training has been completed, and the intermediate divine first training will begin. The intermediate training process begins. The pressure from this is extremely terrible, causing Tu Van to grimace and endure. The 9 spiritual trainings, each level of training doubles the spiritual power, a total increase of 9 times, it is truly heaven-defying. It's just that this pain is so scary. Tu Van suddenly remembered that the genius and earth treasure supplemented his spiritual power obtained from the true dragon nest, and this time he could finally use it. He took out the item to use, and immediately the effectiveness of the promotion process increased rapidly. Tu Van continuously eats spiritual energy supplements. He gritted his teeth, chewing each piece, his head was screaming, it hurt so much. And the number of times of enlightenment is consumed too quickly. However, to become the strongest, it's all worth it. Anyway, you can still cheat back later. The number of practice sessions has now returned to 1, and is about to end. Tu Van closed his eyes tightly, mentally prepared himself, the number gradually returns to 0. An unexpected thing seems to have happened inside Tu Van. Right now, at Lu Tiandu's residence, an ancient, high-rise building looks extremely beautiful. Inside, Lu Tiandu was leisurely and happily playing Go with De Tien. He continuously defeated him, laughing loudly. De Tien, you lost again. Being talked about too much, De Tien was upset and responded, Humph, my disciple can win against you. Lu Tiandu immediately rearranged the chess pieces to play a new game, and at the same time responded to De Tien's last words with great confidence. In the future it may be possible, but in the realm of gods, he absolutely will not win. Where are we? The key point of the divine realm is mental power and magical powers. Even if he can break through the condensed mental power, he is afraid he can only control 1/10 of the power in front of him. Furthermore, in terms of magical powers, I have long cultivated all kinds of magical powers to perfection and have very rich combat experience. Therefore, the odds of him defeating me are 0%. Lu Tiandu confidently affirmed, picked up a chess piece and crushed it. De Tian sitting opposite saw this attitude and did not show any fear, immediately responded strongly. So what? I believe in my disciple, he can definitely defeat you. Time flies quickly. Before long, Tu Van had practiced for 9 days. At this time, he was still sitting motionless in the room, his hands clasped together, creating dazzling rays of light. The internal force in Tu Van's body has now become almost perfect. Finally, just a little more practice and it's done. Tu Van was cultivating, thinking in his head, with strong mental power, he was able to observe his own insides. Through mental power, you can see not only the mind, but also the meridians, acupuncture points, bones, flesh and blood in the body. Suddenly, the ball of internal energy in his head lit up, causing his eyes to widen. It seems like the entire process is complete. Tu Van was happy, looking at his body filled with spiritual energy. He said excitedly, "Very good, the divine TNQ has been refined and successfully condensed the spiritual power of the golden pill. It costs 100 times enlightenment, but this effect is worth it. Don't talk about divine Kyo realm, even if you are an expert in the spiritual power of Dong Tian realm. You are not as strong as yourself." After Lu Tiandu was crushed to death, he was definitely not as good as he is now. Taking advantage of the victory, Tu Van took out 2 swords, calculating in his mind, the golden dragon sword given by the Holy Master is very light, winning depends on speed. The demon sword that the Master gave me is very heavy and wins by attacking. At the same time, practice these 2 swords. He decided to continue to pour spiritual power into it. Only 2 hours later, Tu Van successfully upgraded these 2 swords. Witnessing his achievements, he was extremely happy. It's done! Master Chu, I can finally fly with my sword, ha ha ha. He immediately used the yellow sword and rode on it, jumping straight out from the roof of his house. Standing nearby, Fu Lin, Tixien Vu and Lam Tu Na were very worried about Tu Van. Tu had been in seclusion for 9 days, and there wasn't much time left for him to practice his magical powers. Well, to be honest, even if the young master only had a month's time, it would still be very difficult to practice a magical power. While they were chatting, suddenly a shadow flashed across the sky. Tixien Vu glanced after him and immediately discovered that senior brother Tu had come out. He had ascended to the realm of the divine. After 9 consecutive days of not being able to go out and breathe fresh air, Tu Van can finally do it. He rode his sword and flew across the sky, saying with satisfaction, "The feeling of flying is so refreshing." Seeing his new silhouette flying by, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "It's senior brother Chu. He made a breakthrough, really fast. That's right, maybe he can defeat Lu Tiandu. It's certainly possible in the future, but right now it's very difficult." Looking out from inside Lu Tiandu's house, De Tian witnessed the outstanding growth of his disciple and felt extremely proud. 9 short days have condensed spiritual power. Looking around the world, only my disciples. Sitting next to him, Lu Tiandu also saw that scene. He was extremely excited about Tu Van's strength. His natural talent was very strong. "I hope more and more that he will grow up quickly and help me become a great emperor." Seeing that the disdainful attitude was still there, De Tian seriously warned, "Humph, you should quickly get stronger. My disciple will sooner or later cut off your path to becoming emperor." Tiandu just smiled and replied, "I'm looking forward to it." Tu Van is now floating in the sky of Imperial Peak. He immediately tested his new strength, clasping his hands together, and casting his search for spiritual power. After a while of testing, Tu Van pondered that the maximum scope of his search for spiritual power could cover the Emperor's Peak. He didn't know what level it was in the divine realm. To understand more about these things, Tu Van went to his monks for advice. He flew to them, and as soon as he landed, he asked, "Junior sister, senior sister Tich, after you ascended to the divine realm, what is the scope of your search for spiritual power?" Hearing that, Tich Xian Vu immediately responded, "Senior brother, my spiritual power is also strong, it can cover the entire continent." Lam Tu Na also agreed, "I'm almost the same." Receiving the answer, Tu Van was quite disappointed, his face full of confusion, and exclaimed, "Is that still called strong?" Seeing that, Fu Lin immediately approached and asked, "Young master, how far can your spiritual power search?" Tu Van heard that and immediately replied, "Actually, it's not very big, you can only search throughout the entire Emperor Peak." As soon as Tu Van finished speaking, Fu Lin, Xian Vu and Lam Tuna were all startled at the same time, suddenly exclaiming, "What? The entire empire?" On the other side, Lam Tuna and Fu Lin saw Tu Van boasting and immediately turned away and sulked. They always compared themselves with others, making people angry. Seeing that, Tu Van sighed and quickly explained so as not to make the girls angry, "Hey, I really don't want to attack you girls, but Fu Lin definitely wants to ask." Suddenly from the sky, Tien landed. His eyes lit up and he excitedly said, "Good boy, quickly tell the teacher, after you ascend to the divine realm, roughly how much range can your spiritual power cover?" Seeing his master's silhouette, Tu Van bowed politely, "Master, my disciple's spiritual power can cover the entire imperial peak." Hearing Tu Van say that, Tien was extremely excited about his new strength and immediately replied, "Is it that strong? Quick, let me see your consciousness." Tu Van closed his eyes and said, "Yes." He raised 2 fingers, channeling his energy in preparation. Immediately, the ball of mental power in Tu Van's head appeared before Tien's eyes. Looking at it, he was extremely surprised by his student's current strength, and did not hesitate to praise, "It is the spiritual power of the golden pill again. I have just entered the divine realm, how can I condense my spiritual power into a golden pill?" Hearing Tien say that, Lam Tuna did not understand anything and turned to ask, "Master, what is the spiritual power of the golden pill?" Fu Lin stood next to him, excited, and immediately replied, "The golden pill's spiritual force is a high-quality spiritual force that can only be condensed when entering the extraordinary realm. Of course, there is also another way, which is to practice in the Chaos Sutra." Hearing Fu Lin's words, Tien suddenly remembered and asked, "Disciple, have you completed the 9 trainings?" Tu Van did not hesitate and quickly responded, "Yes." Tien was once again surprised by Tu Van. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Ha ha ha ha, even if you are a master, you can only now reach the level of 7 practice. That Lu Tien Du is also like that, so if you suppress your cultivation level to the divine Kyo realm, your mental power will be much stronger." Besides, even Lam Tuna, Fu Lin and Xian Vu also appeared extremely overwhelmed by Tu Van's rapid advancement. The old master had not practiced for thousands of years. The young master had 9 days of 9-day training. Even the ancestors do not have this enlightenment. It feels like eating Bodhi fruit every day. Receiving countless compliments, Tu Van was extremely excited, thinking to himself, there is a system here. It is really like eating Bodhi fruit every day, not only eating 1 fruit every day." Ignoring this story, he suddenly became serious again, turned to ask Tien wholeheartedly, "Master, next you have to practice magical powers. It's just that I don't know which magical power I should practice. I hope Master can give me some pointers." Receiving his disciple's request, Tien happily agreed, "You found the right person." The teacher and Lu Tan Du fought for many years. Of course they knew which magic power would overcome him. "Approved," Tu Van excitedly said, "then let's go to the spirit palace to choose the magic power." Seeing Tu Van in such a hurry, Tien was worried and immediately gave advice. However, these magical powers all have extremely high difficulty levels. Hearing that, Tu Van turned around, filled with confidence and asked, "Master, don't you believe me?" Seeing this fearless expression, Tien also had to nod in recognition and replied, "That's right, 9 trainings can't be difficult for you, and there's no need to mention magical powers." Tu Van continued to add, "So please tell me how to deal with Lu Tien Du." To make Tien agree, he began to slowly speak. "The worm's physical body has the 3 strongest abilities, specifically the power of illusion, pulling people into illusion. Unleash the power of heaven, physical attacks carry the spirit of attack. The power of divine fire, extremely high temperature, nothing can resist." Tu Van listened to Tien's presentation for a while but was like a duck listening to thunder, not understanding anything. He was bewildered. The illusion, the spirit of attack, this bronze fire god wouldn't be the Sharingan. Tien still hasn't finished speaking and continues to explain. "Therefore, to deal with his power of opening the sky, the first magical power I choose for you is Kim Chung Chao, which is also the upgraded version of the previous Kim Chung Chao. There. Next is the 10,000 sword flow, and the 4-image sword formation. There are also the Blessing Sea Seal and the Profound Ice Sword Seal. After combining, they will definitely be able to break the power of divine fire." Listening to Tien speak for a while, Tu Van was still a bit confused but gradually understood a few things. Suddenly he wondered, "Master, how can we overcome the worm's illusionary ability?" Receiving the question, Tien thought for a moment and then replied, "There is also a magical power, called Immobility Min Vong Seal, Buddha's magical power, which can suppress the spirit and destroy illusions. That much magical power is probably enough. Let's go. Thanks to De Tien's enthusiastic advice, Qiu Van has also found his direction in the future. He flew up and left, not forgetting to say goodbye to everyone and thank De Tien. Thank you, Master, I'm going to choose the magic power. Qiu Van headed straight to the spirit pavilion. After a while, he finally arrived. This place is a giant structure with huge columns surrounding a large hall. There is also an extremely sparkling blue magic circle in the sky. That's right, time is too short, even the simplest magical powers cannot be learned. Qiu Van walked to the center of the hall and loudly said, "Give me 6 magical powers, 10,000 sword flow, immutable bright king seal, Fuke high seal, Xian ice sword seal, 4-image sword formation, and golden bell seal." Standing there and hearing these words, everyone felt shocked and couldn't believe it. Receiving the request, the spirit immediately agreed to the request, giving Qiu Van 6 scrolls corresponding to the 6 magical powers. Everyone there couldn't believe their eyes and talked even more enthusiastically. 6 magical powers, one for more than 3 days? 3 days? 300 years cannot practice one of them. Is this crazy? Not stopping there, Qiu Van held the scrolls in his hand and continued to make another request. Spirit Pavilion, is there any type with the same style as Qiu Chuan Fach Guin? The best is the magical power created by the Patriarch, it needs the strongest. As he spoke, he thought in his mind, great Dao combat skills can be enhanced with the same type of magical powers of the same style. If they have similar magical powers after cultivation, they will definitely be stronger. His spirit had no intention of refusing, so he immediately met his needs. Receiving everything she needed, Qiu Van was extremely satisfied. That's great. Let's go. Qiu Van prepares to start his next training. He said with the spirit, "I want to try Quasi-God's practice room." Immediately, a huge space gate was opened by spiritual force. Qiu Van quickly went in there, before leaving, not forgetting to wave goodbye to everyone present. Everyone still can't seem to understand how Qiu Van could accomplish this. As soon as he passed through the gate, they continued to discuss with each other. "Mom, he even chose a magical subject every 3 days. It's impossible, unless you eat Bodhi fruit like rice." That's right, these 7 magical powers are 7 of the 10 great magical powers of the Holy Land, and the difficulty level is all super. Inside Qiu Van's cultivation space, as soon as he entered, he opened the first scroll and immediately meditated, floating in the air, closing his eyes to concentrate on cultivating, systemizing, using enlightenment with 10,000 swords. Sure enough, according to the plan he proposed, after only 3 days, the first results began to appear. Qiu Van's body was now burning with a fierce energy fire. He opened his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Phew, in 3 days I just wasted 15 times of enlightenment, and I have finally practiced a magical power." Qiu Van folded the first scroll, his heart was excited. In 21 days, the 7 magical powers will probably be practiced. Lu Tiandu, this time you will definitely lose. At this time, in Lu Tiandu's apartment, De Tien once again came here to play. Seeing his excited expression, Lu Tiandu asked, "De Tien, what makes you so happy? Can you win against me again?" Hearing that, De Tien smiled confidently, then answered in a hint, "Thinking about the scene that half a month later you would lose to my disciple, losing face in front of so many people, of course he would be happy." Seeing this attitude of De Tien, Lu Tiandu also vaguely guessed Qiu Van's current situation. However, he was still very confident in himself and replied, "Well, according to my calculations, your disciple has very strong natural talent, so after ascending to the divine realm, his mental power is also very strong. This makes you more confident. However, even if his mental power is against mine, in terms of magical powers, it is still far behind." Lu Tiandu's recent words did not seem to shake De Tien. He still kept the same attitude as before, replying, "So let's just wait and see." This unusual attitude of his made Tiandu very difficult to understand. He wondered, why is this emperor suddenly so confident? He certainly knows the absolute distance between me and Qiu Van. Maybe there's some hidden meaning? No. That's not right, he's definitely trying to act mysterious, trying to scare me into canceling the truce, that's for sure. Oh De Tien, even using a trick like this is enough to prove that you are truly completely exhausted. Time flies, the day of the decisive battle has finally arrived. From early on, everyone was present at the center of the grand arena to witness perhaps the fiercest battle ever. A giant arena was summoned in the air by a magic spell. Standing below observing, Lu Tiandu was extremely satisfied and spoke up, as expected of a treasure refined by the great emperor, it is indeed far from ordinary things. In the future, I will also have to refine one and find a disciple who can inherit my lifelong learning. Seeing his confident expression, De Tien immediately stepped forward and seriously warned, Lu Tiandu, don't talk too much too early. Hearing someone calling him, Lu Tiandu immediately turned around, smiled sinisterly, and replied, I have never bragged since I was a child. Having finished speaking, he immediately flew to the ring, preparing for this battle. Standing up there, he looked down, then shouted loudly for everyone to hear, I am invincible. Hearing this eloquent declaration, everyone immediately paid attention to Lu Tiandu. Seeing his smug face, they expressed dissatisfaction. This bastard was too overbearing. I really want to beat him up. Unfortunately, we cannot defeat Lu Tiandu. Just waiting for Chu Van to bring a surprise. Just as he finished speaking, from the opposite sky, Chu Van was riding a long sword and flying towards the arena. Behind him, there is also a golden dragon following. Seeing Chu Van's presence, Lu Tiandu looked up and said loudly, Get down, you've wasted a month of my time, it should all end now. Not to be defeated, Tu Van quickly responded with a strong voice, If you admit defeat so quickly, then I will also forgive you. Tu Van immediately left the sword and slowly landed on the ring. He seemed extremely confident about his strength right now. Lu Tiandu and Tu Van stood motionless, staring at each other like a tense cowboy gunfight. Both were now in the same realm, the divine realm. The battle is expected to be extremely tense and evenly matched. Suddenly Lu Tiandu spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere. I hope you can receive my move. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately started the fight, shouting, Heavenly Knife. Two dazzling laser beams were quickly released by Lu Tiandu, aiming straight at Tu Van. On the other side, Tu Van did not want to be outdone, immediately shouted, Kim Chung Chao. An energy bell was immediately summoned, completely blocking Lu Tiandu's opening attack. Inside that bell, Tu Van smiled, thinking in his mind, Is this the knife that opened the sky that Master talked about? It's really strong, like the giant palace that ancient gods held in their hands, destroying heaven and earth. The audience standing below, witnessing Tu Van easily neutralize the lasers, were extremely surprised, exclaiming, It's a magical power, but senior brother Tu practiced it in 21 days, that's terrifying. That's right, it's still a perfect realm, otherwise how could it stop Lu Tiandu? It's against heaven. Is he a cruel demon? De Tien felt extremely proud when observing Tu Van's growth and happily said, My disciple has such enlightenment, he is truly qualified to be a great emperor. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land standing next to him also agreed and replied, Yes, with such enlightenment, there is hope of casting the Chaos body. After the lasers dissipated, Tu Van immediately flew into the sky and shouted, It's my turn, take my power. Lu Tiandu also began to feel interested in this war, responding, Come. Both did their best, then rushed at each other. Two different energy streams collided with each other, creating an extremely majestic explosion in the sky. Its destructive power was so terrible that it caused the entire giant arena below to crack continuously, scattering dirt and rocks onto the buildings below. The pressure from this explosion caused even Lu Tiandu to be pushed back far away. He covered his face and quickly left the range of influence. Tu Van's terrifying strength at this time made Lu Tiandu feel extremely confused, but could have 1,000 pounds of strength. That being said, you already have 200,000 pounds of strength in the body refinement stage, even stronger than the Chaos Emperor back then. That year, I only had 600,000 pounds of strength in the body refinement stage. Lu Tiandu didn't want to play around anymore, quickly focused on the battle, declaring, Very good, the stronger you are, after I defeat you, my invincible heart will be even more certain. Hearing that, Tu Van felt quite uncomfortable, so he immediately attacked Lu Tiandu to shut up, boasting shamelessly. Black Demon's sword, a black sword he summoned, flew straight towards him. At this time, Lu Tiandu was still confident in his mind that Tu Van's spiritual power was only 100,000 at most, and he would definitely lose. He immediately responded to Tu Van's black sword. De Tien has indeed passed on the Black Demon sword to you, but just relying on your mental power that has just been promoted to the god level, how much control can you control? How much power? Flying sword. Lu Tiandu also immediately summoned a golden sword in response. The two swords rushed into each other at great speed. A surprise happened. Tu Van's black sword easily crushed Lu Tiandu's sword and continued to rush towards him. Seeing his attack being easily neutralized, Lu Tiandu was extremely panicked, not believing his eyes. This In just a moment, the black sword approached Lu Tiandu, preparing to attack him. Lu Tiandu quickly regained composure, resisted with a heavenly attack, and launched laser beams from his eyes to block Tu Van's black sword. The laser shines on the sword, slowly melting it. After the recent agony, Lu Tiandu could not breathe. He wondered breathlessly, with 1,000 pounds of strength, you can completely control your strength. Why is your spiritual power so strong? Seeing that Lu Tiandu was in a weak position, Tu Van smiled, not paying attention to his last question, and replied, "What does it have to do with you?" Immediately after, he clasped his 2 fingers together, summoning another black sword. It immediately rushed towards Lu Tiandu. No longer having enough strength to use the laser to block it, I had to jump up and avoid the attack. That black sword, after rushing through Lu Tiandu's body, immediately crashed into the ring. Then, its shape suddenly became strangely curved. The sword turned into a winding strip of silk, suddenly changed direction, and left the arena. Immediately, it chased and attacked Lu Tiandu once more. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tiandu did not flinch and said extremely confidently, "Boy, do you really think that great strength can defeat me? Today I will teach you, on behalf of De Tien, what is truly a divine state." Having finished speaking, he shouted loudly, "Up, Dai Sun!" As soon as he finished speaking, a mountain of stone immediately emerged from below the floor. Lu Tiandu immediately hid behind a rock to avoid the attack. Seeing that, Tu Van immediately shouted, "Separated from me," and then increased the power of the black sword. The black sword stuck into the rocky mountain. Its terrifying power instantly split the mountain into 2 very easily. Suddenly, there was a strange yellow stream of energy that lit up, instantly returning the rocky mountain to its original state. Lu Tiandu then landed next to the rock, smiled extremely confidently, and spoke, "This great earth seal of mine, as long as it is fought on the ground, the power will flow endlessly. Do not kill the enemy, swear not to stop." Seeing the hardness of the rocky mountain created by Lu Tiandu, Tu Van did not falter and immediately rushed up to continue attacking. He cast Kim Chung Swap, creating an energy bell that surrounded his body, and confidently attacked Lu Tiandu. On the other side, Lu Tiandu was extremely wise and immediately expanded his rocky mountain. Its range is increasingly expanding, preventing Tu Van from approaching him. Witnessing Tu Van's amazing growth and strength, Lu Tiandu was thinking in his head, unable to believe that this guy's strength was constantly getting stronger. Suddenly Tu Van realized there was something strange about this rocky mountain. This magical ability could really absorb the power of the earth. It was impossible for him to continue using it. The rock continues to grow larger and larger, continuously absorbing the earth's energy, helping Lu Tiandu become stronger and stronger. Soon, it covered the entire arena. Standing below and witnessing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "It's broken, Senior Brother Chiu is about to lose." That's right, the scope of the ring is too small. If it were somewhere else, Senior Brother Chiu could still avoid it. What should I do next? The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land saw this and also seemed very worried about Tu Van. Turning to comfort De Tien, Tu Van's defeat was not the battle's fault. Lu Tiandu's practice for thousands of years is not something that can be made up in a short time. At this time, De Tien still did not give up hope for his student, so he replied that it was still too early to draw a conclusion. If Tu Van was able to refine alchemy to perfection, perhaps another miracle could happen. The rock now covered the entire arena, leaving Tu Van with no place to stand, forcing her to turn on the needle to stay in the air. Seeing that, Lu Tiandu excitedly said, "Admit defeat, right now you are not my opponent yet. I won't lose face if I lose, after all, I'm the senior who competed for the title with your master. Go back and practice hard. I hope next time you can bring me a little surprise." He crossed his arms, extremely confident that victory would be his. Lu Tiandu's disdainful attitude made Tu Van extremely uncomfortable. He immediately shouted, "You said too many unnecessary words." Immediately after that, he exerted explosive aura, trying to destroy this giant rock. Witnessing Tu Van trying to attack in vain, Lu Tiandu was extremely confident and immediately responded, What's the use of doing these useless struggles?" Before he could finish his sentence, something unexpected happened that made Lu Tiandu's face turn pale. He didn't expect it. Tu Van shouted, thousands of swords flowed. A black sword was immediately summoned, thrust straight into the rock, causing it to shake more or less. Although Lu Tiandu's proud rocky mountain was a bit shaken, he was still very confident, smiled sinisterly, and replied, "In such a short time, he can learn the powerful attack of the sword flow system. Your enlightenment is truly surprising. It's just a pity that the sword's attack is definitely an ant shaking a tree. Seeing this attitude of Lu Tiandu, Tu Van decided to silence him. He flew into the sky, immediately summoned a black sword matrix, smiled and replied, "One sword is not enough, so what about 10,000 swords? 10,000 swords flow." A series of black swords continuously stabbed into the mountain, creating countless vibrations, causing everything to shake violently. Witnessing Tu Van's fierce attack, the audience below had to admire him. He was able to learn the 10,000 sword flow, which has the strongest attack power among all magical powers. That's right, except for the invincible divine fist created by the ancestors, the 10,000 sword flow is said to have the strongest attack power. But what's even scarier is that he was able to cultivate to perfection, so great. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land also appeared very surprised by this attack. Tu Van's understanding is too terrifying. It took me several hundred years to practice the 10,000 swords to perfection. As for Detian, he did not feel too surprised by his disciple's strength. He just smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, having such a powerful disciple, this old man has no more regrets in this life." Mixed in the crowd was also the presence of the spirit of the Supreme Patriarch and his disciples. Witnessing Tu Van's terrifying power at this time, he expressed great regret about the past. Knowing this in advance, we should have fought Tu Van back at first. The disciples standing next to him also agreed, saying, "That's right, it's beneficial for Detian." What a regret. The extremely large destructive power from 10,000 swords flowing in the air, sooner or later completely penetrated Lu Tiandu's sturdy rock, causing it to shatter into pieces. After destroying it, the black swords also aimed to attack Lu Tiandu, forcing him to use divine light and shoot laser beams from his eyes to stop. Hundreds of swords flying into that terrifying laser energy stream were gradually burned by it, one by one. After almost being beaten severely, Lu Tiandu couldn't joke anymore. He immediately declared strongly, "Very good, you have finally aroused a bit of my interest. Next I will use my maximum strength to defeat you." The dark energy curled, and immediately, Lu Tiandu's eyes turned dark blue. The energy he emitted also changed from yellow to black. Immediately afterwards, Lu Tiandu used his power to drag Tu Van into a dimension completely covered by darkness, far different from the current world. He was confident, raised his hand and said loudly, "Tu Van, welcome to my dark world, you will forever be immersed in darkness." Tiandu and Tu Van are standing opposite each other. Tiandu's expression looked very confident. Tu Van closed his eyes and looked leisurely and at ease. Everyone watching the match immediately discussed, why did senior brother Tu close his eyes like that? He was still fighting. It was Lu Tiandu's illusion. It was said that his worm can create a dark world, causing people are immersed in it. Lu Tiandu can be invincible for a time, certainly not a vain name. Are you so strong? Senior brother Chu is in trouble. The Holy Master of Chaos Holy Land turned to ask Detian, aren't you worried? Unless Tu Van can cast a partial chaos body, and use the chaos field to solve it, it will be difficult to resolve the immediate crisis. Detian replied, did the Holy Master forget to not move the Minvang seal? The Holy Master of the Holy Land immediately said in surprise, what? Tu Van can still practice the immovable clear King's seal? That is Buddhist magic. Tu Van does not have any Buddha nature, and has never practiced Buddhist techniques. How can he practice? Detian then replied, I don't know, but I feel that he can definitely practice. At this time, Tiandu was summoning a giant hand in the sky, emitting a certain unique dark power. He said, Tu Van, you are really very defiant, but compared to me, it's really not worth mentioning. See me here easily. Suddenly Tu Van opened his bright eyes wide. Tiandu immediately panicked and said, how is it possible? How can you escape from the illusion so quickly? Tu Van released a giant and powerful golden Buddha behind him and said, Lu Tiandu, do you think your illusion is very powerful? Witness Buddha's anger, and immobilize the King's seal. Whoever sees my body develops the mind of enlightenment. Whoever hears my name puts an end to evil and cultivates goodness. Whoever hears my Dharma gains great wisdom. Whoever knows my mind immediately becomes a Buddha. King Min was angry. The Buddha spit a ball of fire at Tiandu. He immediately raised his sword to block it. He was immediately blown away, vomiting blood spraying all over his mouth. But Tiandu quickly turned around and threw 2 swords at the Buddha's body. I don't believe that you, real estate Minvang, can also practice to reach perfection. The Buddha gently clasped his hands together, and the incoming swords were stopped and repelled. Tu Van confidently said, the anger of the Vajra, the body is indestructible. Will Tiandu put down the knife and take refuge in Buddha? Tian Du angrily clenched his fists and said, "What indestructible body, in front of my insect, who dares to be invincible?" From his 2 eyes shot out 2 jets of black fire towards Tuvan's Buddha. Ha, the same fire god. Everyone watching the match immediately discussed in surprise. This is a magical fire that is even more terrifying than Tam Mui true fire. It is said that once burned by this fire, even if it is stronger, it cannot be stopped. I don't know if senior brother Tu can stop it. Black flames enveloped the body of Tuvan's Buddha. Tuvan thought to himself, this is the divine fire that the master said, it is indeed very powerful. That black fire is gradually corroding Tuvan's Buddha. Tian Du flew over with a black aura and said, unexpectedly, in addition to the flow of thousands of swords, you also practiced the immutable clear king's seal, which was beyond my expectations. It's a pity, you still can't defeat me. He flew towards the clouds with his fist in his hand. Tuvan immediately gathered a brilliant ball in his hand and recited the Fuke High Seal. A brilliant and powerful blue wave radiated around him. Tian Du's face was extremely panicked. He thought to himself, this is a perfect realm of magical powers. How come his enlightenment is so strong? With only a month's time, how can he practice so much magical powers to such great perfection? That blue wave swept towards Tian Du, causing him to immediately create a barrier to block it. Tuvan said coldly, compared to strength, he was still far behind. Having said that, he clicked his hand. A powerful stream of cold air spread around, and a series of icicles rose from the ground. It comes from Tuvan's mysterious ice sword seal move. And so, a series of ice pillars continuously emerged and rushed towards Tian Du. He immediately unleashed a powerful attack, breaking the incoming ice blocks. Tian Du said, Tuvan, I admit that you have the qualifications to fight with me. Then he unleashed a single blade move that cut those ice blocks in half. The audience saw this and immediately excitedly chatted. Finally, Lu Tian Du has also appeared. The power of the knife is so terrifying. I hope senior brother Chu can stop it. Finally comes the final stage. Tian Du uses the most powerful sword in the world, strengthening his sword to become giant. He jumped high to swing his sword and said, Tuvan, despair under my strongest attack. Tuvan immediately pulled out the black magic sword. He immediately summoned thousands of swords and launched them at Tian Du's giant sword, but to no avail. Tian Du used the technique of the sword curling the spear to swing the knife down. Seeing this, Tuvan immediately used Kim Chung to create a layer of golden barrier to defend, but under the pressure of the sword curled the spear, Tuvan's barrier collapsed. Gradually cracked. And just like that, his barrier was broken to pieces. Tuvan's barrier was destroyed, creating an explosion. Black smoke rose, obscuring everyone's vision. Everyone watching the match said nervously, this is not good, senior brother Chu is almost done, he is worthy of a powerful knife. This knife is really too strong, what should we do next? The black smoke dissipated to reveal Tuvan standing motionless in the middle of the smoke. Seeing this, Tian Du immediately said, Tuvan, you have lost. Having finished speaking, he swung a jet black slash down towards Tuvan. Tuvan gently opened his eyes, a bright light flashing. Then he unleashed his unrivaled fist seal, a giant golden fist punching straight, destroying Tian Du's black slash. Tian Du's face was full of panic and said, what kind of magical power is this? Tuvan coldly said, this is a magical power to kill you. He unleashed an invincible punch seal, creating a giant, powerful fist that shot toward Tian Du. Tian Du immediately launched Tian Ka Thon Noyet to confront Tuvan's invincible fist seal. The collision between the two attacks created a giant, powerful explosion in the air. Tuvan immediately said, continue, then he rushed towards Tian Du with a bright, powerful aura. The people watching the match said in surprise, this is an unrivaled boxing seal. Senior brother Tu has also practiced this magical power to perfection. The magical power created by the founder. Oh my god, he has performed 6 its magic. De Tian praised him and said, this kid has learned the invincible fist seal. The holy master of the holy land of chaos continued. The strongest divine power that had not been heard from for a long time had finally appeared. Is this the patriarch protecting our chaotic holy land? Tian Du immediately used his strongest move, Sun Moon without light. A dazzling pink light enveloped his sword. Tian Du said, come, Tuvan, take my strongest sword. Tuvan clenched his hands and said happily, okay. He used his unbeatable punching technique again. This time Tuvan created a giant Buddha fist that radiated beautiful golden light. De Tian opened his mouth in surprise. The holy master of the mixed holy land also thought in surprise, this is the plagiarism. Dai Dao plagiarism, what a miracle. The collision between the two great moves created a giant explosion that dazzled the viewer's eyes. Tian Du was blown away by the pressure from the explosion. he said in pain and panic. Great Taoist plagiarism. How can you comprehend the great Taoist plagiarism? Tu Van proudly replied, because I am invincible. Tu Van heroically stepped closer with enormous pressure, causing Tian Du to fall backwards. Then he was hit by the shock wave emitted by Tu Van, causing him to vomit blood. Tu Van rushed towards Tian Du with his strengthened fist. He said, Lu Tian Du, admit defeat. Lu Tian Du then used the sun and moon without light. From his eyes ejected 2 rays of purple light towards Tu Van. But that wasn't enough to stop Tu Van. Instead he gave him a painful kick in the face. Tian Du was pushed away. He fell to the floor in pain. Tian Du was covered in blood and seemed to have passed out. Tu Van stepped closer to his body and said, Hey, your old man is too inexperienced. Why did he faint like that? There is no logic at all. De Tian and the Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land flew closer to Tu Van. De Tian spoke. Tu Ni, well done, this guy has had your moral heart broken, and cannot become a saint in a short time. If the Master has Bodhi fruit, he can definitely catch up with him. The Holy Master of the Holy Land of Chaos continued, Tu Van, his invincible Tao heart has been destroyed and subjected to backlash, so he can only rely on unconsciousness to suppress the backlash. Tu Van clasped his hands together and respectfully said, Master, I believe you will definitely defeat Lu Tian Du. De Tian replied, It's all thanks to the disciples' help. The Holy Master of the Holy Land then said, Do these disciples want to take turns hanging up the Tian Du willow to fight? If he heard it, he would probably be angry to death if he were still alive. However, this time Tu Van really brought out the spirit of our Holy Land. De Tian, you guys go rest first. De Tian and Tu Van replied in unison, Yes, Holy Master. A few days later, why to room? Tu Van is meditating in his room. At any time he can have a breakthrough. However, his mental strength has not yet reached its limit. Unfortunately, we still haven't found a place with the mental strength to break through again. He continued to think, he must cultivate his mental power to the strongest level during this period, so that he can become the strongest person of ancient times in the future. Now the number of times of enlightenment is 160 times, it is still a long way to practice to become a chaos body, Tu Van thought, and stood up. At this time, the system rang to announce the latest mission. Starting from now, every time you kill a god of death cultivator in the heavenly realm, you will be rewarded with 10 times of enlightenment, up to 10 people. Tu Van was secretly happy. The number of times of enlightenment has come, it is truly a dream to see. At this time, Lam Tu Na quickly ran to Tu Van with a piece of paper in her hand. She said loudly, Brother, a guard of the Tu family brought an envelope. He's been on the road day and night for several months, but he's not done yet. Quickly see. Tu Van immediately replied, Okay. Tu Van held the piece of paper in his hand and thought to himself, It turns out that relics or treasures appeared in the family's mining area, being watched by other forces, so his father sent someone to find support. The only support was himself. After reading, he turned around and said to Lam Tu Na, Junior sister, didn't the news of you becoming a holy son spread to us Tu family? Lam Tu Na immediately replied, According to the rules I had to announce my arrival to your hometown, but because you entered the foot of the dragon nest, there was an elder who was worried that you would die, so they postponed this matter. Tu Van said angrily. Damn it, but you've been back for 2 months, and no one has announced it yet? Lam Tu Na worriedly replied, Yes, but halfway there she was sent back. That's because at that time you defeated the patriarch and was appointed a quasi-disciple. According to the rules you had to change people. Then, Lu Tian Du's incident happened, and it was delayed again. Tu Van said dejectedly, These people are really troublesome. Lam Tu Na then said, I heard that this morning the Holy Master had summoned an elder, 3 ordinary elders and 10 deacons, to form a team to announce. Tu Van smiled shyly and replied, Wait for them, it's too late. Junior sister, I'll help you find true Vocuc. You have to go out to the mountain to train and then return to the Tu family. Lam Tu Na replied, Yes. Having finished speaking, Tu Van turned and left. He told himself, I have to go say goodbye to my master. At this time in De Tian's room, Tu Van was kneeling down, clasping his hands together and respectfully saying, Master, a while ago a letter came from home, saying, So, I want to go home. De Tian immediately replied, Well, you have reached the divine realm. According to the rules, you are qualified to go out and practice. He continued, Although your strength is much stronger than that of the heavenly cave, it is still better to be careful. Come on, the teacher implanted a type of fist seal for you. When his life is in danger, he will unleash a full-force attack from his master. Tu Van then bowed down and replied, Thank you, master. De Tian immediately placed his hand in the middle of Tu Van's chest to implant it. He said, Tu Ni, when you go outside, everyone must be careful. Tu Van obediently replied, I will be careful with my master's instructions. De Tian immediately said, Go. Outside, Tru Vo Cuc, Tich Xian Vu and Lam Tu Na were already waiting for Tu Van. Tich Xian Vu immediately said, Senior brother, sister and Tu Na also want to follow senior brother to go out to practice. Tu Na also continued, Yes, the master also agreed. Tu Van then replied, Okay, then things cannot be delayed, we will leave immediately. Having finished speaking, the group jumped into the sky and disappeared. This is a week later, in the mighty kingdom of Phoenix Unicorn City. Tu Van flew high above with his companions and said, My Tu family, Truong family, Deep family are the three great families of Fuanglan City. However, the few monks we met at this time were not from the three great families. It seemed that they all came to find treasures in the Tu family's mining area. Zhao Wuji immediately said, Based on your identity, randomly sending an elder over here, who would dare to bully your Tu family? You came here in person, you're really making up more stories. Tu Van laughed and replied, Don't always want to practice like that, sometimes you should go to relax, on the contrary, it can improve your state of mind. This is a good opportunity to complete system tasks, how can we ignore it? He continued, Let's go, we'll go to Tu Palace. Having finished speaking, Tu Van and the whole group flew away. The cottage is filled with sunlight, and its inherent spaciousness. The homeowner of the Tu family fell to his knees in front of Deep Kai Fong's indifference and exclaimed, Deep Kai Fong, don't be too harsh, this is the Tu family, not your Deep family, you quickly get out of here. Young Master Deep Ni sat proudly on his chair with arrogance and replied, Tu family? I advise you to be a little more reasonable. Hand over that ore here, otherwise Fuanglong City will no longer have the Tu family. Tu Heng used his cane to respond to that arrogance. Deep Kai Fong, do you think that by joining the Saint Vang sect, you can dominate our Tu family? My son Tu Van has worshipped the Holy Land of Chaos, which is one of the holy places of the continent, much larger than your Holy King sect. With sharp eyes and a firm smile, he said, Mixed Holy Land? Great reputation. Unfortunately, they have already declined, but our Holy King sect is on the rise. In addition, my older brother, Deep Dai Dao, is already a holy son of the Tai Vang sect. How can an ordinary disciple of the Mixed Holy Land be comparable? Old Tu was dumbfounded and thoughtful with his thoughts. Deep Dai Dao was 7 or 8 years older than Van Ni. Since he was a child, he had worshipped the Saint Vang sect. He did not expect that he would now become a crown prince. No wonder the Deep family recently had a few more powerful people in the divine realm, probably Deep Dai Dao's entourage. Right at that moment, the group and Chiu Van walked in. With a confident demeanor and a straightforward tone, they replied, Who is acting arrogantly at our Chiu family? Old Chu's surprised face called his name, Van Ni. When I saw Tu Van, Kai Fong looked proud and sounded irritated. I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be your scoundrel who had returned. What? Have you been chased back by the Holy Land? The scene ahead was so peaceful when Mr. Chu returned to visit his father after so long, he called out twice, Father! Accompanied by the two young ladies in unison, All right, uncle. Mr. Chu quickly introduced his father to the other two girls. They were his junior sisters, Tu Na and Tich Xiandu. Old Tu looked happy and satisfied. Well, junior sister is good, not only is she a childhood friend, but also a guardian. The two ladies blushed, while Mr. Tu turned purple and gritted his teeth, telling his father, to kill him. Kai Fong interrupted and took his turn to introduce the two young beauties to him. Two junior sisters, my name is Deep Kai Fong, a disciple of the Tanbang sect. My elder brother, Deep Dai Dao, is the holy son of the Holy King sect, and will definitely become a saint in the future. May I ask what is the name of the monks? Mr. Tu growled in annoyance with an angry tone. Tru Vo Cuc, throw him out to me. Tru Vo Cuc went to the Deep family guy, grabbed his collar, and chased him away. Kai Fong still stubbornly responded to Tu's words. Tu Van, my brother Deep Dai Dao is a saint, our Deep family sooner or later will also become a saint of the world. If your Tu family doesn't want to perish. With just a light throw from Wuji, the arrogant Deep family was thrown far away. Old Tu was surprised and asked Mr. Van about Vo Cuc. Van Ni, who is this person? Tu Van said, Father, he is a holy son of the ancient Holy Land, and also a disciple of our Mixed Holy Land. Now it's my retainer, named Tru Vo Cuc. Vo Cuc calmly, huh? Lazy to pay attention to your appearance. The homeowner of the Tu family shouted loudly with a panicked and emotionally disturbed face. This? Mr. Chu pointed at Mr. Chu who was smiling and exclaimed, Tu Van, What is your current identity? Mr. Tu pondered with doubts in his mind. If a cat compliments a cat with a long tail, it doesn't feel very good. Tu Van glanced at Chu Na. Miss Na also noticed something in those eyes. That's right, Chu Na. Chu Na understood what had happened and immediately said to old Chu, Uncle, that senior brother is now the quasi-god of our mixed holy land. Our holy land has prepared offerings, and soon an elder will come here to announce this. Tu Heng was stunned. Try the god. Mr. Tu was secretly happy in his heart with a proud smile. Hee. This coloring session feels like an accomplishment. The Name Kai Fong lay face down in front of Tu Palace humiliatingly. His disciples surrounded him and worried. Second young master, are you okay? The second young master fainted and his injuries were so serious. Next, quickly carry him back to the palace. That's right, that's right. Tu Van is humble, nothing terrible, just a standard subject. In the future I will become a courtier. While Mr. Tu was being praised, Vo Cuc reminded himself that he had to be careful. If he stayed close to this guy who liked to act for too long, sooner or later he would be influenced by him. Phuong Lan Citadel of the Deep family is also very dignified and respectful. Eldest son Deep Dai Dao and family head Deep Huin are worried about Kai Fong. Dai Dao, how are your younger brothers? The eldest son replied with a tense expression. His life was not in danger, but he had broken more than a dozen bones, so he would have to stay in bed for a month. The homeowner also agreed. This Tu Van acted so cruelly. Do you really think that he is a disciple of the mixed holy land? Can he be arrogant in front of our Deep family? Second young master Deep woke up with his body bandaged all over and wondered to Dai Dao, Big brother, I still don't understand. Why didn't we get rid of the Tu family early and take over the Or area? The eldest son replied to his younger brother, Kai Fong, you are still young and do not understand the cruelty of precepts. My purpose is to explore the Chu family's trump card. If Tu Van's status is very high, there will be trouble. Family head Deep Huin advised young master Deep Ni, Kai Fong, you must learn from your big brother and be careful before you can do big things. Dai Dao smiled lightly. That's right, the true dragon nest has been closed for so long. If it was really him, the mixed holy land would have sent someone long ago. The eldest son became silent, extinguished the smile from before and told his younger brother, Don't worry, Kai Fong, I will take revenge for you right away. There was a shocking sound in the Tu family's place. Rotten boy, your mother is not a tigress. Why are you running so fast? Tu Van hesitantly stopped and looked back at his father who was leaning on a cane and quickly said, Dad, don't you see my mother's posture? The person who kept your two junior sisters, even the 8-character student asked. Old Tu panted and replied, I also think those two girls are quite good. Mr. Chu was stunned by Tu Heng's intention. Even if I wish my daughter-in-law couldn't talk to both of you, is this really a good thing? Tu Van turned back and said a few words to Mr. Chu, then left, taking his son to the Or area to take a look. You have to see what kind of treasure it is that leads to danger for the family. Old Tu replied to Mr. Chu, the mine has been blocked by the Deep family strongmen. Deep Dai Dao brought back over 100 gods and goddesses, and there are also over 10 strongmen in the heavenly cave. Our Chu family doesn't even have a cave monk, so we can only stand by and watch. Tu Van immediately wondered, is that Deep family so overbearing? Mr. Chu was delighted, his eyes shining, and said to his father, Go, father, quickly lead the way, I will deal with them. More than 10 cave Tian realm monks, that's so good. Tu Van also has one more thought in mind, just kill them to complete the new mission. Old Tu was worried so he warned Mr. Chu, those are monks in the heavenly cave, there are more than 10 people. Now I'm just a god, can I be sure I can deal with them? Tu Van seemed to be sure of his intention. Father, rest assured, if that group of people who moved to the heavenly realm became someone else's entourage, it is estimated that they would not have any natural talent. This kind of trash in the heavenly realm is not your opponent at all. One sound, like threatening Mr. Chu with a warning look on his face, you are also my follower. Do you mean that I am also a trash with no talent? At this moment, Tu Van had to be cautious and show fear, only thinking, this true Vo Cuc has recently become more and more sensitive. Could it be that he has reached menopause? Or is it the month? Tu Van placed his hand on Vo Cuc's shoulder to reassure him. You are not like those trash, you are the holy son of 2 great holy places. Come on, we're going to the mine now, so those scraps know the distance between them and genius. Wuji replied, this time you are not allowed to compete with my opponent. Mr. Tu heard that and immediately said, Humph, you petty thing. Tu Van impatiently urged old Tu, Father, let's go. Tu Heng also agreed, if you guys are so confident then let's go now. The clear blue sky is windy and gentle. A cup of tea later. The eldest son of the Deep family came to the Chu palace and shouted, and the disciples of the Chu palace surrounded him, telling Tu Van to get out of here. The Chu family's disciples tried their best to stop it. Young Master Deep, the family head, and our young master had just arrived at the mine. Dai Dao was angry, his face turned hot. He asked, "Which mine?" A servant told him. It was the mine where the treasure was discovered. The eldest son, Dai Dao, took all the Chu family's disciples with him. "Let's go." At the mine, it seemed as if the seal was being broken with great power. The homeowner and the young master of the Chu family and Vo Chui hovered anxiously, looking at the formation and discussing matters. These are the magic formations that Deep Dai Dao brought back, but until now they still cannot solve this formation. Mr. Chu continued, "From the formation, it seems that inside there are mostly caves of expert practitioners." Vo Chi also spoke up, "Strange, I feel like there is something inside that is attracting me." Mr. Chu flew lightly like a soaring wind. "Come on, let's go over there and see." From afar, Tu Van and Vo Chui encountered the magicians of the Deep family who were tense at the Tu family's presence. "This place is our Deep family's territory. If you dare to take a step further, you will die here." Mr. Chu was not afraid at all, but also ordered Vo Cuc to rush forward and rob other people's inheritance, so he had no reason to be afraid of anything. "Go kill him." Infinity seems to be filled with enthusiasm. "Okay." With just one wave of his hand from Infinity, the magician of the Deep family fell backwards. Chu's side was no match for anyone. Tu Van recited the spell, the black magic sword with strong magic power. That great power penetrated the chest of that master. Old Tu gasped at that brutal scene. "Oh my god! Is it so easy to kill the god of love?" Tu Van and Vo Cuc's swords clashed in the air, wary of the siege of those heavenly caves. They talked about Tu family's people. It was the enemy attacking. "Quick, it seems the opponent is very strong." "So what if you're strong? Dare to kill our people, you are looking for death." "Do you know who we are?" The group proudly introduced. "We are Deep Dai Dao's entourage. He is the holy son of the Holy King sect." Mr. Chu, with a calm smile, not afraid of heaven or earth, thought to himself, "Hee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So many heavenly caves, these are all accumulated points." A great power radiates from Tu Van like his own aura, with swords filled with magic threatening the heavenly caves. Over their 10,000 swords flow. The scene before his eyes was fierce. Countless blue swords rushed down and pierced the hearts of those Dong Tiankin guys. On Mr. Tru's side, with his huge magic power, he rushed straight into the remaining group of people. The people below are scared and worried. They deserve to die. Why is he so strong? Who exactly is this person? Obviously he is also a god. Mr. Tu seemed to want to destroy everything, so he robbed Vo Chi. Mr. True angrily reprimanded. "You robbed my opponent again." Tu Van arrogantly replied, "Vo Chi, don't fight with the monks to enter the heavenly realm." Once again, that terrible magic took a life from Dong Tian realm. Notification from Tu Van's system. "Congratulations on reaching 10 times of enlightenment." Mr. Chu triumphed. "Are you guys in the heavenly realm?" "Too weak." The remaining cavemen were scared to death and quickly ran away. Some guy turned his head and replied to Mr. Chu, "Even though he killed them, he left, and still criticized us for being weak and raping people too much." A quick glance could have blown those guys away. Powerful magic lines zigzagged through those people. No one could withstand that cruel thing. Tu Van had no mercy for anyone. Realizing that there was still one person left, a blue vortex knocked the last person away, causing him to die with the last words, "Damn it!" From far away, a shrill voice rang out, stopping Mr. Chu. "Stop." Tu Van noticed something strange. The strength of this Dong Tian realm monk was not bad, similar to Lai Bufam. But Tu Van did not give in. A light flick sent the remaining guy flying far away. Mr. Chu also did not want to lose the opportunity. 70 times enlightenment was at hand. Gradually approaching the image of a familiar man in the distance, Deep Dai Dao's voice echoed. "I asked you to stop, didn't you hear?" Tu Van replied, "I heard, but who are you? It's also worthy of giving me orders." The terrifying magical power with a powerful purple color radiating from the eldest son of the Deep family is threatening Mr. Chu. "Are you Tu Van? I originally wanted to spare your Tu family once, but since you killed my entourage, then all of you Tu family prepare to bury them with them." A giant hand with powerful magical power is present, accompanied by Dai Dao's powerful voice. "As for you, in order to destroy the Holy Land, I will only destroy your cultivation base." But Tu Van's manliness did not want to give in. Tu recited the spell, 10,000 swords to neutralize the terrible thing from Dai Dao. The magical power of those swords easily tore through the magical power of the eldest son of the Deep family. In the face of that kind of power, Dai Dao must also be wary. Tu Van, are you the Chu Van who defeated Emperor Lai Tan in the True Dragon Nest? Mr. Chu calmly responded to Dai Dao's words, unexpectedly. You have also heard of my name. Was that trash Kwang Hao Nin told you? How has he been lately? Hopefully next time he can receive one of my attacks. Dai Dao's eldest son was shocked. His face turned purple. It was really you, Tu Van replied indomitably. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Young Master Deep still arrogantly continued on Chu a little, but in the end, you are just a god. Respecting the chaos of heaven and earth, you kneel down and apologize to me. I will forgive you this time. Tu Van was stunned and confused by the attitude of the Deep family patriarch. Are you stupid? Dai Dao's anger and strength threatened Tu Van. If you don't agree to kneel down and apologize, then I will beat you to kneel and apologize. Mr. Chu was not even indifferent by the eldest son of the Deep family, but instead unleashed even greater power, sword energy, and water flow. But Dai Dao is not ordinary. He unleashed his moves and swords. Even if your talent is stronger, it's still a level lower than mine. Do you really think I will be like those entourage? You are a genius, I am also a genius. Wanting to go above and beyond to kill me is truly delusional, daydreaming. No matter how much weight those words carried, Dai Dao's magic was broken with just one move from Tu Van. What the eldest son received was only surprise. What? Not stopping there, deep inside Mr. Chu seemed to contain all the domination. Tu Van unleashed a powerful move that made everyone afraid, for images of swords. The people below also witnessed the terrifying power with admiration. White Tiger, Tan Long, Vermilion Bird and Huin Vu. This is the four-symbol sword formation, one of the most powerful magical powers. The other person exclaimed, a god of the realm like him knows magical powers. It's really hard to believe. Tu Van launched a move in the form of a punch towards the people below, almost forgetting about you guys. With you, I can complete the mission. Dai Dao used his own ability to stop Mr. Chu. Tu Van, your opponent is me, stop! The power emanating from Mr. Chu caused the others to fall down. The entourage of the eldest son of the Deep family did not hesitate to rush forward to fight Tu Van. Let's go up. I don't believe he's really that powerful. The other guy replied, okay. Those ordinary people can only accept defeat before Mr. Chu's terrible ability, Invincible Punch Seal. Tu Van is arrogant, huh? The grasshopper kicked the car, unable to block a single blow. Dai Dao also angrily rushed towards Tu Van. Tu Van, I have to kill you. Tu Van once again replied proudly, are you worthy? Tu Van's punch spell is confronting the intense and fierce power of the eldest son of the Deep family. Sword Light. Right Seal. The surrounding mountains and forests are also covered in a flashy and powerful way by those two powers. The two attacks clashed as if they wanted to tear apart space, creating a terrible thrust that caused both of them to vanish and Dai Dao to retreat 10 steps. Tu Van is flexible so he can still gently widen the distance, and has enough strength to keep himself in the air when backing up, mainly to dodge attacks, and secondly to have a handsome scene of flying hair. The eldest son of the Deep family did not look like that. He had to use one hand to hold the ground in a kneeling position to reduce the speed and distance affected by that thrust. His expression was clearly more forceful than before. Tu Van. However, Tu Van just smiled happily, his eyes turned upward, heroically. Meanwhile, Dai Dao chose the tactic of continuously firing attacks to overwhelm him. He swung his arms vigorously, shooting out hundreds of thousands of golden sharp knife fragments from the eldest son of the Deep family. Not mentioning the power of the attack, isn't this position of hitting someone too funny? One leg is placed horizontally along the left hand, the other arm is placed across the chest, the other leg is also vertical. Truly thirsty compared to Tu Van, hundreds of thousands of swords with tips as sharp as fragments of a mirror when the mirror breaks, upright, summoned from a circle of the same color, alternating light and dark blue. Those swords were stacked together in layers, overlapping, spreading out, they were all there, then they came together to form a vortex, but still let through a strange object, which was a dazzling golden sword. By Dai Dao. If we compare this to a dumpling stuffed with fish paste, few people would disagree. When he arrived, the long sword of the Deep family's eldest son stabbed straight into a large bell. That was Tu Van's golden move, a layer of defense. However, the speed and force of that sword's attack were also quite terrifying, directly causing Tu Van's defense to break down a few parts. It didn't take too long for it to penetrate and pierce Tu Van's lower hip. Surprised by the situation, his facial muscles did not have time to express the pain, letting the blood flow freely. His eyes dilated, opened wide, his face darkened slightly, his mouth sprayed blood, but he still only thought, so powerful. What? Are you surprised, brat? Dai Dao had the upper hand and asked arrogantly, completely ignoring what Tiet Van was about. He continued, when I had a strange vision of an ancient saint, there was also this holy sword as my companion. A powerful energy field surrounded me from the tip of the sword. This is a holy weapon, it's just not unsealed for the time being, but even so, it's enough to make my combat power soar. He continued speaking. Tu Van unheld his right hip, which was constantly bleeding, with one hand, still not wanting to appear weak, his mouth still joking. Such a holy soldier, isn't it like a demonic cult? No wonder so strong. Tu Van, today I must destroy your cultivation base. The eldest son of the Deep family had no intention of standing there watching. Waiting for Tu Van to stop breathing, he rushed forward with the sword, making an eloquent declaration. In response to the announcement, Tu Van praised, "Great job! After killing you, this sword is mine." Behind him is a fist from a champion boxing technique. "Help me complete the mission, and also give me a holy knife. Are you a talented child reincarnated?" Boom! A huge explosion occurred, covering it in a mixture of yellow and red, a scene of death and destruction. Suddenly that layer of dazzling color was overwhelmed by a pale turquoise screen. The illusion of an ancestor, a middle-aged man with 6 packs appearing in the form of an illusion or spirit standing behind Tu Van, wants to show that his path is supported by nobles, his actions are protected by his ancestors. Let you know my true strength, Tu Van is confident. From where he was, an arc-shaped layer of power burst out, looking as fierce as the ancient heavenly dragons of war, directly captivating the eldest son of the Deep family. "What?" he shouted. Perhaps he would never know that there were more than a dozen tsunami-like ripples in that shell. They shattered and swept away Dai Dao. Hidden beneath those cataclysmic waves was a fatal blow. Dai Dao fell into a passive position, unable to react in time, and was immediately hit, his face still showing traces of rage, unable to believe everything. He said, "How is this possible?" The sword in his hand fell out, unintentionally creating an opportunity for Tu Van to collect it. He caught it and left no trace. "Damn it, that's my sword." Dai Dao raised his hand and tried to reach for it. "It's so embarrassing, it belongs to me now. Thank you for traveling thousands of miles to give me the knife." Tu Van joked, "Waiting for the future after I become emperor, someone will write a book to record your achievements. If you want to become a big person, you are really dreaming, go and die." Dai Dao was so embarrassed that he went crazy and cursed him. The eldest son of the Deep family used his hand to make a sign to execute the blow and did not forget to think to himself that this idiot, he still did not know that if he used the explosive spirit mark on the holy knife, he would die without a doubt. The sword listened to its master's words, directly circled around Tu Van, and then burst into flames. However, facing this scene, he did not seem afraid at all. "Just gently wave the sword, wanting to use mental power to destroy me. You are too naive." He continued his inner monologue. "If you have detonated the spirit mark, then it will be beneficial for me." Tu Van uses his will to transmit a source of green energy, from dark to light, it's all there. Implanting the spirit mark, the move is performed on the sword he just won, covering from hilt to tip as a notice to the sword that you have a new owner. Successfully implanting the spirit of the seal, the surrounding atmosphere explodes like artillery shells during Tet and Spring in all kinds of colors. "Okay," Tu Van thought happily. Dai Dao closed the distance in the air. "It's so embarrassing, it belongs to me," Tu Van firmly declared. The eldest son of the Deep family crazily summoned 5 deep black holes. "Damn you, you horrible bastard, I will not forgive you." Facing the threat, Tu Van remained calm and assessed the situation. What about committing suicide? He was taken into an unknown space. Continuing his words, he affirmed that Dai Dao's move was very decisive. "Unfortunately, your strength is not strong enough." Thousands of swords flowed, hundreds of thousands of swords rotated continuously, directly piercing the attack of the eldest son of the Deep family. Dai Dao rushed forward frantically, leaving the blade layer after layer as sharp as if it had just been sharpened. As a result, he was stabbed right in the heart by his beloved sword, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He screamed, his eyes white, "Tu Van, Holy King Sect, we will not forgive you. I curse you, your future will be filled with bad luck." As soon as he finished speaking, 10,000 swords pointed their sharp tips at him, ready to send him back to heaven. A small explosion erupted. From now on no one named Dai Dao will bother Tu Van again. After finishing the matter, he thought about the words of the eldest son of the Deep family. Humph, what about the Holy King sect? After this time I will take the Tu family close to the Chaos Holy Land, see if anyone else dares to plan with the Tu family. Tu Van quickly left the scene and returned home. He said to his father, "Dad, I'm back, that great Dao Deep is dead." His father, Tu Hang, heard that and immediately asked, "Deep Dai Dao is the holy son of the Tanbong sect. Will nothing happen?" Hearing that, the holy son of the ancient Holy Land immediately spoke up to reassure him. "Don't worry, the Holy King sect is the only one. Even if the chaotic Holy Land declines, they will not dare to be arrogant." All three of them gathered together. Tu Van asked Vo Chi, "What have you discovered?" Responding to him, Vo Siusi said, "The closer I get, the more I feel something inside is calling me. This place has a destiny for me." Without saying much, Tu Van rushed forward with the sword he had just snatched from Dai Dao, not forgetting to warn everyone, "Get out of the way. Whether it's calling you or not, you'll know right away." A direct blow came down as if it wanted to tear the sky in half. The jade-green sphere from earlier shattered into hundreds of pieces. From deep underground, a dazzling light burst out. As soon as Tu Van and his son and Vo Chui went underground, they met the boss server, a seemingly gilded skeleton sitting cross-legged on a cylinder covered with soil, his whole body glowing like a car's headlights. Could this be the ancient holy body? Tu Van couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed. Vo Chi affirmed, "Yes, it is an ancient holy body. No wonder I have a feeling of being called." "I feel like this senior probably hasn't become a saint yet," Tu Van said. "That's of course. The wilderness ancient city saint can kill a great saint. Only behind the quasi-emperor, it's not that easy to die." Wuji said, "I guess he must have been killed in Nirvana." "Why?" Tu Van asked. "The Nirvana scene is very special. It must save 9 kulpas, not celestial kulpas, natural kulpas and human kulpas." Infinity explained that the so-called natural kulpas are the tribulation of the natural world such as lightning strikes and fire, while the human kulpa is the tribulation of humans. "If so, wouldn't it be better to just wait at the sect?" Tu Van said aimlessly. Wuji patiently explained, "Why is it so simple? If you don't go out to overcome tribulation, you won't be able to pass nirvana. If you stay in the sect, the crossed X sign means this person won't pass. In addition, the cultivation level of people in the nirvana stage will randomly increase or decrease. The highest can reach the transcendent peak, the lowest can be trained in the realm. The doll simulates overflowing, burning power. In addition, there is also a physical training strategy." Tu Van discussed. "You probably guessed right, but I'm not interested in why he died. I will take it back to the Holy Land first, and ask the Master to study it." Hearing that, the Holy Son of the ancient Holy Land immediately stopped. "Impossible. This bone is very beneficial to me. I can merge with this corpse and complete a transformation." Tu Van frowned, his eyes were also cold. "Unfortunately, I won't let you do that. One is that this is something in my Tu families or area, of course it belongs to my Tu family. Second, according to the agreement between you and me, letting the stronger person not benefit me." "I understand," Wuji said, "but we can exchange." "How to exchange?" Tu Van asked. The Holy Son of the ancient Holy Land pointed a finger at the golden skeleton and said, "Do you see that skeleton's eyes? That red light is the spiritual force emitted by that skeleton. Don't you want to reach the limit of the heavenly cave? That spirit can do it. Infinity proposes a deal, so I take the skeleton, you take the force, how about it?" Tu Van believed but still calmly said, "It seems that's really the case. However, now the bones are all mine, why should I share them with you?" Vo Chi did not worry and replied, "The spiritual force of the ancient holy body cannot be absorbed by everyone." He persuaded, "Without my help, unless someone else is also an ancient holy body, otherwise don't try to absorb it." Tu Van accepted the proposal. "Okay, you win. So let's go." Infinity is excited. The Holy Son of the ancient Holy Land faced the golden skeleton, transforming the skeleton's energy towards himself. His body is full of aura. Just at this moment, Vo Siu thought to himself. He transmitted everything he had just collected to Tu Van. A powerful source of energy, with a flat tip as sharp as an old spear, went straight into Tu Van's body, directly stirring up his sea of consciousness as if it were a party at his house. There are fewer and fewer of the ancient holy bodies that can retain spiritual energy. It is truly a great opportunity that is rare in thousands of years. He thought about it, the spirit of the golden pill, 10 practices. That source of energy spreads out, merges into one and then twists in a circle together, creating an extremely eye-catching scene. The wind blew loudly, Tu Van sat cross-legged in the air. Around him appeared ancient characters curled into a light green arc, a great plagiarism. It must be said that the area surrounding Tu Van is really full of life. The trees seem to have souls and chirp and dance. But contrary to that bustle, Tu Van's face is really uncomfortable. Here. His father, Tu Hang, was so overwhelmed by the scene before him that his mouth opened wide. Then he was also supported by tree branches, great plagiarism, a rare encounter in 1,000 years. I absolutely cannot ignore this opportunity. A moment later, green rays of light erupted. Around Tu Hang a very stylish-looking energy field appeared. He shouted happily, breaking through to the peak of the divine realm. Amazing. Tu Van on this side remains silent for the time being. Vo Cuc observes and has his own thoughts about him. This guy has broken through to the limit again. Even the Chaos Emperor cannot achieve this step. However, I will not admit defeat. One day, I will surpass you. He swore in his heart. Tu Van suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils shone a bright, human image. Those 2 beams of light went straight from his eyes to the sky. Tu Van received a new step and immediately opened his arms as an unconditional response of his body. He laughed loudly. Ha ha, now I am invincible. Who can fight me? Suddenly, a tornado appeared in the sky, accompanied by purple-pink lightning. Seeing this, Tu Van also knew the way to go. Oh well, it led to a heavenly tribulation. This is called coloring, so why should lightning strike me? His father looked at him with admiration and worriedly said, Heaven's tribulation is so scary. Will little Tu Van be okay? Wuji replied, Don't worry, the ancients said it well. This is called a 1,000-year disaster. He will not die. Tu Hang immediately felt nervous when he heard that. Why did this word sound so unpleasant? Forget it, the old man won't fight you anyway. He doesn't have the same perception as his junior, he thought to himself. It's probably because he didn't fight back against Wuji. Standing in the middle of the storm, standing in a golden lotus, quiet clouds, this scene is called chaos in the first form. However, Tu Van just folded his arms and gently said, It's just a heavenly tribulation, just washing away my humiliation. The saint of the ancient Holy Land saw this and immediately sweated for him. This guy is really doing too much. If you don't do it one day, will you die? When Tu Hang saw his beloved son playing recklessly, his face suddenly changed. Ah, what time has it come to? You don't have to defend against heaven. What are you doing? We're all family, son. What the hell to color? Thunder boomed like fireworks at a festival, aiming straight at the clouds. Not only was he not afraid, he also challenged and joked. Too weak. God, do you only have this little skill? Angry at the jokes, heavenly tribulation continuously delivered terrible lightning blows, perhaps with enough force to split the ocean in half. Tu Van didn't expect this scene, so he could only make a distorted face and scream loudly. Oh my God, are you still so angry? Suddenly, his clothes flew clean and neat. Luckily there was still some leftover fabric to cover the area that needed to be covered, but it also unintentionally exposed his six-pack body once more. What a majestic sight. Then that piece of cloth moved back to cover other sensitive parts. The guy in front could only cover it with his hand. No, really. Tu Van was surprised by the victory and defeat of the heavenly tribulation and could not help but say. The purple fury descended at the same time, so much that no one could see the cloud's face clearly, but could only see the silhouette of a long-haired young man. After that gang attack, Tu Van felt like she had lost her soul. Her whole body had burns here and there. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were dull. Looks like it's burned, Vo Cuc calmly said. Contrary to that attitude, Tu Van was extremely worried. Don't let anything happen. I Tu Hang only have this one bloodline. Even though he had just attacked, the disaster still showed no signs of stopping. The thunderstorms were still rumbling down. Tu Van on the other hand is preparing to enter a serious state even though he is naked and still domineering. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Unrivaled punch seal. Tu Van's old moves and giant fists were once again unleashed. Both forces confront each other, meeting in the middle. The thunder also gradually disappeared, leaving Tu Van standing tall in the sky, surrounded by a few red dots that looked like rose petals that the audience often reserved for gladiators. Suddenly, Tu Van's handsome face cracked, crackling streaks of golden light. His entire body, from his torso to his head, down to his shoulders and ankles, slowly cracked, all as if a sign of a skin change process. He smiled happily as he looked at his hand, feeling the new life. It wasn't bad. Scene changes to Deep Palace, a beautiful sunny day. Kai Fong said about the Deep Wind family, the head of the Deep family, "Father, nothing will happen, right?" "Don't panic," Deep Wind reassured. "I sent your second uncle to find out the news. The boy will return soon." Safe, the door opens. Big Brother is the person that Kai Fong's father just mentioned. His face was confused. He didn't know. Dai Dao was killed by Tu Van. His entourage also died. "What did you say?" The hands and feet of the head of the Deep family were weak, and he was so angry that he was spitting blood. "Father!" Kai Fong quickly supported Deep Wind. His second uncle also worriedly called out Big Brother. "Nothing could be more real," his second uncle replied. "That our area was all corpses. Xiaoyun dares to kill Dai Dao. Tu family will definitely not forgive us. The only plan now is to run away. There can be no delay. We will send people away immediately. When your father wakes up, you guys will quickly leave." As he spoke, he ran toward the door and disappeared. On this side, the head of the Deep family was also dimly awake. Seeing that, Kai Fong was impatient. "Father, let's run too." Only to receive a green affirmation from his father. The second group of elders will not escape. Without the Dai Dao group, no one can oppose the Tu family. So what to do? Can I just wait to die? Kai Fong asked his father. "Let the second old group send people away, attract the Tu family's attention. You bring the great emperor's order to the eastern wilderness, then the second uncle group." Kai Fong hesitated. "Hey, you idiot!" The head of the Deep family scolded the demon, and the husband intentionally went into a coma, just to fight for a way to live for his child. "There will be people who want to make sacrifices, Kai Fong. This is the great emperor's order. Go to Tianda Mountain in the eastern wilderness, use this command token, someone will help us take revenge." Deep Wind handed a gold-plated command to Kai Fong's son, warning him to be careful. "Great Emperor's decree. Has our Deep family ever had a great emperor?" "That's right," Deep Wind replied to his son. "The Deep family is a great emperor in the wild. There have been 2 great emperors. Their current strength is stronger than the Chaos Holy Land, and this token is the great emperor's order." "Our Deep family?" Kai Fong wondered. "Why are we still afraid of Tu Van? The Deep family has just grown strong. I don't know how many generations have passed between us and the Dong Hong Deep family. This great emperor's order was also given because of Dai Dao's amazing talent. Otherwise, people wouldn't even look at us." Deep Wind explained sadly. "Father, let's go to the eastern wilderness together," Kai Fong proposed. "The great emperor's order can only cover one person's aura. Take me with you. You can't escape. Go quickly." Deep Wind refused. "Father." Kai Fong fell into a difficult position, constantly trying to persuade, but in the end he still received the words, "Kai Fong, you are the only hope of the Deep family. If I don't go, I will commit suicide at my father's place." "Okay." I left. Kai Fong did not hesitate any longer, ran away with tears in his eyes, and quickly left. Be careful on the road, advice from the owner of the Deep family. After saying goodbye to his son, his face was pale and negative. He originally thought that he could borrow Dai Dao's power to return to the main family, but unexpectedly, a character like Tu Van appeared. It was truly heaven's will. "Destroy me." Scene changes to the Tu family. "Father, the Deep family's affairs will be left to you to handle. True Vo Siusi will help you. I will sit in charge of the Tu palace," Tu Van said. Responding to him, Tu Heng said, "I'm old, I can still deal with small shrimp." As soon as Brother Wuji saw it, he knew that his martial arts were extraordinary, extremely powerful, and ruthless in killing people without blinking an eye. "It's all thanks to you later," he smiled and said. In contrast to that carefree appearance, Vokyu thought that this old man was very dishonest, in order to take advantage of him. He even called him a brother. These words were indeed a bit difficult to hear, so he only dared to monologue internally. Even Tu Van had to say, "Dad, can you be a little serious? Hee hee, let's go, spend all our enthusiasm, okay." Infinity follows. After the 2 people left, Tu Van began to release his mental energy, preparing to explore. After 10 practices, the mental power was able to cover the entire Phoenix Scales city. This time, the Deep family alone did not try to run away. Pride is the privilege of the strong. Tu Van used his mental power to observe Deep Palace. Half an hour later, Tu Hang of Infinity Palace has returned, summarizing the detective situation for Tu Van. Deep's numbers are exhausted. Unfortunately, Deep Kai Fong cannot be found. Van Ni, do you know his whereabouts? Maybe you're using some secret treasure. Tu Van replied and reassured, Father, rest assured, sooner or later I will become a great emperor. Even if he brings trouble, there is no need to be afraid. Hearing this, Wu Qi immediately retorted to Tu Van, Don't be too proud, no one but me will become the great emperor. Tu Van heard that and smiled contemptuously. You can't. It is very difficult for some people in the ancient sacred body to become great emperors. One is very difficult, but I have merged the second ancient holy body. One day I will definitely surpass you. Extremely dissatisfied explained. Unexpectedly encountering a daring person, Tu Van immediately asked, You are so confident, do you need to challenge me or not? Hearing that, Wu Qi provocatively replied, Don't be complacent, wait until the next realm. I will definitely challenge you. After hearing the date, Tu Van calmly said, In the next realm, you are still not my opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned to the head of the Tu family. Father, this is dragon fruit. A person can only eat 10 fruits. Eating one fruit can increase life expectancy by 10 years. The man and mother and child each had 10 fruits. He spread the pink fruits towards Tu Hang. After hearing what he just said, the head of the Tu family immediately waved his hand. This is too precious, you better keep it. Ignoring it, Tu Van thrust those magical fruits straight into Tu Hang's hands, saying, Sooner or later you will become a saint, by then you will have thousands of years of life. This thing is useless to you. Furthermore, let's move the clan closer to the Chaos Holy Land, so we can be safe. The head of the Tu family heard this and immediately hesitated. Do we definitely have to move? Tu Van's face was serious. There will be many enemies on the road I walk in the future. Everyone here is very uneasy. Responding to him, the Tu family's head was serious and vigilant. What you said is right. I will go arrange the clan immediately. Suddenly a shrill scream rang out. Who killed my disciple? Come here for me. Someone is coming, Tu Hang said. Let's see. Tu Van looked excited. Yes. A man dressed in red, with a magic circle behind him, looked very strange in this and that, loudly scolding. My disciple, Deep Dai Dao, has the qualities of a saint. Who is the one who has the heart to kill him? It? If not, today I will use my blood to dye the Phoenix Scale City red. Tu family father and son were calm. Deep Dai Dao's master had already arrived so quickly. This was not a real person. Tu Van replied to Tu family's idle answer. Not good. The holy son of the ancient Holy Land spoke up. This powerful man's divine soul was released. What is a gifted soul? Tu Van asked. Cultivators at the awakening stage can cultivate the divine soul, and when they reach the exiting stage, they can exhale the divine soul. Deep Dai Dao is a saint, so this person is an elder or above. His cultivation is not at the nirvana level, it is at the supernatural level, infinitely replied. The Vietnamese soul is so far away, I'm afraid it's not much stronger than me. I can definitely fight. The Holy King's sect is over 10,000 miles away from Phoenix Lawn City. This person is not a saint, Tu Van denied. You better be careful, Wu Ji advised. After all, he may be a super powerhouse. Even if he can't display his true strength, he can't be underestimated. Don't worry, Tu Van Phi brushed it off. I'm not someone who takes risks. While the two were talking, Deep Dai Dao's master, Don Duk, was still there screaming. I'll say it again. If you don't tell me who killed my disciple, Deep Dai Dao, today everyone in your entire city must pay my burial. Tu Van Guqin flew to the sky, smiling contemptuously. Old man, Mr. Deep Dai Dao was killed by me. A small and arrogant god, he is not qualified to carry shoes for my disciple Deep Dai Dao. Do you even deserve to kill my disciple? The German group was angry. Deep Dai Dao's eco-friend's knife is in my hands. Do you say he was killed by me? Tu Van summoned the sword at that time. Truly the holy sword of my disciple. How is that possible? How could a small monk like you kill my disciple? Tell me quickly, who are you? Which sect does he belong to? Master Deep Dai Dao asked. Old man, Tu Van has no respect. You listen clearly. My name Tu is still the current quasi-disciple of the Chaos Holy Land. It's you again. The two seemed to have history. Dong-duk said indignantly. It was you who swept away the pride of Chanlong Saw, defeated Emperor Laitan, and also the servant Kwang Hao Nin of our holy king's sect. It's me, Tu Van frowned. Who are you? Even a strand of divine soul dares to be so impertinent. Junior, stop talking shamelessly. This Dong-duk is the great elder of the holy king's sect, a super powerhouse. Dong-duk introduced himself. Even if a spirit comes here, killing you will be as easy as killing a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, Deep Dai Dao's master immediately unleashed a move, the Sea Dragon's Fury. From the magic circle pulled out countless cataclysms. They merged into a large dragon, opening their sharp fangs towards Tu Van. The 2 long horns and 4 fangs made it look even more ferocious. Tu Van began to respond. Tens of thousands of swords flowed. A wave of his hand was a release of hundreds of thousands of sources of energy. Boom! Both moves collided. The 2 fought evenly. Either side was completely inferior, but neither side completely overwhelmed. Tu Van's strength is so good that even an extraordinary person like Dong-duk becomes skeptical. Why is this guy's strength so strong? Deep Dai Dao has so much talent. He doesn't have such strength in the cave world. A humble god like him is so scary. What, do you only have this little bit of bravery? Tu Van sarcastically said, even if your talent is higher, you are still just a god. Test the power of this sacred offering. Dong-duk was so heartbroken that he immediately struggled. Ancient ferocious beast, from his heart emerged an animal shaped like a wolf that could not be tamed in the deep forest. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it looked truly terrifying. It pounced on Tu Van, and he quickly activated the needle to protect himself. Under the unexpectedly strong force, the outer layer of the golden bell shattered into pieces. It did not take long for Tu Van's defense technique to be countered. He pulled out his key weapon, the holy blade, the sword that was still glowing. From the hilt to the tip of the sword, there seemed to be small lightning bolts around, bombardment and destruction in one go, cutting the beast in half. After destroying it, you're still wandering around aimlessly, huh? So you're dead? It was as if expecting something more terrible. It's useless. As long as I don't die, the spirit will be immortal and the enemy group will continue to attack. The second time he struck, Dong-duk added another move, using the 3 lights to return the original palm. 3 hands like the hands of Avalokiteshvara that year when pressing Sun Wukong appeared. The people on the street below turned on their idol mode. That Tu Van was fighting with an elder of the Saint Nguyen sect. I saw that he was about to die. Tu Heng here is also worried. Van Ni, will nothing happen? Don't worry, Vo Siusi reassured him. He won't die that easily. Unmoving the king's seal, a muscular, 6-pack model appears behind to complement the cloud pattern. Around the bottom of the golden model's body are scattered pale rose branches, making the whole look even more beautiful. Pop! The model of the man's upper body punched the lonely wild wolf, killing it. Tu Van rushed towards those 3 hands and ordered, Min Vong, explode it for me. 2 crazy hostile forces. Invincible, explosive, Tu Van's fist seemed to be even more powerful, directly gaining the upper hand, preparing to deliver a blow like heaven. Directly scared Master Deep Dai Dao, making him exclaim, this kid really has the ability. Flame divine knife. From the tip of Dong-duk's 2 fingers, a ray of light that looked like a laser beam emitted, forming a sword that seemed to be 10 feet high. Are you playing with fire? Just in case I restrain you. Fu Kai seal, Xian Bang sword seal, 2 hands 2 seals. Tu Van exerts his strength to demonstrate his strength. Hai Lang Canal, a majestic scene, ice and fire like 2,000-year-old enemies, both reunited. Huan Bang sword mark, a piece of ice carved in the shape of a sharp sword, squared the sword's body, while the hilt of the sword had sharp thorns sticking out and piercing straight down at Dong-duk. He is so young, how can he know so many magical powers? The great elder of the holy king's sect turned pale. The 5 thunders thundered across the sky. Dong-duk seemed to summon the thunder of heaven and earth to his hand, forming a small ball. He raised his hand straight up, facing Tu Van head-on with his sword as if taken from the Ice Age. Pale purple lightning echoed throughout the area. Without time to react, Tu Van became like a giant. His fist had already moved in front of the German group. Being hit by the palm of his hand, fresh blood gushed out from his mouth, and he fell backwards. The eyes of the great elder of the holy king's sect were pale. Streams of hot blood were flowing out. How could this be possible? Perhaps even at this moment, he did not think that he would be defeated at Tu Van's hands. Of the 7,779 plans, running was the best option. Dong-duk calculated for himself. It seemed he couldn't kill him, so he ran away first. But Tu Van didn't think so. He said, since it's already here, then this divine soul of yours should stay here forever. Don Duk couldn't fight back in the four-shaped sword formation. If he couldn't run, he turned around and threatened, Junior, if you dare to touch me, my body will not forgive you. Then let him come. King Tu Van clenched his fist with enlightenment, transcend Don Duk with a light as bright as the party's light. Somewhere not far away, Master Dai Dao thought he was dead but was still alive. Only blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. You can kill one of my divine souls, Tu Van. Even if you are a quasi-divine child of the Chaos Holy Land, my group will still kill you. The great elder of the Holy King sect swore. Then fly away. Tu Van on this side was not much better. His mouth was bleeding. Tu Heng worriedly asked his son, Van Ni, how are you? That old man's strength is very strong. I would risk my life to kill him. Father, you quickly summoned your clan and left Phoenix Lawn City. Tu Van presented and advised his father. His father also very much agreed, saying, okay, then let's go quickly. No, Tu Van suddenly refused. I can't go. Don Duk's body will most likely come here. I have to stay and wait for him. What? Both Tu Heng and the saint of the ancient Holy Land were surprised. Father, the speed of the supernatural powerhouse is very fast. Our Chu family can't escape at all. Only you stay to stop him. Will everyone have a chance to reach the Holy Land of Chaos? No, Tu Heng stops Tu Van. Your distance from Deep Dai Dao's group of masters is too big. We split up and run. There's really no need. Master has implanted a punch seal in me that can unleash a blow with my master's full force, so I'm not in any danger. If anyone else doesn't go against it, they will implicate me. Kid, you're not lying to me, are you? Tu Heng was confused. Father, I am your son. Why am I tricking you? Tu Van quickly clarified. However, the head of the Chu family still thought, when you were little, did you still trick me a little? There was just something about me that didn't satisfy you, so you immediately found your mother and accused me, saying that I seduced the maid in the house. Tu Heng reminisced angrily. Directly, the infinity shield and pepper cloud froze their faces and sprayed glue. Tu Van quickly broke the atmosphere. That was many years ago. Now that I'm a qualified servant, how can they not give me some means to defend myself? Don't waste time, go quickly, Tu Van urged. That's right, Tu Heng nodded. Then let's go first, meet with us. A few days later, in Tu Palace, if you don't go, aren't you afraid of death? Tu Van asked the Holy Son of the ancient Holy Land. He replied, your Chaos Holy Land has fallen, so Don Duk dares to kill you. But our ancient Holy Land is still at its peak. Even if Don Duk had 10 courage, he would not dare to kill me. Vo Chi proudly sipped his tea. Rest assured, after I become great emperor, I will lead your chaotic Holy Land. Tu Van couldn't help but let out a sarcastic comment. The ancient saint may not have made you stronger but made your skin a lot thicker. Vo Chi appeared mature and replied, I'm too lazy to argue with you. After the cave, prepare to be my fake follower. Tu Van raised his face to the sky, almost celebrating and shouting, Don Duk is here. Tu Van, Master Deep Dai Dao appeared so cool. His courage was not small. Do you really think that you are a disciple of the Holy Land of Chaos? Do I not dare to kill you? It turned out to be Great Elder Don Duk of the Holy King sect. I'm sorry, I accidentally blew up your soul. Tu Van let out an absent-minded apology. Vo Q was a bit more serious, so he let out a threat. I am true Vo Cuc of the ancient Holy Land. Your Holy King sect waits for its destruction. As soon as he heard the name, Don Duk was scared. The Holy Son of the ancient Holy Land was here. Okay, I admit I can't get into you. Having said that, he cast the spell, causing Infinity's entire body to be unable to move. I have no hatred or resentment towards the ancient Holy Land. I have no reason to deal with a junior. Go away. Finished, Don Duk used pressure to force Tu Van to kneel. The entire building lost color in an instant, debris flying everywhere, not following any rules. This move seems to be quite strong, directly causing Tu Van to bleed at the corner of his mouth. Your subordinates defeated your generals and you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Last time I could kill your soul, next time I will kill your essence. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to be engulfed in flames. Today you must die. What will you say next time? The great elder of the Holy King sect did not want to say more, so he rushed forward with a blue hand of the sea to guard the clouds. Suddenly another hand, with the same shape, appeared opposite, directly blocking Master Deep Dai Dao's attack, making him gasp. A brave man appeared. Although his hair was discolored, his body was still muscular. In addition to the fire, there were also red electric rays running vertically. As soon as he saw this person's face, the great elder of the Holy King's sect immediately knelt down to worship and beg, "Please forgive my sins." The great elder of the Holy King's sect, Don Duk, had no intention of offending. Tu Van was elated. It seemed that in addition to the fistile that his master gave him, the chaotic Holy Land also had someone secretly protecting him. Ancestor Thunder appeared from behind and asked suspiciously, "Are you the one who wants to kill the quasi-goddess of my Chaos Holy Land?" Seeing Tu Van's polite greeting, Tu Van's disciple paid his respects to Loyan, who turned out to be one of the old ancestors who wanted to accept him as a disciple before. He waved his hand, not being polite. Right after that, his face was filled with murderous aura, looking at him. Suddenly, he received a blow from above, causing large cracks to appear on the ground. His mouth was bleeding, and he realized in fear that this was Loi Tu, one of the strongest great saints, the highest-ranking great character of the 9Tu Dai formation. I couldn't provoke him, so I quickly clasped my hands and begged, "Seniors, please calm down. Just now I was a foolish junior, in the future I won't dare anymore." Unable to accept that attitude, he angrily pointed at him, and shouted that even our quasi-disciples of the Chaos Holy Land would dare to kill him. "Your Holy King sect is becoming more and more overbearing." Immediately he bowed his head to the ground and begged. His seniors spared his life, and his juniors did not dare to be overbearing anymore. At this moment, I only saw a blue aura appear from Thunder Ancestor's hand. He was dragged flying. He used force to strangle him. There was no mercy. "You don't dare, but your Holy King sect dares. Follow me to the Holy King sect. I want to see how arrogant you are." He was scared. "No, there's no need to do this step." He grabbed his collar and flew into the air fiercely towards his Holy King sect. "This matter is up to you to decide. Go," followed by Tu Van and Vo Chi. The two of Tu Van Vo Chui followed behind but could not escape the thought of Ancestor Thunder. Ancestor Thunder was very strong, but they just came to the headquarters of the Saint King sect. Is it okay? Isn't this old man crazy? A few days later, at the Holy King sect, light shone throughout the Holy Land. By this time they had arrived. Tu Van could not help but admire. Worthy of being the #1 sect under the Holy Land, it was truly majestic. "No wonder you have the courage to challenge our chaotic Holy Land." Suddenly a person flew in and said loudly, "Who dares to attack?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by Loi Tu, making him speechless. He ordered, "Get out!" At this time, a man flew from afar with a purple aura surrounding him. This person was the Holy King sect's master. He respectfully greeted him. It turned out to be the great arrival of the Thunder Ancestor of the Chaos Holy Land, truly bringing light to our Holy King sect. But Loyan doesn't care about him, so go away and tell your elders to come out here and talk. Hearing that, he immediately agreed. No need to shout anymore. The great elder appeared from behind that holy master. He raised his voice and asked, "Truong Dai Loi, why are you here?" Haha, I just saw his face smiling incomprehensibly at this moment. Truong Dai Loi, the name of Loi Tu is a bit unusual. He squeezed the other man's neck and brought it in front of them, loudly questioning, "Tran Lo Duk, your holy sect's great elders dare to kill the standard servants of our Chaos Holy Land. You want to challenge chaos? Our holy place?" The holy master's aura was no less, he replied. "Truong Dai Loi is the quasi-disciple of your Chaos Holy Land. Isn't he living very well? Why are you slandering the great elders of our Holy King sect?" He snorted angrily, then immediately launched a move at the holy master. Immediately, the great elder blocked the attack, and the holy master asked, "Truong Dai Loi, are you crazy? Dare to kill our holy master?" Ancestor Loi's face was still filled with anger, and he replied, "Killing your holy masters, isn't he already dead? My ancestors have been on a rampage for thousands of years. If you want to be with me, then dream." It seemed that the great elder was also angry. He pointed straight at Loi Tu. "This seat already knows. I will deal with Don Duk. I will definitely give you an answer to the chaotic Holy Land. Because Don Duk doesn't need to offend Loyan, give him this face." Only to see him not convinced, he raised his hand high. Green air currents began to rotate around his hand. Blue lightning appeared from his hand. "You're so angry that you want to chase me away. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Next time we arbitrarily send a supernatural realm to kill your servant, and then kill him, can you accept it? Furthermore, you are not qualified to bargain with me. Call your quasi-emperor out here." The lightning strikes were blocked by the Great Elder's mountain protection array. The two of them began to duel, the auras in Loi Tu's hands spread out. Truong Dai Loi, what do you want to do? The Great Elder pointed at him and said. He still insisted on meeting the Emperor. Call your quasi-emperors here, otherwise I will destroy your Holy King sect. I only saw Lu Duk coldly snorting. How can the Emperor let you see him when he wants to meet him? So take a closer look. Suddenly high above, a giant bell blatantly appears above the shield. The people of the Holy King sect were immediately suppressed by the power of General Chaos, and had to kneel on the ground. The Great Elder also gasped at that power. At this time, from the chaos, Chung sent streaks of fire down on Duk Lo's shield. When witnessing the power of the General Chaos, Tu Van and Vo Chui, who were watching, were also secretly amazed. This is much scarier than the General Chaos illusion that I control. This is the power of the extreme Tao Emperor soldiers. It is extremely terrifying. He wondered when he would be able to control the General Chaos like that. It was so domineering. At this time, Duk Lo used Tian Chuang, only to see a large red arm appear like fire, hitting above the shield. He shouted loudly, Truong Dai Loi, stop. Once the Ho Sun Great Battle is opened, I'm afraid that except for the saints, no one will be able to survive. That hand collided with the streaks of fire from the General Chaos. But it seemed that its power could not be compared to the General Chaos. It was beaten to pieces. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the Great Elder immediately created another red shield inside. Those streaks of fire turned into swords that stabbed straight down at his shield. That red shield was broken. The Great Elder could not bear the pressure, and was thrown far away, spitting blood. Loi Tu applied more and more force to the air array. The blue air streams disintegrated and fell. His face became even more gloomy. His eyes flashed blue. He requested the Quasi-Emperor to appear. Remember that year, even the other 5 great holy places dared to enter. I don't believe that a saintly king who is so small that I cannot level it, the true emperor of the Holy King sect, is manifested for me. At this time, the power of the General Chaos became even stronger. It was closing in on Duk Lo's last shield. The people below were scared and worried about the shield. It was broken. The mountain protection formation was about to collapse. This person attacked the sect. It's too scary. With so much power, the shield began to show cracks. From somewhere came a hum. That voice rang out, stop. At this moment, he only saw green lightning bolts appear on Loi Tu's hands. He frowned. Finally someone came. The boat was like a gust of wind rushing straight towards a man in a white shirt in the distance. He spoke, although the Emperor's army is strong, in the end you are not a great emperor. At this moment, he stretched out his hand to exert magic power. A huge arm appeared and blocked the sword. The two people Chu Van and Vo Siu gasped in surprise when they saw that scene, shaking the Emperor with their bare hands. This person was the Quasi-Emperor. When he saw him, Loyan was annoyed and asked, Mock that, it turns out to be your old man. Are you not dead yet? Mock that and Chu Van didn't seem to know this person. Vo Chui spoke up to explain, Mock that is a quasi-emperor of the Holy King sect. It is said to have lived for more than 4,000 years, one of the oldest cultivators. Gender. At this time, Lu Duk pointed his finger and scolded, Truong Dai Loi, the name of the quasi-emperor is such that you can call him directly. Why don't you quickly bow to Mach Tu? Ancestor Thunder coldly snorted, determined not to lose. The one who should apologize first is you. As he spoke, he added power to the general. Chaos once again shattered Wood Patriarch's arm. He frowned angrily and stopped. Ancestor Thunder became even more imposing. Both hands injected more force into the ball full of thunder, and fiercely said, What is a quasi-emperor? Angry old man, today when I say to destroy your Holy King sect, it means destroying your Holy King sect. Only seeing a beam of light radiating from Loyan, Dibin came back to life, and a large figure appeared behind him. Everyone present there was terrified. That person was the great Emperor of Chaos. Just see the strong body giving strength to the giant bell. Whooshing, the bell seemed to turn into a rushing wind. The people under the Saint King's sect screamed in fear. That was the power of the Extreme Tao Emperor army. Someone is reviving the Extreme Tao Emperor's army, which is Chaos Chung. Mock that intended to advise Loyan, your life force of Loi is not much left. If you resurrect the Emperor, after this battle you will die without doubt. Of course, Ancestor Lei doesn't listen. When he dies, he will take you with him as a cushion. Don't you agree? The Chaos Emperor's eyes glowed brightly, flashing with fire. At this time, I could only see many bands of power appearing in the sky, many objects flying everywhere, and the scene was chaotic. Mach that was frightened by that scene and had to compromise. Stop quickly, our holy king's sect will give you an answer. Hearing that sentence, Loitu was satisfied and regained his strength. Okay, let me see how you answer. He questioned, Don Duk, tell me, why did you attack the quasi-disciple of the Chaos Holy Land? He pointed his finger at him unfairly, and told Mu that he was the first official of the Holy King's sect who did not kill the holy son of our Saint King's sect. In order to avenge his disciples, this old man had to do so. What ancestor said again, the resentment of the younger generation. If our generation intervenes, there will definitely be chaos. Have you forgotten this unwritten rule? This matter is truly a mistake in our Holy King sect. Don Duk, don't blame me, someone must bear this crime. Immediately his body was penetrated, he was surprised. Would to? He asked again, okay, still not enough. Loitu felt it was not enough. If that is the case, then I will send a martyr to the holy land of chaos to kill the god from you. Would Patriarch angrily asked him, so what do you want? It seems that everything is going according to Thunder Ancestor's plan. I heard that in your holy king's sect there is a Tiandia tree. I don't need much, just give me 10 Tiandia tree. At this moment Mokta understood, it turned out that this was the real purpose. Giving 10 fruits is impossible, he said, 10 fruits absolutely cannot be more than 3. He silently cursed, this bastard Truong Dai Loi is still so insidious. The brother below secretly admired Loyan. This Loyan is very interesting. It seemed like he was angry, but it turned out he already had a plan. Such a ruckus not only suppressed their sect, but also took advantage of the opportunity. Society gets benefits. It all smells like deceit. It seems he has accepted, 3 is fine, but you must meet me with one more request. Don't you want revenge? Give you a chance to let your divine disciples come and fight Chu Van, regardless of life or death. Perhaps Deep Dai Dao Dong Tian Realm was also killed. Mokta hesitated about this. Seeing his attitude, Ancestor Loi laughed loudly and arrogantly said, this king knows that the people of your holy king's sect are all a bunch of trash, so we in the holy land of chaos will not bully you. No matter how many divine realms your holy king's sect sends out, we only send Chu Van alone. He agreed and immediately ordered, okay, since you are so overbearing, Tran Lo Duk arranges for me. I wanted to see how many tails you had, but in my heart I secretly calculated, this Chu Van must be very strong. However, there is no limit to the number of people, we can use sword formations. Truong Dai Loi, you really regret it. Loyan seemed satisfied. Chu Van relied on his son next, he was no less capable, Loi Tu's disciple would not embarrass anyone. A mocking sound rang out, and the waste of the Holy King's sect quickly came out here to die. At this moment, I only saw Chu Van ready and standing on the sword floating in midair. Everyone wanted to go out and kill him, the spirit was extremely good. Elder, let me kill him, let me go, I will definitely fight this guy. Or let me, even if I die, I still want to use him as a cushion. After thinking, he decided, Nam Tu Kai, or the 10 strongest gods of the realm, go fight and use your 10 excellent sword formations to kill this guy. Although the number of people is said to be unlimited, sending too many people also proves that the Holy King's sect is too embarrassed. They received the order, the ancestor was assured, the disciple would definitely not fail in his mission. The others regretted it but kept talking, it seemed like we had no chance to take action. By killing that standard prince, we have one less great enemy. That's right, they are the 10 sword immortals of the Holy King's sect. After practicing their skills, the genius of heaven and earth is invincible. He laughed at them. Are you sure you won't send a few more people? Hearing his taunts, the guys below were angry and scolded by him when he provoked them. Damn, this guy is too overbearing. Senior brother Nam gave the order and directly formed a formation to kill him. That's right, kill him and go back to drinking. He was not afraid, directly challenged them. Don't waste any more words, come, I'm still waiting to kill the next group. One of the 10 men was angry, drew his sword and formed a formation. It was extremely arrogant. The monks formed a formation to kill this guy. At this time, he was surrounded by 10 people. They began to form a sword formation, only to see glowing red swords surrounding him like a cage. The people who watched them praised the sword array, the 10 absolute sword formations of the same level no one could break. Chu Van was sure to die. 10 people joined forces. Killing Dong Tian Realm was as easy as killing a dog. The Great Elder immediately thought that he could not live after the sword battle. Chuang Dai Loi, you miscalculated, right? This 10 great sword array is invincible in the divine realm. Your quasi-servants will surely die without a doubt. Loi Tu just snorted coldly. A trash formation, also trying to kill the standard servants of our Chaos Holy Land, really don't know whether to live or die. Black Magic Sword, only saw a huge black sword appear behind Tu Van, but he did not falter, arrogantly said, "Is this your trump card?" How ridiculous! Hearing that, Nam Tu Kai immediately wanted to kill him. Kill! Quickly activate the formation to kill him! The sword that gradually turned red was slowly approaching him, only to see countless blue swords appearing like waves around him. 10,000 swords flowing. With just one word from him, those swords immediately moved and flew away. All the swords focused on stabbing the Black Demon's sword. A truly beautiful fight. The power is too strong. Tu Kai tried to endure. Everyone persevered. Why is this guy so strong? Great Taoist pattern. At this time countless swords were once again released, looking arrogant. He said, "Can Firefly Light compete with Moonlight for glory? I don't need to use the second move to kill you guys." The giant sword was broken by him. Without stopping, the blue swords continued to rush toward the other 10 people. They were stabbed by swords, their mouths bled, and they lost their balance. Other people worriedly discussed, was he really in the divine realm, killing 10 people in Nam Tu Kai's group in one move? Had he already entered the spirit sacrifice realm? This was too unusual. He didn't want to stop. He still wanted to continue fighting. It's really impossible to resist a move. Next group. At this moment, Mach Tu realized his strength. He frowned. This guy was too evil, absolutely impossible to keep. Both the Holy Master and Great Elder rated him very highly. This guy will definitely become a great enemy of the Holy King sect in the future. At this moment, Loi Tu realized that their eyes were too sinister. He shouted fiercely, "You guys have fierce eyes. What do you want to do?" The Holy Master's expression was a bit uncomfortable. His eyes looking at the Elder seemed to be calculating a safe move. There's not much left in the life of Thunder Ancestor. Killing Tu Van will definitely risk his life. This bastard is a crazy fighter. Forget it, anyway, the First Holy Land and Ba Tian Holy Land are both targeting Tu Van. Let's just sit back and watch the tiger fight. He agreed to give way before you. The son of Chu has no god and is invincible. Our Holy King sect bows down to the wind. Let's stop here. But you still haven't used all your strength. You still want to continue fighting, so it's over and we haven't used all our strength yet. Saint King sect, can you guys be a little more enthusiastic? Come to 10,008. These two old men angrily gritted their teeth and silently cursed him. The 10-sword immortal was killed, the old man was heartbroken to death, and the 1008, do you want to take my old life? This guy is so hateful. The Holy Master kindly reminds you, pride is invincible. Tu Van, you don't need to be overbearing. Our Holy King sect's servant Quang Hao Ning will wait for you on your way to becoming a great emperor. When he heard that name, he smiled contemptuously. That trash Quang Hao Ning, he couldn't do it. Lai Tanda could barely pass. When the disciples of the Holy King sect heard being ridiculed, they became agitated and shouted, "Damn, this bastard is really too arrogant." Lord Shintu has brought back the true dragon seed. That's right, bringing back one person and one dragon. Who can compete for the title? The Holy Master has great expectations for Hao Nin. Success or failure is nothing. Many great emperors were defeated by others when they were young. Quang Hao Nin can definitely laugh to the end. He smiled and denied his words. What you said is just an ordinary emperor. A strong emperor is truly an invincible path to get there. He proudly declared that Tu Van's goal is to become the strongest emperor. Suddenly, lightning struck from above, and he looked like a true emperor. At this moment, Ancestor Thunder laughed out loud excitedly. Haha, our quasi-disciples of Chaos Holy Land are very powerful. One sentence has triggered the induction of Heavenly Tao. This is the true Great Emperor status due to Heavenly Tao's merit. Receive. With a helpless face, he looked at him guiltily. Ugh, do you think I don't know that the Divine Thunder was summoned by you? Is it fun to trick children like that? Not wanting to waste any more time, the Holy Master quickly gave the 3 heaven and earth balls to Loyan. Okay, the things are for you. Go quickly, I really can't stand your stunts. Loi Tu's face was extremely satisfied. He immediately praised him. Good boy, not bad, did not disappoint me. Continue your efforts. Whether the Chaos Holy Land will rise or not depends on you. He also did not disappoint his expectations. Loyan can rest assured that his disciples will definitely do their best. Everything is according to Loi Tu's wishes. He wants to leave. The harvest is not bad, let's go. The great elder's face was not very happy. He said, "Goodbye, Truong Dai Loi, you don't have much energy, and you won't be satisfied for much longer. When you die, I will come and worship you." Loyan rejected his good intentions. "There is no need. Before I die I will find you to discuss the matter. We will go hand in hand to the 9 Yellow Springs," he said fiercely. "Get out." The three of them flew away. Tu Van wondered. "Loi Tu, the old man just said that there weren't many people who received Yuan. Could it be true?" "Yes," Loi Tu said with a serious tone. "To tell you the truth, our chaotic Holy Land is truly facing a huge danger." He recounted the situation of the Chaos Holy Land to him. "Hey, actually it's not just me, the other ancestors also don't have much longevity left in the Chaos Holy Land. The true Emperor of our Holy Land is even more powerful than the ancient Mok'That, but even if he fakes his death to prolong his life, he cannot last long. He also has expectations for me. You don't need to worry, we can persevere for a few more 100 years, as long as you become a saint during this time. Based on your talent, after becoming a saint, you will definitely be able to kill the great saint, and then holding the Chaos Chung in your hand, you will be able to fight against the Quasi-Emperor." He firmly said, "Don't worry, Ancestor Loi is sure that you will become a saint within 100 years. He also did not expect that the situation in the chaotic Holy Land would be so serious. He did not expect that the chaotic Holy Land would face such great pressure. "Looks like we have to practice quickly." Vo Siu coldly snorted. He coldly said, "Do you think becoming a saint is so easy? Just the Nirvana scene is enough to last you 100 years. From ancient times to modern times, no one has been able to become a saint for 100 years. He responded immediately, "You can't. If you don't prove it, I can't either." Humph, he hummed again, "Determined to surpass you. Stop being proud. The next time I move to heaven, I will definitely surpass you." He accepted his words. "Okay, I'll wait for you to challenge me." At this time, Loyan gave him 3 heaven and earth fruits and instructed, "Chu Van, heaven and earth fruits are the treasures that enhance the heavenly realm. Keep them and wait until you reach the heavenly realm to use." He immediately thanked, "Thank you, Loyan." He received the 3 fruits and was moved. It turned out that Loi Tu asked heaven and earth for him. Loyan left. "Okay, we have arrived at the Holy Land, you guys go back to the Imperial Palace." Tu Van and Vo Chi immediately obeyed. "Today is beautiful, the sky is clear and cool. This is the first peak, the scenery here is beautiful and peaceful." A man wearing a red shirt stood next to Fu Lin. "That's your father?" he asked. "Father, why are you here?" He immediately said, "Lord Fu Lin arranged us here." Fu Lin immediately explained, "Young master, you are now a qualified servant, so your parents are also qualified to live in Defong." He encouraged him. "Our Chu family is located in the kingdom of Van Hai, next to the Holy Land of Chaos. Now I'm Tan Kui of Van Hai Nation, from now on you don't need to worry anymore. Practice with peace of mind." He quickly smiled and replied, "Don't worry, father, I will concentrate on cultivating." His face softened, thinking to himself, "It seems that considering the chaotic Holy Land as a second home is indeed not wrong. At this time, I'll ask permission to go first. You guys talk, I'll go see the master first." At this time, he had come to meet the emperor. He respectfully greeted him, "Master." He simply replied, "Sit down." Emperor Tian began to ask if the matter of the Tan Vong sect had been resolved. He also briefly recounted that it was resolved, but he did not expect that Loi Tu always secretly protected his son, and even attacked the Saint King sect. At this time, he handed over 3 heaven and earth fruits for De Tian to see. "This is the heaven and earth fruit obtained from the Holy King sect. Master rushed to the heavenly realm, and just needed it. Let Tian accept your heart, so the master doesn't need to be polite." But looking at De Tian's face, it seemed like he had something sad, so he asked, "Master, what's wrong? Looks like there's a confession." He sadly said, "Well, although Ancestor Loi took action to suppress other sects, it also proves that the chaos of our saints is weak. We are all disappointing people, unable to continue. The burden of the seniors." He looked at the 3 heavens and earth and smiled, but his face still showed no real joy. He spoke the truth. "It's not a problem for these 3 heavens and earths to help me become a saint. At that time, I will reach the holy path to practice and become a saint. As you take advantage of the time to grow up, you must move forward courageously, and soon become a pillar of the Holy Land." He clasped his hands resolutely. The master was assured the disciple would definitely get stronger quickly, then let heaven tell him to go. He secretly thought, time waits for no one, the divine realm has broken through to its limit, it's time to rush to the cave of heaven. He smiled coldly and said, has True Vo Cuc also started rushing to the cave of heaven? It's really impatient. Suddenly from the sky, that red light covered the entire holy place in front of him. Before that scene, he told himself that True Vo Cuc had 2 ancient sacred bodies. The future was unpredictable, but in the future I will definitely surpass you. At this point, he began to calculate his next move. Before entering the heavenly cave, you must first cast half a set of chaos bodies. Only when the heavenly cave opens up can it be even stronger. Now having 200 enlightenments is probably enough. Even though I'm calculating the steps, I still hope that True Vo Cuc will become stronger. I hope that you can become a little stronger, otherwise it will be too meaningless. In court, that ray of light suddenly transformed into a giant with a strong body. The people outside were extremely surprised. There was a lot of discussion about who was breaking through the realm. The noise was so big. It was from Emperor Feng's side. Could it be the Lord's servants? We go over there and see. It seemed that power had attracted the Holy Master Elders. They admired each other, confirming that it was not a servant, but True Vo Cuc. Is that desolate holy body? It's really powerful, isn't it? No wonder it is called one of the 10 great supreme bodies. The 3 people, Xian Wu, Fu Lin and Tu Na, praised together. Vo Q is an ancient holy body. This movement is even greater than the movement of ordinary people in Nirvana. It really makes me angry. When me and senior sister Tich rushed to the heavenly cave, there was no such big movement. These evil geniuses are truly admirable. Suddenly he flew out from inside, and he made a large hole in the roof. He raised his fist. His fist now seemed quite powerful. He flew high, threw a punch that shattered the void, with such powerful force that large cracks appeared. From there, a black vortex formed. The onlookers are still in a stir. The heavenly cave has been opened. I don't know if True Vo Cuc can open several heavenly caves at once. Lord Gao's sun hasn't moved yet. I guess it's almost there. At this time, he repeatedly punched the shield. The cracks spread more and more vortices appeared. He punched 8 black vortexes. His face was gloomy. He showed no signs of stopping. 8 caves in the sky, but still not enough. Another punch, more powerful than before, with streams of power surrounding it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open, suddenly exclaiming, "Oh my God! 9 great caves, the ultimate cave of heaven, worthy of being a desolate ancient holy body, really too powerful." As expected of an ancient holy body, it is simply too powerful. He burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, cave sky limit double desolate ancient holy body, Tu Van, I'll see how you fight against me. At this time in another holy building, a wave of yellow lightning bounced out in waves. Everyone's faces darkened. They whispered to each other, This is the sound of the great path. Tu Van is cultivating the Chaos Sutra. Is he about to mold into a half set of chaos body? No way, it's too fast. Tu Van is now floating in midair surrounded by power. He is focused on cultivating. The universe has reason, only the ear is mucus contract. All things are non all things. One body with me, he has practiced. 63 floors already, almost successful, just need one more use of enlightenment with the Chaos Sutra. He quickly realized that on the 64th floor, the 65th floor and the 66th floor, he saw lotus flowers blooming one after another around him. Level 72, half-step chaos body, completed, he has successfully trained half-step chaos form. Suddenly on the mountain, dragons, tigers, turtles and phoenixes, also known as the 4 great divine beasts, appeared once again. Their expressions became tense. Tu Van was able to cast a chaotic half-set. That's right, that year when the Emperor cast a half-set of chaos bodies, there were also great divine beasts who came to congratulate him. But it seems like it took the Emperor 700 years, right? Damn heavens, how old is Tu Van? The 3 girls happily admired. Senior brother, he succeeded. The half-set chaos body, the young master was able to cast the half-set chaos body so quickly. Brother is so awesome. When you heard that Tu Van had molded into a semi-chaotic body, Wuji's momentum increased even more. Very good, you are stronger. Only after I defeat you will you be convinced. My body has 2 great supreme bodies, 9 great caves. Even if you are also 9 great caves, I can still defeat you. At this time, Tu Van has successfully comprehended, can have abundant strength, spirit, physical strength, and flesh are all stronger. This chaotic half-step is indeed very strong. Suddenly golden lights and lotus flowers revolved around him. He said in surprise, "New vision? What is this translucent area? I know, this is the field of chaos," he suddenly realized, the field that the spiritual realm only has, now I also have it. At this moment, power flowed abundantly within him, and he realized that the field of chaos could not only weaken the power of the enemy's divine magic, but could also bind time and space. As long as there is this field, when fighting with Lai Tanda, there will be no need to arrange a formation anymore. He secretly smiled. Next time it was time to open the cave, there were only 26 times of enlightenment left. But it's worth it to be able to sell such a messy set. Next is to open the cave. Zhao Wuji, I will definitely surpass you. At this time, he also broke the roof and flew up. Everyone guessed how many caves he could open. As a minister, he has already opened the heavenly cave. I don't know how many heavenly caves he can open. Rest assured, it will definitely be no worse than true Vo Cuc. He swung his fist into nothingness, and that black hole once again appeared. He punched continuously, more and more spirals appeared with large cracks. Moments later, he was able to open 9 heavenly caves, but it still wasn't enough. He still wanted to open 10 heavenly caves and overcome the extremes. He took the momentum and retreated, accumulating strength to prepare for the final punch, beams of light shining in his place. The last punch was swung, only a beautiful mysterious red color appeared. When seeing that scene, some people were happy, others were suddenly surprised. The 10th heavenly cave has appeared. There were more and more spectators, their faces showing surprise, taking turns shouting, "There really are 10 caves, not to say heaven, 9 is the limit, how come there is still a 10th cave?" "Sir, this is the one who had no one before, and no one after." He kept punching non-stop. It seemed this 10th cave was more difficult to open than imagined. If so, then only use the strongest blow to open it. He began to put more force into the punch. At this moment the image of the great emperor appeared behind him, still with a strong body and terrible strength. Tu Van put all his strength into this punch. I only saw a bright light, radiating around the whole place. The cracks were spreading as if they were about to break. Finally, the 10th Tian cave opened. 10 great caves have appeared. He also has to admire the last cave, which is more difficult to open, and has finally been completed. The 10th cave is not only 3 times stronger than the other caves. The people below must also admire Tu Van. There is the 10th cave in heaven. The speed of replenishing spiritual energy when Tu Van is fighting is much faster. The advantage is too great compared to the same level. That must be a cave in heaven. Champion, nothing like this has ever happened before. Wuji did not expect Tu Van to be able to open the 10th cave, but there was no other way. If he wanted to defeat him, he could only win quickly. Otherwise he would definitely be consumed to death. Immediately, he flew up high and challenged him to a fight. Since he had broken through, then fight me. You immediately accepted his challenge, and I fulfilled it for you. Huge arms appeared punching towards infinity. He was no less competitive, immediately summoning a person with huge arms preparing to punch him. They began to curiously guess who was stronger. The minister and true Vo Cuc had already started a war. The 2 great heroes really made people look forward to it. It must be said that as soon as they took action, they fought hard. I don't know who is stronger than the other. The 2 fists collided, creating terrible pressure. A huge explosion shook the entire area. Fu Lin was now worried about the Emperor's peak, shouting loudly to remind him, "Young master, you guys should fight at a higher place, otherwise the Emperor's peak will be destroyed." The 2 of them were in a fierce atmosphere. He wanted to have a good duel. Decide whether to win or lose. He was satisfied. It was just what I wanted. With a fiery spirit, he rushed forward surrounded by power. Wuji was no less. He also rushed forward. The tense battle continues. Infinity with terrible magic power creates a majestic figure behind him. So majestic. True Tantu spoke up. God of War merges. Tu Van, lose for me. Tu Van was also eager to win, not wanting to lose in front of Vo Chi, so he immediately launched his move, Chaos Field. Mr. Chu arrogantly replied, "Let you see the power of the Chaos Field." True Vo Cuc charged into the confrontation with terrible power. Both were as fast as lightning. Powerful energies were emitted. Mr. True stopped when he saw Tu Van's power. Vo Cuc's face changed color and exclaimed in surprise, You have the power of the field ahead of time. Still unable to escape the surprise, his hands and feet synchronized with his emotions and also reacted rationally, causing the speed to slow down. Tan Tu Tru still couldn't stop exclaiming, "This field is so strong!" Not letting his opponent rest, Tu Van immediately threw a punch straight into Tru Tan Sun's stomach, causing Vo Chi to be pushed back. Meanwhile, Tu Van laughed. "You are too slow." Faced with the threat filled with magic power, Mr. Tru could not resist or respond and was immediately thrown far away. Even though Tan Sun Tru was flying far away, Tu Van did not give up one bit. He still rushed forward towards Vo Chi to defeat him. Around Mr. Chi were pure and beautiful pink flowers, but deep inside those flowers was a considerable amount of magic. The people below were talking when they saw the duel between two powerful young men. The discussions were so noisy and extremely chaotic. "That's right, that year De Tien created a half set of chaos bodies, which also had chaos fields. This servant is destined to surpass Elder Emperor Tien. He is not yet 20 years old. Indeed, the will of a young man is full of determination and nothing can defeat him." Tru Vo Chi once again awakened and exclaimed, "Damn it!" The Phantom War God's spell was deployed from behind him. Saint Tru Tru's whole body stretched out and absorbed many energies together, and Vo Chi shouted loudly, "Fusion!" Tu Van over here was not afraid but showed a calm smile but full of irony. He looked arrogantly at his entourage. "Is the fusion done yet?" "Once done, come here." Faced with the mocking invitation, Vo Ciuci did not hesitate to demonstrate his illusionary power, swinging a fist in front of Tu Van. The fist almost wanted to touch Mr. Chu, but that face did not contain any emotion of fear or boredom. On the other hand, he advanced majestically and uttered a provocative sentence, "Come now." Both of those terrible powers clashed at a point, emitting a light as bright as the sun. But it seems that Tu Van's might has defeated the will and tenacious strength of Vo Chi. Mr. Tru was thrown back repeatedly, his nose spurting blood, looking pitiful. Witnessing that scene, the people below could not help but panic. They pointed up and continued to evaluate the match. "The Lord has won. So awesome. Both of them are evil. Are they really a paradise?" The two people landed on the ground. Tru Tan Tu's whole body was filled with white smoke, and his whole body was probably covered in wounds. Tu Van still leisurely stood up straight and asked, "How do you feel?" Vo Chi answered the question firmly, "You wait, at most 3 months, I can open the 10th cave." Tu Van's face full of madness was once again clearly visible on his face. Mr. Chu responded to that steadfastness in a firm voice. "At that time, perhaps I had already entered the spiritual realm." Vo Ciuci was extremely angry at Tu Van's arrogant words, which made him blush and exclaim, "Damn it, don't attack others like that." The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land happily announced to the group that the 9th Spirit Secret Realm would be opened tomorrow. Anyone who is a monk in the Heavenly Realm, sacrifices to the Spirit Realm, can enter there to find the true Spirit. When the people below heard the news, they couldn't help but argue. They talked excitedly about the announcement. The Holy Master ordered the opening of the Secret Realm. "Looks like it's not time yet." "Stupid brother, the Holy Master opened it especially for my lord." "That's right, I am the future of our Holy Land." Mr. Chu's face lit up and was happy when he heard the announcement. Surely the compliments about him were enough to make Tu Van happy, he told himself. "Fine Du Lin Bao, enter the secret spirit sacrifice. The Holy Master is really sending Buddha to Tai Tien." After the announcement was made to everyone, the Holy Master instructed the people around him, "Okay, everyone go away, let me and my entourage rest." Everyone responded unanimously, "Yes." Miss Fu Lin approached Mr. Tru and Mr. Chu, expressed her approval, and congratulated the young master and saint on ascending to the heavenly cave. Perhaps Tu Van still did not fully understand what the Holy Master had announced, so he asked, "Fu Lin, what is the secret realm of Van Lin that the Holy Master talked about earlier?" Fu Lin calmly answered Mr. Chu's question. "The young master must know that entering the spirit sacrifice scene requires worshipping the true spirit in the heavenly cave. In the secret realm of thousands of spirits, there is a true spirit left behind by the strong men who have slaughtered demonic beasts and divine beasts for countless years in the Holy Land." Tu Van continued his conversation with Miss Fu. "The Holy Master has been taking care of me, knowing that I had ascended to the heavenly cave, so he quickly opened the secret realm." Fu Lin replied, "How can you not take care? The young master not only opened the 10th heaven cave that had never existed before, but also cast a semi-chaotic body. Not considering him as a treasure to nurture would be strange. Mr. Tu was still curious, so he asked Miss Fu Lin, what was the situation inside that mysterious realm, do you know? Miss Fu immediately answered, Van Lin's secret realm is a space. It is said to be an independent space opened by a quasi-emperor. In Fu Lin's own words, it seems that the scene in the secret realm of 10,000 spirits is already present. In the realm of 10,000 spirits, there are rivers and mountains on earth, but there are no living creatures. It is a place of dead spirits, because in it there are true spirits love beasts, divine beasts leave behind after death. Fu Lin continued, the core of the secret realm of 10,000 spirits, with 10,000 flexible, full of endless soul energy, is the place that powerful true spirits like best. Fu Miss's words were enough to describe the image of those 10,000 souls, like a deep cave from top to bottom with a mysterious black color containing strange energies all around. Fu Lin still did not finish speaking and continued, there are a total of 9 levels of 10,000 spirits. The further inside, the stronger the true spirit becomes. However, entering the 10,000 spiritual realms must be done to the best of your ability. Once you are besieged by those true spirits, you will surely die. Tu Van replied to her, Fu Lin, what level are true spirits divided into? Why is a survey needed? Fu Lin leisurely answered him, of course there is no need. Souls of different levels will have different colors. There are 9 types of colors: red, white, yellow, green, blue, purple, white, gold, with higher levels. Tu Van seemed to understand. He smiled slightly and thanked him for the explanation. So let's go back to seclusion first, preparing for tomorrow to enter the Van Lin secret realm. A very distant scene appeared before our eyes with tall, cold rocks and monochromatic colors. In the distance there is a mansion with a bit of red, a yellow-tiled roof and a bit of white. It turned out that it was Dong Nok Fong. Moving to a happier atmosphere, a young man with a leisurely demeanor named Lai Bat was happy about something. Finally ascended to the spiritual realm. The people around seemed to be praising Lai Bat, congratulating the holy man on his promotion to the sacrificial spirit realm. The compliments haven't stopped yet. Your son is extremely talented and invincible. The young man surnamed Lai suddenly changed his face from happy to cunning and uttered monologues. Is that bastard Chu Van dead in the true dragon nest? Who killed him, Emperor Lai Tan or True Vo Siu? We have to go thank him. One of his entourage faltered and spoke up to prove the false information he said, telling the holy man, Chu Van was still alive. Moreover, that Bat Fem knew it when he heard it. Believing that he was wrong, he quickly shouted fiercely at his entourage, stop stammering and say, what is the situation with that kid Chu Van right now? The entourage tried his best to tell Bat Fam the information about Mr. Chu, not only returning from Long Chan Sa, but also promoted to the position of quasi-divine master. At that time he also opened the 10 great heavenly caves, and was promoted to the cave. It's paradise. Another follower continued, in addition, he also accepted True Vo Cuc as his follower. The name Lai Bat Fam had a bad temper, and was jealous of people. When he heard these things, his face changed clearly, his face was hot, his veins were clearly visible because of anger. Lai Bu Fam gritted his teeth and blamed himself, damn it, how could this happen? That follower continued to inform him, but the Holy Venerable, the Holy Master, announced that tomorrow he would open the secret realm of 10,000 spirits, the cave of heaven and the realm of spiritual sacrifices could both enter. He calmed down, and was surprised that such a thing happened again. That guy added fuel to his fire. Maybe he had a chance to get revenge. Young man Bat Fem was extremely pleased. He agreed and showed a satisfied smile at that. You're right, this is really a good opportunity. In a secluded place on high mountains, along with the late afternoon sunlight, the sunset scene is very charming, adorning the scene with a bit of white from the flapping wings of birds. Inside, Mr. Tu was still meditating in a serious cross-legged sitting position, with hot flames radiating from his body. Thoughts continuously occurred in Tu Van's mind. The limit of the heavenly cave is 9 heavenly caves. I have opened the 10 great heavenly caves, but why doesn't it lead to the heavenly tribulation? There is no heavenly tribulation, that is to say, the limit has not yet been reached. Emotions seem less tense, face becomes more harmonious, but some thoughts still remain in the mind. Is there still an 11th cave? Forget it, waste more times of enlightenment thinking about it. Putting himself in the mindset of cultivating, Tu Van's system continuously reports messages, taking an enlightenment to deduce. After countless times of enlightenment, he seemed to realize something. His eyes filled with certainty opened with the judgment just now. It turned out that the 11th cave did not exist. 9 is the ultimate number, 10 is perfection. So we need to start somewhere else. It turns out that after those enlightenments, that perception is still extremely vague. That ambiguity made Mr. Chu sigh and smile foolishly. No, dozens of times of enlightenment cannot be deduced. Only 8 times of enlightenment remain. Forget it, stop thinking about it. Why doesn't the system send a new mission? Such a headache. Miss Tu Na came to Tu Van's mansion and called in to tell him something. Senior brother, the secret realm is about to open, don't come out yet. It turned out that while embracing those thoughts, time passed like a breeze. Mr. Tu quickly replied, okay. So fast, is it already morning? Grasp the true spirit first, perhaps there may be a new mission. Miss Lam's instructions were very careful. Young master, you and Xian Vu Vo Chui quickly set off to the main chaos peak. The others must have arrived too. Tu Van heard that and immediately said yes. The sky was blue and clear, a beautiful day for a special event. In Chaos Feng, there is a towering mountain standing straight in the middle of the sparkling sky. In the deep blue sky, Tu Van's silhouette seemed to adorn his beauty. Everyone who saw him paid homage and welcomed him. Mr. Chu is so humble that he does not dare to admit it. His gentle smile radiates with sunlight, making him extremely handsome. Tu Van responded to everyone's welcome. Junior brothers, there is no need to be so polite. Underneath, Bu Fan clearly revealed his jealous nature. He held evil thoughts in his head to mumble about Mr. Chu. If it weren't for your ability to control chaos, I would have killed you long ago. That evil mind was discovered by Tu Van. He looked down from above and mocked Bat Pham. Lie Bat Pham, you hide their mumbling, not like the actions of a saint. If you're not convinced, it's better to fight again. The other guy was stunned when he heard that. He must have been startled. The evil guy surnamed Lai was wary and immediately clasped his hands to show politeness. But his face was extremely dark, and he paid his respects to the standard son. But behind that respectful sentence is a cruel thought, fart. So that you can use chaos to beat me to death, or what? You wait to enter the secret realm. Tu Van also had a certain thought in his mind, so that's right, having such eyesight, before, he wouldn't have been cruelly beaten by society. The Holy Master appeared with colorful rays of light radiating brilliantly. He spoke up, if you have come enough, then prepare to enter the mysterious realm. Remember one thing, do your best to do it. Although the true spirit is a remnant soul after death, its strength cannot be underestimated. The group shouted loudly, yes. With a serious face, the Holy Master clasped his 2 fingers, releasing a colorful stream of magic power. Surely, this energy will be extremely powerful. From that ray of energy, a colorful gate turned out, which was the secret realm. Standing in front of the gate, he clearly stated the rules. This is the secret realm. Everyone come in. Remember that you must go out within 3 days. Otherwise the mysterious realm will close and you will surely die. Without hesitation, Mr. Tu rushed straight into the gate of the secret realm with a resilient face and strong will. Just entering, Mr. Chu couldn't help but be surprised by the structure of this place, thinking to himself, this place does not have the spirit of heaven and earth. Completely isolated from the outside world, a sword rushed straight towards Tu Van as if some hardship was about to open. Mr. Chu, with a face as cold as stone, dodged that sword and with a cautious mind after facing such a scene, as soon as he entered, someone couldn't help but attack. Tu Van felt something, so he pointed 2 fingers to cast the spell straight forward, towards the direction where the cold silver sword had been released. Mr. Tu seemed to have controlled that sword, causing it to stop before its powerful power. His body radiated hot fire energy. Tu Van discovered that the culprit tried to kill her. Mr. Tu flashed an arrogant smile and replied bluntly, Lai Bu Pham, do you think you can kill me with a flying sword? You are too naive. The face of the young man surnamed Lai was extremely bitter, responding to Mr. Chu's words. Tu Van, don't be too arrogant. This is a mysterious realm, you simply cannot rely on the power of general chaos. Let's see how I will beat you to your knees and beg for forgiveness today. Bu Pham continues to unleash his move, purple energy crosses the sword. The power he unleashed was immediately stopped. Mr. Chu did not hesitate to use mocking words to respond to him. Don't show off this kind of scrap metal anymore. Lai Bat Pham arrogantly thought he was superior to others. He frowned and said in a rude tone, "Stop being proud, I'm a saint one level higher than you." He boldly declared, "Look how I crush you." Both of them waved their magic fists, both of them launching moves with the intention of defeating the other. The people below were filled with excitement and whispers, "Look, Tan Tu Lai and this official have gone to war. Lai Bufan also really hates him. I don't know if this son can defeat the saint." Vo Cuc stood with his arms crossed, watching with Xian Vu and said in a helpless tone, "This guy is really, wherever he goes, there are enemies." Having already become a qualified saint, and also having enemies in the Chaos Holy Land, this guy is really enough to investigate. Xian Vu continued Tru's words, "Holy Son Tru, Senior Brother Chu is not like you, you were born as a child of heaven. But at first Senior Brother Chu was just of normal physical condition. Only later did he wake up after practicing the Chaos Channel. That's why there were people who didn't convince him." On Tu Van's side, with just one slash of Lai Tan Tu, he felt like he was about to fall backwards, unable to withstand his opponent's attack. A powerful force covered it with a bright yellow light like the burning sun. "Mr. Chu is arrogant, Lai Bat Pham. Only after being promoted to the spirit sacrifice realm does he have this little ability? Get real bravery." Before he could respond to his opponent's taunts, Lai Bat was nearly beaten to death. Now he only knows that running away is the only way to save his life. Tu Van was filled with disappointment, with a helpless face when he saw Bat Pham's behavior. "Damn, you already ran away, didn't you just start fighting?" Mr. Tu turned around and announced to Vo Cuc and Xian Vu, "Okay, let's continue going inside." Tru Tan's son immediately replied, "Yes." Miss Tich also agreed, "Yes, Senior Brother." The Bat Pham guy covered his face full of wounds and escaped in humiliation, only knowing how to hold his cruel thoughts in his head without saying a word. "Damn, this bastard is so strong. But you wait, I will definitely make you die without a place to bury yourself." Late at night, all three of them, Tu Van, Xian Vu and Vo Cuc, gradually went deeper into the secret realm. Mr. Tu spoke up, "Why do we have to choose true spirit beasts to sacrifice to the spirit? People of the supernatural level and above can also give birth to true spirits." Mr. Tru responded to Tu Van's question, I don't understand this either. You really have a narrow vision. If you have free time, read a lot of books. Being uncultured is scary." Xian Vu happily replied to his senior brother, "Senior Brother Tu, we sacrifice to practice true spirits because we are in the awakening state, awakening the natural supernatural powers in these true spirits. But humans don't have these natural magical powers." Mr. Chu turned his head to show that he understood and replied, "It turned out to be so." A proud smile appeared on Tu Van's face. He said, "I have 10 heavenly caves. I don't know if the golden beasts here have enough true spirits to use or not." The three were discussing something when suddenly a voice rang out, What an arrogant little guy. I want all 10 caves to use true spirit beasts." Vo Cuc turned back in panic and exclaimed, "Who?" A divine beast bird was extremely angry when it heard the other three people talking. It exclaimed, "Although you disciples of the Holy Land of Chaos are not as good as the other generations, the previous generation is at least a little trustworthy. Someone like you who can talk nonsense is truly the first." Xian Vu saw this and immediately warned Tu Van and Senior Brother Tu to be careful. This is the holy beast Tian Daineng. Among birds, the flying speed is only second to the golden beast. Extremely difficult to deal with. But Mr. Chu was not at all wary and gave a complacent smile in response to Miss Tich's words. "Only a holy beast can't even enter my eyes." Daineng went crazy and rushed forward with bright lightning bolts and screamed, "A little devil in the heavenly cave has such a big voice. This deity will let you know the fear of the power of the holy beast." Having finished speaking, Tien Tan Thursday immediately rushed with great magic power, but Tu was able to use Kim Chung Treo to protect himself from that power. Unable to expect Tu Van's power, Daineng was extremely surprised by this and immediately exclaimed, You have practiced this magical power of gold to the realm of great perfection." After hearing the words from the Tien Holy Beast, Mr. Chu was somewhat surprised by the Tien Holy Beast's discovery and continued, You know this magical power?" Daineng immediately responded harshly, That deity was killed by the creator of this magical power." The Holy Beast continued to criticize, "Don't think that knowing a magical power is already very good. This deity was able to kill one of your disciples during his lifetime. In the 3,000 years after his death, the saint has already killed 2 of them. Having just heard the Holy Lord's words, Tu Van continued to develop his invincible fist seal. The purpose is to control that magic power. After listening, Mr. Tu seemed to understand who his opponent was. This true spirit holy beast actually killed 2 holy sons. It seems like the true spirit is really not easy to deal with. The move that had just been released collided with Tian Tan too, causing Dainung to be affected by that god. The holy beast must also be afraid of Tu Van's great power. Dainung was a bit shocked. This is a half-step chaos body. How old are you? 50 years old? That arrogance continued to appear clearly on Mr. Tu's face. He responded in an arrogant tone full of spirit, 50 years old? I myself am only 17 years old. Don't waste words, watch me catch this cruel beast of yours. Lord Tian Tan was not satisfied but had to leave. Before leaving, the holy beast also declared a fierce battle. Boy, you wait for me, this deity will definitely kill you. Xian Vu was stunned by Tu Van's actions and wondered, Senior brother Chu, it must be very easy for you to keep him, why did you let him go? Mr. Tu replied leisurely, if I don't let him go, how can I let him help me bring the true spirit beast? After being answered, Miss Tich smiled and was satisfied. She continued, that's right, he really resents the Holy Land, but his strength is not enough. If you want revenge, you must find a stronger true spirit beast. After Saint Tru's departure, Xian Vu immediately informed Tu Van, True Vo Cuc just left, do we need to look for him? You two will have a better grip. Mr. Tu smiled quite smugly and replied, no need, the divine beast Chanlin is enough, you alone are enough. Both quickly left and headed down. Tu Van is a little worried about Xian Vu and senior sister Tich. You should also rest for a while and wait patiently here. Miss Tich was really obedient, so she immediately agreed and listened. Yes, everyone listened to her senior brother. With the inferences that flashed into Van's mind, the cave heaven realm of not being able to overcome the limit was truly unwilling, so it was better to use the last few enlightenments at this time. Mr. Tu used his enlightenment to deduce a method to overcome the limit of the heavenly cave. Both Tu Van and Xian Vu were in a neat cross-legged sitting position. Tu's whole body radiated a strong energy accompanied by thoughts. The remaining 8 times of enlightenment have all been used up. Unfortunately, there is not a single harvest. When will the mission get here? He smiled when the system informed him that killing a golden true spirit would reward him with 100 times of enlightenment. Kill a white true spirit, reward 30 times enlightenment. Killing a purple true spirit rewards 10 times enlightenment. After receiving the mission, Tu Van must have been extremely happy and secretly happy in his heart. System, I love you. The mission has finally arrived. Tu Van smiled smugly and thought to himself, I'm about to go against the heavens again. There are so many true spirits here, are you still worried that you won't be able to break through to the limit of the heavenly cave? At the same time, Xian Vu looked confused and skeptical at Mr. Tu's face. Brother, what's wrong? Mr. Tu returned to his senses and quickly responded to Miss Tich's skepticism. Nothing, just thinking of some interesting things. Tu Van's eyes filled with determination flashed with a flash of light along with a passing thought. Although a golden true spirit is 100 times more likely to be enlightened, the true spirit of a divine beast is extremely rare. Although it's a bit regretful, if you encounter it, you should still catch it first and then move on. As for the other true spirits, kill them directly. In the gray sky covered by darkness, from afar, true spirits appeared and approached Tu Van and Miss Tich. When the lightning eagle saw Tu Van, he immediately said, Boy, I didn't expect you to dare to stay here. A blue light emitted from Tu Van and Xian Vu, accompanied by Tu Van's response, Lightning Eagle, you really do not disappoint. To bring so many assistants, I don't know how to thank you. A true spirit has yellow fur different from the rest, with a circular halo shining out as if showing its authority. One of its assistants spoke up with an arrogant smile at Tu Van's attitude. Kid, be less arrogant. Our king is here, this time you will surely die. Miss Tich expressed concern for both of them, and immediately warned Brother Chu and Senior Brother, this is a golden eagle, extremely fast, you must be careful. The look that Tu Van exuded was not afraid at all, but even interested in the appearance of the eagle. Its magical powers must be extremely fast. making it very suitable for being a spirit sacrifice. The leader of the Kim family was angry at Mr. Chu's arrogance, so he immediately ordered his assistants to deal with it, tearing this arrogant brat into 100 pieces for me. Those powerful assistants also obeyed No Huang's orders and carefully obeyed the law. Go up. Kill. From afar, the scene is chaotic. At the same time, the true spirits rushed forward and flew straight towards Tu Van and Xianvu. Mr. Chu did not panic at all but heroically protected his junior sister. Junior sister, behind you. With senior brother here, these true spirits are a bunch of trash and cannot harm me. Feeling her brother's kindness as well as his heroism, Miss Titch felt relieved with the compliment. Brother Chu is so handsome. Still gentle and thoughtful, not caring about anything, Tu Van with terrible magic unleashes the 10,000 sword move Lu. Mr. Chu sneered at the siege of the true spirits in front. The army is mixed, what's the use of coming more? The true spirits were hit by magical moves that penetrated and attacked each living being. After a cup of tea had passed, Tu Van arrogantly stood up in front of the group of true spirits, and sarcastically said, Tien Dainum, the assistant you brought is a little, not enough for me to kill. Being ridiculed, the anger reached its peak. The group of true spirits rushed down, unanimously wanting to destroy on Tu. Let's form a formation to kill him. Okay. Tu Van floated in midair with his abundant power, bound by the wrath of the true spirits. Mr. Chu, instead of being scared by that scene, calmly launched his move, creating chaos in the field. The other move is flowers that seem gentle but are also a magic with terrible speed suppression. It was too late for the true spirits to realize, what's going on? My speed is slow. Me too. Mr. Chu has no patience for anything but is even more forceful and unleashes powerful magic. All stay. Champion Punch Seal. When those two moves are performed at the same time, nothing in the world can withstand them, let alone those true spirits. The lightning bolts of the invincible Fist Seal and the beautiful but poisonous flowers of the Chaos Field seem to want to take away all lives. Pink flower buds radiate from Tu Van's hand along with a powerful magical energy. The two sides finally seal it for me. The true spirits were just subjective, so they did not suspect the consequences when confronting Mr. Chu. Hateful. Why did it turn out like that? Tu Van and Xianvu flew up and floated. Mr. Chu used his magic power to seal the two true spirits, seeing them as a trophy, so he gave them back to Miss Titch. Junior sister, hey. Xianvu replied, thank you brother, an extremely valuable trophy to Miss Titch. Perhaps Tu Van already knew that. Xianvu's face was happy about that, so she silently praised her brother. This is a white true spirit. Senior brother Tu is so kind to me. Mr. Tu is also secretly happy in his heart when he achieves what he wants. He feels refreshed. He has had more than 300 enlightenments so quickly. Before the celebration was over, leading the Kim family appeared in front of Tu Van. Mr. Chu was extremely puzzled by that appearance. Kim Si Da Bang, why didn't you stop me? Dai Bang replied aggressively. As you said, a bunch of trash, what is the use of them? Suddenly, the eagle rushed down with golden eyebrows. He said to Tu Van, looking at your expression, you must be a courtier, right? Killing you, the immortal old men of the Cave's holy land will definitely be heartbroken to death. Not paying attention to the eagle's words, Mr. Chu secretly tested his own spell, Chaos Field. Each connecting circle tightened the leader Kim's neck like a painful bondage that made even the eagle uncomfortable. But the leader of the true spirits himself was not average, so Tu Van's spells were broken piece by piece. Mr. Chu was stunned at the sight of the great equal being able to overcome his strength. This guy's speed is so fast, he can even break through the Chaos Field. Not only can it penetrate that magic, the eagle's body also becomes giant enough to make mortals freeze. It pounced on Tu Van with its feet and terrible claws. Mr. Chu did not hesitate, and immediately responded with his own attack. Champion Punch Seal. But perhaps that alone is not as profound as this. The hidden anger in him is clearly revealed in a fiery way. He really has some bravery. But today you are destined to die. The flaps of its wings are both menacing and powerful, containing enormous dark magical power that can devour enemies. Powerful spells were unleashed at the same time. A fierce battle, space rift. Kim Chung Swap. Tu Van no longer has a calm face like before, but is now extremely tense when launching moves. Thousands of swords save. Wings with enormous strength grabbed Mr. Chu's move neatly. With that strength and speed, it is enough to make Tu Van wary and worried. This guy's speed is too powerful, my attack can't touch him at all, what should I do? Suddenly, an idea or a flash of light flashed into Mr. Chu's mind. That's right, why did I forget the spirit of attack? Deep within Tu Van's human body, a majestic and powerful magic power emitted. Immovable King's Seal. Seeing that powerful thing suppressing the eagle made him tremble and his actions were limited, making him exclaim, You still know the spirit of attack. There is no hesitation in Tu Van, he has regained his will and taken back the power of the strong. In the end, you are only a true spirit, not even a remnant soul, so, the weakness yours is spiritual power. Next, please be my sacrifice. Because of Mr. Chu's arrogance towards the eagle, his anger also increased. He immediately responded, Want me to be your sacrifice? The great will to destroy Tu Van made him become passionate again. He seemed to be awakening Tu and concluded, Dream. The excitement reached its peak. Lightning was released from Leader Kim. The silhouettes of the other two people suddenly became very small before that threat. In the face of that magical rain, Tu Van quickly used Kim Chung Chao to create a cage to protect his junior sister Tich. Even if the guard's magic was powerful, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. With enormous strength, he wanted to penetrate that shield. Xian Vu called his senior brother's name with worry and grabbed his wrist tightly. Senior brother Chu. Not letting his junior sister worry, he quickly put his hand on the wound to stop the pain. He was fine. This bastard was so determined to blow himself up, he could have almost caught him just a moment ago. Miss Tich was scared for Mr. Chu's body. She continued to advise, Brother, take a rest. Tu Van listened to Xian Vu, put a round, slightly flat yellow thing into his mouth and replied, Okay, then I thought, a true spiritual beast just like that just disappeared. Fortunately, the system counted its death on me, the reward of 100 times of enlightenment, a total of 480 times, is not bad. From high in the sky, the figure of infinity was flying towards him with his question, What's going on here? Mr. Chu calmly replied, You have completely missed a good drama. Just now I killed a true spirit beast, 7 white true spirits, and 17 purple true spirits. Mr. True was extremely worried when he heard that, so he blamed Tu Van a bit. The true spirit beast also killed him. Do you know how precious that thing is? You crazy guy. Miss Tich saw this and expressed her defense towards her senior brother Chu. True Tan's son, that true spirit beast was self-exploded. You can't blame senior brother Chu. Tan Too True is angry at what those two people did. You guys should have told me soon. If you and I join forces, we can definitely subdue that true spirit beast. For fear of those CUC misunderstanding, Mr. Tu hastily clarified, It was not me who attacked you. It was the golden eagle. It would be very difficult for us to join forces to tame it. Mr. True had to reluctantly accept and ignore it. Leave, let's go. I discovered 10,000 flexibility. Let's go to the 9th floor to capture the true spirit beast. Tu Van immediately felt excited. Okay. Miss Tich is afraid that she is just an obstacle for those two people. Senior brother Chu, I won't involve you guys anymore. Tu Van also understood and agreed. Okay, then I'll go out first. Those 2 white true spirits, you and Chu Na each have one. Miss Tich expressed her gratitude and at the same time told both of them, Thank you, brother. Senior brother also has to be careful. Among the thousands of souls there may be quite a few true spirit beasts. Mr. Tu did not let her worry. Don't worry, Tu Van urged Vo Cuc, while Xian Vu turned around and walked back. Tan Sun True advised Mr. Chu, I advise you to stay away from women. Most women usually don't live very long, it only increases their sadness. Mr. Tu replied bluntly, That's just your way of thinking, stop wasting words, let's go. Those two people ran as fast as the wind, moving forward with great agility in the dark and gloomy scene. Besides all the flexibility, Lai Bat Pham was standing right there with a scheming smile on his face, as if he was planning something in advance. Finally, he entered. He still had that smile and stood close to the edge of the cave as if following all his plans. If you're already in, don't try to get out again. At the top of Van Lin Cave, there are monsters glowing blue due to Tu Van's magic. Right below that was Infinity and Mr. Chu advanced deep inside at lightning speed. Tan Sun True was surprised by Tu Van's actions so he wondered, Why did you kill them? Mr. Tu immediately replied in a calm tone, If I don't kill him then why keep it? My target is the divine beast true spirit. Vo Cuc's response was straightforward, If you don't need it, it's fine to give it to someone. Isn't your father at the peak of the divine realm? Tu Van jokingly replied to Vo Siusi, You are right, then later I will kill 2 less children. Tru Tan Tu with a helpless face thought about Mr. Chu, what a crazy person who likes to kill. Suddenly, Vo Siusi's facial muscles became tense, he glared his sharp eyes forward. Not only Tan Sun Tru but this was both of their surprises when they saw the true spirit beast with a dazzling yellow color, and surrounded by its disciples. Both had to exclaim, Look over there, it's a true spirit beast. The giant true spirit beast with 6 legs, 2 long horns and 2 white fangs. It spoke in a threatening tone. You two also dare to go to the 9th level of 10,000 flexibility. You are coming to find a way to die. Huh! Vo Chi and Tu Van were not shy but showed interest. Mr. True quickly fought for the leader, leaving this true spirit beast for me. Mr. Chu also agreed, Okay, let me kill the others. With a joyful intention in my heart, 30 children means 900 times of enlightenment. I'm about to make a fortune. Without hesitation, Vo Chi rushed towards the divine beast with a firm voice. Ha 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 ha. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Hong Kim Gi, one of the 10 great beasts in legend, right? Kim Gi replied leisurely, Consider that you have good eyesight. Mr. Chu was surprised to hear the two people's conversation. They also get the lyrics for themselves. Oh my god, one of the 10 great divine beasts, that's a big deal. Wuji was extremely happy and proposed to the true spirit of the divine beast. You are the divine beast famous for fighting. I am the supreme being famous for fighting. So if you lose, then become my sacrifice, how about it? The divine beast replied, If you lose, you will definitely die. True Saint Sun was excited and exclaimed, in one word, 9 peaks. A kill! Be shouted. The scene before our eyes is an extremely intense battle between Vo Siusi and a divine beast with enormous power. On the other hand, True Van has also gradually destroyed other true spirits with his own giant magic. Those true spirits were all squeezed to death by that powerful force. The extremely tense battle went on for a long time, half a day later, but Tan Sun True and them beasts still hadn't finished. Mr. Chu, next to him, advised his holy son, True Vo Siusi, Be a little more restrained, don't die here. I'm still waiting for you to follow me and conquer the world, claiming to dominate 9 heavens and 10 earths. The divine beast interjected, This person insulted you, or should I give you some time and deal with him first? Vo Siu immediately explained to avoid misunderstandings, He did not insult me. We have an agreement. The weak side must be the strong side's follower. He is really stronger than me now, but sooner or later I will surpass him. Kim Gi took on a mocking tone, Tan Sun True is a bit condescending, the noble one is someone else's follower, you are a bit too weak. Facing that ridicule, it seemed to somehow touch Mr. True, he responded, A dead spirit like you, dare to mock me? Today I must let you see my power. That divine beast was a little surprised by the power of Wuji, and gave some compliments. The body has 2 supreme bodies, a bit interesting, come. Mr. True swung a fist at Kim Gi's face as an insult. The force from that fist radiated an incredibly huge source of energy, like an explosion. Tu Van could only stand and watch after destroying Kim Gi's disciples with thoughts of some plan in mind. Now, there have been a total of 1,530 enlightenments. Guess they still have to fight a while longer, so let's think about how to break through to the limit of the heavenly cave first. Mr. Chu did not hesitate at all, leisurely walking alone to the heavenly cave. True Van slowly sat cross-legged, closing his extremely majestic eyes, as if rehearsing his magic and synthesizing his own enlightenments. At this moment, he looked extremely serious, thinking about what he had just achieved. Done! It turns out that the method of cave heaven is to integrate all 10 great cave heavens into the body, forming an internal heaven and earth. The energies from his spells seemed to become sharper. Tu Van seemed to grasp some new knowledge, condensing heaven and earth in his body. This was the trick of a saint. The heaven and earth team can store items, spiritual energy, and can also make yourself avoid or capture enemies. This time it's a big deal. It turns out Mr. Chu is fusing all his magic to become more powerful. Let's fuse it for me. After half an hour, Tu Van was still waiting with a face full of determination. Suddenly, blue flames glowed beautifully around Tu's body. He smiled with satisfaction and complacency. The inner heaven and earth have been completed, come in and see. He, along with the swirling magical vortex, headed to another place. From the sky, there was no longer a trace of him. Only that famous blue tornado gradually disappeared. At this time, Tu Van seemed to be approaching a place full of illusion. In front of him was like a galaxy, like a deep hole full of mystery. Is this the chaotic and unopened pink world transforming into the real world? Mr. Tu felt excited about the power he had worked hard to cultivate before. This feeling of creating heaven and earth is truly magical. His face at that time looked extremely satisfied, accompanied by a gentle smile, just like he was enjoying the abundance it brought. The scene in front is so majestic and charming when there is a towering mountain below is a forest. Attached to it is a long, fast-flowing river, a voice, taking shape. Tu Van couldn't help but be surprised by that massive natural scene. Right below him, brightly colored flowers swayed with Tu Van's magical wind. I thought in my heart, phew. Although it has consumed more than 800 times of enlightenment, not only is the power 10 times greater, it also has the inner heaven and earth that only saints have. It is worth it. Tu Van once again flew into the blue sky, leaving behind the beautiful swaying flowers. No longer in the beautiful scene from before, Mr. Chu with his blue aura shining in the black sky. Vo Cuc saw him returning and wondered, "Where were you going just now?" Tu Van answered him with a rather indifferent face, and somewhat wanting to hide it. "I just felt a strange noise from the 7th floor, and as a result, a white true spirit was beheaded by me." Behind those words is his thoughts. It's better not to reveal the trump card in the world. Saint True sat cross-legged and praised, "Is that so? Your speed is really fast. I have no idea how you got here." Tu Van responded after hearing those words from Vo Cuc, "Hey, you are my retainer. Has any retainer said that to their master?" Before he could finish speaking, he paused. Mr. True continued, "Forget it. I just conquered Hong Kim Gi. I need to restore my cultivation to break through to the spiritual realm. You helped me protect the Dharma." Mr. Chu's face was pensive and somewhat skeptical. Could it be that he captured a true spirit and released it into the inner world? But there is no force within the heavens and the earth. Forget it. Wait for true Vo Cuc to finish, then let's catch a true spirit to try. Still in that sitting position, Vo Cuc had a happy expression on his face after taming that ferocious beast. "Ha! Finally broke through to the spiritual sacrifice realm. As expected of the 10 powerful divine beasts, Golden E, following me is a perfect match." Suddenly, Vo Chui enthusiastically stood up and urged Mr. Chu, Go to the 9th floor to help you catch a true spirit beast. After you ascend to the spiritual realm, we will fight again." Mr. Chu replied leisurely, "Every time you say that, every time I defeat you. I advise you to think less." Tan Sun True soared with a determined expression on his face with his challenge to Mr. Chu, "Don't be too proud, this time I will definitely defeat you." Before those words, Tu Van still stood there with his arms crossed, looking at infinity. From afar, ferocious divine beasts appeared threatening the other two people, and the two people had to be cautious but not afraid at all. Seeing this, Vo Chui immediately said, "There are 5 true spirit beasts again." Big words. The one in the middle is the 10 powerful magical beast Fire Unicorn. Those 5 true spirit beasts were extremely angry at the presence of Mr. True and Mr. Chu. They took turns speaking out. "Chaos Holy Land has sent its disciples again. The Fire Beast Unicorn blamed, these bastards locked us here for so many years, and still want to take advantage of us. We cannot forgive." They shouted in unison, "Kill them!" The Fire Unicorn detected something from infinity. This ancient holy body had the aura of Hong Kim Gi. Surely he killed Hong Kim Gi. Kill him first to avenge baby Qian. Faced with the words of the unicorn Fire Unicorn, Tu Van did not show any respect or fear but even gave a decisive battle. "Tu Hoa, your opponent is me. Zhao Wuji, hold off 4 true spirits." Mr. True did not hesitate to answer Mr. Chu's answer, rest assured. Angered to the point of madness, the unicorn's fire was already bright with the red color on his body, but when angry it was even brighter than anything else. He got angry and called me little fire? Boy, who do you think you are? Look at me hitting someone with a punch and scattering their souls. At that time, Tu Van did not hesitate to swing out his fist full of magical power. The 2 powerful arms clashed and resisted each other. The energy emitted was so powerful. Because the 2 were evenly matched, their strength was countered and pushed away from each other, with their magical connections being broken everywhere. The Fire Divine Beast's blue eyes glowed with disbelief at the magic power of the opponent, who was just a human. Faced with the unicorn's suspicion, Mr. Chu continued to deploy a circle of spells like some kind of barrier. He continued to be arrogant before the fire divine beast's magic with a wicked smile. Little fire, if you only have this little skill, it's not enough for me to practice. Once again being miserably mocked, the fire unicorn did not want to falter at all but rushed forward with the burning fire within its body to overcome Tuvan's magic power. Faced with such a fierce battle, the remaining beast gods were extremely worried about the fire beast gods. They unanimously wanted to rush up to save their brother, go up together, kill him. Surely he is a disciple of the Holy Land of Chaos. But before they rushed forward, they were stopped by Vo Cuc. Your opponent is me. Upon hearing Tan Sun Tru's full aura through his words, Tuvan expressed satisfaction and praised. True Vo Cuc, not bad. The arrogance of both people was noticed by the fire god beast. He immediately exclaimed, be less proud. Even if you have half a chaotic body, you will still die today. When he said those things, he screamed extremely fiercely and wanted to pounce on Mr. Chu. Even if I told him to stop his arrogance, Tuvan still stubbornly resisted and continued to mock. The 10 powerful divine beasts are indeed strong enough, and can be qualified to be my spirit's sacrifice. If it was before, I'm afraid I wouldn't be your opponent, but now I don't have any pressure on you. Some kind of powerful magic seemed to be hurling at the fire divine beast. His huge, red body couldn't resist, but on the contrary, he looked extremely weak. Before that torture were the unicorn's wondering thoughts about that magic, evil sect. Why is this guy so strong? Without allowing the fire divine beast to think for a moment, Tuvan continued to chant his powerful spell, Fuk High Seal. Mysterious Ice Sword Seal. Perhaps Mr. Chu seemed to grasp part of his thoughts. Faced with the heat, Tuvan used ice magic to control and seal the unicorn. Ice Wind. After sealing, Tuvan with a smile full of satisfaction, then he skillfully unleashed the move, Thursday. When he had it, he was satisfied, first absorbed the world, and then spoke. On the other side, the remaining divine beasts were in extreme confusion when the fire divine beast was defeated by a human, and the unicorn Hong was defeated by him. Damn it, why is he so strong? What do we do? Seeing the scene of Vo Chi, Tu couldn't sit still, quickly flew over and proposed to Tan Sun Tru. I'll come help you and seal them. Time passed by, and in just a moment, both of them were defeated, leaving only the defeat of the divine beasts. The two stood together and discussed freely, just in case, each person had 2 children. Let's sacrifice to the fire unicorn first, and then speak. Wuji replied, we've been here for a long time, so why don't we wait until we get out and practice the true spirit? Tuvan reassured Mr. Tru's worries. Don't worry, I will sacrifice the spirit very quickly. Mr. Chu sat cross-legged, straight and continued to float in the air. Behind him is the form of a fire unicorn, lying painfully in Tuvan's possession with a golden magic circle as bright as the sun. Faced with that powerful scene, Vo Chui also had to show respect. What is this? Your 10 great caves? Why is it a white cave? Mr. Chu's demeanor was extremely relaxed. He smiled and replied to Vo Chi, wait until I finish practicing and I will explain to you. Little fire, persevere. It turns out that the internal, external, and internal release is this effect. In front of that refining scene were the thoughts of Saint True. This is the power of the world. This little devil in the heavenly realm is refined into the inner heaven and earth of a saint. But this fire is too scary, gulp. Suddenly, from behind Mr. Chu, there was a large, intense explosion with extremely bright colors. Tuvan was confused and stammered, explosion. The system notification appears, Tin. Host kills a true spirit beast, rewards 100 times enlightenment. With great power, sometimes it is also dangerous. After the death of the fire unicorn, Mr. True wondered to Tuvan, what's going on? Have you played the unicorn to death? Mr. Chu replied with a small source of blue energy emanating from his body. Huh. I didn't expect this fire unicorn to be so weak and unable to accept my power. Mr. True thought in his heart with a slight frown on his face. The fire unicorn is the strongest among the 10 powerful divine beasts. But you speak weakly. Even though the day was about to end, Vo Cuc still held a bundle of doubt, and asked Mr. Chu, stop pretending, tell me, what's going on with your cave? Why did the 10 great caves turn into a white cave? Tuvan still replied, but there was some avoidance from him. It's not early anymore, leave the secret realm first and talk. The two sped through the air, It seemed that Vo Cuc sensed the evasion in Mr. Chu's words. Hey, don't change the subject. What exactly happened to you? Tu Van didn't bother to answer, just kept talking nonsense. I realized that you really said a lot of unnecessary words. Mr. Chu still held those thoughts in his heart and pondered, what exactly happened to this guy's cave? There is definitely something hidden. The two were almost approaching the flexible exit when they were suddenly blocked by a magical door. Vo Chi is in the lead. Why is there a formation here? Someone wants to harm us. Tu Van continued, it must be Lai Bufam. How long is 3 days left now? Saint True used his great magic power to smash the blocked wall, and blamed Mr. Chu a lot. Thanks to your blessing, there was originally a day left, now there is only more than half a day left. Mr. True's magic power was extremely powerful and rushed towards the blocked area. The colors of those 2 magic spells were extremely dazzling. I thought I could destroy the magic that was blocking the way, but it turned out that hidden deep inside was Lai Bufam, as if he had been waiting for both of them from before. He joked, hee, isn't this our Lord's son? The other 2 people could only ponder that joke. Mr. Chu and Mr. True stood with their arms crossed, laughed, and replied, it's indeed you. Tu Van is leisurely while Vo Chui becomes tense. You really have courage as big as the sky. The ancient Holy Land will not forgive you. Bat Fem seemed quite cautious and a bit scared but still tried to pretend to be arrogant. Without evidence, no one can do anything to us. If you follow Tu Van, then blame yourself for your bad luck. Hearing the sarcasm from that guy, Tan Tu True was extremely angry, so he rushed forward to break the barrier with a scorching hot spell. When he saw Vo Chi expending so much effort, Bufem looked pleased and continued his taunt. Don't waste any more effort, this is the formation refined by my master. Even if you are an expert, it will be difficult to break through in a short time. Mr. Chu heard that, and immediately went to the blocked place and touched and analyzed with that guy named Lai. The formation you set up will definitely leave behind an aura. When the Holy Master opens the secret realm again, it will be difficult for you to escape disaster. Bufam didn't mind anyone, he continued, you don't need to worry about these things, Master has already thought about them. 3 days later, the formation will automatically be destroyed. No one will know that this place once had a formation. Goodbye you two. Lai Bufam still hadn't finished speaking, he continued, that's right, I forgot to tell you, Tu Van. After this broken boat of chaotic Holy Land sinks, based on the merit of killing you, I will be able to become a quasi-disciple of the First Holy Land. In conclusion, thank you. Only Mr. Chu's indifference remained after the formation class. Tu Van was skeptical and became nervous, so he asked the question, you guys colluded with the original Holy Land? The other guy smiled mischievously and replied, colluding? What is so hard to hear? Just bet in advance. Only God knows how long the chaotic Holy Land can last. Having finished speaking, he turned and walked away with a cheerful face. Ha 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 ha! Tu Van, you can rest assured. I will help you take good care of your 2 good sisters Tich Xian Vu and Lam Chi Na. Hearing something like that, Chu's anger became bigger and bigger. He immediately asked for help from Saint True. This bastard, I must kill him. Zhao Wuji, help me protect the Dharma, I have to retreat once. Wuji was afraid that this would fail, so he gave some advice. At this time, what are you still doing? Fire unicorns can't work either, how can you break through to the spirit sacrifice realm? If only you could join forces with me and see. Tu Van sat down and cast the spell again. He replied, my current strength is not much stronger than yours, so joining forces is useless. The only way is to increase our strength. He was serious in his mind and closed his eyes tightly, his expression very solemn. Even the 10 powerful divine beasts cannot accept the power of the world. How should I ascend to the spiritual sacrifice realm? System notification. Use 1 enlightenment to deduce the method to break through the spiritual realm. Use 1 enlightenment to deduce the method to break through the spiritual realm. Use 1 enlightenment to deduce the method to break through the spiritual realm. His eyes closed tighter, his determination also gradually increased. The system continued, 10 times. 50 times. 100 times. 150 times. 200 times. He silently pondered after casting the spell, could there really be no way? His eyes opened, the message appeared. This time his face was no longer sad, it seemed like success. The self was invincible, the self was the sacrifice. Suddenly Tu Van became serious and thought to himself, I understand, I am invincible, my path is invincible, there is no need to borrow the power of the spirit. Mr. Tu seemed to have successfully figured it out. He deployed a circular magic power with a brilliant golden color. Mr. True still has confusion about Tu Van's actions and keeps thinking about it. Has he started cultivating the true spirit? But even the fire unicorn couldn't accept it, so what else could he sacrifice? Mr. Tu used the magic he had just practiced to destroy the formation caused by Lai Bufam. Tu Van even jumped and sighed. Faced with that scene, Mr. True could only stare wide-eyed and exclaim, What? He wants to come train himself? What's the joke? Vo Chi's face calmly analyzed Tu Van's case. That's right, even the fire unicorn could not accept his sacrifice. It seemed that he could only sacrifice himself. This is probably just a coincidence. Tu Van seemed to be immersed in the burning fire with his fiery spirit. Tu followed with a tough, invincible tone. The most basic thing is yourself. All other external things cannot be considered basic. Therefore I am my own true spirit. Tu Van seemed to be immersed in the realm he created. He seemed to open a new chapter, a breakthrough spell and practice with his own illusion. When seeing such a supernatural reality before his eyes, Saint True could not help but be surprised and panicked. He silently admired in his mind. As a priest, he succeeded. There has never been such a thing in the cultivation world. Just using yourself as a sacrifice, can you awaken your magical powers in the future? Getting out of his cultivation posture, Tu Van thoughtfully clenched his hands and watched the fire magic flash across. His eyes were burning, his face was steadfast, as if his heart was wavering to accomplish something extremely great and great. The red flames surrounding Mr. Tu are flickering with will and strength. Tu Van's majesty makes everything feel suffocated, and not just Vo Chi. An indifferent pressure appears and oppresses him. The feeling of oppression is so scary. Am I about to lose to him? In a moment, Mr. Tu regained consciousness. He did not hesitate to use the move again, but this time it would bring a difference. That spell is stronger than anything. Now he shouted loudly, Invincible Punch Seal. Break it for me. The unbeatable fist seal rushed towards that difficult formation. Without wasting Mr. Tu's training efforts, there was a big change and created a tremor. The earthquake exploded violently, causing Tu Van to be thrown far away. Although the earthquake was really intense, it only shook without shaking. Because of that, Mr. True crossed his arms and asked, Although it can shock the formation, it cannot destroy it, so what should I do? Mr. Tu leisurely answered, Don't worry, if you can shake the formation, then breaking the formation will be easy. Forgot to tell you, I am also an outstanding magician. Tu Van closed his eyes tightly. The system's notifications echoed and repeated in his mind, using an enlightenment to weaken the way to break the formation. A large bowl of incense burner is placed in a rather ambiguous scene with white smoke emitted from the incense stick and a red flame. The time left until the end was half an hour. The scene before my eyes in the pink sunset sky. Below was a group of people panicking in front of an open space gate. The sounds of they whispered loudly when they saw people and true spirits being released from that gate. Look, someone is coming out again. The true spirit that this person caught is so powerful. Is a divine beast. Out of nowhere appeared a magical beast with the shape of a buffalo but extremely massive, roaring fiercely. In front of it was the scoundrel Lai Bufam, standing proudly with his arms crossed. The group of people couldn't help but gossip when they saw that it was actually a magical beast. Although not a 10-strong divine beast, it is still a strong divine beast. Truly worthy of being a saint. Lai Bufam has a magical body, and now he is even more like a tiger with wings. The Bat Femme was extremely satisfied when he heard those people talking and constantly praising him, a cunning smile clearly appearing on his face. The name Lai could only say to his divine beast, Hee. Tu Van, starting today, your era has ended. Next is the era of Lai Bufam. Another scene, Mr. Tu and Mr. True are still trying to do something. Tu Van pointed forward, while Tan Tu True pondered and listened to Tu's words. Zhao Wuji, you get to that point, wait for my orders. Vo Siyu couldn't help but be surprised by Tu Van's request, and it seemed like he also realized something, so Vo Siyu wondered, how long had it been? Have you seen clearly the weakness of this formation? You must know that this is a formation arranged by a powerful celestial being. Instead of responding as usual, Mr. Chu crossed his arms with a cold expression. Wuji found it strange and asked, "Aren't you chatting with me?" Not receiving any response, Mr. Tu only kept his thoughts in his heart and pondered. This formation is extremely vast, still obscure and difficult to understand, not something that a normal person can research. How old is he? Tu Van fumed and finally responded. Is it meaningful for me to chat with you? Don't worry, what I heard is correct, it's not wrong. Both of them continued to stand in the middle of the glorious mountain, but they did not stand together but separated on opposite sides. A ring of sound waves filled with magic appeared, continuously echoing. Mr. Chu, with a cold expression, held the move tightly in his hand. Tu Van seriously and carefully instructed Vo Cuc. Listen to my command, attack with all your strength. Two voices began to be shouted loudly. Immediately both rushed forward with powerful fists full of magic. One direction is Tu Van, the other direction is Vo Cuc with a will as hard as iron at this time. Saint Tru's punch seemed to have broken that arduous formation. Tru himself couldn't help but feel strange when he did it. An exclamation rang out in my head, huh? This is real again. Mr. Chu's side is still on fire. He has mastered the spell and is invincible with his fist. Rushing forward wildly, not stopping there, Tu Van reassured them both to try to maintain that magic power. Use force, don't stop. Over there is Mr. Tru's big answer, okay. Both of their magic rushed straight into that obstacle, causing it to shatter into hundreds of small pieces like a glass affected by a powerful force. The blocking line has been completely broken. Tu Van quickly rushed out and behind him was Tan Tu Tru with exclamations full of praise for Mr. Chu. Ha ha, finally out, Tu Van, you are truly a genius. Tu Van's facial expression was more radiant than anything. He immediately said, let's go, we should find Lai Bufam to calculate the debt. Tan Sun Tru agreed with Mr. Chu's idea. Yes, we definitely cannot forgive him. The sky is clear blue, floating white clouds. Below are hills and mountains with many people gathering. A man stands with his back turned, hands clasped behind his back, and towers above everything below. It turns out that man is the Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land. Because of the absence of Mr. Chu and Mr. Tru, the Holy Master is confused. What's going on? Why aren't Tu Van and Tru Vo Cuc out yet? The evil Bat Fem, his own scoundrelism also radiates around him. A gloating laugh rang out when hearing about the disappearance of Tu Van and Vo Chi. Ha ha! Something no one could have imagined happened. From the blue gate appeared the silhouettes of Mr. Chu and Mr. Tru. Their appearance was so strong and majestic that many people had to look up. Perhaps the most shocked person at that time was Lai Bat Fam. He opened his eyes and opened his mouth, only able to ask the question, what's going on? They're out. Just when they were present, both of them saw the figure of the guy who had tied them up with a difficult formation and rushed down wildly. They both called him with anger, Lai Bufam. And you bastard! The punch from infinity was like a gust of wind, hitting Bat Fem's chin so hard that he couldn't stand it and fell backwards. A riot full of rage occurred. The people around were also somewhat affected by it. But there was a scoundrel named Lai who suffered the bitterest end when he dared to play such evil tricks. Unable to retaliate, unable to resist, only being continuously affected to the point of lying on the ground broken by the recent riot. His mouth was also filled with so much red blood that it stained the surrounding rock and soil where he lay. Faced with his paralysis, Tu Van and Vo Cuc watched with satisfaction as they defeated Bufam. Both of them responded with arrogant tones to the loser. Lai Bufam, you didn't expect us to be alive, right? Vo Cuc continued. You dare to use the formation to trap us in 10,000 flexible places. Without killing you, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. The failure seems to be multiplying for the evil man named Lai when people around him give him bad criticism. Plotting to kill the official, his courage is really great. Yes, I didn't expect Lai Bufam's heart to be so narrow-minded. The formation that can detain a quasi-subject is largely due to his master's gift. The Holy Master was angry, and around him seemed to radiate red flames containing that. The Holy Master flew up into the sky, looked down and asked the scoundrel, Lai Bufam, is what Tru Vo Cuc really said? The name Bat Fam replied full of lies, Holy Master, they are slandering me. Based on my strength, how can I deal with them? Any one of them can easily defeat you. The Holy Master continued his words, Zhao Wuji just said that you used a magic array to block them in 10,000 moves? That guy continues to show off his cunning. You don't know the formation at all. When Tan Sun Tru heard those lies, he must have been very angry. He pointed straight and shouted clearly, Lai Bu Pham, stop being so cunning. At that time, you thought we were dead. You said that formation was refined by your master, and you also colluded with the original Holy Land. That guy strained his neck and denied one way or another, still replying with absurd words. True vo cuc, don't spit blood on people. Is there evidence for what you say? An outsider like you, just Tu Van's entourage, dares to slander me? On the outside, he stubbornly tried to avoid it, but on the inside, he was extremely worried. Having been reported by the master, isn't it said that the formation has absolutely no loopholes? Saint True crossed his arms helplessly. Tu Van would not easily let him say such cunning words. He spoke up, Lai Bat Pham, do you think that without evidence I will not dare to kill you? That guy, despite being invaded by the water, still stubbornly justified his trash actions to the Holy Master. Holy Master, have you heard? Tu Van is completely lawless and impolite. I hope the saint presides over justice. The Holy Master calmed the situation down. Tu Van, I will investigate this matter, don't get excited. Mr. Chu does not want things to become unreasonably simple. He tried to respond, demanding justice for himself. Holy Master, this person not only has a killing heart towards me but also has an external heart towards the Holy Land. So, no matter what happens today, I will not forgive this person. The name Bat Pham had an extremely big stubbornness. He pointed straight at Tu Van's face and argued with him. Tu Van, don't spit blood on people. Do you have evidence? No matter what I say, Lai Bu Pham, I am a saint, not everyone can be slandered. Mr. Chu straightened his face and continued the words of that scoundrel. I don't need to slander you. I just need to kill you. From somewhere a man appeared. It turned out he was Dong Nak Duong, the great power of heaven. He radiated a dark and angry energy. Nak Duong spoke with anger. Good for a standard servant. Today I really want to see how you can kill my disciple in front of me. When Bat Pham saw the great power of heaven, he exclaimed loudly, Master. When the humble man surnamed Lai saw his master, he looked pitiful and whispered, Master, they are slandering my disciple. Please, Master, preside over justice on my disciple's behalf. Nak Duong probably bumped into the wrong person. Tu Van with golden flames burning around him, with a determined will accompanied by the voice, Okay, today I will kill Lai Bu Pham in front of you. The hazy sky was dyed a dark purple color with terrifying lightning. Below are the stirring words of public opinion before Mr. Chu's statement. Is Tu Van crazy? Dong Nak Duong is a powerful paradise. The spiritual realm opposes the heavenly realm. Does he want to go against the heavens? Too boastful. So pleased, faced with strange weather, people became more excited than ever. The scene ahead was so scary that many people around them were worried. It's heaven. Heaven is so scary. Who can lead to a heavenly tribulation? One man among them pointed to the sky and shouted, Look! The man on the other side turned pale and shouted loudly, It's Tu Van! Tu Van was like a saint immersing himself in the terrible magic. He arrogantly declared war. Dong Nak Duong, either come with me to save lives, or you will see with your own eyes that I kill Lai Bu Pham. The road is a powerful paradise, but he also has to be wary of Mr. Chu's strength. He was sweating profusely, with a worried look on his face. Items like the heaven tribulation will change in strength and weakness corresponding to the person entering. Only those who defy heaven can lead to and endure the tribulation of heaven. If I go in, I will surely die. The people below were so terrified of death that they rushed away and shouted warnings. Hurry up, disaster is coming. In order for the heavenly tribulation to cover us, we must all overcome the tribulation with the Lord. Quickly withdraw. This thing should still be shouldered by the person leading the heavenly tribulation. The immortal was so humble, quietly embracing the desire to escape to disappear from his own death. He could only think, run. Just to escape guilt. Who would have thought that if this mountain is high, there must be another mountain that is higher? Tu Van stopped him and warned him before he tried to do anything else. Lai Bu Pham, no one can save you today. I told you, Bu Pham shouted loudly, Master, quickly save me. Where did Dong Nak Duong come from and run to stop him and say, Tu Van, stop for me? Even though you are a quasi-subject, you still do not have the qualifications to kill a saint, otherwise your status as a quasi-god would definitely be taken away. Tu Van ignored all those words and replied, What is an old man like you? My status is not below yours. What right do you have to take away my status as a quasi-subject? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his leg and kicked Bat Fem straight in the head. Bafam's face turned purple, his mouth continuously pleading, Tu Van, I am the holy son of the Chaos God Earth, you cannot kill me. He coldly said, It's not me who kills you, it's the heavenly tribulation that wants to kill you. Van Lin's secret realm is an independent small world that cannot welcome the heavenly tribulation. Now it is convenient for me to act. The moment Tu Van kicked Bat Fam's head, a large tornado appeared above, interspersed with flashes of lightning, and he groaned and called out his master's name in vain. Nok Duong, he told the Holy Master, this Tu Van is really too lawless, you can't stop him quickly. The Holy Master frowned and thought, if Tu Van was telling the truth, what he did was not wrong, but Dong Nok Duong, being the Supreme Elder, could not ignore it, so, while thinking, he suddenly held his chest in pain and said, What a headache! Quick, quick, help me! The Hao then quickly supported the Holy Master, then he worriedly said, Holy Master, are you okay? I'll take you home right away. This is because people are working too hard, they have to take care of their bodies. He heard that and agreed, Deacon Lu, what you said is very correct. Then the two gradually left in Nok Duong's bewilderment. The two disappeared in an instant. Everyone there was stunned because of the Holy Master. Nok Duong secretly blamed the Holy Master. Ah, can you fake your fate even more? Would a half-sane have a headache? Moreover, you have a headache. Why are you clutching your chest? Suddenly he looked at Tu Van with cold eyes and said, Tu Van, you dare to kill this old man's disciple. Wait until the clouds are gone. This old man will definitely grind your bones into dust. He immediately used his foot to pin Bat Fam's head to the ground, blood pouring out of his mouth. Tu Van smirked and responded, Old man, you're talking too loudly, you're scaring me. I almost trampled your disciple to death, it's so embarrassing. At this time, he tried to raise his head and muttered, Master, the formation is the one who gave it to me, and also the one who brought attention to it. Now you don't even dare to come and save your child? Nok Duong started to sweat, and then hesitantly said, This. He immediately burst into tears and nose running like a stream, moaning loudly and crying miserably, I really regret it, I really hate it. Tu Van gently replied, Then go to hell to repent, the tribulation is coming. He used one foot to hit the ground, creating a strong impact. Tu Van opened his arms and shouted loudly, Come, like a summoning of some powerful power. Above his head were purple streams of air, with many lightning bolts running around in the air. True Vo Siusi was there, witnessing the whole thing. He watched intently and exclaimed, This guy's strength became even stronger. Nok Duong was afraid about his future, and immediately plotted a plan in his head. The potential is terrifying. If this kid continues to grow, there will definitely be no place left for the old man. Definitely kill him. Tu Van looked at his hands and thought, every time a heavenly tribulation comes, he can cleanse his physical body once, making him stronger. Not bad, not bad. Nok Duong made a move, he flew into the sky, raised his hand straight towards Tu Van. A hand-shaped power transmitted to him. True Vo Siusi saw that something was wrong and thought, it's broken, one palm of the powerful heavenly realm, Tu Van will definitely die. Just thinking, he shouted loudly, Tu Van! Everyone there was immediately excited about Tu Van's fate, loudly shouting, Tu Van is dead, Dong Nok Duong is really cruel. The only qualified disciple also passed away just like that. If the internal damage continues like this, the chaotic Holy Land will sooner or later be destroyed. In the middle of Tu Van's forehead, a crystal appeared radiating bright light. The power from that crystal flared up, causing his whole body to fall. In that powerful aura, the figure of De Tien appeared, casting a spell to protect Tu Van's life. Nok Duong was shocked when he saw the scene before his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes and hesitantly said, This, Tu Van's destructive power was so strong that he was thrown straight away, unable to resist. Angry eyes appeared clearly on his face. He recognized the thing that attacked him. It was the mark left by the Heavenly Emperor. He really loved his precious disciple. Unfortunately, this thing could only leave one. Next, you still have to die. Nok Duong said indignantly to Tu Van, De Tien, you are more powerful. Today you still won't be able to stop me from killing your disciple. Then he quickly disappeared. The Holy Master suddenly appeared from nowhere and said loudly, Dong Nok Duong, insolent. You are too much. My partner is home from work. Dong Then Vang slowly appeared, a fire-like aura radiated around him. He responded, Tu Van killed the saint's son for no reason, violating the sex rules. Dong Nak Duong wholeheartedly wants to avenge his disciples. In terms of sentiment, he can forgive, but the Holy Master should still not participate. After listening, the Holy Master frowned and said harshly, "Why couldn't you tell? Stay away." At this time, Dong Denvang challenged him, "What if I say no?" Immediately the two started fighting. The God King used a spell shaped like a hand emitting bright fire to attack Tu Van. He arrogantly said loudly, "Tu Van, this time I'll see who can save you." Tu Van looked and smiled like a winner. Dong Denvang's move stabbed straight towards where Tu Van was standing. Its powerful destructive power created a seemingly large explosion. The rocks and soil fell out into a large hole, and Tu Van disappeared without a trace. Dong Nak Duong was shocked to realize that there was no Tu Van there. He thought to himself, he had disappeared. The Holy Master was surprised at this moment. He recognized the aura of inner heaven and earth. Tu Van has an inner heaven and earth. Dong Denvang was also surprised to think that he has an inner heaven and earth that only saints can open, even half-saints like us do not have. Nak Duong's spiritual release technique spread in the air. He angrily shouted, "Tu Van, come out here for the old man." He thought seriously, he really disappeared. What happened? At Dafong, De Tien seemed to have caught wind of what happened to Tu Van. He said in indignation, "Nak Duong, dare to kill my disciple, you are really looking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately left. Everyone was talking a lot, saying that Dafong and De Tien had already broken through the heavenly realm. An old man also chimed in, "How is this possible? Isn't his lifespan about to expire?" The other person was immediately surprised, but the voice and aura were definitely him. There could be no mistake. De Tien was angry and purple. Around him were strong green auras radiating like fire. He said loudly, "Dong Nak Duong, you want to kill my disciple 5 times 7 times. If I don't kill you today, I, Emperor Tien, cannot be human." He rushed down from the air, landing a punch on Nak Duong. Nak Duong was frightened, immediately took out his shield to defend and shouted loudly, "De Tien, don't cause trouble. It's your disciple who broke the rules, kill my disciple first." De Tien's punch was so strong that his shield shattered, causing him to spit blood from his mouth and fall backwards. De Tien angrily replied, "That trash disciple of yours is dead. How can he compare with my disciple?" As he spoke, he kicked Nak Duong's body with his foot, torturing him. Great light emitted from De Tien's attacks, causing Nak Duong to fall to the ground, blood continuously flowing from his mouth, making him no longer able to resist. At this time, he tried to stand up, using his hand to block the powerful spell shaped like De Tien's fist, his voice resounding, "Those who dare to touch my disciple, die." Dong Denvang suddenly appeared, shielding Nak Duong, blocking De Tien's power. He raised his hand straight towards De Tien. Spiritual energy radiated from his hand, shouting loudly, "De Tien, stop for me." De Tien was furious and replied, "Stop, you monkey. When he killed my disciple, why didn't you tell him to stop?" After hearing this, Dong Denvang broke into a sweat and hesitantly said, "You are so arrogant, you dare to scold a law enforcer." De Tien scolded even more harshly, "What is a law enforcer? I have tolerated you for a long time. That year you were my defeated general. Today I will still beat you until you cry for your father and mother." As soon as he finished speaking, both sides immediately tried to attack each other. No one was willing to lose. The two strongmen fought fiercely. The scene suddenly became desolate. Everything around collapsed. The Holy Master quickly shouted, "These two bastards, if you want to fight, get out of the sky and fight." After listening, De Tien immediately said, "Go. Then fly high." Dong Nak Duong followed him. He also replied, "Go then go, I'm afraid of you." After the two left, the Holy Master breathed a sigh of relief and called out, "Tu Van, go, no one can kill you now." A ray of light flashed in midair. Tu Van immediately appeared, clasped his hands and bowed. He opened his mouth and thanked the Holy Master. He smiled lightly and replied, "Not bad, worthy of being a standard servant of our Chaos Sanctuary." Nearby, Dong Nak Duong is half buried in the ground, and even if he wants to get out, he can't get out. He said, "Holy Master, Tu Van killed my disciple for no reason. Could he just leave like that?" The Holy Master pondered for a moment, and then covered for him. Tu Van really did wrong, going to Emperor Fong dying bitch for a month, suspending resources for half a year. "Go," Tu Van nodded and replied, "I will go back to Dafong to think right away. The matter of collusion has been mentioned before. I hope the Holy Master is careful. Hearing that, he immediately replied, Rest assured, I have kept this matter in mind. Nak Duong immediately trembled and thought to himself, what kind of punishment is this? The Holy Master is clearly protecting this bastard. Tu Van, you wait, I will definitely make you pay. Returning to Defong, the three girls saw Tu Van appear and said in turn, Congratulations on breaking through the spiritual sacrifice realm, you are truly amazing. Young master, you're back. True Vo Cuc asked suspiciously, How many secrets do you still hide? What was the trick when he suddenly disappeared? Tu Van immediately joked, Everyone is happy, just happy. As for the trick just now, it was this servant's teleportation magic power. Hearing that, he replied, Teleportation? Do you think you are an emperor? If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Suddenly Tu Van's face showed concern and he said to Fu Lin, That Dong Den Vong is a half-saint, his master just left prison, will there be nothing wrong? Fu Lin told him, No need to worry, the master has prepared well, just broke through and reached the peak of heaven, fighting a semi-saint, without wasting effort. True Vo Cuc mocked him, You should still worry about yourself. You have already refined yourself. Humans do not have the magical powers of bloodline inheritance. I see how you can enter the awakening stage. After listening, Tu Van felt worried about herself. That's right, we have to break through to the awakening stage. We need to awaken the bloodline of the sacrificial spirit. But what should people do if they don't have bloodline inheritance? At this time, De Tien was furiously beating Dong Den Vong. Emperor Tien expressed his disdain, saying that being a saint is just that. Dong Den Vong saw this and immediately ran away, cursing, De Tien, I'm not far from the holy city, this time I'll see how arrogant you are. Hearing that, De Tien gently replied, If I'd become a saint, I can also become a saint. Returned to Defong. Seeing Tu Van, he smiled and said, Don't worry, Du Ni, from today onwards, before you become a saint, my teacher will protect you on your behalf. Even if a saint commits a crime, the master will kill him. He clasped his hands and replied, Congratulations, master, on breaking through the heavenly realm. Seeing his master so enthusiastic and cheerful, he smiled with satisfaction, thinking, Not bad, it seems that after having 1,000 years of longevity, master's invincible heart has also recovered. Suddenly he remembered the matter of inheriting magical powers, so he immediately recounted the current situation to De Tien. Master, my current situation is like that, my 10 heavenly caves. While speaking, he hesitated, creating a moment of silence. He wondered, did Master have any way to break through the awakening stage? He replied, I don't have any clue about this kind of thing, that has never happened before. Hearing that, Tu Van immediately replied, Master, then I will go into retreat first. He blankly looked at an aimless point, thinking, it seemed like he had to ask the system to solve it. Evening comes. Tu Van sat in a meditation position, his body emitting a blue gas. He concentrated for a long time, and the system repeatedly informed him to use one enlightenment to break through the awakening stage. On the second day, he realized something and thought, I understand, what humans can inherit is not bloodline but special constitution, so I also need another half-body of chaos, fused together like Zhao Wuji. Tu Van smiled, reading his inner voice as he walked. In front of him was a half-chaotic body that he knew was only his master, but he could not sacrifice to the heavens, so why not ask his master, where is he? There is the body of a half-chaotic body. De Tien answered him, Our holy land does not have such a body. On the contrary, there can be primitive holy places and ancient abandoned holy places. He continued, So, a month later you must represent our holy land on a mission to the ancient holy land to discuss forming an alliance. At that time, you and I will go together to see the situation. After hearing that, he thanked him. Thank you, Master. 1 month later, living in the ancient deserted holy city, Tu Van stood and looked and exclaimed, This is the holy city, it's so big. True Vo Cuc opened his mouth and replied, Of course, this place is one of the 3 great super citadels, along with the 1,000 demons city of Nam Lin, hundreds of thousands of great mountains, and also Tien De Citadel, where there used to be many gods. Emperor lives. Tu Van smiled lightly and said, 10,000 demons city, heavenly emperor city, this world is so big, I really want to go and see. But True Vo Chui advised him, the heavenly emperor's city is in the middle of the earth, you can come anytime. But the city of 10,000 demons has demonic beasts hidden in them, extremely dangerous, less is better. After all, the demon race and we are always enemies. Suddenly, a group of extremely cruel-looking people approached and surrounded the two of them. A guy who seemed to be the leader of that group of people opened his mouth. "Are you Chu Van? And even had the courage to come to the holy city?" The guys behind added one after another. It didn't look like anything special. Perhaps they used some kind of demonic trick to defeat True Vo Cuc and Lai Tanda. It is said that he used the formation to defeat Lai Tanda, but his victory was not glorious. Tu Van thought to himself, "It seems there is no need to wait for the result of the master's meaningless coming to negotiate an alliance." True Vo Chi then gently said, "Duong Oi, what do you want to do?" Tu Van is a messenger of the Chaos Holy Land, a guest of the ancient Holy Land. If you do this, you will truly destroy the relationship between the two great holy places. Don't you hurry up and leave." Unexpectedly, this guy was even more arrogant. He smirked and replied, "True Vo Cuc, you are really loyal to your master, be careful." True Vo Cuc rolled his eyes and shouted, "Duong Oi, your general's subordinate, dare to be rude?" Duong Oi was rude. Pointing straight at him, he said, "True Vo Cuc, what's the use of you being bossy with me here? You are an ancient holy body, just like me, you are a saint, but you willingly fall to follow someone else. The dignity of the Holy Land is lost." A few people following him also followed suit. "That's right, True Vo Cuc, you are simply not worthy of being the holy son of our ancient Holy Land. You are the sinner of the ancient Holy Land, the dignity of the Supreme Body has been lost by you." Tu Van heard that and immediately came out to protect him. "Shut up, a bunch of young chickens, dare to criticize a strong man, are the disciples of the ancient Holy Land like that?" His blood rushed to his brain, scolding the two without missing a beat. "Tu Van, you are too overbearing, you dare to come to us and act arrogantly." The people around also joined in cursing him. "That's right, what right do you have to speak to us? Damn it, I have to teach him a lesson." But Tu Van mocked even more fiercely. He frowned and slowly replied, "Did I say something wrong? Among the people present here, who can compare to Zhao Wuji?" After hearing that, Duong Oi smirked and spit out a string of words. "Tu Van, stop using your talent to talk. Even though your talent far exceeds that of ordinary people, not cultivating enough is still a waste. You have only been cultivating for such a short time, and the resources of the Chaos Holy Land are so poor. I guess it is just a cave in heaven, right? Do you believe that I mistreat you like an old man would mistreat a child?" Tu Van bewilderedly looked at True Vo Cuc and said, "He doesn't even fight back with you, he still wants to abuse me. Your ancient Holy Land, with so many idiots, can still become a second-class Holy Land. How did you do that?" After hearing this, True Vo Cuc could only feel sad and speechless. Duong Oi was furious and shouted, "Tu Van, if you brag so shamelessly, then have a fair duel with me, do you dare?" Tu Van looked dangerous and gently replied, "Okay, since you've tried to reverse it yourself, of course I'll complete it for you." He was afraid that Tu Van would go back on his word, so he emphasized, "Tu Van, I told you before, I will not compete in the same realm as you." He replied, "That's a lot of words, my cave heaven realm cultivation level is enough to defeat you." In his heart he mocked him. This guy feels almost like Lai Bat Pham, a trash. Duong Oi immediately summoned his 7 heavenly caves, then he smiled as if he had planned successfully. He said, "Okay, I really want to see how overbearing you can be." As for Tu Van, he also displayed his inner heaven and earth, saying softly, "Come." Everyone there witnessed it. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. It was true that relying on the formation was able to defeat Lai Tanda. The other person was surprised. It turned out there was only one cave. "I still think he's a super genius or something. White Dong Tian is also a bit special, but there is only one. What is the use?" Duong Oi's 7 heavenly caves have 7 giant demon beast spirits coming out. Tu Van's eyes darkened. He pondered. A saint had 1 gold, 6 white and 7 sacred spirits. The second-class Holy Land was indeed rich and wealthy. Immediately after that, Duong Oi led 7 sacrificial spirits, and launched the strongest blow towards Tu Van. He shouted loudly. The entire nation was shocked. Then a hand-shaped move was sent towards Tu Van. Unexpectedly, Tu Van slowly threw an invincible punch. He softly said, "Invincible punch seal." The powerful punch rushed straight to Duong Oi, leaving him unable to react in time. The guys accompanying him were also thrown away and sent flying away. After a while, everything calmed down again. Tu Van now despised him, was overbearing for half a day, and only had this little strength. His face was full of scratches, his mouth repeatedly challenged. Don't be so proud, I'm just the weakest saint of the ancient Holy Land. If you have the ability, compete with the number one saint of our ancient Holy Land, do you dare? Before Chu Van could kick, Tru Vo Cuc opened his mouth to criticize and scold him. Duongoi, can you be a little embarrassed? The first saint's son was already at the top level. You asked him to fight Tu Van, why didn't you ask him to fight Senior de Tien? Duongoi was not satisfied and immediately emphasized. Humph, if you don't dare, don't make so many excuses. The other guys also agreed to follow him. That's right, are you scared? Maybe he doesn't dare. Tu Van put his hands on his hips and said with interest, not convinced, right? So today, Chu Van, I will place the ring here. Hearing that, Tru Vo Chi said, don't pay attention to them, let's go. Duongoi pointed at Tu Van and cursed, Tu Van, you are truly extremely arrogant. Call a few more people here to make him lose face in front of the entire cultivation world. Well, after all, he's trying to find his own way, so our ancient Holy Land is happy to complete it for him. Tu Van, you wait, I will go find the Holy Master right away. Tru Vo Chui chirped and exclaimed, see, if you lose, not only will you lose face, but even the people in the chaotic Holy Land will lose face as well. Tu Van gently replied, you are wrong, I am alone, they are a holy place, so if I lose I will not lose face, if they win there will be no glory, right? Tru Vo Cuc thought it was reasonable, so he nodded and said, do you consider the ancient Holy Land to be stupid? They will definitely set conditions. Hearing that, he smiled and replied, so what? My Tu Van is invincible in the same level, what is there to fear? Tru Vo Cuc's face was now gray. He said, I see that you are a thick-skinned champion in your class. After a stick of incense, Duongoi reappeared. He opened his mouth. Tu Van, our holy master has agreed to your challenge, but there are 2 conditions. He pointed his finger at him and continued, first, if you lose 3 matches, you must release Tru Vo Cuc. Second, if you lose 10 matches, you must become Zhao Wuji's retainer. Do you dare agree? At this time, De Tien also arrived. He asked Tu Van and Du Ni, why don't you discuss such a big matter with your teacher? Tu Van hesitantly replied, Master, it happened so suddenly. He reassured him, it's okay. De Tien said to Duongoi, this disciple, we need to discuss this matter a bit. He also agreed, okay, you guys can just negotiate, don't be scared and run away. There was a cloud of blue gas accumulating in the sky where Tu Van stood. It turned out that it was a barrier set up by Emperor Tien for soundproofing. Tru Vo Cuc opened his mouth and joked, look, what I said wasn't that simple. Tu Van heard that and immediately replied, you should be happy. In case I lose, you will be free. Zhao Wuji, seriously, I want to defeat you myself, not rely on outsiders to gain your freedom. Tu Van praises him wholeheartedly, he has temperament, but in this life you won't have that chance. A disciple of the ancient Holy Land cannot win against me. Zhao Wuji was speechless at this moment. De Tien said, disciple, you are wrong. If they call on the saints to suppress cultivation on the field, you will likely lose. Tu Van was surprised by his master's words. What will happen? He continued, yes, because the saint really has his own way, terrifying power. Lu Tiandu, whom you defeated last time, was nothing more than a semi-saint. He replied, but I even defeated my grandfather. De Tien hesitated and said, that's because the clone of the master in the virtual magic tower is not left in the saint realm. The difference is very big. Even so, will you still persevere? Tu Van was resilient, determined to fight, and answered him, things have come to this, I have no reason to back down. Saints also have to suppress the spirit realm, you are not completely without a chance. Hearing that, De Tien did not stop him anymore. Okay, I understand. He looked at Duongoi and said, tell your holy master, we also have 2 conditions. First, if we win, we must give us a half-formed chaotic corpse. Second, form an alliance with our holy land and ask him if he dares or not. Suddenly there were clouds in the sky and lightning appeared. The holy master of the ancient Holy Land appeared in the air. He said, Emperor Tien, the matter of forming an alliance is easy to negotiate, but how precious can half-assed chaos be? This is you making things difficult for us, let's change the conditions. De Tien replied in a deep voice, a half-formed chaotic body is truly rare. But compared to a living ancient holy body, which one is more valuable? The holy master nodded and said, okay, I agree with you. Is tomorrow a good decision time? But in his heart he thought, the time should be set a little early to avoid letting them do any mischief. At that time, at best, ask a saint to come onto the field. Although the victory was not glorious, it was more important to win Zhao Wuji and retain the half-formed chaotic body of the Holy Land. Tu Van also immediately agreed. Okay, then tomorrow, 1 day is enough for me to complete the trump card. Everyone chirped and exclaimed, this person is too arrogant, we must defeat him. Don't worry, he's the one who kicked the car. The talent of the ancient Holy Land is like clouds, crushing it can crush him to death. Such conceit, not trustworthy at important times. That's right, the Chaos Holy Land is very difficult to produce a genius, but the result is an idiot. Tu Van did not care about those words at all, coldly said, Master, let's go, we must stay away from these short-sighted people. Hearing that, De Tien also laughed happily and replied, Ha ha, my disciples will definitely sweep the ancient Holy Land and make a name for themselves in the world. True Vo Cuc was also speechless, he was truly a student, a teacher. Blue sky and clouds. In another room in the messenger's mansion, Tu Van summoned a spirit clone. A yellow spherical crystal flew out, he thought. The golden spirit has turned from 1 into 2. I can turn the sacrificial spirit into a second clone. The crystal sparkled, around it radiating some form of energy. This is the method to overcome extreme situations that it takes 150 times of enlightenment to comprehend. That crystal gradually merged into the clone's forehead. At this moment, the sacrificial spirit clone opened its eyes. The two of them used the identical Xian Bing sword seal move, with equally high damage. Seeing that, Tu Van smiled with satisfaction and thought to himself, indeed, this sacrificial avatar uses the same ideas as him and can perform magical powers with similar power. The only thing that's different is that it doesn't have a half-formed chaotic body. Even though the mental power had dropped from 10 trainings to 9 trainings, it needed time to recover. But it was enough. Even if it was a saint on the field, even the two of them would be enough to defeat him. To the second day, at the ancient fighting arena, Tu Van stood in the arena of the ancient Holy Land. He asked, Tu Van, who dares to fight with me? Surprised that there weren't many people coming to watch, he thought to himself. With so few people watching, it seemed like the ancient Holy Land was preparing to send saints onto the field. A young man wearing iron armor, holding a purple stick, jumped into the ring. He introduced himself. In the spirit of battle, 3rd place on the rankings of the ancient Holy Land, looking forward to senior brother Tu's advice. Seeing that, Tu Van immediately felt confident in his skills. He replied, 1 move, more than that means I've lost. The onlookers looked on in amazement, wanting to defeat the fighting spirit in 1 move, truly not knowing whether to live or die. That's right, the spirit of war has the spirit of war, which is even higher than a realm. Is a heavenly cave like him crazy? Spiritual warfare, let him know the power of our ancient Holy Land. The spirit of war does not get angry, but cautiously strikes its strongest blow, killing and injuring one god. Tu Van did not give in and used the mysterious ice sword seal. Unexpectedly, Tu Van's move would produce a terrifying force that caused the fighting spirit to freeze in place. Lightning and fire exploded like bubbles everywhere. Tu Van stood with his arms crossed and calmly said, Next person. Everyone was surprised by Tu Van's strength, constantly chatting. We really won. 1 move, a heavenly cave like him, 1 move to defeat the spiritual realm. It seems like this guy isn't simply relying on luck. That's right, it seems we were wrong. Another monk appeared on the stage. He introduced himself. 2nd place in the rankings of the ancient Holy Land, Mu Then Hao. I hope senior brother Tu will give me some advice. His eyes glowed blue. Tu Van discovered that the surrounding scenery suddenly disappeared, and around him there were waves that seemed to want to swallow him. I realized you know illusions, Mu Then Hao said in surprise. Truly a peerless genius who defeated Emperor Lai Tong. I didn't expect senior brother Tu's spiritual power to be so strong. There are not many people who can immediately escape my illusion. Tu Van disdainfully said, You can't call your strongest person to come up. Mu Then Hao then hot-headedly replied, You dare to look down on me. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual power immediately transformed into a giant unicorn divine beast. But Tu Van still calmly pressed the seal to immobilize Min Vong. His move powerfully attacked Mu Chen Hao's magical beast. Mu Then Hao then collapsed to the ground, covering his eyes with his hands. Tu Van sneered and said, Is that all that the ancient Holy Land has a little skill in? The elder and the holy master whispered to each other. Suddenly, a tall figure stood up and said loudly, Tu Van, you know how to be bossy. let my first holy son Duong-hak come to receive you. Holy Master, please seal my cultivation base first. The Holy Master looked disappointed and said in a deep voice, No need, Duong-hak, you are not his opponent. Duong-hak immediately protested indignantly, Why, I haven't even gone on the field yet, I'm not convinced. The Holy Master continued, Duong-hak, there's something you don't know. Although Tu Van always used the heavenly cave to fight, in fact he already has the peak spiritual cultivation level. The people below gasped, Terrible, terrible. What? He has always suppressed his cultivation. This is truly unbelievable. But what should I do next? A noble elder proposed to the Holy Master, or send the holy man to the field? He hesitated and then replied, This matter, something that allows a saint to go on the field, may not be done, then try your best not to do it. Spreading it out is really a bit embarrassing. Out of nowhere, a white-robed monk like a fairy appeared. It turned out to be the protégé Duong-not-min. He said, Leave it to me. Everyone was so moved that they wanted to cry. The official son of the emperor has finally arrived. It's okay, that's right, he is a real master, overwhelming a generation. At this time, De Tien transmitted to Tu Van, Disciple, this person's name is Duong-not-min, 1 generation younger than the teacher. Now it is Nirvana. There is an ancient holy body behind the teacher. He used to be a teacher. The best ever. Tu Van felt very happy. He said, It is worthy of being the second-ranked holy land on the rankings. Except for True Vo Cuc, there is also an ancient holy body. However, that's good, you've warmed up, it's time for a good fight. Duong-not-min came to greet De Tien and sarcastically said a few words. De Tien, long time no see. Before, I accidentally fought you, but today I fought your disciple again, all in a chaotic half-step, which is also considered to make up for my regrets. De Tien immediately replied, unexpectedly, you boy couldn't bear it any more and took action. He gritted his teeth and said, Duong-not-min, it was very difficult for you to cultivate an invincible heart. If you lose to my disciple today, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to break through to Nirvana in a short time. Worth it? He coldly replied, If your disciple can defeat me, it proves that my path is not yet complete. I would rather stay in Nirvana for a period of time, and would not wish for the path to be incomplete. Duong-not-min calmly said, De Tien, I hope you seal me yourself. In addition, we will not rely on the big to oppress the small. In battle, I will not use spirit sacrifices. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. The Holy Master is upset at this time. Duong-not-min, stop making trouble. Not-min was very determined, he said, the Holy Master does not need to advise anymore. If it weren't for the honor of the ancient Holy Land, I wouldn't be on the field today. This is my limit. De Tien immediately raised his hand to seal it, and then opened his mouth. Okay. It's worthy of being the arrogant one who swept the land for a while. After me, there is courage. After the sealing was completed, Not-min's cultivation was suppressed. He shook his hands behind his back and flew towards Tu Van. Not being able to fight your master that year is my biggest regret in this life. Today, being able to fight in the same realm as you is also considered a little compensation. Tu Van looked bewildered and thought to himself, this kid really knows how to show off. He's really arrogant. He also didn't want to say meaningless words, so he threw an invincible punch and scolded him. You really talk a lot. Duong-not-min also rushed forward with a wild, blood-trained fist. The power of 2 fists is too terrible, causing both people to be thrown several meters away at the same time. At this moment, the 3 people ranked at the top of the Holy Land rankings were all stunned. This is his true strength. We were all fooled by him. It's really too strong, and can be indistinguishable from a standard subject. Duong-not-min stood proudly and said, It seems that the physical body is very difficult to win or lose, so use weapons. Then he pulled out a halberd. Tu Van also nodded in agreement, and brought out a large sword. Duong-not-min immediately launched his halberd towards Tu Van. Tu Van reacted very quickly, holding the knife in his hand to block the fatal blow from him. Those who were curious felt unbelievable surprise, buzzing with each other, but with equal strength. Could it be that the quasi-god son couldn't beat him? Impossible, the quasi-disciple hasn't even touched his trump card yet. Yes, the standard son is invincible. Immediately after that, Not-min's eyes emitted a blinding light, which was his divine vision. He shouted loudly, Tu Van, lose for me. Tu Van was surprised, the divine eye of the sun, the second-level divine body, he had the supreme body at the same time, the ancient holy body and the divine eye of the sun, the attack spirit of the divine body. His bright eyes looked fierce, he thought. He absolutely cannot be careless when dealing with this person, he must be defeated with one blow. He mobilized his war god's field and covered and attacked Chu Van. Both sides used swords to avoid each other. Not men always said, "Lose for me." Tu Van's eyes clearly showed determination and strength. Suddenly he used his sword to block his body in front of the surprise of many people. Not Min was so scared that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. "Why wasn't your spirit affected?" The disciples were equally shocked. He also had a domain, and was not influenced by the sun god's eye. How strong was his mental power? This person was too heaven-defying. At this time, Tu Van displayed his chaotic field. Around him appeared golden auras and the shapes of lotus flowers. He said, "You are really not bad, worthy of my full effort." Tu Van thought, "If I hadn't divided half of my spiritual power to the spirit, I'm afraid I would have failed." Tu Van used an invincible move, pressed an invincible punch into the sword, slashed towards Not Min, shouting loudly, "Take one of my knives." Duong Not Min also immediately summoned the phantom god of war. He launched a fierce blow. Putting all his strength into the halberd and using the fighting god Not Duong, he rushed straight towards Tu Van. Tu Van's strength was too great, breaking Not Min's spear. The force of the attack was so fierce that he couldn't stand it, and fell backwards. A knife and a strike collided strongly, opening up a terrifying red air. The smoke cleared, revealing Not Min with a pitiful, worn-out appearance, coughing for several times. Tu Van step by step walked towards him. He said, "Go away, your spiritual sacrifice, otherwise you are not my opponent." He was stunned. Sacrifice to the spirit? Suddenly, the Holy Master transmitted his voice to him. "Duong Not Min, use the spirit sacrifice. We cannot lose to this ancient holy land." Not Min helplessly closed his eyes. He calmly opened his mouth. "Duong Not Min, I have always said I can do it. In one word I admit defeat, you have won this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was stunned. "The official servant has also admitted defeat. What should we do next? Must we call a saint to the field?" "That's right, other than this, there's no other choice." Feeling a bit lost. At that time, the Holy Master's face became gloomy. He decided that if that was the case, he could only call the saint to the yard. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual force shook the void. A sound echoed, "Ancient Holy Land, we can't lose and hand over that kind of chaos to them." Surprised by the voice coming from the sky, everyone standing below was chatting loudly. This was the voice of the great saint. "Looks like the saint won't be on the field. Oh, there's no chance of turning it around. However, that Tu Van is really too strong." Not stopping there, the great saint continued to transmit his voice. The momentary failure was nothing. "With people like that, the alliance will be even more beneficial to the Holy Land. As a Holy Master, you must have a broad vision, don't be short-sighted." These words of reminder and persuasion from the great saint from above made the Holy Master of the ancient Holy Land extremely poignant. He looked down and said, "Yes, old man. It's a child of limited vision." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew into the sky and loudly announced to everyone present, "In this battle, our ancient Holy Land has been defeated, and the Caith's Holy Land has also proven itself. Real strength. I declare an official alliance with the Chaos Holy Land. Tu Van in our ancient wilderness Holy Land also enjoys the treatment of a saint." This strong statement from the Holy Master of the ancient Holy Land surprised everyone, but there were no signs of opposition. Looks like that's just the way it is. However, as cruel as Tu Van is, it doesn't seem to be a loss. Yes, anyway, it's the story of cruel geniuses, what does it have to do with us? Feeling the cooperation from everyone in the Royal Master's Holy Land, Tu Van felt extremely grateful, politely thanked the Holy Master. The half-formed chaotic body has finally arrived. Both sides decided to work together. Soon it became dark. Everyone returned to their homes to rest. As for Tu Van, he was allowed to rest in a room at the messenger translation station. Inside the room, he was meditating on the floor with a golden skeleton. That skeleton suddenly spoke, "Junior Tu Van, quasi-godson of the Chaos Holy Land." Tu Van, sitting opposite, immediately replied, "In order to break through the bottleneck of cultivation, I had to borrow the body of my senior to use, hoping for my senior's forgiveness." Having finished speaking, he closed his eyes and cast a fusion magic circle, absorbing the surrounding energy streams towards him. The golden skeleton also mixed with the air stream and was sucked into where Chu Van was sitting. Immediately, Chu Van felt a little different in her body. He smiled, thinking, this is the memory of this corpse. Sure enough, in my memory, there is this great magic power of Chaos Fist. This magic power is really strong. Chu Van continued to focus on cultivating. This process took him up to 2 hours. After 2 hours, the results were out. Now, there are 2 bodies of Tu Van coexisting. One is a real person, the other is a faint golden aura. Seeing this, he felt relieved. Finally the fusion was complete. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon happened, causing Tu Van to panic. Here, what is this? It turned out that the other body's heart was beating continuously. The other entity cried out in pain, and at the same time, its body began to appear clearly, no longer blurry like before. Observing this phenomenon, Tu Van realized that the blood, the heart, this thing, the spirit was about to turn into a real body of flesh and blood. Of course it is. After a period of time, Tu Van's spiritual body transformed into an identical copy of him. To maintain this state, the spirit immediately shouted, "Energy, energy, give me." Tu Van, standing next to him, heard that and immediately summoned countless spirit stones, using all his strength to transmit energy to that body. Receiving a huge amount of energy, the other clone's body quickly entered a stable state. Seeing this, Tu Van thought to himself, it seems that although it is a flesh and blood body, in fact it is still an energy body. Suddenly, Tu Van realized, wait, the energy body also means that even if he dies for him, he can still rely on the spirit stone to rebuild. This sacrificial clone, regardless of its body, cultivation base, or half-chaotic body, is exactly the same as me and has the same thoughts as me. That is to say, he can completely act for me. This is my biggest trump card. Next, call him out and see if others can spot the loophole. After a while of diligent energy transfer, the other body was finally completed. Tu Van stood and looked for a while, then walked around to carefully observe this body. He smiled and thought to himself, with this body, no matter what dangerous place it is in the future, I can boldly enter it and try it. Hee, the genius treasures in the secret realm and forbidden area are all mine. Tu Van immediately closed the door, then turned off the light to rest after a long day with so many things happening. The next morning, Tu Van went to see his master. Having just met him this morning, De Tien asked, "Disciple." Observing Tu Van for a while, De Tien felt something strange and asked, "What's wrong with your eyes? Have you merged that chaotic half-order yet?" Hearing the question, Tu Van immediately replied, "Already merged. These eyes also change after fusion, and can turn yellow according to their will. In addition, you will also gain the great magical power of Chaos Fist, which you will soon be able to learn." As he said this, he thought to himself, it seems like the master can't see it either. It turns out that this is Tu Van's spiritual body, not himself. Tu Van is experimenting with his own master. Hearing that, De Tien did not doubt anything, smiled and said, "Good, being able to have great magical powers before the extraordinary realm, will have no rival in the same realm." Tu Van suddenly made a proposal. "Master, I want to go out with True Vo Cuc and visit the holy city." Receiving the request, De Tien had no intention of refusing. Go, learn a little about the holy city, one of the 3 super citadels in the world. With permission, Tu Van and True Vo Cuc went to explore the holy city. Having not seen each other for a long time, the two talked happily to each other. Tu Van asked, "Old True, after returning, I'm preparing to go out to practice, how do you feel?" Hearing that, True Vo Cuc felt puzzled and asked again, "Aren't you afraid that the First Holy Land will secretly send someone to kill you? Even though you have merged your half-step chaos body, your cultivation level is still too low." Seeing that True Vo Cuc seemed to be worrying a bit too much, Tu Van confidently affirmed that with the trash of the early Holy Land, he could still kill me. Furthermore, our Chaos Holy Land has our Thunder ancestor secretly protecting us, so what am I afraid of? Hearing Tu Van confidently say that, True Vo Q did not have any further questions, just said, "That's right, but I suggest not going to the Central Land, go to the 100,000 great mountains of the Eastern Wilderness." Receiving True Vo Cuc's proposal, Tu Van didn't quite understand and asked, "Why?" True Vo Cuc saw him asking such a stupid question and was extremely helpless to explain. "Are you still asking me? The geniuses of Central Earth have basically been crippled by you in True Dragon Nest. There is only one remaining Kwang Hao Nin who is also hiding in the Holy King's sect to practice. Who should we find to compete with? After being given a blow-dry by True Vo Cuc, Tu Van sweated profusely and replied softly, "That's right, but training doesn't necessarily mean competition." After hearing this sentence, True Vo Cuc became even angrier and added, "Why would he go out if he didn't find someone to compete with? Do you want to fight all over the world? Remember, as a person you have to be a little humble, you can't be too overbearing." Suddenly a system notice board appeared in front of Tu Van, assigning a new task. He bent down and read carefully. Defeating a genius at the saint level or above, the reward of 10 times enlightenment was limited to 100 people. After reading, Tu Van was surprised by the reward and exclaimed, 10 times, 100 people, isn't that a cumulative total of 1,000? Remembering the time when he had just defeated a few saints, Tu Van was angry in his heart. Oh my God, there is this mission, why didn't you give it out sooner? It was all a waste of time to beat up those saints. True Vo Cuc saw Tu Vu's violent reaction and asked, "What are you thinking? Where to prepare for training?" After reading the mission, Tu Vu immediately changed his mind and said bluntly, "Train the monkey, let's go home. Now I will send someone to issue a war letter to all the major sects, major powers, and major families of the 9 small continents. But all of the geniuses from the saints and above will challenge each other once. If you want to play, you have to play big." Seeing that Tu Van seemed to be overconfident, True Vo Cuc felt helpless and lamented, "Mom, just now you said you have to be humble and can't be too overbearing. Challenging all the geniuses of the cultivation world, is this what you call humility?" Tu Van did not care about True Vo Cuc's words and immediately returned to consult his master. After hearing this opinion, De Tien immediately reacted violently, "Challenging all geniuses. This cannot be done." Seeing him so angry, he asked why. De Tien immediately regained his composure and explained carefully. The challenge had 2 results. If you lose, your invincible mind will be destroyed. Once you win, your odds of becoming an emperor will increase significantly. But if you really win, the people who want to kill you can definitely line up from the chaotic Holy Land to the ancient Holy Land. Hearing what De Tien said, Tu Van still did not give up and asked again, "Doesn't the cultivation world have rules? Can't strong seniors attack juniors? Besides, Ancestor Loi will protect you." De Tien did not hesitate and continued to inform his disciple, "This matter must depend on proportion. If the odds of you becoming an emperor are very high, sending a quasi-emperor with imperial soldiers to kill you is very possible. Because once you wait for the child to grow up, it is very difficult to kill it again." Hearing all of De Tien's words, Tu Van's thoughts were finally clear. He replied, "That's right. Our Holy Land is just an unlucky Holy Land, and the mighty Holy Land doesn't have just one quasi-emperor or one imperial soldier. It seems that we can only wait until the Holy Land exchange, and then righteously defeat the geniuses of other Holy Lands." Tu Van finally understood. De Tien was extremely happy and smiled. Suddenly he came up with an interesting idea, telling him, "Actually there is no way, you just need to hide your background, use a few other identities to challenge him." Hearing De Tien's proposal, a light suddenly flashed in Tu Van's mind. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's right, why didn't you think of it? Isn't this like opening a secondary account and holding a clone account?" De Tien elaborated more on this idea, saying it is very simple, but actually doing it is a bit difficult. Because you have to learn a lot of magical powers from other holy places, and at the same time, you have to not reveal the unique magical powers of our Chaos Holy Land. Upon hearing that, Tu Van confidently responded, learning magical powers for him, it was too simple. So excited, he said, "Master, let's quickly return to the Holy Land." De Tien immediately smiled and replied, "Yes." Tu Van's mind was extremely excited at this moment, thinking, geniuses of the entire continent, next Tu Van I want to use you to hack points. Tu Van decided to practice more magical powers to hide his origin. After a moment of pondering, De Tien asked, "Good disciple, can you tell me which magical power you have chosen?" Receiving his master's question, Tu Van did not hesitate to answer. The disciple listened to his master, and chose 3 clear types of magical powers, first choosing the sword technique of slaying the sky, then choosing the diamond seal and the golden seal. The general Dharma form, the great Brahma heavenly holy palm, the 18 demon-slaying hands, and the 9-dragon divine fire claw of Buddhism. Then choose the hidden clone, the dark world, and the curse that the assassin uses. Hearing Tu Van's direction, De Tien also felt quite satisfied, immediately replied without any objection, swordsman, high monk, assassin, not bad. 3 clones are enough. Cultivate diligently, and after practicing successfully, go out to practice. You must be careful. Hearing that, Tu Van immediately stood up, bowed his head politely, and thanked his master. After that, he left and began the process of further cultivating his magical powers. Time flies quickly. Soon 3 months passed. At this time, at Dafeng, a purple lightning suddenly struck the ground. Turns out everything came from Zhao Wuji. While practicing, he lamented, Tu Van, this guy has overcome extremes again. No, I have to do something. The powerful aura emitted by True Vo Cuc attracted the attention of De Tien. He walked over and asked, Where do you want to go? When True Vo Cuc heard the voice, he immediately turned around and replied, Go challenge the genius of the cultivation world and cast an invincible heart. Hearing that, by the way, he was free and didn't know what to do, so De Tien proposed, If that's the case, then I will go on a trip with you. After all, you are also the holy child of our Chaos Holy Land, you must have a guardian. Receiving his help, True Vo Cuc was happy and immediately agreed, thanking him. After that, the two flew into the sky together, going to their destination. In another development inside the citadel, Tu Van had just finished cultivating and was taking a moment to rest. Fu Lin, standing nearby, saw this and immediately came forward to ask and congratulate the young master on increasing his cultivation. Receiving the unexpected blessing, Tu Van immediately turned around and humbly said, embarrassed to say that the heavenly tribulation was not caused by increased cultivation. The heavenly tribulation was caused by the previous pure divine power being divided into 2, and now it leads to complete self-fulfillment, and overcoming the extremes. Taking advantage of the time Fu Lin was here, Tu Van took advantage of this moment to ask, Stop talking about these things, where are the master and True Vo Cuc? Hearing that, Fu Lin happily replied, The master went out to practice with the holy son Vo Cuc. Receiving this information, Tu Van felt quite excited in his heart, so he made a suggestion. This person, True Vo Cuc, seems to be stimulated by me. If that's the case, Fu Lin, then let's go train. While chatting with Fu Lin, from afar, Truong Dai Loi stepped forward and spoke loudly, Kid, where are you prepared to train first? My ancestors sent you off for a while to avoid wasting your time on the road. Hearing that, Tu Van was extremely happy and immediately asked for help. Ancestor, I want to go to Namlin 100,000 Mountains to find a few geniuses of the demon race to compete with. Upon receiving Tu Van's request, Truong Dai Loi immediately came to mind. He cast a light blue magic, then said, Demon race? The ancestor knows there is a place that is just right for you. That blue magic was like a traveling magic, immediately carrying Tu Van and Truong Dai Loi away at a very fast speed. Soon, the two of them arrived at a remote, desolate mountainous area. Observing everything around, Tu Van asked himself, Ancestor, where is this? Truong Dai Loi immediately landed here and replied, This is the battlefield of thousands of demons. The pride of the demon race is here to train and kill. After entering, everything can only rely on yourself. He gave Tu Van a green jade and said, Take this piece of jade and break it when you leave. After listening to the explanations, Tu Van understood everything. He received the pearl and thanked, Yes, everything was prepared. Truong Dai Loi immediately used his hands to perform magic, creating a space area. It grew larger, then finally stopped when it was big enough for a person to pass through. Truong Dai Loi stood majestically and shouted, Go away. His words gave Tu Van a lot of motivation. He resolutely stepped through the space gate. While passing, he thought to himself, Damn, there is a genius coming in here, transmitting the order of the deity, declaring the order, killing all the gods. The talented human race is in the battlefield of thousands of demons. Finally, Tu Van completely entered the other world. As soon as he walked past, the first things that caught his eye made him suddenly exclaim, This place is the battlefield of thousands of demons. The space before his eyes right now was a pitch-black sky. Along with that, countless demons in the shape of birds were floating in the sky, observing him like delicious prey, preparing to swoop down to attack and tear him apart. Seeing the ferocious expression on his face, ready to attack anything of those demons, Tu Van was extremely excited. Looking up, he said, So it's a battlefield of thousands of demons. It is said that this place is where demon geniuses from the gifted level and below train. Experts are like clouds, geniuses and treasures are countless, very suitable for me. He already had a deep hatred for humans, so when Tu Van appeared, the demons wanted to devour him. One of the herd seemed to be the leader and quickly called out to his brothers, "What are you looking at? Come on up." Receiving the order, the whole group of demons rushed forward fiercely, shouting. Not even a single human could hold back. Kill, kill. On the other side, Tu Van did not easily let those ghosts do whatever they wanted. He used a move, enlarging an arm. A powerful punch with countless power was unleashed by Tu Van, immediately causing the group of ghosts to be in chaos, unable to fight back. After being hit, the demons quickly fell apart, falling to the ground one by one. They were all completely burned after the attack just now. Tu Van walked closer to their bodies, rubbed their stomachs and said, "I'm a little hungry. I just heard it was a barbecue party. However, before eating it, you must first put it in its original form." At this time, in the nearby 10,000 demon cave, there was a young man with long red hair sitting stroking his sharp sword. Hearing the noise outside, he immediately realized, thinking in his head, he didn't expect someone to come to deliver the orders. I, Ngao Tien, am not alone. Suddenly, the sword in Ngao Tien's hand shined and burned fiercely. He immediately raised the sword and spoke to it. "Blood Demon Sword, are you also interested? Don't worry, this time I will definitely help you open the door. I, Ngao Tien, want to become the first holy son of the 10,000 Swords village." At the same time, above the sky, the flying golden eagle divine beast also noticed Tu Van. Being able to make the venerable submit his orders, this human genius is absolutely not normal. If I kill him, I will definitely be famous throughout the battlefield of thousands of demons. Below the forest at this time, there was a cloud of smoke rising, accompanied by a strong scent. This smoke comes from a fire below. A mysterious monk was sitting and grilling meat, clasping his hands together and saying, "Amitabha Buddha, good disaster is good, there is no way for this poor monk to kill you. I hope you will soon reach the Western Paradise. Buddha is merciful." It turned out that this monk was Tu Van after completing his spiritual sacrifice. After he finished talking to himself, it was time for the meat to be cooked. Tu Van was hungry, so he picked up the meat skewer and bit into it continuously, his face satisfied. It was so delicious. While having a full meal, suddenly from above the tree branch, a young girl mysteriously spoke. "Your monk is very interesting, he eats meat and drinks wine. Aren't you afraid that Buddha will blame you?" Suddenly hearing the voice, Tu Van turned to look, feeling quite surprised, but still calmly replied, "Amitabha Buddha, meat and wine pass through the intestines. The Buddha is in the heart. In the heart of poor monks there is only Buddha." Of course, he is not afraid of Buddha's blame. Feeling the power coming from this girl, Tu Van became extremely cautious. This girl is a bit scary, but maybe I don't know. The ghost suddenly comes to her side. The young girl immediately landed as light as a feather, without any difficulty. She suddenly praised Tu Van. "The spirit sacrifice can kill the awakened demon beast. The little monk is not bad. It seems that he is at least a saint of the Buddhist sect, right?" Tu Van heard that and immediately responded, "The female donor is no less. Her strength is profound and unfathomable. I'm afraid she's not from the Holy Land, she's also from a great family." Suddenly the girl gave a warning, "If you don't tell me where you come from, of course I won't tell you either. However, you're out of luck. I feel that there is a divine beast awakening. This scene is coming soon. In a few days we can catch up." In response to her warning, Tu Van just indifferently said, "Amitabha Buddha, the taste of the divine beast is probably better." This attitude made her extremely surprised, so she laughed and replied, "You are very interesting. I haven't met such an interesting person in a long time, and you are also a little monk. Try to be careful, this young lady is waiting for you at the central battlefield, don't die too quickly." After speaking, she turned around and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After Tu Van met this girl, he thought to himself, he did not expect that the first person he met would be so powerful. Truly a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. After eating and drinking, I should go explore this battlefield of thousands of demons. 3 days have passed here. Tu Van is still on his way to explore the battlefield. Suddenly, inside a cave near the foot of the mountain, hot sparks appeared, burning rapidly. Seeing that, Tu Van curiously approached. He thought, there was a treasure coming into the world. Looking at the movements, I'm afraid it was extraordinary. He stepped inside and saw a giant active volcano, with streams of hot lava flowing everywhere on the ground. Overwhelmed by this scene, Tu Van exclaimed, "This place is so magnificent. Looks like the treasure is in the middle of the volcano." While scouting around, suddenly from the sky, a fire dragon swooped down, creating streams of hot air that blew onto Tu Van's body. Being suddenly attacked, he quickly jumped back to avoid the attack. The fire dragon suddenly spoke, "Human, your death has come." Without further hesitation, the dragon immediately spread its wings, spitting out a cloud of fire from its mouth, aiming straight at Tu Van. Unable to let this fire dragon freely act mischievously, Tu Van immediately exerted his strength, frowned and said, "Tough beast, dare to touch the poor monk, today I will save you." He immediately unleashed the great Sanskrit heavenly palm. His hand quickly turned giant, many times larger than the other dragon, followed by a slap, repelling all the fire it spit out. The other dragon was also not suitable. Seeing that the attack was not feasible, he wisely retreated, avoiding Tu Van's giant attack. Then, he turned around, his face clearly showing anger, and raised his voice. "Excuse me? Little monk, you are too confident." This chaotic battle quickly captured the attention of countless other monsters present nearby. They immediately gathered to observe, then whispered to each other, "That person could fight Dai Long Dio without distinction, it was really powerful." That's right, Dai Long Dio is a rare true dragon bloodline. Surely he is the holy son of some great force in the human race. Tu Van did not have time to play around anymore, so he immediately performed the 8 powerful demon-killing techniques, creating a series of Buddha's hands, continuously attacking to finish off the fire dragon in one fell swoop. With so many attacks thrown at him, the dragon tried to dodge but could not dodge them all, and was immediately defeated in a flash. Witnessing the powerful power of this attack, even Tu Van was surprised. Indeed, the magical powers of Buddhism have the effect of restraining demons. After eliminating that dragon, Tu Van immediately moved forward. After walking for a while, he saw a giant metal tower floating in the air, surrounded by countless purple barriers. Witnessing this, Tu Van thought to himself, "Is this a treasure? A palace? However, this formation is so powerful that I can't see through it. If it's a saint's cave, then it's a chance." Tu Van decided to fly up to the tower to see what it was like. The closer you fly, the more and more number of demonic beasts around there become. This made him a bit wary. Love Beast is indeed a bit reckless. After a while of moving, Tu Van was finally able to touch that purple barrier. He used his fist to punch it a few times, then gave his assessment. The formation is so exquisite, it is absolutely a formation that only a saint could arrange. Looks like it's going to take a few more enlightenments. While exploring this barrier, dozens of loud, resounding noises suddenly appeared from behind him. A series of high-level demon beasts saw his presence near the tower, immediately shouted angrily. Some had children and humans, and together they rushed to attack him. This unusual incident made Tu Van unable to react in time. He looked around, thinking in his head, flying celestial lion, red golden enemy, 3-headed dragon, dozens of them, all holy beasts. The situation is a bit bad. There is no other way. Tu Van needs to make a quick choice to escape this situation. The current plan can only be to rush into this cave palace to have a chance of survival. He immediately used his enlightenment to continuously attack this solid barrier. The plan is good, but it seems like the time spent with Tu Van is not enough. One of those holy beasts, a black dragon, arrived, spitting out an extremely hot spark, blocking him from entering inside. Soon after, the other holy beasts also arrived. Every creature's eyes showed hatred, ready to devour Tu Van. Human, you, entering the formation. Having no other choice, Tu Van had to stop the process of penetrating this barrier membrane and turn to deal with those group of holy beasts. The method to break the formation hasn't been understood yet, so what should I do? It seems that we can only take action. As long as the opponent refused to react, the red gold holy beast screamed frantically, "Are you deaf? If you don't want to die, immediately enter the formation and help me test the power of this formation." But Tu Van simply smiled contemptuously. A group of people who don't know life or death. Today, the poor monks must destroy you and eat a sumptuous feast. Having finished speaking, he immediately performed the holy palm of the Brahma heaven, and the phantom image of the swastika radiated bright light and flew towards the animal. The golden enemy ignored Tu Van's attack and just threw some spider silk to block it. Would a spiritual realm still want to fight against an awakened holy beast like me? Truly looking for a way to die. But reality opened its eyes, seeing the palm seal easily destroy the spider silk blocking the way. Not stopping there, the power of the move also penetrated straight back, causing the helpless golden enemy to be thrown far away. Surprise and bewilderment were what appeared in the minds of the surrounding holy beasts. Each child stared at each other, unable to believe anything. At this moment, the system displays the message, Ting! Defeating a genius from a saint or higher will reward you with 10 times of enlightenment. After watching, a dangerous thought immediately arose in Tu Van's mind. It seems that the holy beast of the demon race is equivalent to the holy son of human monks. These are all times of enlightenment. The holy beasts did not know that bad luck was about to fall on them, so they were still immersed in the crisis. It's so powerful, it's probably because of this guy's orders, it's not easy to deal with one move. In the future, this guy will definitely become a great enemy of the demon race, so why not kill him together? Flying Tian Lion Tiger proposed to all of them. While they had not yet had time to act, Tu Van smiled proudly. Thanks to your blessing, while you were negotiating, I saw through this formation. If that's the case, before entering, take your time to scan the number of enlightenments. Under the control of the Dharma General, Buddha appeared and threw a giant palm at the holy beasts, making a loud noise. Feeling the strong power of their opponent, the beasts that could not wait to die immediately counterattacked fiercely. This is the Buddha sect's very difficult diamond Dharma form. This person is feared to be a descendant of the Buddha sect. One commented that we have so many holy beasts, even if he were stronger, he would still die. That's right, attack me, kill! A series of energy beams followed each other to bombard the area where Tu Van was standing. Not foolish enough to show his face to block dozens of damage, Tu Van quickly jumped into the formation and did not forget to wave his hand provocatively. Come along, then I won't play with you guys anymore. Seeing that the enemy was finally inside the formation, the holy beasts discussed their next battle plan. Already entering, it's good, let him help us check the formation. Everyone surrounds the formation, don't let him escape. Returning to Tu Van, thanks to his extraordinary body, he easily penetrated the defensive battlefield made up of layers of dangerous rain of swords inside without getting a single scratch. Nothing can stop him, he leisurely thought as he entered the center. The 9 sword dances were really difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, I have already seen you. 50 times of enlightenment cannot be wasted. Seeing that Tu Van was still safe and sound, the holy beasts quickly discovered something unusual, wrong. Why did he seem to understand the formation? That's right, do you remember his drop point? Another one shook his head in frustration and said, It's useless. I can feel that this formation has time to fluctuate. If it doesn't enter with time, the attack will change. Damn it, what should I do? The flying lion tiger spoke up. I suggest everyone defend outside. He will come out sooner or later. We hug the tree and wait for the rabbit. But understanding Tu Van's domineering ability through the fight just now, Chi Kim had immediately protested. Not good, he is so strong, he is definitely about to reach the awakening stage. Once we break through, we will not be his opponents. Seeing that nothing worked, the flying lion and tiger roared. So what should we do? Suddenly, a holy beast suddenly suggested a solution. The golden eagle was coming. It was estimated that it was coming soon. It was better to go pick it up and call it to deal with humans. Flying Tian Su who said unwillingly, It's here, we won't be able to share many benefits. Chi Kim Hak calmly retorted, It's better than nothing. The black crow nodded in agreement and said, That's right, I'm going. While the holy beasts were still scurrying outside, Tu Van had now arrived at the center of the formation. Suddenly, a giant illusion of an uncle appeared. Around his body, red spiritual energy was billowing, exuding an extremely oppressive aura. A low voice rang out from there, Junior, if you can pass the 9-3 sword dance, you are barely qualified to accept my assessment. Knowing that this was definitely the person holding the formation, Tu Van carefully bowed. Senior Tu Van, please ask for your senior's name. The uncle clasped his hands behind his back and replied, My name is Da Ko Kim, people call it the Sword Demon. Hearing that, he immediately recognized his background. The Sword Demon was a great figure. Tu Van remembers what he learned when he was once the #1 saint. After becoming a saint in a desperate situation, he killed 8 demon saints. But unfortunately in the end he died on the battlefield of thousands of demons. He expressed regret, not expecting to die in this place. Tu Van was even more respectful. It turned out to be a senior sword demon. This junior has 3 generations of blessings. With just one glance, the illusory image immediately saw through the identity of the person in front of him. You are not a Buddhist disciple, you are probably from a certain holy place in the middle of the earth. Knowing that he could not use the axe to deceive the craftsman, Tu Van immediately admitted, what my predecessor said was not wrong, I was just taking advantage of this to hide my identity. But when he heard those words, he changed his attitude and chased them away. I don't even dare to show my face to the world. How can I compete with the geniuses of all worlds? Those who are not worthy of inheriting my swordsmanship, quickly leave. Undeterred by the sword demon's request to see off his guests, Tu Van remained calm and explained the situation. Seniors and juniors are quasi-gods of the Holy Land of Chaos, hiding their identities to challenge all geniuses. It's also to avoid causing trouble to the Holy Land. The situation of the chaotic Holy Land, seniors must also know. Seeming to realize something, the sword demon thoughtfully recounted, yes, the holy place is truly chaotic and has fallen into decline a long time ago. That year, there was only one junior named Etienne, who told me to wait for him for 1,000 years. But I don't know how he is now. Unexpectedly, he had such a deep relationship with him. Tu Van proudly introduced, Senior, Detienne is my junior's master, now he is the same as that senior, also the first. Under the saint, hearing what he said was quite pleasant, the sword ghost relented and gave him another chance. If you have passed the 9-3 sword dance and are a human race disciple, then accept the assessment. Suddenly the voice became sharp, however, if you can't pass the test, I will kill you. Do you accept it or not? Just waiting for that, Tu Van happily responded, Senior, please start. The younger generation is willing to accept the test. After all, what is here is a clone of the spirit, so there is no need to fear death. The sword demon praised, yes, have courage, then you will be like the arrogant people of our race. As soon as he finished speaking, a secret scroll wrapped in a brilliant halo appeared before his eyes. He explained the rules of the trial. This is the kendo technique I practice, a standard classic. As long as you can train to the first level within a year, you will be considered to have passed the test. Holding the treasure in his hand, Tu Van was extremely satisfied. The ultimate quasi-emperor was extremely capable of becoming a great emperor, being able to create the quasi-emperor scripture. This is absolutely a heaven-level treasure. Outside, even great saints and quasi-emperors are fighting to get it. The virtual image uncle tells about the origin of the secret book. This universe sword dictionary is not the great learning of our Dakko family, but was left by a sword saint. Using this as the foundation of swordsmanship, it is completely valid. The opportunity to help you become a great emperor. Witnessing the profound complexity inside, Tu Van couldn't help but exclaim. Left behind by a saint, I'm afraid this thing is even more powerful than I thought. To avoid wasting more time, he immediately activated the system and notification sounds continued to sound. Using one enlightenment with the Cosmic Sword Dictionary, like that, the number of enlightenment times gradually decreases. Time passed quickly, 3 days had passed. At this time Tu Van was still quietly meditating and cultivating the sword. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by the sword demon's comment. Earth, wind, water, fire, lightning. He had already learned the first level of the Earth Scroll of the Universe Sword Dictionary so quickly. Naturally, Tu Van superficially overcame his request in a simpler way. Comparing with himself in the past, the uncle could not help but admire his talent. It seems that my sword talent is still far behind Tu Van's. Perhaps he can deduce the 6th level of the universe's sword classic, surpassing that of the rest of the world. At the same time, outside the formation, the golden eagle was present. It arrogantly asked the holy beasts at its feet, What's going on now, golden turtle, tell me. The tortoise quickly reported, Golden Sure Great Bang. That person must be the holy son of the Four Directions Buddha sect, trained to become the Buddha sect Vajradharma general. Although he is in the spiritual realm, he is above us. Hearing that, De Bang immediately blamed him. Humph, a bunch of trash, dare to look down on humans entering the battlefield of thousands of demons. From the beginning, if you didn't besiege him, who dares to enter here? Who is not a peerless genius? Flying Tien Lian Tiger worriedly asked for advice. Kim Si Dai Bang. That person has been in for 3 days. Should we continue to hug the tree and wait for the rabbit, or should we join forces to kill them inside? Based on his natural talent, if he ascends to the awakening stage, he will have an additional holy weapon, that strength that even I would have to be wary of. Suddenly the eagle let out a deafening scream. followed by a feather filled with powerful aura flying from the bird's mouth. The holy beasts nearby were talking excitedly about the treasure that had just appeared. The atmosphere is so scary. Is this something refined by the demon Saint Vu Mao? This is absolutely something that can save lives. So scary. I feel like my soul is trembling. At this moment, Kim Si-da Bang spoke up and boasted that this was truly a disposable life-saving forbidden weapon given by his elders. However, we don't need this. Having it here is on the contrary detrimental to our growth. I often use it to break this formation. According to the concept of maneuver, the golden feather immediately flew to the edge of the formation, and the shock from the impact point erupted extremely violently. The solid formation suddenly became violently shaking, creating waves of earthquakes that spread both inside and out. Tu Van was forced to end his practice and asked, "Senior, what is this?" Someone shook the formation again. The sword demon explains, "Outside, there is a divine beast coming, awakening, with a life-saving forbidden weapon given to it by the old man of the demon race. The demon race is truly different from one generation to another, training and still carrying forbidden weapons. So what the hell is training? Huh! The sword demon expressed disdain at the cowardice of the demon race. Hearing the two words forbidden air, Tu Van worried and pondered in his heart. Forbidden weapon, although this thing is a one-time use item, it is at the level of a saint, it is absolutely a life-saving killing weapon. He bluntly commented, "If you can't play, then don't play anymore, and even use forbidden weapons, what a bunch of trash." The sword demon completely agreed, yes, they demons are a bunch of trash. However, the formation is about to be broken, I have a holy weapon to pass on to you first. Suddenly from his palm appeared a sword with two main colors, black and red. The demon sword spoke up and introduced, "This is the holy weapon I used that year, the demon's sword." Tu Van was surprised to observe the precious treasure in front of him. "The holy weapon," he whispered. Memories of the bloody battle suddenly appeared, scenes of fire and murder with corpses piled high in bronze, and the air filled with the smell of burning. At the same time, the group of holy beasts outside were working together to try to break the protective formation. Even though the tremors and roars spread throughout the internal formation, Tu Van's soul was still immersed in a stream of chaotic memories. Before he could wake up quickly, suddenly the scream from the sword demon rang out, successfully pulling him back to reality. Not wanting him to repeat the mistake, the uncle gave advice, "You have to be careful. This sword, because it had been contaminated with countless fresh blood of the demon race, and had also undergone a cleansing ceremony with the blood of the 8 venerable demon saints, had long since turned into a real demon's sword. Moreover, it is getting stronger day by day. I didn't want to pass it on to you, but I was afraid it would fall into the hands of the demon race, so don't use it casually." Tu Van firmly affirmed, "Senior, rest assured." Knowing there was no other way, the demon's sword had to give the treasure back to him. "It's your sword now, you name it, don't humiliate it." Tu Van happily accepted. Feeling the internal power mixed with the murderous aura inside the sword, Tu Van solemnly said, "Okay, then call it the demon's sword." That year, the demon race used the East to oppress the demons, suffocating the righteous path of their predecessors. This junior will definitely take this sword with him to fight the demon clan and reclaim justice for the senior. Suddenly the sword demon called him back and advised, "Before I go, I have one more request. I hope that after you have the strength, you can protect Doc Ko family completely. Then, choose a person to be your disciple and pass on the Universe Sword Classic to that person." Without hesitation, Tu Van immediately agreed. The senior was assured that the junior would definitely follow the senior's instructions. The great uncle's body gradually disappeared with each shock of the formation. He stared at Tu Van and poured out his last words. "The formation is about to be broken, I have to go. The 9th continent has never had a sword emperor before. I hope you can deduce the 6th level of the Universe Sword Dictionary, become the first sword emperor, and complete the goal that I have not yet accomplished." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword demon's entire body turned into hundreds of millions of light spots that disappeared into nothingness. Tu Van was moved and bowed respectfully. "Senior, have a safe trip." Thinking about who caused the trouble in this place, he determined to deal with it appropriately. The Kim Si-da Bang outside has lost its forbidden energy. Today I will cut it to drink and have a farewell party for my seniors. Not long after that, the formation officially broke into large pieces, signaling the moment of collapse of the area inside. Tu Van clasped his hands like a monk who had attained enlightenment, but what he said was the complete opposite. Amitabha Buddha, today, poor monks must declare great slaughter and send you beasts to Taitian to meet the Buddha, he shouted loudly. With a great Brahma palm, a giant hand flashing a swastika symbol shot straight towards the group of holy beasts. With an aggressive nature, Kim Si Dai Bang immediately flew out to block the move, and at the same time fanned his wings to respond. Human, your opponent is me. The blade shadow created from the flapping of the wings contained a terrible level of energy that made Chu Van not dare to fight hard but had to quickly dodge. After some back and forth, he turned to respond with 18 demon-killing hands. Dozens of palm seals were released at the speed of sound accompanied by the howling sound of the wind. Kim Si Dai Bang successfully waved its wings to block Chu Van's attack. Taking advantage of the opponent's free time, he rushed forward while summoning the diamond phantasm. The eagle also responded by raising its wings high, performing an eagle movement, creating another eagle illusion. The magic generals from opposite sides simultaneously rushed straight at each other. A concussive explosion appeared in the center of the contact area. Not stopping there, using the light as cover, the holy beast spread its wings to stealthily grab Tu Van and eat it immediately. But with his combat experience forged in blood and sweat, Tu Van immediately realized his intention and immediately used his diamond seal to block the opponent. Not having time to transform its body in midair, the golden eagle directly suffered damage. Fortunately, thanks to super-fast reflexes, the beast moved the attack to the side of its wing instead of right in the middle of its face. Witnessing such a scene, Chu Van couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is so fast." Zhao Long stood outside and observed, praising endlessly. As expected of a divine beast, the strength of the Golden Si Dai Bang is truly strong. Phi Tien Su Tiger commented in fear, "This person is really strong. If he wasn't in the spirit sacrifice realm, I'm afraid he wouldn't be suppressed by the Golden Si Giant." And the Black Crow further strengthens his inference. This person is feared to be a disciple of the Buddha sect in this life. Returning to Tu Van, after a while of exploration, he determined the battle plan. The world's martial arts cannot be broken only by speed. This guy's speed is hard to deal with. It's a pity that I can't use magical powers like invincible fist seals. It seems that only magic swords can be used. Without hesitation, Tu Van raised the sword high, and at the same time focused all the energy flowing inside the treasure. Since I've agreed to kill the great Kim Si and make a farewell party for the Sword Demon Senior, I have to say I can do it. Sensing the change in the opponent's aura, Kim Si Dai carefully observed. "Huh, what sword is this?" With a strange black tattoo stretching across his bicep, Tu Van smiled and pointed the sword straight at the divine beast, and coldly pronounced the verdict. "The sword is to kill you." The holy beasts surrounding him were extremely frightened when they realized that what he was using was a holy weapon. There is indeed a holy weapon in that palace. Damn, this guy actually got the holy weapon. Kim Si Dai Bang is in danger. Flying Tien Su Tiger still had a glimmer of hope and said, "Not sure yet. His cultivation level cannot use much of the power of the holy weapon." Returning to the main battlefield, the eagle used all its strength to control the golden eagle demon face to fly towards the enemy, determined to take him to sell salt. Tu Van was no less competitive. He swung the magic sword in his hand to continuously slash, creating a flaming blade shadow aimed straight at the beast's position. Both moves collided violently, eliminating each other's energy. Suddenly, the sword in Tu Van's hand transmitted extremely unpleasant negative and tyrannical emotions into his body. Knowing it wasn't time yet, Tu Van gritted his teeth and tightened his entire body's muscles to fight the side effects of the holy weapon. He groaned. His head hurt so much. However, with his steadfast will, the minister temporarily stabilized his body. "No, we must kill it before its mental state is affected." He turned the tip of his sword towards the enemy and then desperately used all his physical strength to throw it forward. The agile eagle suddenly stopped. It groaned and cried out. Its mind was affected. It could not move. Moreover, he changed so quickly, it turned out that the sword's mind-distorting ability not only affected the owner, but also the enemy. Just like that, Tu Van easily rushed forward and stabbed the giant holy beast in front of him, making it helplessly moan and scream. While focusing all his attention on finishing, Tu Van's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Here, he was surprised to realize that the sword in his hand was following the wound, greedily absorbing everything it came into contact with. Witnessing the horrifying scene of thorny tentacles sprouting from the sword, Tu Van commented with an unsightly expression, In this matter, the demon sword not only wants to kill the opponent, but also wants to swallow all flesh and blood, really. Too cruel. In just a moment, the golden eagle's entire huge body was completely absorbed. All that remained was ash and dust that dissolved in the wind and clouds. As if all that flesh wasn't enough, the tentacles now reached out to wrap around his hand holding the sword. Tu Van was horrified by the treasure's aggressive attitude of wanting to devour the owner. "Mom, no, my people want to swallow it too." Fortunately, thanks to the special internal effects in Buddhist techniques, he successfully used golden light to gradually make the tentacles retreat, thereby regaining control of the demon's sword. Tu Van felt, what the sword demon predecessor said was right. This sword cannot be used casually in the future, otherwise, the more creatures it swallows, the more unable it will be to restrain it. Tu Van carefully looked at the sword and considered his future, returning to the group of holy beasts observing the fight. Perhaps the fact that a character like Kim Si Dai Bang sold salt was no different from an explosive wire that ignited a storm called panic in their hearts. Kim Si Dai Bang was killed by him. How is that possible? It's broken. Now even if we join forces, we are no match for him. Go quickly, this person's holy weapon is too terrifying. Absolutely not an ordinary holy weapon. Each child used all their strength to flee to save their lives. To go quickly, the scene of the escape was extremely chaotic. A wolf with crimson fur was rushing away, suddenly stopping when it realized danger was near. It turned out that Tu Van had aimed at it, and used the great Brahma Saint palm to knock the monster aside. Vomiting a liter of blood due to serious internal injuries, the holy beast roared with ferocity mixed with madness and hatred for humans. Being cornered, thousands of sharp flying needles were immediately released, creating a rain of hidden energy that rushed towards Tu Van. "I risk you." Despite the beast's remarkable efforts, Tu Van simply activated the 9-Dragon Divine Flame cheat, a transparent membrane covering him that neutralized all attacks on him. Tu Van then responded by using 8 demon-killing hands to kill the opponent. There was a loud noise, and the wolf was immediately blown into slag without having time to say another word. However, because he had spent too much time with the animal, Tu Van had to regret letting the rest escape. Running really fast, trying to count the number of times of enlightenment is not easy. Next, go to the center of the 1,000-demon battlefield. The number of holy beasts there must be a lot. The appropriate system sound rang out. Ding! Defeating a genius from a saint or higher, rewards 10 times enlightenment. Time passed quickly. It was a few days later. Inside a secret cave, the sounds of monsters and humans suddenly rang out. A giant female rabbit with pure white fur, adorned with some pink highlights, especially on her head. She also wore a wreath and one ear had a piece of paper stuck on it. It seemed to beg, "Demon monk, as long as you let me go, I guarantee I will take you to find a great opportunity." The object the beast was aiming for was none other than Tu Van, who was leisurely munching on grilled meat on a skewer, the ghost monk. "Is this the nickname you guys gave me?" The rabbit affirmed yes. Afraid that the other person would be offended, the demon beast quickly explained, "I heard that people are as crazy as demons, killing golden eagles. That is a supreme divine beast. You are really very powerful. I admire you greatly." For the sake of his life, he was willing to put aside his face to praise him. But Tu Van's attention was focused elsewhere. "Stopped. Let's talk about the main thing first. What is the great chance? Hope is really the great chance. Otherwise, my skill in making braised rabbit meat is not good." "It's not bad." Faced with threats that didn't seem like a joke, the big rabbit felt a chill down his spine, and then silently complained in his heart, "Wow, this is the first time this old lady has seen someone with such terrible appetite. Besides, I heard that the monk is not a vegetarian." After regaining composure, it slowly revealed the information. It was truly a great chance. The battlefield of thousands of demons has a great tomb of the demon emperor. It is about to open. I know where it is. Tu Van glared with eyes like a hunter looking at the delicious prey in front of him. "Demon emperor's great tomb. I feel like you are lying to me. How can such a thing be left to a group of people of this level to explore? It must be a demon saint, after all." To make sure the other person was not seducing him, Tu Van summoned a demonic sword to threaten him. Hearing that rabbit meat is very delicious, the rabbit's survival instinct immediately made the rabbit tremble like a leaf, and he swore up and down, Don't do anything, listen to me, it's a great chance." Big Rabbit brought out everything he knew and declared everything. "Great demon monk, in that demon emperor's tomb, although there are no imperial soldiers and imperial scriptures, there is a strong emperor's Tao. 1 month of cultivation is equivalent to several years. In addition, there are also all kinds of insights engraved on the tomb walls by the great emperor, which are of great help to people. Perhaps temporarily believing a little, Tu Van asked, "What is your name?" Although he didn't know what the other person intended, for the sake of his life, the rabbit had to honestly say, My name is Bak Nak Lan." Hearing that, Tu Van calmly declared, "Well, call Tu Bak, from now on, follow me and be my mount." He also added another sentence, "Good or bad, he is a holy beast, barely qualified to be my mount." The rabbit looked surprised at the new owner's words. He couldn't understand what the hell was going on in Tu Van's mind to be so arrogant. This person's name isn't Tu Bak, but he still wants to ride me? I'm a female rabbit. Tu Bak proposed a suggestion, sir, but he interrupted. "From now on, call me master, do you hear?" Knowing there was nothing more he could do, Big Rabbit felt sorry but still weakly resisted. "Yes, master, I want to say that you are the strongest genius of the human race." That arrogant attitude of using a rabbit as a mount is really not suitable for your status. In a happy mood, Tu Van nodded in agreement. "What you said makes some sense." Seeing that he could still save the situation, Little White tried to flatter him to the sky, right? This time the Demon Emperor's door opened. There were definitely many divine beasts coming. "Based on your strength, capturing a few of them is very easy." But Tu Van did not fall for the bait that easily, he simply hummed. After that, he jumped onto the rabbit's head, held both ears like joysticks and commanded, "So, you lead me to the Demon Emperor's great tomb." Tu Bak was completely speechless at the opponent's behavior. He cursed in his heart. "Ugh, didn't you say you would capture the sacred beast as a mount? Why are you still riding?" But because of his precious life, the holy beast quickly carried him to the designated location. Looking at its unsightly expression, Tu Van threatened, "What, do you have an opinion?" Tu Bak quickly made an excuse. "No, master, you sit firmly, now I will take you to the Demon Emperor's great tomb." The giant beast's body rushed away, leaving smoke and dust behind. On the way, the two encountered many different types of holy beasts, the majority of which were non-avian species. Tu Van commented, "It was really bustling." Tu Bak expressed his question, "You've been through more than 10 waves of holy beasts, aren't you afraid?" He confidently asserted, "What do we have to fear?" Tu Bak appeared to be genuinely concerned on the outside. "Master, with so many holy beasts, are you alone their opponent?" But in his heart he harbored another plot, an extremely evil monk. Domineering. "If I provoke him a little, he will definitely go crazy." Tu Van reacted, "I suddenly felt that what you said made some sense. You are really good." Suddenly he said a green sentence. "So, I have decided, you will be my mount for the rest of my life." Suddenly trying to harm himself, Little White's face turned pale when things didn't go according to the script. "Who would want to be your lifelong taboo? Isn't this bastard very devilish? Why did you suddenly become so humble?" A while later, the big rabbit stopped at a cliff in the forest. Right in the middle of the canyon in front of him was a strangely shaped pyramid emitting powerful energy, above which were countless demonic beasts circling. Confirming that he had come to the right place to look, Tu Bak announced, "Master, this is the Demon Emperor Diamo." Suddenly, an eagle with an appearance similar to the one that Tu Van had defeated before flew past. When the birds nearby noticed the eagle's appearance, they began to gossip. "It's the golden eagle. I heard that the golden eagle was killed by a demon monk." Another one made a guess. "You idiot, this is definitely another golden eagle, perhaps temporarily brought here by a strong man of the Golden Eagle clan, preparing to seek revenge from the demon monk." Returning to Tu Van, because he did not know the inside story, he asked about his position. "Tu Bak, your demon race has so many golden eagles, why is there another one?" Tu Bak honestly provided the answer. "Master, the Divine Beast clan is extremely rare, the entire Golden Eagle clan has less than 10 in total." He suddenly understood the reason, saying that, "Is the Golden Eagle in front of him coming to seek revenge from me?" Faced with those senseless words, Tu Bak secretly despised him. "Wait, don't you know and still pretend?" Suddenly, a dangerous idea arose in his mind that made the rabbit's face change. Revenge. That is to say, if that Golden Eagle discovers that the person on his back is a demon monk, he will be destroyed. Seeming to have guessed some of the big rabbit's thoughts, Tu Van threatened while hiding in the wreath on its head, "Tu Bak, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I warn you, I am a little dangerous, the first to die will be you." Tu Bak immediately denied it. "Ugh, you think too much, secretly fearing you in your heart. This ghost moon is really cunning. The birds in the air did not know that the person they were looking for had appeared but continued to discuss with each other. Kimthap Luke, aren't you trying to escape the realm? Why even come in? The animal responded, the ancestor brought me here to kill the demon monk. Have you seen him? They all shook their heads in unison. Haven't seen it yet. Suddenly one turned to look at the group of monks gathered nearby. But the humans were coming. Perhaps they knew it. Kim Si Dai Bang roared fiercely to put pressure on. Aotn, you people are so bold, you dare to kill our divine beasts. And now you dare to come to the demon emperor's great tomb, thinking that our demon clan does not exist. People? When he was not dragged into any matter, the monk arrogantly frowned and replied, the injustice has a head, the dead has a master. If you have the courage, you will find a demon monk to take revenge. Of course, if you want to find a way to die, I will fulfill it for you. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from him, Tu Van stuck his head out to observe. Who is that guy, so powerful? Tu Bok provided information. Master, this is the saint from the 10,000 Swords village Ngao Tien. Do you not know him? In my heart, I feel disdain. A person like you would listen to the background of a strong man from a demon race like me. No one else. Tu Van silently recalled the news he had heard. 10,000 Swords Mountain, a holy land opened by a swordsmith. It is said that not only does he have a sword saint, but he has also cultivated many sword saints. No wonder Ngao Tien gives people the feeling of being stronger than a golden eagle. However, when I break through to the state of awakening, I will definitely be stronger. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with a confident demeanor appeared and commented, "What a bustling scene." The flying birds were simultaneously surprised when they realized her identity. Tan Bang Noyet is here, a demon of the Qin family. The holy beasts present all showed panic on their faces. There's nothing good about her coming, stay away from her. Tu Van was once again confused. Who was this woman? Why did she seem to be stronger than Ngao Tien? Tu Bok obediently reported, Master, she is the little princess of the first family in the world, the Tien emperor of the Qin family, extremely scary. Even our demon race doesn't dare to provoke us. Hearing the name of the Tu Van family, he was shocked and exclaimed, the North Sea Qin family, the ancestors who once founded the only unified empire in 9-2 continent, were called the Qin Tien Emperor. Every heavenly emperor is extremely terrifying. This Tan Bang Noyet comes from the heavenly emperor family. No wonder the monsters are also afraid of her. Having been robbed of all his attention, the eagle thought bitterly, damn, she's so overbearing. But I really can't touch her. Helpless, not daring to do anything to Tan Bang Noyet, the birds changed the topic to Tu Van to vent their discomfort. Has the demon monk arrived yet, you turtle with your head back? Do you dare come out here and fight with me? Tu Bok Nan, when the opportunity was right, used the plan to provoke the general. Master, he was scolding you, but Tu Van had the presence of mind to not expose himself. Let him go. The idiot just scolded him a little and went out. A mature adult man must know how to be calm, be able to bend and stretch. But the fish didn't take the bait. Tu Bok was anxious in his heart. Mother, isn't that right? You are a demon monk, crazy about eating animals. Are you afraid of a bird? Shouldn't you be angry and rush out and deal with him? That's the six-pointed one. What the hell is a mature man? The rabbit constantly curses the owner on his back. Seeing no response, the group of holy beasts nearby turned their attention to the demon emperor Diamo. Wow, this is a great chance. That's right. The divine power of a holy beast. One step up to heaven. One still stubbornly scolded Tu Van to get rid of his anger. Where is the demon monk? Where is the ghost monk? Suddenly the great tomb shook violently. The barrier on top gradually formed a lightning tornado, signaling that the opening moment had come. All the creatures present here unexpectedly turned their eyes to the same place. The demon emperor's great tomb was open. Even though he was quite far from the center of the tomb, the terrifying pressure of radiation was still enough to make Tu Van's complexion change. So scary! Even my 10-trained mental force felt such great pressure. Is this the great emperor? On the contrary, although Ngao Tien stood right next to the entrance, he successfully fought through the outbreak with his powerful strength. As expected of a great emperor, even though he has been dead for many years, his prestige is still so terrifying. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the golden eagle looked disdainful. This demon emperor's strength is comparable to the heavenly emperor of your human race. Do you consider him an ordinary emperor? While the two sides argued, the tomb door gradually opened. causing a fierce wind to be released as if to block the way of those who dared to approach. The group of demon beasts did not falter but took turns rushing forward, creating a majestic scene, each class pushing the previous class. But it seems the results are not very positive. The sound of collisions continued to resound loudly, resulting in the vast majority being shot back. Only a few people with strong strength were able to continue to penetrate the barrier layer. Seeing that, a Lion King turned his head and roared to announce to the remaining demon beasts, "All those weak people go away." Not a holy beast, without the awakening level of cultivation, there is absolutely no right to enter the imperial tomb. The great golden lion raised its wings high, and led the army of demonic beasts straight forward, following me inside. Not to be left behind, the monks also quickly advanced with the two frontline volunteers being none other than Gao Tian and Tan Bang Noyet. Taking advantage of all the attention being focused on overcoming the barrier, Little White secretly carried Qiu Van through customs. While moving, because he realized the unusual atmosphere here, Qiu Bak directly advised, "Master, this place has evil spirits, we should still go a little slower." But Qiu Van was still determined to keep it at the same speed. "No need. I will help you block the evil spirit, you can just move forward." As soon as he finished speaking, the Q-Long Divine Fire Swap technique was immediately activated. Qiu Bak's entire body was covered without any gaps in a shimmering barrier of Buddha light. Suddenly, Qiu Van shouted loudly, "Great Brahma Heavenly Palm!" He directed the attack straight towards the top of his head, causing Qiu Bak to panic, not understanding what was going on. Suddenly, a flying demon beast did not have time to react and received the full attack. The system announcement sounded, "Ting, defeat a genius from a saint or higher, reward 10 times enlightenment." Qiu Van was secretly pleased with his unique idea. Hee, there is no need to kill, just defeat to get the reward. So what are you waiting for, jump on it. Then a series of tragic fireworks continuously exploded inside the Demon Emperor's great tomb, and dozens of unlucky demon beasts were suddenly put on the attack list by Qiu Van. Lying comfortably on Qiu Bak's back, Qiu Van's smile became more and more inhuman as he enjoyed the torture in the air. I beat, ha 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 ha. Thinking about it, I still don't understand what he's doing. Qiu Bak asked, "Master, a single attack from these holy beasts won't have much of an impact, so why do we have to elaborate on such a thing?" Qiu Van didn't care at all and immediately ordered, "No more wasting words, just go your way. In my heart, it's like a flower blooming with natural blessings from heaven, what do you know?" In just a moment, more than 100 times of enlightenment had come to hand. Coming to this great tomb of the Demon Emperor was indeed right. Time passed quickly until half an hour later. At this time, the two masters and servants were present in an open plain. In the distance was an extremely large courtyard. Qiu Van eagerly commented, "It seems we have reached the center of the great tomb. Let's go, let's find the opportunity." As he moved, he took inventory of his harvest. On the way here, he gained more than 800 times of enlightenment. It was truly a great harvest. Suddenly, a storm roared in, and the silhouette of a golden eagle appeared in midair. With its giant body, it roared angrily, "Demon monk, you have indeed come." Annoyed at being stopped, Qiu Van glared at it. "What's the point of calling your monk, anyway? What's here is just a spirit clone. If it can't be avoided, then do it. What the hell are you afraid of?" When the eagle saw that he had nothing to fear, he became angry and determined to take the person in front of him to pay homage to his grandparents. "I must chop you into 100 pieces." In a situation of boiling hot water, suddenly a female voice rang out, "Little monk, it is indeed you." Qiu Van turned his head to look in surprise. He was completely surprised when the person who appeared was Tan Bang Noyet, a person who had nothing to do with him. As soon as he realized her presence, the majestic golden eagle had to stop for a moment, fear forcing the divine beast to immediately turn around. "It's that woman Qin Bangyu. If she's here, there's no chance anymore. Leave, find the opportunity in the great tomb first." Thinking about it, the eagle ran away with its tail but did not forget to threaten, "The ghost monk, when he goes out, he will kill you. Cherish this last month of your time." Seeing that the danger had passed, Tan Bang Noyet gave detailed instructions. "Little monk, this is where the Demon Emperor lived in the last years of his life. Many insights can be inferred from here. I hope you can have the opportunity to break through to the awakening stage, then you won't need to be afraid of that bird anymore." Qiu Van nodded and replied, "Thank you." Before parting, Bang Noyet calmly smiled, "No need, on the battlefield of thousands of demons, People will of course help each other, and take care. Her kindness without asking for anything in return surprised Tuvan. Perhaps this is one of the rare times he feels the so-called truth, goodness, and beauty. Waiting until her body completely disappeared, he turned and entered the building. We should also look for fate. Leaving the majestic mountain and forest scene behind, Tuvan slowly walked in alone, exploring the opportunity that was waiting to be discovered. After briefly scanning the internal situation, Tuvan gradually came up with a plan. Again, having enlightenment is useless. During this time, we must pay more attention to the exercises and supernatural powers. Suddenly, as if by induction, a series of characters simultaneously lit up on the nearby wall. He was surprised and then carefully examined the contents spread above. Tuvan almost couldn't believe what was happening. This was a horrifying chaos. His eyes seemed glued to the earth-shattering discovery he had accidentally encountered. After a while of observation, Tuvan came to the conclusion that it turned out to be a chaos scripture borrowed from the Chaos Holy Land. Also, after the decline of the Chaos Holy Land, he certainly did not dare to oppose a demon emperor. He muttered to himself in the quiet space, using the Chaos Scriptures to comprehend for 3 days. I have molded half of the Chaos body. Only the last layer remains that cannot be completed. Great Emperor of Chaos, I am really not as good as it is. I have comprehended Chaos for hundreds of years and created half a set of great magical powers of Chaos Palm, but it is not as good as Chaos Fist. In his mind an idea suddenly flashed, selling great supernatural powers. This thing is much stronger than my current magical powers. Not wasting any time, Tuvan immediately sat down to meditate and practice, thinking, this must be the place where the Demon Emperor understands. I've just been comprehending it while cultivating the Chaos Palm. Spiritual energy gathered around his body, the illusory Tai Chi map continuously circulated behind him. Just like that, Tuvan fell down with all his heart and soul. This feeling was so wonderful. I don't know how much time has passed, but I only see Tuvan stretching his arms out to the sides. His aura is extremely strong, the whole building shakes continuously. Only now did he open his eyes. The 2 eyebrows widened, clearly showing satisfaction. Phew, he has broken through to the awakening realm, and the Chaos Palm has also been practiced. That's so good. He cheered to himself as he felt a surge of power throughout his body. Suddenly a familiar sound rang out, interrupting my thoughts. Little monk, you're finally awake. The person who spoke up was none other than Tan Bang Noyet. She did not hesitate to praise her. It seems that you have taken a lot of chances, and have truly broken through to the state of awakening. Instantly understanding everything, Tuvan clasped his hands, bowed and happily replied, Thank you, Fairy Tan, for helping me protect the Dharma. Bang Noyet urged, Let's go, 28 days have passed, everyone has gone out. I have protected the Dharma for you until now. Remember that you owe me a great favor. Tuvan nodded frankly. Fairy Chin, don't worry, my demon monk knows how to repay gratitude. He suddenly thought about the period of time he was immersed in practice. 28 days. Has it been so many days? When they stepped outside the building, waiting for the 2 of them was a golden eagle and a group of demonic beasts surrounding them. The eagle roared, Demon monk, you are finally out, Tan Bang Noyet. This is a private grudge between me and him. It's best for you not to get involved. Hearing that, she no longer stopped and stood aside. Okay, since it's a private grudge, then no one can get involved. As for Tuvan, he started to anger the flying bird. Kim Thap Luke, are you in such a hurry to reunite with Kim Thap Thap? To avoid a long night full of dreams, the eagle aimed straight at him and flew at an extremely breakneck speed. Demon monk, today I will definitely grind your bones into ash. Tuvan immediately answered by waving his palm, his mouth still not giving in. I'm afraid you don't have this ability. Immediately afterwards, an earth-shattering explosion took place, the destructive force from the epicenter directly affecting a large area. A dazzling light burst out accompanied by a whirlwind that blew away everything from trees, rocks to living creatures nearby. After struggling through the sweep, the faces of the holy beasts were filled with pure horror and terror. This demon monk has broken through to the awakening stage again. Kim Thap Luke is about to exit the awakening stage, right? He can resist. I'm afraid only the disciples of the Buddhist sect can explain this matter. Sure enough, what the group did not want to happen was that Tuvan's elevation to his realm had come true. When the crowd was chaotic, Tu Bok immediately turned around and ran away. This pervert is so powerful, I have to run quickly. Returning to the main battlefield, the eagle saw that his opponent was safe and sound and shouted, "Demon monk, you have the right to let me attack with all my strength." Kim 13 Kim Si Dai Bang deployed the great magical power of the stick seal, following which, a monster in the shape of a giant fish suddenly appeared with extremely characteristic wings on both sides. The holy beast had the opportunity to stare wide-eyed at the sacred beast's massive body, hundreds of meters tall. What magical power is this? So powerful, the golden eagle is truly powerful. As for Chu Van, when he witnessed the physical difference between the two sides, he was equally surprised. This was a great miracle. Without giving him time to react, the giant fish immediately crashed into the position where Chu Van was standing, and the surrounding rocks suddenly cracked into hundreds of thousands of small pieces. The group of monks observing in the distance were talking excitedly, "Are you dead? I see that this time the ghosts have increased." Gao Tian also shares the same opinion. Being able to force Kim Thap Luke to use his magical powers, this demon monk is quite powerful. But that's all. Contrary to popular opinion, the trust that Tan Bang Noyet has in Tu Van is still intact as at first. You underestimate the demon monk too much. At that moment, suddenly the fish's body emerged abnormally, accompanied by vibrations erupting with each rhythm, rumbling loudly. Suddenly, a huge hand sprouted from the ground, knocking the fish into the air, which was Chaos Palm, Tu Van's signature move. The quiet atmosphere enveloped all living beings present. Each person could not be more surprised. All at the same time focused their eyes on one point. Tu Van followed the crack that appeared on the ground. He clasped his hands and summoned an illusory Buddha image with an extremely massive body. At the signal, a loud hand flew and pressed directly against the fish. With a huge size difference, the scene before your eyes is no different from a person using his hand to swat a tiny mosquito. But the consequences were extremely terrible. The heat wave spread and burned everything in a large area. The mushroom cloud formed dozens of kilometers high, clearly demonstrating the level of devastation of the collision. Touch. After a while, the smoke and dust gradually subsided, giving everyone the opportunity to clearly observe the situation inside. Right in the center, a fish with two wings was barely breathing in and out. Its eyes were white, lying on its belly in the middle of a huge hand-shaped dent. Tan Bang Noyet smiled proudly at her ability to see people. "Why, this lady is right? He will not lose to Kim Thap Luke." Suddenly the fish soared into the air, and at the same time loudly threatened, "Demon monk, don't get complacent too early. Today you must die." It immediately pulled out a golden hair exactly like the golden cross that it used. Realizing that her opponent had escaped through a lifetime thanks to dirty tricks, Bang Noyet shouted indignantly, "Why the hell is playing with forbidden weapons still training? That's not right. It doesn't seem like it came to practice. It came to kill demon monks." She quickly discovered the opponent's true purpose. Gao Tian standing next to him completely agreed. That's right. Taking advantage of the time when Chu Van had not yet had time to deploy his defense, the fish's entire massive body slammed straight towards him. "Ghost monk, die for me." It turned out that it was determined to use the ultimate technique of using meat to crush people's bodies to kill Chu Van went to the board to count the numbers. In just a split second, Chu Van's entire body was hidden under the shadow of the monster, looking as if the poor ant was about to be crushed by the cutting board. Faced with a situation that hangs by a thread, Chu Van's mind quickly thinks of a solution to escape death's door, taking advantage of being covered, using all his strength, otherwise he absolutely cannot win. Time was at the cost of his life. He immediately mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body to turn his hand into gold. Then, he immediately unleashed a palm strike that had accumulated the maximum amount of energy within his current ability. In just a split second, the Chaos Palm was activated, a giant hand shot out, and it fought the entire body of a fish weighing hundreds of tons. Win! The sound of collision was extremely deafening. With the profound knowledge he accumulated, Tan Bang Noyet quickly discovered something unusual in the technique that Tu Van used. While looking at the monster dropped from the air, she silently guessed his origin. This little monk is a bit strange. The aura he showed just now doesn't seem to be like a Buddhist practice. Who is he anyway? Tu Van sweated with the sharp senses of the person behind him. Haven't she already discovered it? This Tan Bang Noyet is also very scary. At this time, the monster's massive body had returned to embrace the earth, only to hear a loud thud. Knowing that this was not the time to be distracted, Tu Van flew forward to completely destroy the unconscious enemy in front of him. He killed this great snake first, and then spoke. But life is not like a dream. Suddenly from nowhere another flying bird jumped out to block his fatal blow. When looking closely at its appearance, Tu Van became surprised and silently lamented, This is the divine beast Tat Phuong, whose existence is close to the 10 strongest divine beasts. Hitting the little guy turned out to be the big guy. Tan Bang Noyet could no longer endure the evil tricks of the demon clan, and blamed him to his face. Tat Phuong, your demon clan is too shameless. It's okay for Kim Thap Luke to use forbidden weapons, now even you are involved. Do you think that our human race has no people? In order to save face, the divine beast Tat Phuong took advantage of having a larger number of troops and appeared to challenge him in return. Tan Bang Noyet, what do you want to do? Do you think we demon beasts are easy to bully? The monsters that found support also followed suit. That's right, who's afraid of who? The demonic beast's rude attitude touched the monk's self-esteem, causing Gao Tian to not be able to keep calm and pointed at them and shouted, There are a lot of people, aren't they? At most, the fish died and the net was torn. Perhaps also afraid that there would be an unnecessary, brutal killing, Tat Phuong used an excuse to ease the tension. Tan Bang Noyet, this battle stops here. You humans have already killed a golden eagle. I cannot let you kill the golden eagle again. Knowing the thoughts in the other person's heart, Tan Bang Noyet is even more disdainful. If you are afraid of death, don't come. As for the divine beast, it really makes people look down on you. However, because of the big situation, no one continued to act. Tat Phuong took the opportunity to use his legs to grasp the body of the comatose fish with white eyes. The goal was achieved. The divine beast flapped its wings and flew away but did not forget to leave a provocative word. Less proud. I will wait for you on the holy road. Seeing that the danger was over, Tan Bang Noyet ordered the group of monks to disperse. She clasped her hands behind her back and approached Tu Van. You guys go first. I want to say a few words to the demon monk in private. Gao Tian has no reason to object. Standing in front of Tu Van, she excitedly said, Little monk, this lady has to go. You haven't told me your name yet. Even though she saved him, he still cautiously replied, Everyone calls me a demon monk, you can also call me a demon monk. Bang Noyet goes straight to the point. What I want is my real name. But Tu Van is not stupid enough to reveal everything to a stranger. He moves his lips to talk about things. Monks value purity of the 6 senses. Do not touch foreign objects. Real names have long been forgotten. Fairy Tan just keeps on telling the truth. It's okay to address yourself casually. Faced with such a cunning opponent, Bang Noyet turned around and left, being petty and not saying his real name. Tu Van bowed silently. Suddenly she threw a leaf-shaped piece of jade pendant to him and instructed, Forget it, if you have time, bring it to Back High to find me, don't forget you still owe me a big favor. Tu Van happily smiled and said goodbye. The monk remembered, well, the monk had no choice but to hide it. Holding the jade pendant with the word, Loi, engraved in his hand, he knew it was time for him to leave this place. The number of enlightenments has ended, so it's time to go to a new place. Without hesitation, Tu Van crushed the item, followed by a cracking sound. Immediately, his whole body was swallowed by the space vortex as if it had never existed. The scene changes to the battlefield of thousands of demons, only to see Loyan standing with his hands clasped in front of the vortex in the air. When he saw Tu Van return intact, with no injuries to his body, he felt secure in observing his progress. Entering the awakening scene, not bad. Where do you want to go next? Tu Van said his prepared plan. I want to go to a place where I can practice swordsmanship. Surprise covered Loi Tu's face. He asked again to be sure, swordsmanship. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Tu Van deployed the swordsmanship he had learned around his body. Yes, I have obtained a copy of the swordsmanship standard from the battlefield of thousands of demons. Realizing the hegemony of the practice, he suddenly understood everything. This is the sword spirit of the sword demon Ko Kim. So I know where to take you. Immediately, lightning tossed sword towards another direction. Let's go. Tu Van obediently followed behind. The two people's bodies rushed at a terrifying speed, looking from afar like lightning in a thunderstorm. While flying, he suddenly threw Tu Van's body in one direction. Go away. The action was so unexpected that it made him scream loudly in the air. Tu Van was helpless and could only sigh in boredom. The old man really was too. Couldn't he be a little gentler? After a while, appearing in front of him were giant crystals sparkling and glowing. Suddenly realizing something unusual was hidden in the air, Tu Van frowned and thought, This mountain contains sword intent. Moreover, it is not just a sword intent. Where is this place anyway? Perhaps because he was too engrossed in his own thoughts, Tu Van accidentally landed with his handsome face on the crystal layer. Following inertia, his body crashed into the ground, creating a rumbling vibration that echoed throughout a large area. Witnessing Tu Van's entire miserable landing journey, the sword cultivators nearby had the opportunity to laugh freely. Hee hee, another idiot from the outside world. There are several like that every year. Not listening to advice, he dared to climb up Sword God Mountain for a moment, and then he would have to suffer. One guy looked at him with pitying eyes. Fortunately, Tu Van was completely unaware of those comments. He eagerly looked forward to what was waiting for him ahead. Sword God Mountain, we've already reached the eastern wilderness. Old ancestor is really fast. Dong Hon Kim then Sun is the holy land of swordsmanship in the world. It is said that the mountain was formed after the coming of the Tien Nguai divine sword. The great emperor cannot fly here. But the natural sword intent on the mountain is of great help to sword cultivators. Taking advantage of the time, he immediately set out to explore. Sure enough, everywhere was filled with sword intent. Loyan's choice was right. This place is definitely the best place to practice swordsmanship. He was extremely satisfied with his decision. The deeper he goes inside, the more Tu Van's desire to conquer explodes. It is said that, except for the great emperor, no one has ever reached the top of the mountain. I don't know if I can get there or not. As for the group of sword cultivators from before, when they realized his breakneck movement speed, they all experienced how not to look down on others. This person is definitely a kendo genius. Mom, I'm dizzy. He's running, right? With such great sword pressure, he can still run. It seems we were wrong. A moment later, Tu Van stopped in front of a giant crystal to observe the whole scene. Unexpectedly, before reaching the foot of the mountain, this natural sword intent was already so strong. He exclaimed. Along the path of travel, he ran and tried his best to feel the changes around his body. The impurities in the kendo were constantly becoming purer under the sweep of the sword intent. This feeling is magical. With each step, the suppression from the sword intent became more and more intense. Unlike other people, Tu Van happily raised his hands freely to enjoy the terrifying pressure that was continuously pressing on his body. This is the true great sword intent. He was delighted with the new discovery. Suddenly, a young man in a pink-colored outfit appeared and greeted him warmly. At a young age, he had already comprehended the essence of sword intent and entered the realm of human sword unity. What an amazing talent! Every gesture of the young man's arms and legs exudes a romantic, scholarly demeanor. The sword of Hoa Lang Tam. Tu Van politely greeted. You guys are too complimentary. Lang Tam proactively introduced himself. Dear Hoa Lang Tam, may I ask about your brother's great name? To avoid revealing his identity, Tu Van made up a fake name in order to defeat him. He thought to himself, pretending to be Dak Ko Kim's descendant. Hearing about his family name, Lang Tam was extremely surprised. Dak Ko, is it possible that you are a one-generation descendant of the Dak Ko family? His attitude immediately changed. To avoid giving a bad impression, Lang Tam respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. Dak Ko's family is majestic, and each generation has outstanding talents. My younger brother had the opportunity to meet each other. It was truly a blessing for 3 generations. Tu Van also politely said a few words. Brother Hoa is too complimentary. Searching for places where Brother Hoa lives is like thunder in your ears. If you impersonate yourself, you have to do it right. He showed admiration in order to outsmart the other person. The sword masters of Thunder Qian are the strongest sword saints in the 9 Tu continent. If you don't count the emperor, he is the first quasi-emperor, terrifyingly strong. Hearing a proud man praising his sect, Hoa Lang Tam responded even more happily. Unexpectedly, the Dak Ko family finally had a descendant. That year, Senior Dak Ko Kim became famous for a while. He exclaimed, I'm not as powerful as Senior Dak Ko Kim, it's also my first time going out to practice. Seeing that Lang Tam seemed friendly, Tu Van also took the opportunity to express his heart's desire. Brother Hoa, can you tell me a little about the geniuses of the eastern wilderness? I want to challenge you once. Hearing that, the young man honestly recounted. If it is said that geniuses are still the most numerous in Central Earth, the 6 great holy lands gather many heroes in the world. In this life Central Earth also appeared a few supreme beings, especially one the pervert named Qiu Van was able to rely on his mortal body to form a semi-chaotic body, sweeping away the great heroes in the middle of the earth. And was invincible at the same level. Suddenly receiving praise made Qiu Van's mood even more comfortable. Qiu Van is extremely talented, resounding throughout ancient times, unparalleled throughout time immemorial, and truly has the qualities of a great emperor. Although he was happy, he did not forget his mission. However, I am preparing to go to the eastern wilderness to practice first, then go to Central Earth. I don't know what kind of great things the Wild East has. Lang Tam did not know the other person's true identity, so he still wholeheartedly became friends. He immediately brought out a silk scroll that looked very precious. Speaking of wild geniuses, then you have to look at this sword list. Accordingly, the recorded content includes the first rank of Thunder Sword Pavilion, the second rank of Noctuet the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, and the third rank of Dik Ko Tan, and Dik Ko Aristocrat. Holding the scroll in her hand, Qiu Van had a series of questions. Hoa Lang Tam patiently explained about the heavenly tables and sword tables of the Sword Pavilion, which are divided into 4 simple tables. Heaven, Earth, Wind, and Hong. Each single table has 10 people. The heavenly table is above the saints, the earth table is above Nirvana below the saints, the mystic table is above the sacrificial spirits below Nirvana, the yellow table is the sacrificial spirits below. After a round of observation from top to bottom, Qiu Van had a preliminary view of the strength of the Eastern Wild Holy Land. Indeed, an expert like a cloud, the Holy Son of 10,000 Swords, Gao Tian, was only ranked 7th in the mystic table. Lang Tam happily provided more information. Of course, the sword list is just a single list of swordsmanship masters, but there are many masters in the Heavenly Emperor family like the Deep family who do not use swords. Stacking the scroll neatly, Qiu Van spoke up and thanked Brother Hoa for his guidance. Lang Tam tried his best to flatter. Brother Dak Ko is being polite. You are a one-generation descendant of the Dak Ko family, and you must have a halo of 10,000 feet. At that time, I hope Brother Dak Ko will definitely take more care of him. Suddenly a young man walked in and interrupted the conversation. Are you a descendant of the Dak Ko family? Qiu Van cautiously replied, yes, this brother is. Immediately, Lang Tam jumped out to introduce himself. What Brother Dak Ko did not know was that this person was Bok Bang, Brother Bok, a 6th-rank expert. Bored, Bok Bang approached Qiu Van, his voice full of challenge. Humph, heir of the Dak Ko family, do you dare to accept a sword from me? With his aggressive nature, Qiu Van immediately drew his sword and responded. What don't you dare? Seeing that, Lang Tam was startled and advised, why do you two have to do that? Brother Bok, Brother Dak Ko just went out to practice, has no hatred or resentment towards you, why do you have to? But Bok Bang has now unsheathed his sword, each stream of powerful spiritual energy continuously resonates with his breathing. Brother Hoa doesn't need to say more, my grandfather was once defeated in the hands of Dak Ko Kim. Today, the Dak Ko family has a descendant, I Bok Bang will of course take some lessons. In response to his opponent's sky-high morale, Qiu Van also cheerfully pulled out his magic sword to compete. Of course he will accompany him, he bluntly declared. As soon as the two attacked, hundreds, thousands of sharp sword intentions automatically activated, the space where they stood quickly exploded, causing all 3 of them to be pushed aside. Lying on the ground, Lang Tam continued to promote his role as a guide. Taking action here would lead to a sword attack. If you two really want to compete, let's see who can go further. Feeling that this was a good idea, Bok Bang definitely agreed. This place has similar sword intent. Whoever goes farther will certainly be more powerful. He immediately stood up and declared war. Okay, you brat who has just mastered the unity of the human sword, go in the back and inhale the smoke. Qiu Van responded contemptuously. Even if ordinary people take one step ahead, they cannot change the final destiny. Seeing the kid named Bok walk away without turning back, Lang Tam suddenly understood the reason. I remember that your senior Dak Ko Kim defeated Bok Bang's grandfather, and said that his swordsmanship was third-class swordsmanship. As a result, Bok Bang's grandfather was extremely depressed, and to this day he has not taken a single step out of the sword citadel. This is the Bok family's humiliation. That's why he's so angry. He sighed looking at the stubborn back of the Bok guy, but Qiu Van's point of view was completely opposite. He frowned and commented, his skills were not as good as others, He did not think about how to chase, he only knew hatred. What was it if he was not a third-rate swordsman? The words made Lang Tam sweat and think, yes, the people of Dak Ko family are really arrogant in terms of swordsmanship. The crowd gathered around to watch, noisily spreading the news to each other. Bok Bang, ranked 6th in the black list, has competed with someone else. There's a good show to watch. However, that person looks very strange. I heard that he is a descendant of the Dak Ko family. A few hours later, 3 people appeared halfway up the mountainside, led by Bok Bang. The group had difficulty walking due to having to fight the pressure caused by sword intent along the way. With her strength unable to row any longer, Hoa Lang Tam had to withdraw first. Brother Dak Ko, keep going, I've reached my limit. Tu Van nodded okay. Leaving aside Lang Tam, he continued steadily on his journey of discovery. Witnessing that smooth movement, Bok Bang gradually became worried. How is that possible? He caught up again. No, I must win against him. To maintain distance, he gritted his teeth and used a secret technique to increase his resistance, only to see a lot of blood pouring out of his mouth. Tu Van always maintained his attention on Bok Bang, so he quickly noticed the abnormality, and secretly despised the other person's childish ways. This idiot burned his spiritual energy to move forward. Once his spiritual energy was exhausted, he would definitely be blown away by the natural sword intent and suffer serious injuries. However, the sword intent here is completely similar to my own sword intent on the earth. Can I absorb it? A bold idea suddenly arose. Thinking about it, Tu Van did not hesitate to carry out his guess. Waves of sword intent began to converge towards him. Feeling hundreds of streams of sword intent converging right in the middle of his chest and then easily being absorbed into his body, Tu Van felt like he had a flag in his stomach. This is really good. According to his control, a transparent membrane made of sword intent covered Tu Van's entire body. He was secretly pleased with his unparalleled intelligence. The pressure was completely gone. It's like a fish taking to water. Bok Bang, let me see how you compete with me. In just a few breaths, Tu Van easily let his opponent inhale smoke. Bok Bang's eyes seemed to burst open when he witnessed that process. King Hong lost his temper. Millions of questions why flared up in his head. He passed. How is that possible? He suddenly broke out again. Just as quickly, hatred began to spread throughout Bok Bang's body, causing him to burn his blood to regain the leading position. No, even if I die, I have to win against him. But before he could take another step, he fell backwards, spitting out blood putting from his mouth like a goddess scattering flowers. Indeed, the calf was not afraid of the tiger. Down the slope, Hoa Lang Tam didn't know anything, so she still focused on planning to become friends with Tu Van. She was here practicing sword intent and waiting for Brother Dak Ko to come down. Brother Dak Ko has outstanding talent. You must definitely make friends. Suddenly, a shadow rolled down, startling him as he watched. When he clearly saw the face of the unlucky person, Bok Bang, Lang Tam was scared to death. Bok brother, he screamed loudly. Afraid that something unexpected would happen, Lang Tam quickly ran over to check. Brother Bok, are you okay? But Bok Bang was now able to regain his balance. He used his hand to wipe away the stain, showing that there was nothing to worry about and that I was fine. Brother Fan Hoa, please convey this message to the descendants of the Dak Ko family. Strong sword intent does not represent strong strength. I was at Sword City waiting for him to fight. If he didn't dare to come, then he would be admitting that the swordsmanship of the Dak Ko family was nothing more than that. Before leaving, he turned around and asked, "That's right, what is the name of that descendant of the Dak Ko family?" Lang Tam replied honestly, "He is a lonely man seeking defeat." Hearing that, he immediately prepared a response plan. "I can't do it alone, I have to be here to spread propaganda to avoid letting that guy get away." Witnessing his miserable defeat, the image of Tu Van's talent in Lang Tam's eyes increased a lot. Dak Ko sought defeat but was able to surpass Bok Bang in terms of sword intent. Didn't he just comprehend the realm of human sword unity? Returning to Tu Van, he was still moving forward while exploring the hidden properties of this place. This stormy sword intent contains endless sword intent of all kinds of attributes. This is when I reached the mountainside, my earthly sword intent was already complete. What a good place, let's start cultivating the Cosmic Sword Classic, maybe the other books can be perfected too. After thinking about it, he saw that the plan was extremely feasible, so he immediately started implementing it. followed by the Wind Chi right. Time flies by. It's already been half a month. Seeing Tu Van's figure still diligently training and getting stronger day by day, he was extremely satisfied with the results achieved. Finally, the Wind Sphere, Ice Sphere, Fire Sphere and Lightning Sphere have all been cultivated. Next, constantly climb the mountain, absorb the natural sword intent, and cultivate the remaining 4 types to perfection. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, there were countless sword cultivators coming to take advantage of the opportunity, including Hoa Lang Tam, who was doubtful when he waited and did not see him come down. Doc Ko brother has been there for half a month. Is that too exaggerated? The number 1 mystery list, Ao Wushwang, can only stay there for 5 days at a time. The remaining sword cultivators gathered together and discussed loudly. Have you guys heard anything? The descendant of Doc Ko family Doc Ko seeking defeat appeared, about to fight with Bok Bang in Sword Citadel. I heard about it. Now the entire eastern wilderness is talking about this. When the time comes, you'll definitely have to go check it out. Seeing how fast the news spread, Lang Tam frowned in worry. This Bok Bang intentionally spread the news, probably worried that brother Doc Ko would not accept his challenge. Guess he's about to be unlucky. Doc Ko brother is so outstanding, he must quickly report this matter to the Sword Pavilion Master. He is afraid that the sword list is about to change. He could not bear to watch Chu Van suffer. He immediately found a solution. Lang Tam quickly launched the flying sword into the air. At the same time, in the area of the Sword City, a tall tower shaped like a giant sword tip poked straight into the blue sky. Above were countless concentric circles with densely detailed magic formations that looked extremely complicated and ornate. Bok Bang's figure with his hands behind his back appeared. He turned to ask, "Is there any movement on the Sword Divine Mountain side?" The servant respectfully replied, "To tell the young master of the city, Hoa Lang Tam has always been waiting at the foot of the mountain." The descendant of the Doc Ko family seemed to be still training in the mountains. The news was so shocking that he didn't dare believe what he had just heard. "It's been more than half a month and I still haven't gone down the mountain once." "Are you sure?" he asked. The servant affirmed, extremely certain, because there was someone watching over him day and night. Starting to regret a bit about his impulsive decision in the past, Bok Bang carefully pondered. It seemed like he had underestimated him. In terms of sword intent, he was more than 1 level stronger than Gao Vo Song, but he had already announced to the entire world, so now there was no way back, so he immediately ordered, "Bring me the sword of ice and snow. Starting today, I must maintain my sword." Hearing that, the servant continued, "Young city lord, the ice and snow sword is a holy soldier. Based on your current strength, it is basically enough to maintain this sword." Bok Bang didn't pay much attention. It seemed like his mind only had 2 words left: duel. I must win. Only the ice and snow sword can help me. Using blood essence to nourish the sword will consume the source, but at least you can use the ice and snow sword once. I must wash away the shame that the Bok family has carried on their backs for thousands of years. The scene changes to Tu Van. He is still moving forward on the journey to conquer the mountain peak, when suddenly a stone stele collides with his gaze. What especially caught his attention was the content engraved on it: "In this life, he will definitely become a sword saint." Signed, Gao Vo Song. After reading the inscription, Tu Van could not help but praise the author of the stone stele. The young master of 10,000 Swords Villa, Gao Vo Song, has come to this place. It's really powerful. He's not as bossy as me. However, for Tu Van, this was just a small entertainment show. He quickly returned to his spiritual practice. Water sword intent has also reached perfection, getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain, waiting for the opportunity to come find him and compete. The scene changed again, a large area with many pavilions and pavilions located on the top of the mountain. Gypsies often call this place Sword Kak. At this time, there were many people gathered in the large yard. A white-haired and bearded man spoke up. Hoa Lang Tam sent a message, saying that a descendant of the Doc Ko family had appeared and was now climbing Divine Sword Mountain. A younger person commented, "Father, each generation of descendants of the Doc Ko family can be outstanding at one time. I don't know what step he can take." It turned out that the rich man was the famous sword master named Loi Chien. He held the flying sword and messenger in his hand. He slowly said, "Let me see, he just appeared in the world. Even if he is more against the heavens, it is still good." Only, suddenly the master's expression changed. Surprise was clearly visible on his face, full of traces of time. The thing, how could this be possible? How could he go to that place? Perhaps he saw Tu Van's current location. After an arduous journey, he has now completed his initial goal. Phew, finally made it up. In front of him was the top of the Divine Sword Mountain, where a magical stone stele was engraved with thousands of glowing characters. Realizing the unusualness of the object before his eyes, Tu Van attentively read the content of the note on it. Extremely happy is what Tu Van thought in her mind after reading it. Ranked first in the heavenly table, the word left by the strongest sword saint, Loi Qian. This is an emperor-level magical power, the Sutra Sword Classic. Looking across the world, the only person who can climb to the top of this mountain is me, Loi Qian. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tu Van meditated and practiced directly on the spot. Secretly praising the author in his heart, this person's sword intent is extraordinary and transcendent. This shocking lightning sword is called the fastest in the world, and is worthy of being the strongest sword saint at present. Returning to the group of people on the sword pavilion, Loi Qian's son saw that his father was unusual, and immediately approached to ask, "Father, what happened?" It seemed like there were so many things going on that words alone couldn't describe them all. He had to raise his hand to demonstrate his skills, so you guys could see for yourself. Accordingly, a mirror made of spiritual energy appeared. Above is a picture of Tu Van diligently practicing. The crowd was surprised to see what was being reflected. Could this be the top of the Divine Sword Mountain? How is that possible? Has he reached the top of the mountain? Are the descendants of the Dak Ko family all evil? The pavilion master nodded in agreement. Not bad, this is the peak of the Divine Sword Mountain. He explained to all of them, "Son, Sword 1, Sword 2, Sword 3, you are all masters of the profound table, but his sword talent is countless times stronger than yours." Second Kim wondered, "Master, did Senior Dak Ko Kim also reach the top of the Divine Sword Mountain that year?" Loi Qian shook his head and said, "No, Dak Ko Kim is only a little stronger than you guys, the distance to the top of the mountain is still very far." Hearing those comparisons, everyone in the group was even more in awe of the talent Tu Van possessed. This person is too scary. That's right, after Dak Ko Kim, the Dak Ko family is about to lead an era, which is truly admirable. Realizing the importance of Tu Van, Loi Qian immediately made a decision. "Where are you? Go tell Ho Lang Tam. You must be on good terms with this person." The disciples quickly obeyed. Suddenly, Tu Van stood up and approached the stone stele. That behavior made everyone present in a commotion. Parents, viewers, it seems he also wants to leave a note. Sword not directly criticized. That's too rude. What qualifications does he have to leave the same words as his master? I really don't know how high the heavens and the earth are. The two swordsmen had the same idea. That's right, that's really unreasonable. But Loi Qian promptly stopped his anger. There was no need to be angry. What he wrote was not wrong at all. It was truly something to be proud of. It turned out that Tu Van, after finishing his practice, had used his own strength to carve on the stone stele the words, "Lonely seeking defeat, this year is 18 years old." Then he continued to move forward to the cave. Standing at the cave entrance looking at the interior far below, Tu Van couldn't hold back his curiosity. So he went into the cave to see. The secret of the Divine Sword Mountain must be there. Just like that, step by step he walked along the stairs leading inside the cave. Suddenly something appeared that made Tu Van stop for a moment to observe. Here, right before Tu Van's eyes, a divine sword with an ornate appearance resembles the masterpiece of a famous artist, surrounded by beams of light, creating the feeling of being transported into a galaxy of space. Witnessing such a magical scene, Tu Van could not help but praise, "Oh my God, this is an imperial soldier, the sword of the great emperor." While extremely happy, a question suddenly appeared to him. Strangely, why didn't Loi Qian bring this sword back? Suddenly a sharp voice replied, "Because he cannot use this sword." Tu Van cautiously looked around. Who is talking? From out of nowhere, a young woman who had just turned 20 with a face that harmed the country and the people appeared next to the treasure. "It's me talking to you. I am the sword spirit of this sword, and you are the 9th person to appear here. After so many years, finally meeting a living person, it's so happy." His voice clearly showed joy after so many days of suffering the loneliness of the sword spirit. The existence of the successful girl aroused curiosity in Tu Van, the 9th person. Except for Loi Qian, there were others. "Are you an emperor?" Sword Spirit nodded and replied, "That's right, the 7 people in front are all great emperors. Loi Qian is also a quasi-emperor. Only your strength is the weakest." He was so weak, he could actually die with just one breath. Without comparison there would be no pain. Her words made Qiu Van uncomfortable, but she didn't know how to refute them. However, he quickly ignored it and continued to express his concerns. If so, why didn't those great emperors take her away? Kim Lin smiled and explained, "Those great emperors are not in line with my religion. Using me on the contrary will limit their strength. Besides, they already have their holy soldiers. Of course they won't need me." Tu Van continued asking, "So what about Loi Qian?" Recalling past events, Kim Lin frankly commented, "Loi Qian was not bad, but the swordsmanship he understood was not the same as mine. However, I feel that you are the most likely choice." Hearing that, Tu Van thought he was confused, so he pointed at his face and asked, "Me, is it because I'm handsome?" Sword Spirit shook his head, "Of course not, because to refine and take me away, you need to comprehend 7 types of sword intent. Loi Qian only comprehended 1 type, you have already comprehended 5 types. Having gained momentum, Tu Van conveniently asked, "So what are the remaining 2 types?" But perhaps because the explanation just now was too much saliva, Sword Lin began to absent-mindedly respond, "How do I know? I was just born not long ago, my brain is still a blank, you should understand it yourself. Go." Tu Van was immediately depressed, his whole body no longer had the strength to turn around and leave. Seeing that, Kim Lin panicked and tried to hold on. "Hey, why are you gone so quickly? Stay and play for a bit. Loi Qian is just like you, just say go and go." Just listen to Tu Van tiredly answer, "Don't worry, wait until I understand the 2 types of sword intent and I will come and marry you." "Hey, can Loi Qian not go? Seeing a holy soldier without a master but not being able to take it away, staying here also makes me feel sad," he exclaimed, putting himself in the mood of the old master. After that, Tu Van just like that, carrying the funeral procession down to the foot of the mountain. Hoa Lang Tam happily waved his hand and signaled, "Brother Dak Ko, you've finally come down here, I'm here." Surprised by the other person's appearance, Tu Van wondered, "Is Brother Hoa still here?" Lang Tam tried his best to express himself, "I'm already familiar with Brother Dak Ko, so I'm still waiting here. I'm a little curious about where Brother Dak Ko got to." Hearing that, Tu Van tried to probe, "If I said I had reached the top of the mountain, would you believe it?" Of course, Lang Tam didn't believe it at all, but in order to maintain a good relationship between the 2 sides, he had to smile bitterly. "Ugh, if Dak Ko brother doesn't want to talk, then I won't ask too much." Reaching the top of the mountain, Brother Dak Ko really knows how to joke. Suddenly remembering his uncle's instructions, Lang Tam seriously announced, "That's right, I'm staying here because I want to conveniently tell Dak Ko brother, Bok Bang has already prepared the stage at Kim's Citadel, wait, go there and fight with him." But the response was only a disdainful attitude from Tu Van. "I have seen his swordsmanship before. If I can't stand a single blow, I'm too lazy to fight him." Knowing that he did not understand the situation clearly, Lang Tam began to explain in detail. "Brother Dak Ko, Bok Bang has spread the story of your challenge with my brother throughout the wilderness. Many sword cultivators have come to Sword City. If you don't come and fulfill your promise, I'm afraid it will affect the reputation of the Dak Ko family." Tu Van clearly looked uncomfortable. Unfortunately, this person does not like being forced by others. Suddenly he thought that he could take advantage of this opportunity to fight with strong people, so he turned to wonder, "That's right, among the top 5 people in the black rankings, is there anyone coming to watch the battle?" Lang Tam replied, "Yes, we have the 2nd and 3rd swords of your swords." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately discovered the other person's intentions. Could it be that Brother Dak Ko wants it? Tu Van nodded happily and admitted, "You guess right, I'm too lazy to play with that Bok Bang guy. But Sword 2 and Sword 3 can really compete." Without wasting any more time, the 2 of them immediately set off and rushed through the air. Tu Van spoke up, "Let's go, Brother Hoa, to Sword Citadel." Scene changed to the Sword Castle area. Seeing that Bok Bang was focusing all his attention on cultivating the Ice and Snow sword, suddenly a servant rushed over to announce, "Tell the young lord of the city, just now I received the news that the defeated loner has gone down the mountain." Then, flying towards the Sword City, Bok Bang immediately woke up. He frowned angrily when he thought of Tu Van. Did he finally go down the mountain? Unable to bear to see him harming himself, the servant tried to advise, "Young city lord, you have damaged your foundation by using blood essence to raise your sword for half a month. In this battle, even if he wins, it will still be a loss and a loss, is it worth it?" But Bak Bang did not care at all and declared, "For the glory of the Bak family, everything is worthy." It seemed that holding the ice and snow sword in his hand gave him a feeling of absolute confidence. Bak Bang ordered, let's go to the ring to wait for him." A moment later, at the main castle's arena, when the players were not yet present, hundreds of thousands of people who had come to watch the battle were already filling the stands. There are too many people, it's a waste of words. It is rare for the Dak Ko family to have a descendant born, of course they have to come and see. Suddenly, a person shouted, attracting the attention of countless eyes, "Look, aren't those the second and third swords of the sword station? They've arrived too. It seems that the news is not wrong. Is war really about to start?" At this moment, on the field, Ngao Tian jumped out to challenge, "Sword 2, I've been waiting for you for a long time. While the lonely group hasn't yet decided to defeat, how about you and I have a competition?" But the third swordsman of the sword faction came forward to block his plans. "Ngao Tian, your rank is still below mine. How can you challenge my senior brother? Go through my door first and then talk." Sword Tam then took out his weapon and challenged, "Come!" Hearing that, Ngao Tian immediately swung his sword and slashed it vertically at his opponent. "Then take my sword." The sword energy then rushes straight towards the opponent. Kim Tam promptly brought out his weapon to block. The two streams of power directly collided, forming a very tense tension. The central area of the battle area was under too much pressure, creating a deafening explosion and smoke and dust rising into darkness. I only saw the swordsman take a few steps back and had to use his weapon to defend himself to keep his balance. He scolded, "Despicable, this sword of yours is a half-holy soldier." But Ngao Tian did not feel humiliated but instead took it as an honor. He was very satisfied with the treasure in his hand. We people of 10,000 Swords Villa were originally sword-casting masters. I personally cast this sword, and I personally raised it to become a semi-holy soldier on the battlefield of 10,000 demons. Why can't we use it? Quietly observing the situation for a while now, the second sword finally spoke. "Ngao Tian, your blood demon sword has leveled up, you really have the qualifications to fight me." When the two sides were about to attack, suddenly Bak Bang jumped out from backstage and interrupted. "Today is the decisive battle day for me and the descendants of the Dak Ko family. Please fight another day." At the same time, Chiu Van and Hoa Langtam just happened to fly to the ring. Seeing the target appear, Bak Bang smiled fiercely as if he was sure of victory in his hands. "Alone in pursuit of defeat, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time." But contrary to the guy's wishes, he didn't even glance at him, but turned to ask Lang Tam, "Who is the second sword?" Right now, Ngao Tian was stunned observing Tu Van's face. Many doubts arose in his mind. Why does this person look like a demon monk? Also, didn't he already wish to fight Bak Bang? Why was he looking for him? Towards the second sword, he replied with the same coldness as before. "I am the second sword. Why is brother Dak Ko looking for me?" Just like that, Tu Van happily pulled out his sword to challenge the person in front of him. I often heard Brother Hoa mention the reputation of second brother sword. Today, when I met him, of course I wanted to receive a lesson. I hope your second brother's sword will be fulfilled. Lang Tam, standing next to him, was scared to death when he heard those words. He was extremely panicked and silently scolded. "Damn it, since when did I mention the prestige of the second sword to you? I must drag him in." Suddenly, Bak Bang's cursing voice rang out, "Lonely and defeated, you dare to play with me." He growled like a crazy animal about to lose control, his face turning purple with bitter anger. It's clear that Tu Van's indifference deeply affected Bak Bang's pride. Witnessing that scene, Tu Van just smirked in a more contemptuous way. "Playing with you, you think too highly of yourself. What are you? You also want to challenge me. Have I agreed to your challenge yet?" Not paying attention to Bak Bang's next reaction, Tu Van shifted his gaze elsewhere. "Kim's second brother, come." Hearing that, Sword 2 was not polite and added, "Okay, brother Dak Ko, please." Immediately, Tu Van's aura changed. He started by using the earth element sword. 3 branches of earthy yellow spiritual energy were summoned. Tu Van shouted, "Earth Chi roll," followed by 3 huge slashes were fired, limiting the opponent's vision. But the second sword easily glided across thanks to activating the shocking Lightning Sword classic move, Lightning Step. Not surprised by the other person's level, Tuvan simply smiled. Lightning, not bad at studying, unfortunately I also know. Before he finished speaking, he deployed the Lightning Step but at an even faster speed than before, making the second sword unable to react. He was extremely frightened when he only saw a flash of lightning flash before his eyes. What? Taking advantage of the moment when the second sword revealed a loophole, Tuvan firmly stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground to use the one sword to destroy the 9 pearls, causing the ground and rocks with him as the center to continuously crack open, forming a wave of vibrations. Violent shock. With a bang, he directly suffered the full impact of the move, causing the second sword to be thrown back without being able to resist anything. Seeing that terrible fighting ability, everyone was wide-eyed. Hoa Lang Tam and Sword Tam had the same thought. This is the lightning department, he has cultivated to perfection again. The audience was equally surprised. It was so powerful. One move blew away the second sword. The second sword was ranked 4th on that ranking. The Dak Ko family's successor was really powerful. Despite the heated discussions in all 4 directions, Tuvan still maintained his focus on the match. He waited for the other person to stabilize before speaking. Second brother Kim, can you use your sword yet? Knowing that this was not an easy bet, the second sword quickly jumped back a distance to conveniently draw the sword. Okay, brother Dak Ko's talent is truly amazing. Lightning God slashed. Both shouted at the same time. 2 identical attacks collided at the same time without a second's difference. Suddenly, the aftershock from the epicenter of the contact detonated with a powerful destructive force no different from what an artillery shell could create. Lang Tam lost control and shouted, "How does this lonely girl who seeks defeat know our classic lightning and sword classic?" Sword Tam had to explain himself. Master said he left the scripture of thunder and lightning sword on the top of Sword God Mountain, which he saw when Dak Ko went up there to seek defeat. But no matter how I thought about it, he could learn it so quickly. He couldn't help but admire Tuvan's dizzying comprehension speed. Faced with those words, Lang Tam now understood the saying he heard in the past. At the top of the mountain, it turns out that what Dak Ko brother said was all true. Returning to the battlefield, Tuvan continued to use the divine sword, but with significantly increased speed and power, causing the second sword to struggle to cope. Terrified by his attack, the second swordsman worriedly thought to himself, how is that possible? Not only is he a lightning slayer, he has also practiced it to perfection. Immediately afterwards, a large area was engulfed in Tuvan's lightning, creating a majestic but dangerous scene. A moment later, when the smoke and dust cleared, the image of the miserable swordsman, one hand supporting the sword, one kneeling down, gradually appeared. Kim Tam quickly ran to catch him. "Senior brother, are you okay?" Tuvan spoke up reassuringly. "Don't worry, he's okay. When you go back, invite Senior Loi Qian to extract the lightning from his body. If you practice for a few more days, you'll be fine." Knowing that the other person had deliberately been lenient to reduce the injury, Kim Tam looked at him, nodded, and said, "Thank you." Tuvan responded, "No need to be polite." Suddenly, an unexpected incident happened. Bak Bang jumped up from nowhere, pointed his sword straight at Tuvan and shouted loudly, "Dak Ko wants to defeat, take my sword." Seeing the guy take action, Ao Tien showed disdain, relying on blood essence to stimulate the power of the holy sword. What a piece of trash. The audience was extremely impatient for Tuvan's fate. Many people became dissatisfied with Bak Bang's shameless actions. Is that a holy sword? Next, the girl's request was completely defeated. Bak Bang is truly a vile person. That's right, holding the holy soldier and sneaking in, how can I block it? As for Tuvan, he frowned and glanced at the perpetrator as if he were looking at a moving corpse. If you dare to sneak attack me, then don't blame me for killing you. Bak Bang put all his strength into the slash to destroy his opponent in one move, but Tuvan just gently raised his sword to block without any damage. Seeing that his opponent was weak and still wanted to fight, Tuvan was determined to let him know that the consequences of playing stupid are not cheap. Bak Bang, this is what you found yourself. In just a moment, a series of new moves learned from Sword God Mountain were completely tested by Tuvan on Bak Bang's body, starting with one sword and earth crushing 9 provinces, causing the earth and rocks to shake loudly. Next was an ice sword with 3,000 li. The sword strokes from Tuvan's hand created the scene of waves crashing against the shore. Then came the sword's mental whirlwind. each twisted whirlwind rushing towards the tip of the sword, forming a sharp attack. Not stopping there, Chu Van used the fire element of the sword and applied it directly to the sword of the 9,000 chain of flames, only to see the stream of fire spiritual energy rolling like an angry fire dragon waiting to devour the enemy. And to end the chain of attacks, Chu Van rushed down from the sky at supersonic speed, his body and weapons surrounded by hundreds of flashing lightning strands, which were the swords of lightning and thunder that destroyed the five musics. Witnessing the series of moves easily performed by Chu Van, everyone present here shouted in unison, 5 types of sword intent, surprise clearly visible on all their faces. The cheers of the audience revealed their passionate admiration for Chu Van, a genius, a peerless genius. How can my brother be able to practice like this? It seems that the level of each type of sword intent is very high. As for Bok Bang, he had to suffer tons of damage, causing him to vomit blood and fly back a distance before he could regain his balance. But the bitterness and anger completely overwhelmed his reason, causing the young master to temporarily forget the pain and stare at his opponent as if he wanted to devour him alive. Not caring about the injury on his body, Bok Bang gritted his teeth and continued to burn the blood essence, activating the power of Bang Tuet, helping him throw another sword. Contrary to his opponent's miserable appearance, Chu Van easily launched a counterattack against his attack. Electric light and stone fire, another terrible explosion was created, dazzling light accompanied by aftershocks spread, threatening anyone who dared to come into contact. Of course, Bok Bang had to take the brunt of the attack. Serious injuries appeared all over his body due to Chu Van's attack. His situation became increasingly worse. Bok Bang continuously spit out a lot of blood. It seemed he had no strength left to resist anymore. Looking at the young city lord's disheveled appearance, the crowd below the stands had the opportunity to talk excitedly. The holy soldiers have also been defeated. The sword intent is too scary. That single girl seeking defeat is too strong. But Chu Van has not stopped yet. He was determined to cut off the grass and eliminate the roots. Bok Bang, your end has come. The sword in his hand emitted a terrifying aura like a cross preparing to purge demons. Bok Bang was scared and tried to mobilize his strength to run away, but his body did not listen. No, you can't kill me. Chu Van did not care at all but coldly pronounced the sentence. You dare to kill me, I also dare to kill you. He took action directly. Tons of rocks and rocks crashed like meteorites crashing down on Bok Bang's head. Right in that moment of life and death, from nowhere an old man appeared, using just one hand to leisurely block all the damage. Thanks to that, Bok Bang was lucky to avoid a life. The old man angrily glanced at Chu Van and shouted, Dare to kill people in my sword city, do you not want to live anymore? Overjoyed to have saved a life, Bok Bang cried bitterly and hugged his leg. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and gently comforted him. Son, don't be afraid, with me here, no one can kill you. The crowd quickly realized his true identity and chatted excitedly. The city's sword lord Bok Hong is here. Next, she will no longer be able to perform. However, the senior cannot interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Earning success is enough to lose face. Many people expressed disdain for the dirty tricks that the Bok family's group had shown just now. As for Bok Hong, the old man raised his face and determined to attack Chu Van. This sword should be considered as a lesson to you. Not caring about the shame, he directly declared, If you have lost face, just be decisive, do not stop, abolish this heir of the Dak Ko family first, and then speak. The flying sword immediately rushed in front of Chu Van, bringing with it an extremely large amount of kinetic energy. With the current situation, there is no way he can peacefully receive it, but fear has not yet appeared on Chu Van's face. He just coldly glanced at the old man in front of him. Do you want to abolish me? Unfortunately, we also have a little background. Immediately from the air, a group of thunder crashed down, eliminating all of the city lord's lightning attacks. Realizing that the horrifying aura that had just appeared completely overwhelmed him, the old man immediately changed his expression and looked up to the sky, wondering which Taoist brother was the one to attack. Under Bok Hong, the Sword City Master, please give me a little respect, don't meddle in our Sword City's affairs. But the only response was a giant hand made of spiritual energy slamming down. A stern voice rang out, Face, what's wrong with you? Don't you like relying on the big to bully the small? Today, I will rely on the big to oppress the small. The sound clearly shows the angry attitude of the person protecting Chu Van. Faced with the pressure caused by the hand growing exponentially, Bok Hong was almost scared to death, and hastily tried to apologize. Senior, calm down. Junior doesn't know how he offended Senior. I hope your seniors are generous. The old man's face turned pale and he whispered weakly as he felt the overwhelming power from the move. A saint, absolutely a saint. At that moment, suddenly a streak of hot fire flew loudly in the air from afar. It quickly shot straight into the giant hand, creating an extremely destructive explosion, thereby successfully neutralizing the danger and saving the lives of the father and son below. The crowd of spectators present quickly made their guess that it was the old master of the Sword Castle. I heard that the old master of Sword City had always been in seclusion and didn't go out, but he didn't expect that he had become a saint. That year, he was also a genius in swordsmanship, and becoming a saint was also a matter of reason. Then an old man appeared with a majestic appearance. He began to speak for the city lord. You must be the protector of that little friend Doc Company. The disobedient son did not do his job properly. The old man will definitely punish him severely. I hope his friend will be less angry. Witnessing what had just happened, Ngao Tian immediately became excited, thinking that year Doc Ko Kim suddenly died in Nam Lin. This time the Doc Ko family must have sent a guardian to protect Doc Ko brother. Kim Tam pretended to laugh. Bok family, ha ha, what a bunch of idiots. But contrary to the old man's wishes, the owner of the giant hand did not listen to his explanation and still insisted on carrying out the punishment. What qualifications do you have to ask this person to calm down? If you don't pay attention to the rules, then I don't have to follow the rules. Following his words, a terrifying worldly pressure flowed from his hand directly aimed at the old city lord. Discovering that the opponent's realm was beyond his control, the old man's sweat dropped and prayed, You are a great saint, seniors, please calm down. The feeling of death approaching sent chills down his spine. But it was all too late. The giant hand just slammed down. A large area was forced into the ground in just a split second. The land cracked and filled with gaps. Too scary, too overwhelming is what the audience felt in their heads. The noisy noise echoed everywhere. It was broken. The old city lord Bok Hong were all dead. Many people were gloating afterwards. 5 times, 7 times I had to witness the dirty tricks of the Bok family. This is the end result of looking for death, not having even the slightest bit of temper. Death is also deserved. One strike to destroy the Bok family and Doc Ko world. The family is truly majestic and domineering. As for Chu Van, he also quickly used a move to pierce Bok Bang's chest, determined not to let the fish slip through the net. Want to run? It's late. Bok Bang's body fell down, dyeing the ring red, only to hear a thud. Then the ice and snow sword flew back towards Tu Van. Feeling the power hidden in the trophy in his hand, he was extremely satisfied with the results achieved. Deep Dai Dao's sword was sealed, and the magic sword was too strange. This holy sword has become ownerless, just suitable for me to use. Hoa Lang Tam came to join in the fun. Brother Doc Ko, now that you are ranked 4th on the blackboard, have you finished thinking about the candidates for the next challenge? Tu Van said politely, still hoping for Brother Hoa's advice. Lang Tam quickly made his own suggestion. You can easily defeat the first sword. The second sword and the third sword belong to the same vein. He is probably not your opponent, then only Ngao Vo's song is left. But Tu Van has other thoughts. In fact, it is not necessary to challenge the people of the sword list. I have mastered the 5 types of sword intent, and have also learned the Universe Sword Classic and the Lightning Sword Classic. And challenging people from the sword board doesn't seem to make any sense. If it was before, Lang Tam would have thought that he was arrogant and not self-reliant, but with what just happened, he was completely convinced by Tu Van's strength. If that's the case, there's a decisive battle waiting for Brother Doc Company. Do you know True Vo Cuc of the ancient Holy Land? Tu Van nodded. I know, the owner of the ancient sacred body, True Vo Chui, came to the Dong Hong to practice. It seems that he has fought to the point of becoming famous. Hearing that, Lang Tam immediately gave him news. 7 days later, True Vo Cuc had to fight decisively with Deep Phi of the Deep family. He is the only person who possesses the supreme body of our eastern wilderness, the immortal golden body. If Brother Doc Ko is interested, he can go observe the battle a bit and challenge the winner of the other 2. The words successfully aroused curiosity in Tu Van's heart. He immediately excitedly rushed into the air. Okay, so what are you waiting for? Let's go. Lang Tam also quickly followed. At this time, one morning, the weather was dry in Deep Tan. Inside the main lobby of a nearby building, two people were talking to each other. The person with purple hair is Deep Phi, and the person with orange-red hair is Deep Kim. Seeing Deep Phi's appearance, Deep Kim spoke up, "Phew, Brother Phi, you've finally left the customs. Otherwise, others will doubt that our Deep family dares to accept the challenge of Zhao Wuji's ancient holy land." Hearing Deep Kim say that, Deep Phi immediately smiled and happily replied, "True Vo Cuc, the ancient holy land, was the supreme being defeated by that perverted loner. He has come to the wilderness." Deep Kim immediately answered back, yes, he had put down the war letter, said he wanted you to open it personally, and also said a sentence, 7 days later, we will have a decisive battle with you, the location is chosen by you. Hearing that, Deep Phi immediately took the letter from his brother. Okay, let's see. I also took the opportunity to ask, that's right, before we went into retreat, didn't Bak Bang promise to fight with the heir of the Dak Ko family? Who would win? Hearing his senior brother's question, Deep Kim immediately replied, Bak Bang is truly an idiot, he was defeated by loneliness. That's it, Dugu's protector sought defeat with a single strike from Deep Bak Jia. Now the entire eastern wilderness, including our Deep family, also supports the Dak Ko family. The Bak family has fallen to the fate of dying in vain and being scolded. After listening for a while, Deep Phi also understood the situation. He picked up the letter, opened it and spoke, blatantly breaking the rules. The Bak family also took responsibility. Halfway through opening the letter, suddenly a bright light emanated from it. Immediately, that ray of light turned into a magic energy, creating a doll of true Vo Cuc, making Deep Phi and Deep Kim extremely surprised. Their will turned into text. Not stopping there, the doll suddenly launched a powerful fire punch, aiming straight at Deep Phi. Seeing that, he immediately punched back, responding to the doll's attack. Two powerful punches collided, creating an extremely large shock wave, vibrating the surrounding air. The number of shock waves was so great that it formed extremely powerful explosions, instantly pushing Deep Kim away. Deep Kim was surprised, but fortunately he was able to raise his hand to successfully block the attack. Overwhelmed by this power, he exclaimed, just one word, had such power. Deep Kim removed his hand to look and saw that the floor was almost completely broken. After being dealt a painful blow, Deep Phi was extremely angry and said, this true Vo Cuc is truly extraordinary. I'm afraid his fighting power is not below me. Deep Kim, you spread my word, 7 days later, I will fly the sword to fight him. Hearing what his senior brother said, Deep Kim immediately listened and replied, yes. The next war is hotter than ever. 6 days have passed, the decisive battle day is very close. On a beautiful morning at Deep Tan, Tien De Lao, as promised, Dak Ko was here to witness this fiery heroic battle. Seeing this, Hoa Lang Tam immediately went to the front gate to greet her. Dak Ko, brother, you've finally arrived. Everyone is waiting for you. Hearing that, Dak Ko immediately responded, there's something going on. I've been in retreat for a few days. I've kept everyone waiting for a long time. His mind was currently thinking about other things. It took nearly 6 days to refine the Ice and Snow sword, but it was worth it. Combined with the Ice and Snow sword, my combat power has increased significantly. Without wasting any more of her time, Hoa Lang Tam immediately opened the door and led him inside. Brother Dak Ko, come in quickly. Tomorrow is the day of the decisive battle for the only supreme being of the East, desolate Deep Phi. Such a big thing cannot be ignored. Now, all the young masters of the eastern wilderness are here. Only Brother Dak Ko is missing. The two of them walked for a while and finally arrived. As soon as they entered, Hoa Lang Tam boldly introduced to everyone, I have kept you waiting for a long time. This person is my friend Hoa Lang Tam, also a friend of the Sword House, alone and seeking defeat. Dak Ko Kwong then also continued to speak, respectfully sending greetings to everyone present there. Witnessing his unexpected appearance, everyone gasped in surprise, opened their eyes wide and looked up in admiration. He was truly alone. In one match, he was promoted to 4th place in the blacklist. Before there was no one. Dak Ko Kim, that year wasn't that amazing. From the crowd, a handsome young man stepped up, with his characteristic platinum white hair, clasped his hands and bowed respectfully and said, I'll lower my sword, pay my respects to Dak Ko Huin. Seeing that, Dak Ko wanted to fail and politely greeted him back. Since I sent Dak Ko to seek defeat, I have long heard about the great name of Brother Kim Not. The first sword brother is a true master of the second rank of the profound list. Receiving compliments, Tian Not was not arrogant at all, but humbly replied, Brother Ko is too complimented. Sitting at the table drinking wine, seeing the other two people greeting each other, Ngao Vo Song, who ranked first in the black rankings, felt extremely bored, so he spoke up, It's not interesting for everyone to drink like that, just play a game. Hearing Ngao Vo Song say that, a person there immediately asked, Yes, it's really very tasteless. What do you mean? Brother Proud, do you want to compete? Today, everyone here is a genius. With so much fun, fighting and killing isn't very good, right? Seeing everyone asking him, Ngao Vo Song burst out laughing, picked up the wine cup and said loudly, No competition today. The next main characters are True Vo Cuc and Deep Phi. We should still not show off our ugliness. However, it is difficult for everyone to gather in one place like this, and they are all swordsmanship geniuses. I suggest using a sword to prepare a drinking party. After hearing Ngao Vo Song's idea, everyone was bewildered. Deep Kim stepped up, turned and asked, What does it mean to use a sword to prepare a party? Seeing that, Ngao Vo Song immediately replied, Let me explain a little, everyone will understand immediately. Seeing that Ngao Vo Song suddenly pulled out this trick again, Hoa Lang Tam felt a bad premonition and quickly turned to whisper to Ko, Brother Ko, this person is the number one in the legendary list, Ngao Vo Song. I guess he did these things to target you. Hearing Hoa Lang Tam say that, she was surprised and asked again, Me? Hoa Lang Tam immediately replied, Yes, now everyone says you are more powerful than him. Realizing that this was probably a challenge, I did not feel afraid when I failed. On the contrary, I confidently said that although I was a bit arrogant, I felt that I was really more powerful than this guy. Ao Wu Song began to show everyone how to use a sword to hold a party. He picked up a full cup of wine, infusing it with a mysterious green aura. After a while, that cup of wine emitted blue smoke. Ngao Vo Song immediately threw it towards Deep Kim, then said, Deep brother, I respect you this glass of wine. Seeing that Ngao Vo Song committed a crime, Deep Kim also understood a bit and immediately replied, Is this using a sword to prepare a party? It's a bit interesting. Deep Kim immediately accepted the glass of wine. Seeing that, everyone around exclaimed in panic, using sword intent to surround the wine glass. This glass of wine is not easy to drink. That's right, first you have to neutralize the sword intent, you can't use too much force, otherwise the wine glass will break. The force must be precise, otherwise the wine will be thrown out. On the other side, Deep Kim was not a mediocre person but drank it immediately. He immediately used his energy, gradually erasing the heavy sword intent inside the wine cup. Witnessing this delicate process, everyone there was once again overwhelmed. This trick is really clever. That's right, use the force of rotation to wear down the sword intent, so the wine glass won't break. So smart. After a while of casting, the wine glass finally returned to normal without any cracks on the glass wall. Deep Kim immediately said, Thank you Ngao brother for the wine, then happily drank without anything happening. Hearing that, Ngao Vo Song immediately smiled and replied, Brother Deep is being polite. At this moment, in his heart, he had another thought. Although this Deep Kim was able to receive the glass of wine, the trick was too lucky, which was really disappointing. After Deep Kim, Ngao Vo Song immediately changed the subject to someone else, filled another glass of wine and said, Kim Not brother is an old friend, Ko brother is meeting for the first time. Instead, this second glass of wine honors brother Ko first. Hearing her name being mentioned, she did not hesitate and stepped forward to answer, Okay. Ngao Vo Song did exactly the same as before, continued to infuse the sword with sword intent, and then gave it to Ko to defeat, not forgetting to say, Brother Ko has surprised the world as soon as he appeared, there must be a new trick. This statement is intentionally aimed at the opponent. Everyone there also realized and immediately turned to each other to discuss. This Ngao Vo Song is really cunning. First of all, he blocked the way to cheat from the lonely girl to defeat. The simulation is really too ordinary. He doesn't say that he will be lonely and defeated, but he won't simulate it either. Loneliness and failure are in trouble. The glass of wine that belonged to Ngao Vo Song had now flown to the place where the lonely girl was standing. However, he remained as calm as a tank, standing still without the slightest sign of holding the glass of wine. Witnessing this, everyone felt extremely confused. Why did she not move when she sought defeat, and hadn't thought of a way to respond. So we can't do nothing, right? It's so weird. Hoa Lang Tam saw that Dak Ko was defeated like that and was extremely panicked, exclaiming, Dak Ko win. After a moment of silence, she suddenly opened her mouth wide and took a deep breath. The scene that happened next was truly surprising. The wine in the glass was suddenly and gracefully sucked into his mouth, and even Gao Wushuang's sword intent was absorbed into his body without any hesitation. She drank the entire glass in one fell swoop. His face looked extremely comfortable after drinking such a delicious glass of wine. The glass that was floating in the air suddenly fell down. She easily takes it with ease. Then, he stepped up, his face extremely confident, and said loudly, Good wine, thank you Gao brother. This made Hoa Lang Tam stand in a corner stunned, not knowing what to say. Everyone of course was extremely surprised at what had just happened before their eyes. They exclaimed, swallowed, unbelievable. Brother Dak Ko swallowed Brother Gao's sword energy. If the sword intention is different, it will be eliminated, and if not killed, it will be seriously injured. But it seems like Dak Ko brother nothing happened. The impressive performance of the loser made Deep Kim, who had used previous tricks to overcome, also take off his hat in admiration. Brother Dak Ko, your magical powers are unpredictable, I'm so embarrassed. Hearing that, the defeated girl immediately turned around and humbly replied, Brother Deep, you're too praising. Everyone there now feels extremely respectful of the lonely and defeated person. They talked to each other excitedly. The Dak Ko family was worthy of being a sword saint family, and each generation's descendants were astonished. That's right, it's extraordinary. The world of eyes has been opened. Ao Vo Cuc couldn't sit still anymore after seeing the lonely girl handle her glass of wine, so she jumped up excitedly. Brother Dak Ko is really awesome. I hope to have a chance to compete in the future. I was quite surprised to see this attitude, so I quickly replied, If Brother Ngao wishes, I can accompany you at any time. Gao Vo Song's excited expression made him think a few things. Was he an idiot like true Vo Cuc? Receiving consent from the defeated girl, Gao Vo Song immediately gave him a golden card and said, That's great. This is an invitation from the Sword Society. 1 month later, our 10,000 Swords village held a new sword festival. Swordsmanship geniuses in the world gathered together, inviting Big Brother Dak Ko to come. She immediately reached out to grab the yellow card. Holding it in his hand, he thought to himself, This sword festival has been famous for a long time. If you see it, you definitely can't miss it. Dak Ko smiled and replied, Brother Proud is polite, I will definitely come. After testing the two of them, feeling that it was enough, Gao Vo Song immediately announced, Brother Dak Ko has revealed this trick. I see that everyone is no longer in the mood to use swords to prepare a party. I announce the end of the sword-making ceremony, and everyone can start drinking. Hearing that, everyone started to return to their party. In a corner of the auditorium, Deep Kim, Hoa Lang Tam and the first sword were gathering together. Suddenly, Hoa Lang Tam asked, Sword not Big Brother, why did Deep Phi decide that the decisive battle location was Phi Tien Dai? It's an unusual place. Aren't you afraid something unexpected will happen in the future? Kim Not also had the same opinion as Hoa Lang Tam. So he replied, I also find it strange. I heard that place is where the 2 great emperors of the Deep family flew to heaven. Some people there had a chance, some people died there, some people went crazy there. Why choose that place? Seeing that the other 2 people seemed to be a bit too worried, Deep Kim immediately spoke up. These things are just rumors. In fact, on Phi Tien Dai there is only the opportunity that the 2 great emperors left behind. People with strong natural talent will reap rewards, but people with extreme personalities can easily go crazy and even die. Standing outside alone, she heard this, thinking in her head, geniuses are indeed a bunch of crazy people. He immediately joined the conversation and added, It seems that Deep Phi of the Deep family is truly extraordinary. I guess he is hoping that when he fights to the limit, he will get some chance from the non-immortal platform, allowing himself to go one step further. Scene change, now, at a towering mountain in Tien De Sun. On top of the mountain, Deep Phi is practicing with the 3 elders to prepare for the upcoming Great War. While Deep Phi was cultivating, the 3rd elder wondered, Deep Phi, why do you want to choose to fight with true Vo Cuc at Phi Tien Dai? Hearing the voice, Deep Phi, who was practicing, immediately turned and replied, 3rd elder, I once read it in an ancient book. It is said above that fighting in the place where the great Emperor's Tao destiny is deepest can perhaps trigger a disaster. Through the tribulation, you can get a huge harvest, and the right path will also be flatter. After listening to Deep Phi's explanation, the third elder felt very confused, expressed his concern, and said, I have never heard of this kind of thing, just based on rumors. In case I do something wrong, then I will be in trouble. Danger. Deep Phi immediately stood up and responded with an extremely confident tone. Whether it is true or not, we will know tomorrow. In fact, the righteous path is never safe. Therefore, in this life you must move forward courageously. Finally, this day has come, the day of the fateful battle. Right now, it's back to the ferry platform. A sea of people surrounded the entire stadium. Everyone is looking forward to witnessing this fiery, epic battle. Hoa Lang Tam and Dak Ko Ka Van were also present here very early to be able to occupy the best viewing spots. Today's appearance is quite surprising with a mask covering half of her face. This made Hoa Lang Tam wonder, immediately asking, why is Brother Dak Ko wearing a mask today? In response to Hoa Lang Tam's question, she only coldly said one word, like. Having encountered something like this early in the morning, Hoa Lang Tam was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Dak Ko brother really makes people unable to see through it. Even though he answered so bluntly, this mask had its reason, a reason that she could not say out loud. If he didn't wear a mask and was seen by that guy True Vos Cuc, only the devil knows what would happen. Suddenly the crowd became more excited than ever. Hoa Lang Tam looked up at the sky and immediately exclaimed, Duk Ko brother, look, those two peerless and supreme geniuses are here. She looked up and saw that True Vos Cuc and Deep Phi were now on the stage, looking at each other, ready to fight at any time. Deep Phi started the battle with a word, Brother True, no matter how far away he is from the middle of the earth, today he will definitely not disappoint Brother True. On the other side, True Vos Cuc heard that and replied coldly, That's good. The audience cheered louder and louder. True Vo Chui immediately used his strength and shouted, Come, Brother Deep Phi. Having finished speaking, he rushed forward with his fist. On the other side, seeing that his opponent was hot, Deep Phi also felt extremely excited and responded strongly. Then he also used his strength to rush forward and collide. Two punches with huge damage rushed into each other, instantly creating a huge explosion, making the whole sky light up. It was just the beginning, but already it was so terrible. The audience became even more excited and cheered even more enthusiastically. The fight was good, but the lonely girl who wanted to lose was paying attention to other things right now. He looked around, thinking to himself, a lot of spiritual thoughts were paying attention to this place, and there were also quite a few saints. It seemed like the Deep family valued Deep Phi very much. They probably don't know that they killed Deep Dai Dao. Everyone watching in the stands was extremely surprised by this power. They discussed together, the supreme body is really too strong. That's right, this gap cannot be compensated in the future. The important thing is, the supreme being also puts in a lot of effort. That's right, not to mention the great emperor's family also has special advantages. What's the advantage? Standing there, Aovo Song heard the noise and said, Just watch and you'll know. After the first attack, Deep Phi suddenly released a purple aura that was completely different from the previous attack. His face was cold as ice, without any reaction. The energy flow from his hand immediately grew stronger, becoming a giant hand, smashing straight into where True Vos Cuc was standing. Immediately, a beautiful explosion of energy occurred, turning the entire sky into a splendid night sky. This heavenly attack from Deep Phi made everyone feel even more overwhelmed than before. They exclaimed, Old Tien Thursday, isn't this the great magical power that the Old Tien Thursday of the Deep family established himself? That's right, but only those at the supernatural level or higher can practice great magical powers. Unless he is like a spirit who has inherited this divine ability. Even the lonely girl who wanted to lose was surprised by the power of this attack. Say, what kind of demon beast did Deep Phi sacrifice to, and yet he was able to get the Elder Hand? Chaos, my power is inherited from that Chaos demi-order. Deep Kim standing next to him heard his question and immediately replied, Brother Dak Ko doesn't know that the heirs of the great family may not need to rely on spirit sacrifices. We can sacrifice our own bloodline, thereby gaining the divine power in the great emperor's bloodline. Hearing the explanation, she immediately understood everything. Feeling that this was quite interesting, he smiled and said, Is this happening again? The great emperor's divine powers are much stronger than the divine powers obtained by sacrificing spirits. So aren't each of the descendants of the great emperor extremely strong? This is very similar to me cultivating myself, but it only requires the blood of the great emperor. From behind, Hoa Lang Tam suddenly stepped forward to join in and praised, "Ha ha, you really admired the people of the great family." Surprised by this compliment, Deep Keem immediately appeared humble and replied, "Don't say that, in fact, most of the people of our great family are also cultivators of true spirits. Because being able to awaken the Emperor's divine powers is related to the density of the bloodline. Once the awakening fails, one can only follow the path of spiritual sacrifice." After hearing this, Hoa Lang Tam immediately made an assessment. So it turns out, it seems that Deep Phi's bloodline is very pure and righteous. True Vo Cuc is afraid that he will definitely lose. Back to the fight. After Deep Phi's powerful attack, he thought the match would end soon, but it didn't. The remnants of the old Heavenly Hand attack were suddenly completely destroyed by a mysterious yellow energy. It turned out that it came from Zhao Wuji's side. He immediately summoned a giant golden skeleton standing behind him, accompanied by powerful lightning radiating around. Everyone there was once again surprised by True Vo Chi's strong advancement. This is the golden suspect, the 10 powerful divine beasts, truly a perfect match for Zhao Wuji's battle body. The fighting spirit is so strong. True Vo Cuc didn't stop there and immediately roared fiercely. His muscles began to increase without stopping. At the same time, the surrounding lightning bolts became even stronger. They gradually grew stronger, and eventually created a huge explosion, blowing away countless rocks and dirt on the arena. After applying the merit, True Vo Cuc suddenly transformed into a completely different form. His whole body turned yellow. His body size also grew many times larger, looking like a god. True Vo Cuc immediately rushed up and shouted, "Come, Deep Phi!" On the other side, seeing his opponent break through such strength, Deep Phi of course could not bear to lose. He shouted, "Ha!" A golden aura similar to True Vo Cuc's also immediately appeared, surrounding Deep Phi's body. Without hesitation, True Vo Cuc rushed in with a powerful punch. The two sides collided, creating further explosions. The battle was going on extremely fiercely when suddenly from the sky, a mysterious blue stream of energy flew in, stopping the entire ongoing conflict in one fell swoop. Inside that mysterious stream of energy, a strange figure appeared, with lightning surrounding it, radiating great pressure. Witnessing this unexpected incident, the audience there felt that this energy flow was somehow familiar. This aura seemed divine. Hoa Lang Tam looked up, not understanding anything, wondering what is this? Standing there looking for defeat, she stood there observing this power, thinking to herself, this flying immortal platform is truly strange. As for Deep Keem, he immediately realized what this was and immediately exclaimed, this could be the old ancestor. Back in the past not long ago, before the match, a space portal suddenly appeared in the middle of the arena. From inside, the holy ancestor of the Deep family slowly walked out. Witnessing this appearance, all the audience and Deep Keem immediately bowed their heads to show respect. Deep Keem, representing everyone, politely said, paying respects to the holy ancestors. The holy ancestor saw this and slowly said, "It's a sword, no need to be too polite." Seeing the holy master of the Deep family present, Hoa Lang Tam suddenly stepped forward and politely asked, "I have heard of the heavenly tribulation, but have never heard of the Dharma tribulation. What effect does this Tao have?" Hearing the question, the holy master immediately turned around and happily answered Hoa Lang Tam's question. The tribulation is actually the great emperor's test of the peerless genius. If you don't pass, you will die. Once you pass, you can get a part of the great emperor's destiny, and your chances of becoming a great emperor will increase sharply. But the premise is to defeat the emperor's body. This answer immediately caused a stir among everyone. They talked continuously with each other, their imperial fortunes, their odds of becoming a great emperor would increase sharply. This is absolutely a great opportunity. That's right, it's a huge chance. Upon hearing that, Doc Ko, who was seeking defeat, also stepped up to ask, "Senior, was this great emperor's Taoist body before he became an emperor or after he became an emperor?" Hoa Lang Tam also had the same question, immediately stepped up to ask for defeat, saying, "That's right, before becoming an emperor you are still lucky, if after becoming an emperor then you will be invincible, how can this be possible?" Antagonism? Receiving this question, The Holy Patriarch continued to answer, do you think that the empire can be won so easily? That Tao body is of course after becoming an emperor. However, the Tao tribulation can allow up to 9 people to cross the tribulation at the same time. I am also here to invite you to help. Everyone there, after hearing the Holy Master's proposal, was immediately afraid and refused repeatedly. Once you fail to overcome the path of the sword, you will die, something your junior cannot do. Me too dangerous. That's right, it's not necessary, to be honest, even if I have imperial destiny, it will be very difficult to become a great emperor. Seeing that everyone seemed to disagree, the Holy Master immediately offered another benefit. My deep family will not let your help go in vain. If you agree to take action, you can get a great saint-level sword technique. How? The gift that the Holy Master gave was truly a bargain, causing everyone to immediately consider carefully. The martial arts were at the level of great saints, and their actions were also very generous. That's right, this opportunity is really hard to come by. But the price to pay is life. In that crowd, the loner and loser were also thinking extremely carefully about this issue. I want to conquer the holy soldiers on that Sword God Mountain, but I still lack 2 types of sword intent. The Deep family is the overlord of the wild, with 2 great emperors once appearing. His family's practice is probably. After a period of heated discussion, the first people finally agreed to this proposal. Gao Tian immediately stepped up and said firmly, Senior, I agree to take action. The swordsman would rather die than surrender, so he must courageously move forward. There is a part of imperial destiny that, after all, cannot become a great emperor, but can also become a sword saint. Hearing this firm statement from Gao Tian, Gao Vo Song immediately turned to ask, Gao Tian, have you thought it through? The first person accepted. The Holy Master was satisfied, replied, very good. I want to explain a little. The Emperor's fortune represents fortune and luck. With the help of imperial destiny, becoming an emperor does not dare to say, becoming a sword saint, or a saint will be much easier. His convincing words made more people consider that being able to become a saint in this life is really not bad. Becoming a saint is a very long way, and with luck, perhaps you can actually get one step closer. The value of this empire is too great. After a while 2 more people stepped forward to agree, and I, Gao Vo Song, was willing to take action. There's also Zichu. Seeing that the progress seemed quite satisfactory, the Holy Master was extremely satisfied. By the way, he asked Doc Ko to defeat, not bad Doc Ko to you, how about you? The most talented group of people with a teacher like Loi Chien of course will not value this little benefit. This lonely person who wants to lose can compete for it. Receiving a direct invitation, she immediately made another suggestion, Senior, I can take action, but I don't need great saint-level martial arts. I need 30 saint-level swordsmanship techniques, you can choose as you please. Hearing that, the Holy Master immediately replied, 30 is too much. My deep family sword techniques at this level have a total of 23. This number made Doc Ko's failure extremely surprising. 23 subjects? Suddenly, Hoa Lang Tam transmitted a voice to his ears, Brother Doc Ko, 20 subjects must be the limit of the Deep family. After all, the Deep family is not a swordsmanship family. Hearing that, he also understood somewhat, that's right. He immediately agreed with the Holy Master. Receiving Doc Ko's agreement to defeat, the Holy Master was quite surprised and immediately replied, if that's the case, little friend Doc Ko still has those who are preparing to participate, so please prepare a little. Once Deep Phi and True Vokyu can no longer resist, we will immediately take action. After gathering enough people, he immediately called Deep Van and Deep Fong. The 2 people who were summoned immediately appeared and bowed their heads. Deep Fong paid his respects to the Holy Ancestor. Deep Van paid his respects to the Holy Ancestor. The Holy Ancestor immediately took out 2 small dazzling gems, then wholeheartedly instructed them that this was the spiritual cleansing pill, purifying the cultivation base to awaken, and would soon join the battle. After this battle, I will give each of you a holy soldier. Returning to the present, after witnessing the powerful blue energy completely overwhelming Deep Phi and True Vo Cuc, the audience had to exclaim. The Deep family did not hesitate to let Fong Van Ni 2 descend into a realm to save Dao. Damn, that's really strong. That's right, they are called Fong Van Vo Song, once sweeping the wilderness. Fortunately, Dao then of the Great Emperor, if it were Emperor Deep Tien, I'm afraid even that would be very difficult. The figure that had appeared inside the blue energy stream immediately landed, then slowly transformed into a giant. That is the great Emperor. He stood proudly and declared, 9 heavens and 10 earths, only the ego is supreme. The world has fallen, the world is invincible. The terrible pressure radiated by the great Emperor caused even strong people like True Vo Cuc to be repelled, having to exclaim, "So strong!" Deep Phi also had to endure the same situation, wondering, is this the strength of the great Emperor? The great Emperor's appearance caused everyone to stir. This was the great Emperor. It was truly terrifying, such a strong awakening of a god. Tu Van looked closely and silently said to himself, in this life, I must become a great emperor. The emperor opened his mouth, my descendant? There is also the desolate ancient sacred body. 2 desolate ancient sacred bodies. No wonder it can be distinguished from high and low with the Huang Xian immortal body that has awakened great magical powers. He continued, take action. Under the tribulation, I will not show mercy. Use all your strength, otherwise die. Deep Keen confided, Brother True, I took advantage of you, but surely even if I told you in advance, you would not have missed such an opportunity. Hearing this, True Vo Cuc gently replied, I can fight a battle on the same level as the great emperor, and die without regrets. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the emperor, shouting loudly, war. Seeing this, the great emperor hummed sadly. Everyone stood below watching. Tu Van opened his mouth. Is this the emperor's prestige? A look that had a lot of talent knelt down. The emperor held out his hand, and inside his palm appeared streams of air that were sucked in. He said, you guys are not bad. Soil and rocks were thrown everywhere because the impact was too strong. Suddenly, the holy patriarch of the Deep family appeared in midair. He said, Deep Fong, Deep Van, Deep Kim, come up together. Ngao Vo Song, Ngao Tien, Sichu, Dak Ko Tu Hu, you guys prepare to go. Listen according to his arrangements. Everyone obeyed clearly. He thought to himself, this holy patriarch of the Deep family is really well calculated, not missing any opportunity to benefit the Deep family. Several people below immediately rushed forward, holding knives in their hands, saying in unison, kill. Tu Van crossed his arms and looked up, then opened his mouth. Deep Fong and Deep Van are so interesting. Their strength alone is not considered peak, but together they are not weaker than Deep Phi and True Vo Cuc. Ngao Vo Song heard that and said, they were originally brothers, trained by the Deep family since childhood, and worked well together, so they had the title Fong Van Vo Song. He smiled lightly and replied, what a pity, they still couldn't resist. Deep Jia looked at the two of them and said, little friends, you can also go up. Tu Van quickly rushed up. He firmly said, you can compete in the same realm as the great emperor, die without regrets. Ao Vo Song also agreed, yes, in this life, having this battle is enough. The other person also said, use all your strength to attack and kill. They all rushed towards the emperor. A few people who were watching were all surprised and exclaimed. The genius on the sword board had also taken action. It was truly an epic battle. They didn't expect this battle to turn out like this. Deep Phi then walked towards True Vo Cuc and opened his mouth to say, Brother True, everyone, please help me save a little time. He quickly replied, okay. Tu Van heard it for no reason and thought to himself, does this Deep Phi still have a powerful resource? Even though the action was arranged by the holy patriarch of the Deep family, the great emperor's power was limitless, so no matter how hard the heavenly heroes fought, he still had no effect. At this time, Deep Phi immediately unleashed the family's powerful secret move. Tu Van stared without looking away, thinking to himself, what kind of magical power is this? Does it take such a long time? However, this aura is too strong. Deep Phi continued to gather strength into his ultimate move, then he said loudly, everyone, get out of the way. Even Ngao Vo Song's group couldn't believe their eyes. They said in surprise, Heavenly Emperor Seal, has Deep Phi already practiced the Heavenly Emperor Seal? Supreme Being really makes people despair. The great emperor also seemed to recognize this Heavenly Emperor Seal, so he raised his hand and patted the 4 of them. The Heavenly Emperor Seal suddenly exploded in midair. Several people around were immediately thrown several meters away. True Vo Cuc said in surprise, you have mastered 2 great magical powers. Deep Phi then gasped and replied, now is not the time to discuss this matter, so go all out. Hearing that, True Vo Chui signaled, up. Deep Phi was also eager to fight. looked at the Emperor and shouted, "Kill!" The Great Emperor said thoughtfully, "Being able to comprehend Great Emperor Deep's magical powers truly amazes people. But unfortunately you have never enlightened, so in the end you are still a little behind." The Great Emperor immediately gave a light blow that made the two of them spit blood from their mouths and fall backwards, unable to defend themselves. The Deep family saw that the situation was not very positive and said to Tu Van, "Doc Ko wants to lose, why don't you act quickly?" He smiled slightly and replied, "Okay." He did not continue to hide his strength anymore, bringing out his 5 sword fighting powers to take action against the Great Emperor. The first is the 9-pearl earthquake sword. Next, 1 sword spirit whirlwind. Then came a sword with an ice wind of 30,000 li. The next one is 1 sword, red flame, 9 insects. And finally the 1 sword and thunder sutra and the 5 musics. The 5 swords formed 5 colors displayed in front of the Great Emperor. He praised, "Very good coming." A few people gossiped about it. "It's too strong to be alone and seek defeat, it's perverted." Gao Song looked but forgot to close his mouth, thinking, "Ridiculous. Before that I even tried to probe him." Hoa Lang Tam was bewildered. Doc Ko brother could stand shoulder to shoulder with Deep Phi and True Vo Cuc. It was truly amazing. He just appeared. Another person also exclaimed, "This person's talent for swordsmanship is even higher than that of Doc Ko's swordsman." This is the strength that a person who reaches the top of the Sword Divine Mountain should have. Suddenly, a guy appeared, using the technique of converging lightning and beheading gods. True Vo Chui thought, "Why do I feel like this name is a bit familiar?" Then he wondered, "Who are you?" That guy coldly replied, "What does it have to do with you?" Hearing such a harsh answer, his face immediately turned gray. Oh. At that time, Deep Phi was summoning the secret move Heavenly Emperor Seal. He said loudly, "True Huin, don't worry about my brother, it's more urgent to overcome calamity." After listening, True Vo Cuc quickly replied, "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately threw a powerful God of War punch. His 2 punches came out extremely fast and strong, shooting into the sky. Tu Van and Deep Phi also made great moves at the same time. The Great Emperor was now surrounded by the moves of the 3 of them. Realizing that the opportunity had come when the Great Emperor was being harassed, Gao Vo Song's group was majestic. Without any hesitation shouted loudly, "Everyone, take the opportunity to attack. That's right, beat him to death. Go up." The 3 of them surrounded the Great Emperor, making him constantly afraid for his future. The Great Emperor thought to himself, "It's not good like this. We have to deal with those mobs first." A huge blue hand slapped hard towards the group of incomparably arrogant people, causing everyone to fly away, their feet not touching the ground, their mouths spitting blood. The Great Emperor continued to slap hard on the crowd on the other side, causing everyone to feel pain to the bone. Everyone vomited blood and flew backwards. Deep Kim, Deep Fong, Deep Van, and Gao Vo Song were all injured, blood pouring from their mouths, lying on the ground in pain, complaining one after another, "We have been eliminated, we are not willing. Think about it, those 3 perverts are too strong. Heh, the Emperor is too strong, there's no way. What I don't understand is that she wants to be defeated, so why does she know the magical power of swords and lightning battles?" I also find this point strange. The 3 of them continued to attack with the belt. That guy talks a lot. In this world there are so many supreme bodies. There is also a demon who seems to be alone and defeated. Tu Van is our sadness. The Deep family also said, "You are right, one cannot choose one's background, but one's life can be opened for oneself." Not Kim heard that and replied, "Yes, but as long as they try hard, this life will not be in vain." The fight has come to a crucial moment. I don't know if the 3 of them can win or not. The Great Emperor then reached out and patted Deep Phi, causing him to be thrown several meters away. He used his foot to kick True Vo Cuc to the ground, causing him to lie flat and no longer able to resist. The Emperor's eyes emitted a dangerous glare, but Tu Van was quick to avoid it in time. He glanced at Tu Van and thought, "Indeed, this guy is the most difficult to deal with." At this time, light was shining around Tu Van. He said, "This guy is about to reach the end of his strength. The 2 of you must recover quickly. I'll stop him for a moment, and give him one last blow." The Great Emperor replied contemptuously, "Can you stop me?" Tu Van immediately used the move Lightning Clone, creating a shock that shocked everyone's attention. The crowd watching the story also deeply sighed. It was too cruel for her to seek defeat. One last blow hoped they could win. It was truly a heart-stopping battle. The great emperor was truly too terrifying. Deep Phi tried to rush towards the emperor, but he punched him in the stomach. Immediately he fell backwards, his mouth spitting blood. True Vochi now strongly used his fists one-on-one with him. He grabbed the emperor's neck and hugged him tightly, happily shouting, "Now is the time." Tu Van saw this and immediately thought to himself, True Voci is really a crazy fighter. It seems like he really needs to use his trump card. At that moment, he jumped up high, over the top of the emperor's head, holding a large sword in his hand, performing a lightning strike. Tu Van slashed straight at the emperor's head. Suddenly his body turned pale, his mouth mumbling hesitantly and chaotically. Then suddenly he exploded, shattering everywhere like an activated bomb. Everything seemed to be quiet again. Tu Van thought with relief. As expected of a great emperor, he used the power of chaos to be discovered by him. Luckily he didn't have time to say it. Everyone watching was overjoyed, whispering, "They won, they won." The Deep family also sighed with relief at this time. Wow, what three peerless monsters. Suddenly, bright yellow rays of light appeared, absorbing the lying angels and even the clouds. In a split second, everyone was sitting cross-legged in the radiance of the 12 chapters of chaos. The curious crowd kept wondering to each other, is this the Emperor's destiny? The aura is indeed very strong, I really admire them. However, what effect does Imperial destiny have? Hearing this, the Deep family also replied that the great Emperor's Imperial destiny has 5 benefits. First, it can be used to enlighten and cultivate his martial arts or supernatural powers. Second, one can enlighten to other exercises or supernatural powers. The third is used to increase cultivation. Fourthly, being absorbed by holy soldiers can increase the potential and level of holy soldiers. Fifth, no matter which path you choose, it will bring good fortune. One person wondered what luck was. Deep Jia explained. Luck was a bit mysterious and vague. He could understand that luck could make people have unexpected encounters. When the others heard it, they immediately exclaimed and admired it. It was so beneficial. However, there is no need to choose. You must definitely understand the magical powers. Not really. Look at Ngao Tian, he's forging weapons. In short, it's unlikely that any stupid person will use it to increase their cultivation level. Tu Van was sitting in a concentrated meditation position. He thought, it turns out this destiny is for enlightenment. However, it is not too different from the system, so it is most important to use it to increase cultivation quickly and become a saint. Seeing Hoa Langtam approaching, the Deep family said, refining your imperial destiny takes some time. You can leave here first. Hoa Langtam said, Senior, please tell me that I will be waiting for you at Deep Tan's boarding house. He gently replied, the old man already knows. Ao Tien appeared out of nowhere, and walked towards the Deep family. He opened his mouth, relying on his friend's sword-casting talent. In the future he would become a saint, and of course he could become a sword-casting master. He shyly replied, Senior praised him too much. Deep Fong and Deep Ven then said in unison to the Deep family, Holy Ancestor, we have finished absorbing it. He replied softly, very well, each of you go take a holy soldier. Deep Kim opened his mouth. Brother Gale, I heard that the exchange meeting of the 6 great holy places in Central Earth is about to begin. Since our luck has improved, can you agree to go practice together? Gale Vo Song replied, okay, I heard that Central Earth geniuses are like clouds, that Tu Van is even more perverted within perverts. I want to meet once. Tu Van, who was absorbing the imperial destiny, also heard it and cursed in his heart, you are a pervert, your whole family is a pervert. Deep Kim started a conversation with True Vo Cuc. True brother, you and Tu Van are definitely very familiar, tell me? He immediately explained, Tu Van is my biggest competitor. Although I have become his servant, I have lost my heart and my words. True Vo Cuc added, thank you everyone, I'll go first. Deep Kim said goodbye to you, okay. Let's meet again at the 6th Great Holy Land Exchange meeting. The Deep family said to the geniuses, little friends, when the lonely girl who seeks defeat has absorbed the Emperor's destiny, the old man will take you to choose a great saint-level sword technique. You must definitely swear not to teach this practice to others. Deep Phi said, of course. Deep Kim wondered, Brother Doc Ko, why hasn't he yet absorbed the Imperial destiny? Another person explained. That's because he won the first part. I'm afraid all 4 parts of the empire are on him. The other person immediately exclaimed, that's right, so admirable. At this time, on Tu Van's body, blue gas flames were rising and radiating out. The crowd of people kept whispering to each other, His cultivation base had increased, hadn't he? Ko brother used the Emperor's fortune to increase his cultivation base. What was he thinking? It was a waste of heaven, this is brain damage. Then what? Tu Van stood up and saw everyone looking at him, so he wondered, why are you looking at me like that? Hoa Langtam asked him in bewilderment. Brother Ko, are you using this imperial fortune to increase your cultivation? Tu Van calmly replied, yes, what's wrong? He immediately sweat dropped and hesitantly said, no, it's okay if you like it. Deep Jia rubbed his beard and said, okay, since you've absorbed it, then everyone follow me to learn the sword technique. In a place with fresh natural scenery. The successor of the Ko family, Ko Batien, he arrogantly said, this time I, Ko, wandering the world, will definitely make our Ko family famous again in the world. While he was standing leisurely, a few disciples were talking to each other. Have you heard anything? Not long ago, Deep Phi and True Vo Chui fought decisively, which led to a tribulation, and the body of the great emperor appeared. Others said, I heard it took 9 great geniuses to defeat that Tao body. The other person also agreed, that's right, among them, the successor of the lonely girl who sought defeat showed the most dazzling performance. Bai Tian he overheard, thinking to himself that they said he was angry, the descendant of the Ko family. Was he talking about me? I was named Ko Bai Tian. The 3 disciples continued to gossip together. That lonely and defeated person was really powerful. With one sword he cut down the emperor's body. And now he was ranked first in the district. As expected of a sword saint from the family, this generation's successor is feared to be even more powerful than Ko Kim. That's right, each generation's descendants are so powerful. Suddenly, Bai Tian turned around and pointed at those 3 disciples, saying, are you guys the Ko family that you talked about just now, really a descendant of the Ko family? One of the 3 people replied, yes, the new successor of the Ko family. The Ko family is defeated. Who doesn't know that? After hearing this, he immediately became angry, gritted his teeth and said, disgusting. My name is Ko Bat Tien. I am this generation's descendant of the Ko family. Tell me, where is that impostor? We have to go find him to calculate the debt. Listening to Ko Bo Tien trying to explain that he was the real successor, everyone there believed no one, and even spoke up to remind, young master, don't joke like that. If you are defeated by Company. Listen, it won't end well. That's right, you may not yet know the power of that descendant of the Ko family. The young master of Sword City, Bokbang, offended my brother. In the end, the entire Sword City was destroyed by my brother's Taoist. Seeing that everyone did not believe in him, Ko Bat Tien remained stubborn and retorted, I told you, I am the successor of the Ko family. Both sides disagreed. Immediately there was conflict, arguing back and forth. When is not? It's me. You're not. Ko Bai Tian couldn't bear this anymore, so he immediately asked the truth. Shut up, you guys tell me quickly, where is that Ko Bai Tian? Seeing this fierce attitude of his, the group of people were immediately scared, retreated back, and replied repeatedly, young master, don't be angry, we heard that the 10,000 Swords village is about to organize a sword festival. My brother will also participate. Yes, my brother is number 1 in the black rankings, he will definitely not miss this sword festival. Big brother, let's go there and find him. Without hesitation, after receiving the information, Ko Bak Tien immediately flew away to determine the fate of Ko and defeated, boldly affirming, dare to impersonate a descendant of our Ko family, you really don't know how to live. Die. Scene changes to a building located in the middle of a mountain in Sword Village. Inside, a loner seeking defeat was sitting in her room, closing her eyes and concentrating on cultivating. He thought in his head, it was a bit troublesome. Among the 23 saint-level swordsmanship techniques brought by the Deep family, in addition to the 5 types of swordsmanship of earth, fire, water, wind, and lightning, there are also 8 types of swordsmanship of speed, ice, snow, life, and death. Vom, wood, metal, positive pole, negative pole. What are the 2 types that I lack? Suddenly a voice came from the door. Ko Huin, can I come in? Hearing this voice, the lonely girl immediately responded, Hoa Huin, please come in. He immediately stopped practicing and went to open the door. Hoa Lang Tam immediately walked in, gave the defeated lonely girl a card and said, this is the new command card of the Sword Society. Brother Ko has always been in seclusion to comprehend the swordsmanship. I have accepted it for you. Seeing that, the defeated girl immediately took it and replied, Thank you, Brother Hoa. After giving the card to Ko to seek defeat, Hoa Lang Tam had one more matter, so he said, There is another matter, Brother Ko, the master invited you to come discuss the matter. Hearing this information, she was startled and exclaimed, What? Lord Loi Chien invited me to discuss the matter? In his mind he was thinking, the world's #1 sword saint sought me out to discuss his teachings, and he took me too seriously. Lonely Girl still did not believe what she had just heard, and continued to ask, Is it because I have learned the standard scriptures created by the masters? Does he want to question my sins? Seeing this confused look, Hoa Lang Tam immediately affirmed again, Yes, Master is waiting for you, please follow me. Ko brother was joking, the master said, The Thunder Sword Classic has a relationship with you. I just hope you don't spread it out. I have to believe these things even though I don't want to, and replied, Of course I understand this rule. He smiled and agreed to follow, thinking to himself, It seems like this strongest sword saint wants to have a good relationship with him. Kin Loi Sword Classic says a gift is a gift, which is really a bit decisive. The two walked out of the lonely girl's room, then went to their destination. After a while, they arrived in front of another room inside the castle. Hoa Lang Tam went first and introduced, Brother Ko, the master is inside, please come in yourself. Hearing that, the defeated girl immediately replied, Okay. He stepped forward, took a deep breath, then opened the door wide. Seeing the figure standing before her eyes, she suddenly thought, Is he the strongest sword saint? The man in front of him at this moment was a middle-aged old man wearing a cloak who was Lei Chien, the master of the sword pavilion. One surprise after another unexpected incident happened, causing her to be defeated again by surprise. This is... Suddenly, a giant sword stabbed into the floor, emitting an extremely large stream of energy, causing the surrounding air to become chaotic. Seeing this sword, she immediately realized what this was and gritted her teeth. This is the swordsmanship of Loi Chien. There is only one type of thunder, and it is so scary, just one step away from entering the main road. Feeling this terrible energy, taking the opportunity, he immediately sat down, focused on cultivating and thinking. This is a great opportunity for enlightenment, definitely not to be missed. The system immediately issued a continuous notification, using one enlightenment with the kendo in front of you. After a while of trying to absorb energy, she failed to feel anything. Feeling extremely confused, he reasoned for a while and then burst out laughing when he realized the truth behind. Ha 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 ha, I get it. Perfect sword intent is just a joke. Only through morality can one truly enter the path of swordsmanship. Before I was just a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. She immediately stood up and was no longer able to absorb anything. Seeing his quickness, Loi Chien pondered in his mind, this person has such enlightenment, no wonder he reached the top of the mountain of Sword God Mountain. Ko Kim that year was not as good as him. After that, the lost girl immediately bowed politely, thanking the seniors for their advice, and the juniors kept it in their hearts and never forgot it. Loi Chien immediately brought 2 pieces of carpet to the floor and replied, Sit down, your understanding is really not bad. She accepted the carpet, sat down, and presented her opinion. Senior, I have understood the 4 profound meanings, speed, destruction, life, and death in your swordsmanship. I would like to ask if there is any other meaning? Loi Chien sat with his arms crossed and seriously replied, Of course, otherwise I would have attained enlightenment and become emperor. Hearing that, Ko, in defeat, asked again, What do you mean, senior? As long as you comprehend all the profound meanings, you can attain enlightenment. Loi Chien continued to answer, No, understanding is not difficult, integrating is the most difficult. After hearing this sentence, Ko immediately reacted, Is there still a fusion of meaning? Loi Chien then explained more thoroughly, But the difficult part of the sword path to attain the emperor is here. You have to completely understand that this type of sword path has several hidden meanings, and also need to integrate them. As for the other path, the path itself is the truth, so it is much simpler. After hearing these words, another question arose in her mind, so wouldn't it be much more difficult to become an emperor in swordsmanship? Loi Chien was still very patient and answered further, But we cannot say the same, because we do not need to fully comprehend some kind of profound meaning. For example, if we rely on the speed of realizing the truth, we need to comprehend the truth at a speed of 100, but we only need to comprehend half of it. But the important problem lies here: he doesn't know how much profound meaning that type of kendo has. For example, I have only comprehended 4 types of profound meanings of thunder sword intent. Who knows how many are left? If I do not attain enlightenment, I will die. Realizing that the next path was extremely arduous, she looked quite depressed and sighed. I also think that the more you comprehend sword intent, the more powerful you will be. Now it seems that if I comprehend 5 types of sword intent, don't I need to comprehend dozens of profound meanings? Seeing this expression, Loi Qian immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha, you can't say that. Other people only have one way to become emperor. You have 5 paths, which isn't a bad thing. Dak Ko, who sought defeat, immediately regained her spirit and asked, Senior, is there any secret book in understanding the profound meaning? Hearing that, Loi Qian immediately replied, There is no such thing. The meaning can only be understood, it cannot be conveyed in words. However, observing saints transcending tribulation, or like earlier observing other people's religion, will certainly yield a harvest. After hearing this, she thought to herself, when these 2 points return to the Holy Land, perhaps there will be a chance to ask the Holy Master or Loyan for help. Seeing him pondering for a long time, Loi Qian suddenly approached and said happily, Don't talk about these things, young man. What imperial soldier do you really have in mind? You don't need the great saint cult technique. Choose the 23 saint divine cultivation techniques. Just want to find the remaining 2 types of sword intent on the imperial army, right? These words seemed to pierce the heart of the defeated lonely girl, making him jump up and ask, could it be that the senior knew? Hearing that, Loi Qian laughed loudly and replied, I really have a judgment, but what price can you pay? He immediately made a proposal. I owe you a big favor, is that okay? After listening, Loi Qian immediately replied, You have practiced my sword classic, I have taught you the way of swordsmanship, you already owe me a great favor. After losing, she stood up and frankly affirmed, So senior you say, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Loi Qian also stood up and proposed conditions. The condition is very simple. After you conquer the Emperor's soldiers, lend me a loan to kill an enemy. How about that? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately reached out his hand and agreed without thinking too much. Forming a relationship. Turns out, he was thinking, once the holy soldier recognizes its owner, it cannot be taken away, so it's okay to borrow it for a little while. The cooperation between Dak Ko and Loi Qian was immediately formed. He was happy and immediately revealed, Okay, so I tell you, the remaining 2 types are probably space and time. Because in the original world, the most indispensable things are space and time, so there is the theory of universe. I thought these 2 things were extremely complicated, but they turned out to be extremely simple. Dak Ko laughed in defeat, clapped her hands and said, Thank you, senior, why didn't I think of it? How could the universe's sword dictionary lack fog and pillars? Ha ha, the remaining 2 types of sword intent have finally been found. So Lonely praying for defeat took the opportunity to ask more, Thank you, sir, I hope you will tell me where I can practice sword intent in space and time. After hearing the question, Loi Qian felt quite puzzled. He replied, The space swordsmanship technique, only your Dak Ko family has it in the world. Your family once gave birth to the strongest space sword saint in the world, just like me. How come you kid doesn't know about it? Realizing that she was pretending to be a member of the Dak Ko family but did not know this important information, Dak Ko was startled because she was almost exposed, confused. Well, he immediately jumped up and made up a reasonable story. Senior, didn't you realize this before? It seems like there aren't many people in our solitary kendo space that can practice successfully, so very few people know. Hearing that, Loi Qian also understood somewhat, and no longer had any doubts. That's right, time and space are both the strongest elements. Once integrated into swordsmanship, it is basically invincible at the same level, able to fight against the supreme body. The difficulty of cultivation is of course very great. Having just escaped danger, Dak Ko asked another question. So do you know where you can practice swordsmanship during the time? Hearing that, Loi Qian immediately replied, I have never heard of related records. I guess perhaps because the time of kendo was too special to be recorded. This matter can only depend on your own thinking. After listening to all the information provided by Loi Qian, after a moment of reasoning, the defeated girl smiled confidently and said, Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Thanks to senior's blessing, Senior writer seems to have figured out how many types of lightning meaning there are in total. Hearing him confidently affirm like that, Loi Qian immediately jumped up excitedly and exclaimed, "Really? You say it quickly." If she were to fail, she would tell Loi Qian to sit down calmly, and then begin to explain that 10 is not necessarily the perfect number, but because of the so-called sun, the moon, the great path, the 15, the heavens. Performing for 9, the team is the best. So -1, 10 only left 9. After listening to the presentation just now, Loi Qian raised his hand to touch his chin and thought, saying, "It seems to make some sense." Before she finished speaking, she immediately made another hypothesis, having said that, perhaps there are 49 types of profound meaning, which is also extremely consistent with the rules of the Great Path. After all, we want to realize the Great Path, so of course we must conform to the rules of the Great Path. Hearing this, Loi Qian began to feel that something was going a little further than usual, so he frowned and retorted, 9 types wanted to take the old man's life, and 49 types, he also dared to say. Only ghosts can comprehend 49 types of profound meaning, but think about it, it seems like not giving him the right to finish. Ko Kuok Van immediately interjected, "Senior, don't be angry, I'm just saying it casually, in fact there are 108. This unreasonable number made Loi Qian immediately confirm that he was talking nonsense, immediately got angry, and gave him a strong slap. The lonely girl who tried to defeat was given a heavy slap and was immediately sent flying out of the hall. Hoa Langtam was standing there waiting. When she witnessed this scene, she gasped because she didn't understand what was going on. He immediately ran closer and asked, "Brother Ko, this is you." In the middle of speaking, Ko immediately jumped up, standing tall as if nothing had ever happened. Then, he spoke up coolly, "Just now the seniors pointed out my lightning department. Progressing too fast, not being sure of the speed, so flying is unstable." Witnessing the self-confident look on her face and the idle words of a loner seeking defeat, Hoa Langtam could only laugh and ponder. "As for lightning's unstable flight, do you think I'm an idiot? Obviously you were thrown out." Even though he thought so, he decided not to say anything more to save face. After making an eloquent statement, Dugu quickly left. Before leaving, he did not forget to say, "Thanks to the master's guidance, I have reaped a great harvest." Prepared to go into seclusion for a period of time and return to the inn first. Hearing that, Hoa Langtam had no intention of stopping, so he bowed his head and said, "Brother Ko, please take it easy." From inside the room, looking at the back of the defeated loner, Loi Qian pondered deeply, who wouldn't want to be an emperor? Hopefully Chu Van's sacrifice can be successful. Time flies by, in an instant 5 days have passed. On a beautiful early morning at Chantian Inn, Ko sought defeat as said before, and has been practicing alone since then. In his mind, he concentrated on thinking that cultivating swordsmanship is really difficult. Even though I knew that the 4 profound meanings of thunder swordsmanship had life, death, destruction, and speed, I didn't understand it at all, unless we don't regret any cost to use the number of enlightenments. However, enlightenment must be used for chaos. Of course it's not worth using here. Suddenly, outside the room, he heard a noise. When she failed, she stopped practicing and went outside to open the door. Outside were 4 people waiting for him. Seeing that, she asked in defeat, "Is everyone here?" The swordsman among the 4 immediately replied, "Yes, because the sword festival is about to start, we are waiting for Brother Ko to come there with us. In addition, there is something interesting I want to tell Ko brother, because it is related to you." Hearing the first sword say that, Ko, who was looking for defeat, immediately became curious and replied, "Does it have anything to do with me?" Kim Nop continued to add, "Yes, not long ago there was a young man named Lone Tien Tien who came to Van Kim Mountain. He said he was the true descendant of the Ko family, and you were an impostor." After hearing this story, she was frantic when she realized that her impersonation was about to be revealed. He frowned, thinking carefully, "Damn, Ko Kim has been dead for almost 1,000 years. And the Ko family has no descendants. This trip is about to end and I'm leaving, is it such a coincidence? However, I am not my true self, so I am afraid of nothing." While gaining everyone's trust and gaining momentum, he intelligently responded, "He is the fake one. Based on my talent, do I still need to pretend to be a descendant of the Ko family? What benefit does this have for us? Even though I am not a descendant of the Ko family, Is there anyone in the world who dares to look down on me? Huh! Of course, there was no reason for Hoa Lang Tam to doubt him. So she immediately replied, Brother Dak Ko is right. I also think that person is a fake. Tame Not did not show any doubts, but gave one more piece of information. Brother Dak Ko, the other party has announced the identity of your Dak Ko family in front of everyone, and needs a few poisons. He also knows about the magical powers of the Dak Ko family. Nowadays, the sword cultivators of the 10,000 Swords Mountain site all believe that the identity of Dak Ko Ba Tien is not a problem. This caused all of her previous confidence to disappear instantly. He expected someone to exclaim, is that so? Then he frowned and thought, this is really a swordsman, he didn't tell me something early, and he dared to trap me. Kid, you wait for me. However, the lonely girl who sought defeat was still extremely confident in her fake identity, smiling and said, the lonely girl lost the sky, right? Come, let's go see if this descendant of the Dak Ko family is real or fake. All four people immediately climbed onto their swords and flew away. At first, he was planning to try to see if the girl's defeat was real or fake. After seeing this expression, he changed his mind. Brother Dak Ko is so calm, have we misunderstood him? Hearing these words, the lonely girl smiled and thought, son, in my previous life, I watched Uncle Ben's skits for more than 10 years. Even if that loneliness is true, so what, I don't believe I can't deceive him. While flying in the sky, suddenly a voice rang in his ear, kid, that Loi Chien isn't making things difficult for you, is he? This sound was secretly transmitted to the lonely soul who was defeated by the Chaos Ancestor. Suddenly hearing the voice, the defeated lonely girl immediately went to a separate place, then replied, Elder, the Lords will not make things difficult for me, but will also let me see his way once and point out the profound meaning of swordsmanship to me. Child. Receiving the answer, the old master of chaos immediately replied, it seems that he wants to invest in you soon. It seems he is aware of the situation. Finally, he has a few reminders. If you have reached the stage of understanding the profound meaning, when you return, I will show you my path of destruction. However, although the way of swordsmanship is strong, you cannot forget the basics. Molding into chaos is the most important thing. Hearing that, the defeated girl smiled confidently and replied, don't worry, the ancestor will not miss it. Scene change. Right now in a towering citadel on the mountain, there are loud and small whispers. It turned out that in the main hall, everyone was discussing together. You said, loneliness defeats heaven, loneliness seeks defeat. Who is the true descendant of Dak Ko family? I feel like I'm alone and trying to win. He's already standing shoulder to shoulder with Deep Phi and True Vo Cuc. I feel like Bai Tien. His orders and exercises are the real deal. Nok Vo Song was immediately present in the lobby and said to Dak Ko Bai Tien who was waiting there, Brother Dak Ko, according to reliable news, Dak Ko Bai Tien and people from the Sword Pavilion are coming here. Hearing that, Dak Lok Ti Tien sighed and replied, Looks like that bastard has arrived. I will definitely expose his identity. Daring to impersonate a descendant of our Dak Ko family, he is truly as bold as heaven. Suddenly, Ao Vo Song gave a warning, Brother Dak Ko, behind Dak Ko seeking defeat there is a very strong guardian, don't be hasty. Receiving this information, Dak Ko Ba Tien affirmed, from this point we can see that he is fake. Having a fake guardian will not endanger your life, so why practice? As soon as I saw it, I knew it was fake. By the way, Gao Vo Song had a question and quickly explained, Brother Dak Ko, I really haven't figured out one thing yet. You said that if you want to lose, you are at the top of the blacklist. If you are so strong, why do you still pretend to be someone else? After hearing this question, even Lo and Lo Tien himself could not understand, so he replied, I don't understand either. He gritted his teeth and angrily thought, this imposter did better than me. What the hell is he doing? In short, no matter what, I can't let this fake guy boast anymore. If this bastard messes with the Emperor Tien family or the Holy Land, our Dak Ko family will be miserable. Lonely and defeated, she stands tall, ready to welcome someone pretending to be her. Not long after, a person hurriedly ran over, bowed his head and panted, announcing, Lord Saint, Lonely Seeker and the people of the Sword Pavilion have arrived outside the mountain gate. Receiving this important announcement, Gao Vo Song loudly declared, Okay, we will go there to welcome you. Outside the mountain gate, the defeated loner, and the 4 people following her had arrived. Witnessing the crowd here right now, Ho Lang Tam exclaimed, "Wow, so many people come out here, the dignity of our swordsman is really great." Kim Not heard that and immediately protested, "Not sure yet, why do I think these people all want to watch the excitement?" Doc and her brothers immediately flew into the main hall. The people who had come here early to catch a glimpse of it immediately started talking about it. There was a good show to watch. The successor is real and fake, perhaps there should be a duel. Haven't had such an interesting story in a long time. Gao Vo's song also immediately flew up into the sky, clasping his hands and greeting, "Brother Doc Ko, brother swordsman, welcome to join the sword festival." On the part of Doc Ko Bo Ttien, he was not so polite. He immediately shouted loudly and asked, "Who is Doc Ko Bo Ttien? Come here for me." Being called by his name, he was not worried at all. He stepped up and said, "I am the lonely girl who wants to lose." It seems like he is hatching some plan. Doc Ko Bai Tien immediately approached, faced each other, and asked, "Are you the one who sought defeat?" "Tell you, I am lonely and defeated I am." Before he could finish his sentence, she suddenly approached him and hugged him, startling him, not understanding what was going on. The lonely girl also said in a sweet tone, "It turns out it's Bai Tien, nephew, long time no see." Witnessing this unpredictable incident, everyone had to scream in shock. Everyone can't believe their eyes right now. After that historic hug, she still couldn't get over the shock. Her face turned purple and wrinkled because she was so disgusted. Everyone below started to chat about this shocking news. What's going on? Doc Ko Bai Tien is the grandchild of Doc Ko Ka Tai. No wonder they look so similar. Like that head, do you have a problem with your eyes? Not giving everyone time to understand what was going on, Doc Ko prayed hard on the shoulder and continued, "Bai Tien, I originally thought that there was someone impersonating a descendant of our Doc Ko family, but I didn't expect it to be true. The fact that it's you almost led to a misunderstanding." Doc Lonely Tien was extremely confused by this scene and hastily replied, Wait for me." His head was spinning continuously. What he said was a nephew. Hell only knew if he was talking nonsense or not. Unable to bear it any longer, Doc Ko Ba Tien immediately pulled away Doc Ko's hand and said with a grimace, "Don't cling to relationships, my uncle and uncle are all in the clan, there is absolutely no one like you. Who are you anyway? Why are you impersonating a descendant of our Doc Ko family?" Seeing this angry expression, she calmly replied, "Nephew, then you are wrong. I ask you, what is Doc Ko Kim to you?" Doc Ko Bai Tien heard that and immediately replied, "Old ancestor Doc Ko Kim is my uncle's ancestor." Hearing this, suddenly Doc Ko Kim burst into laughter and said loudly, "So that's right, Doc Ko Kim is my ancestor. I'm one step higher than you, so what's wrong with calling you nephew?" Doc Ko Ba Tien also began to have doubts, and immediately asked the question, "Where is the evidence? I don't remember that ancestor Doc Ko Kim had descendants." Hearing that, she did not hesitate, immediately showed a metal card and said, "Of course I have evidence, please see." In his mind he was thinking that the relic brought out from Doc Ko Kim's mansion was finally effective. Doc Ko Bat Tien immediately walked forward, picked up the card, observed it for a while, and realized that this was actually the identity token of a descendant of the Doc Ko family. Are you really a descendant of Elder Doc Ko Kim?" Lonely Girl Seeking Defeat quickly confirmed once again, "That's right. That year when my father came to Namlin 100,000 Mountains, he sensed danger. So I gave this identity token to my family, asking me to use this identity token to return to the Doc Ko family." Still unable to believe his eyes, Doc Lo Ba Tien stubbornly asked, "Besides this identity card, do you have any other evidence?" Doc Ko's defeat did not hesitate, so he stepped forward and whispered softly in his ear, "That year, when Grandpa left, he left behind the cosmic sword, asking me to pass it on to other descendants of the Doc Ko family. Listen carefully, this is the address of the book." Hearing this, there was no need to listen to the rest. Doc Lo Bai Tien immediately opened his mouth in surprise. This was even a gift from the Imperial Sutra, if not a relative. Who else could it be? Doc Ko Bat Tien quickly believed the person across from her, and immediately clasped her hands to apologize politely. "Uncle, thank you very much. I hope you don't blame me for what happened before." Realizing that the impersonation plan had succeeded, Doc Ko Bai laughed loudly, then replied, "Ha ha, we are family, there is no need to be so polite. After all, I am the elder." Witnessing this attitude of Doc Ko Bat Tien, Everyone around them had to confirm that they were really uncle and nephew. The Dak Ko family is really strong. I can't watch the excitement anymore. Dak Ko defeated, so he stepped forward, rubbed Dak Ko Bat Tien's head, and gently reminded her, "But don't be so rash in the future to avoid misunderstandings." Being gently guided by that warm hand, Dak Lon Tien suddenly became weak and replied, "Yes, uncle." At the same time, thoughts were running through his mind. Is rubbing his head a habit of his uncle? When I become an uncle in the future, I will do the same. Blending in with this atmosphere, the second sword, Gao Vo's song and the first sword also approached, congratulating brother Dak Ko on receiving relatives. That's right, the Sword Association's recognition of loved ones is truly a joy. My uncle also likes to pat his head like that. What a coincidence, so is my uncle. When she failed, she bowed her head in gratitude, then said, "Everyone, we have some private matters to discuss, let's leave here first." Hearing that, Gao Vo's song did not stop him and replied, "Brother Dak Ko, please do as you please, don't miss the sword festival." Dak Ko Pray Defeat and Dak Ko Bo Tien came together to stay at 10,000 Sword Guest House. They sat down at a table, then started talking together. Dak asked, "Bai Tien, I see you don't seem to have any experience in the streets. How did your family train you?" Hearing the question, Dak Ko Bat Tien politely replied, "Uncle, since I was 6 years old I have had to go to the sword to accompany the sword, and at that time I only spent time with the sword. Only when the sword heart is implanted and one becomes a swordsman can one's sword be unified and one can go out. I waited 30 years before going out to practice. After listening to this arduous process, in my lonely heart I thought in despair. With such a brainless cultivation method, it's no wonder I'm so easily deceived. It seems that the odds of me getting the spatial kendo technique are very high." After that question, she continued to ask, "Nephew, I heard that our family has a space sword art practice. I don't know if I can practice or not?" Hearing that, Dak Ko Bat Tien immediately replied, "Of course it is possible. Uncle is the main descendant of Patriarch Dak Ko Kim, and can practice any sword practice." Immediately the defeated girl made a request, "So can you help me make a copy?" Dak Ko Bat Tien had no intention of refusing, so she replied, "No need for such trouble, uncle will follow you directly to the clan." This is clearly impossible, forcing Dak Ko to consider defeat and go to the Dak Ko family. That's too dangerous. What if I have to have some bloodline assessed? He quickly and skillfully refused to avoid suspicion. "I just went out, I still have to go to the middle of the earth to challenge those holy places. I'm afraid I won't have time to return to the family." After hearing this sentence, Dak Ko was extremely overwhelmed and immediately agreed to the previous proposal he made. Challenging the middle ground, Uncle was indeed decisive. "I made a trip back to my family. Once I get the technique of space swordsmanship, I will go to Central Earth to reunite with my uncle." Dak Ko, if defeated, immediately thanked Dak Ko Bat Tien, picked up the cup of wine and drank in the style of a winner, thinking in his head, "It's really good to have a grandson like that." Dak Ko, seeking defeat, said, "Space Sword Dao waits for the sword meeting to end and then returns to take it. Can you tell me what kind of swordsmanship you practice?" Dak Ko Bat Tien replied, "I have understood the two types of sword intent, life and death." She secretly thought to herself, comprehending two completely contrasting sword intentions, "This nephew is very powerful." He patted his nephew's shoulder. "Nephew, life and death are inherently one cycle of reincarnation. So I feel that if you can fuse the two types of swordsmanship, perhaps you can overcome the great path of reincarnation to become a great man." So, Dak Lon Tien was surprised. The great path of reincarnation, right? Why didn't you think of it? Having finished speaking, she turned around and left. "Let's go, we should gather with everyone." In the sky, there were two brilliant golden light dragons. Moreover, there was someone on their tail. "So it's a girl, she is Tan Bang Noyet." But she seemed uncomfortable when looking at the man behind her. "Quan Tu Dao, you've been following me for a month. You are a member of the Quan family. Why do you immerse yourself in debauchery and become a stalker?" It turned out that this man was the son of a great family named Quan Tu Dao. He replied, "Fairy Qin, you and I have long agreed to get married. Since you're out training, of course I have to follow and protect you. I know you want to protect your future, but if you're still stalking me without getting married, that's perverted, brother." Bang Noyet looked disgusted and replied, "I came to the sword festival because I had an invitation. You should be careful of being chased away, causing embarrassment to the military family. Tu Dao was not discouraged by the beautiful woman's words and replied, although the Quan family cannot compare to your Qin family, it is still a great family. I am the descendant of the royal family, that is the glory of the family. 10,000 Swords Villa. How could it be that they were chased away? Bang Noyet smirked. Tan Kim of my Tan family follows the sword way. If you don't follow the sword way, why come here? Why do you stand and watch? Tu Dao replied confidently, although I don't follow the sword path, but the magical supernatural sword path skills that I learned, not everyone can follow. Tan Kim suddenly spoke up and asked, Heavenly Flying Fairy, is it the magical sword fairy of great Emperor Tu Dao? Tu Dao replied, that's right, it's this magical power. Tan Kim softly whispered to Bang Noyet, the great Emperor's magical powers truly cannot be underestimated. Bang Noyet replied, I heard that a super genius in swordsmanship has just appeared in the East Wasteland named Dak Ko Tsung Van. He killed the great Emperor Dao then, Quan Chu Dao. I advise you not to fly into the sky, to avoid making people laugh. The Crown Prince did not want to be inferior to anyone, so he said in a contemptuous tone, he was just taking advantage of Deep Phi and True Vo Cuc. Wouldn't it be easy to defeat him? There is no such thing as easy as eating porridge. Bang Noyet heard the Crown Prince's lies and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Humph, I'm too lazy to tell you, I've arrived at 10,000 Swords Villa. The first sword, Gaovo Song and Dak Ko prayed for defeat came out to welcome the distinguished guests, welcoming the king's son, Tan Tian Tu, the king's arrival. Van Kim's son Trang is truly an honor. Vo Song began to introduce everyone to each other. Brother Dak Ko, Brother Kim Not, let me introduce, this person is Quan's son. Not and Ka Bai greeted respectfully but were looked down upon by this bossy guy. Seeing me there would have been a chair to the head. He contemptuously said to Wu Song, proud saint, I'll go in first, don't casually introduce me to others in the future, I'm not interested in knowing a group of weaklings. Moa, the kid who hasn't blown his nose clean yet doesn't know the bitter taste of life. Dak Ko Ba Tien was angry, he pulled out his sword to send him to heaven, damn, dare not put uncle in his eyes. Bai Tian quickly stopped his nephew, calm down, don't be impatient, please forgive us. There is a chance to correct him. Not only did he not get angry, but on the contrary he smirked. This guy, just by looking at him, he knows he's missing some cruel attacks from society. Kim Not whispered to his uncle, Duk Ko brother, this is the Qin fairy of the Tan family. Bai Tian nervously looked at her, Fairy Qin, don't be shy. Bang Noyet walked over, pointed straight at Ka Bai and said, You are a monk who eats meat and drinks wine. Uncle Bai looked dumbfounded, he scratched his head in confusion. Oh, why did he meet someone he knew? He quickly explained, Fairy Qin was joking, I am a descendant of the Dak Ko family. I just went out to practice not long ago. How can I become a monk? Bang Noyet coldly said, Don't laugh, the moment you laugh, you will be even more like that stupid little monk. Lonely girl in defeat scratched her head and replied awkwardly, Yeah. Hoa Lang Tam saw that the situation did not look good, so he spoke up to relieve the situation. Brother Dak Ko, don't pay attention. Quan Tu Dao has the supreme immortal king body, and Fairy Tan is also extremely talented, so it's hard to avoid being a little arrogant. Surely Brother Dak Ko still doesn't understand the process of the sword association, so let me introduce you. Ka Bai replied, Then thank you Brother Hoa. Lang Tam continued, Swords are divided into 3 processes. Sword discussion, sword quantification and sword selection. The sword essay is held in the sword hall, where you can exchange swordsmanship as well as compete. There will be a sword saint in charge, and each person will have the opportunity to ask a difficult question about swordsmanship. Quan's sword is to observe the process of casting a holy soldier. Sword selection is to enter the sword pool and choose a sword that belongs to yourself. Someone has captured the holy soldier. Ka Bai was surprised and asked again, Holy soldiers, are you so generous? Looking for further explanation, the 10,000 Swords Mountain Sites Sword Association really consumes a lot, but their harvest is also quite a bit. A genius who cultivates will be accepted by them as a disciple. In addition, the person who receives the benefits will also remember this kindness. And these people, many of them, have become sword saints. Because of that, the 10,000 Swords village can always thrive and not decline. Ka Bai said, It seems that this 1,000-sword mountain site is a place where hundreds of rivers flow into the sea. Lang Tam reminded him, Brother Dak Ko, let's not talk anymore, the first round is about to start. Let's go inside. In the discussion of finding a way, Crown Prince Tu Dao still maintains that arrogant look. Swordplay is just the end of the trend of not being able to attain great emperors. What's the point of such a lively discussion? It's just a waste of time. Da Ko Ba Tien couldn't stand his bossy look and got angry. You fart. Who said the way of swordsmanship cannot prove the way of great emperors? As long as we sword cultivators work hard to research, one day a sword emperor will appear. Based on the attack power of our swordsmanship, it will definitely be an unparalleled heavenly emperor. Tu Dao asked emotionlessly. Do you dare to say that to me? Bai Tian gritted his teeth and replied, There's nothing you don't dare to. Vo Song respectfully said to Tu Dao, Lord Quan, this place is after all our 10,000 swords village, please calm down. This arrogant guy has no respect for anyone but is extremely arrogant. There's nothing to be angry about. The Da Ko family, a third-rate family that isn't even a holy place, dares to speak indiscriminately in front of this subject, truly not knowing whether to live or die. Vo Song was certainly very angry in his heart but still bowed his head to him. Lord Quan asked him to respect him. Tu Dao greeted him and said, Proud son, I advise you not to worry about money matters. After that, he began to unleash his martial arts in preparation for battle. Bai Tian was not satisfied either. He used his eyes to shine straight at the Crown Prince. The two sides collided with each other, feeling like a big explosion was about to happen. Inside Wan Kim Duong, the whole room was lit up. Tu Dao smirked. The way of life and death swordplay is a bit interesting, but that's all. Da Ko seeking defeat was a bit tense. He thought to himself, Bai Tian is probably not his opponent. It seems like he has to strike once. The sword saint arrogantly appeared. His murderous aura made everyone around him gasp. It seemed that the murderous aura seemed gloomy. His face was gloomy. The argument started. Stop arguing. Da Ko looked for defeat and glanced at the aggressive man. He was a bit wary. This person is so strong, such murderous aura. One look was speechless, so terrifying. Everyone was surprised. There was a stir of discussion. Those who cannot become saints are all ants. The sword saint is truly terrifying. The momentum of the mainland's top experts is truly strong. Gao Kuang began to speak. Old man Gao Kuang, this year's sword festival was answered by the old man to make it difficult for you all. Everyone here has a chance to ask once. The Crown Prince is arrogant, and has a tone that looks down on others. Okay, then I would like to ask Senior, can the way of swordsmanship prove to be a great emperor? Damn, looking at his arrogant look, I really want to punch him in the face. Da Ko sought defeat and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. He frowned and silently reprimanded, This guy is really arrogant, even the sword saint dares to say bad things. Gao Kuang did not pay attention to Tu Dao's trivial sarcasm. He replied, Dao gives birth to one, one gives birth to two gives birth to three gives birth to all things can become Dao. Swordsmanship of course also can attain great enlightenment. Crown Prince Tu Dao bluntly replied, But as far as I know, in the history of Nine-Tu continent, there has never been a great swordplay emperor. Even the Patriarch of Tian Kim Holy Land only considered swordplay as a martial art. Only the spirit of enlightenment. Not Kuang glanced at the overbearing man. So what, before the great Emperor of Chaos, no one knew that he could attain enlightenment. Tu Dao curled his lips in disdain. But at least one person became an emperor. But there was no one person in swordsmanship. How could it be proven whether it could succeed or not? Arrogance calmly replied, Young man, don't think that if you have a supreme being, you can speak without thinking, not even a saint. You're not even worthy of arguing with this old man, and besides, you don't practice swordplay either, so go away. Tu Dao opened his mouth and confidently replied, Senior, although I don't practice swordsmanship, I still know the magic of swordsmanship. Is it possible to compete and exchange swordsmanship? I rely on this magical power of swordsmanship, and I don't know if it will be possible to meet with the master swordsman who is present here. Old Arrogant stretched his scalp thinking, Quan Tu Dao possesses the immortal king body, the people present are afraid that no one is his opponent. The name Tu Dao is taking advantage of the situation. Please rest assured, Senior, this magical sword art is just a trivial thing I practice in my spare time, not worth mentioning. I guarantee that I will not use the immortal king's body. I will simply compete with them using this magical sword technique. Da Ko Bo Tien opened her mouth as if she was ready to compete with him. Before he could finish his sentence, she stopped him with her hand. Then he confidently said, "Since you want to compete, then I will represent the sword cultivator here and receive the magic teachings of the military family." Tu Dao spoke loudly and looked down on Ka Bai. "Who are you, and why do you represent all the sword cultivators here?" Ka Bai did not get angry. He smirked and replied, "Based on me, I am ranked first in the black rankings, the #1 swordsman among my juniors." The Crown Prince said arrogantly, "First place in the black list, sorry. On the sword list I only looked at the sword list. As for the other menus, I really have no interest in understanding." Ka Bai replied, "People will soon understand. Let's go out and fight." Nok Kwong interrupted their conversation. "There's no need, the competition is fine here." Then, space sand appeared, surrounding the two of them. Everyone standing outside was admiring, talking wildly, the atmosphere filled with excitement. As expected of a sword saint. Senior arrogance is so powerful. Considering space as a toy, this must be the strength of the great saint. Old man Gao Kwong stood outside and transmitted the voice to Ka Bai. "Are you sure you can teach this arrogant guy a lesson?" Ka Bai grinned in response. The senior felt reassured. At this time, Chu Dao spoke up. "This era is ultimately the era of the supreme body. Kendo is nothing more than child's play. Are you ready yet? I allow you to set up defenses first, so you can prepare." Da Ko asked for defeat and mocked him. "Relying on you, no need to be so troublesome." Tu Dao lowered his voice and began to transfer the technique. "If you don't appreciate the opportunity one give you, I hope you don't regret it." He held the leaf that emitted a lot of golden light, felt it, it seemed very powerful. Tu Dao threw the leaf straight towards Ka Bai. "Ranked first in the black list, remember, the magical power defeated you, you heavenly flying fairy." The battle raged fiercely in heavenly space. Everyone standing outside gasped in surprise. This was the supreme body, much stronger than the average genius. He doesn't even follow the path of swordsmanship. That's right, no comparison, no pain. No wonder he is so arrogant. In order to defeat, she only gently used the technique to block Tu Dao's moves. Tu Dao said a few words full of contempt for others, wanting to stop my Tian Niguai Phi Tian with even a single finger, really looking for death. So the flying yellow leaves are called Tian Niguai Phi Tian? Ka Bai's ability is not far behind that guy, maybe even better. He shouted loudly, slashed, then only needed to use one finger, but the power burst out and shot straight forward like an arrow. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. A huge explosion occurred immediately afterward, and thick smoke and dust covered the entire space. Tu Dao said arrogantly, "The #1 mystery list is just that." A few people standing outside all admired the Crown Prince, defeating her with one blow. Is the Supreme Being so afraid? Wow, that's unbelievable. It's broken, the dignity of our sword cultivators. Wins and losses are not yet decided, but they are already guessing. Suddenly, from the sea of fire, the feet of the first mysterious person stepped out. Ka Bai's aura is sky high. He slowly steps forward. "Even a magical power wants to kill me, is that what you think?" At this time, Tu Dao was no longer happy. He looked down at Ka Bai. Tu Dao opened her mouth and said, "It's me who looked down on you, you're really not bad." Ka Bai replied, "Reciprocity is enough to satisfy each other. If I received one of your magical sword skills, so you also accepted one of my magical swordsmanship skills, how about it?" The Crown Prince also showed that his position was not inferior. "Okay, then I will play with you, let you know the power of the immortal king body." The crowd started chatting again, like a royal battle. "Is it true that if you seek defeat you are flying too high?" "He's flying so high, last time if he hadn't summoned Vo Chi, how could he have stolen the loot?" "That's right, if you want to injure your supreme body, this is too difficult." Ka Bai took the stance of drawing his sword, preparing to use his sword technique. Fiery aura burst out around him. "Stop gossiping, it's not too late to wait until you receive one of my magical powers and then boast." Everyone continued to make noise. What kind of sword move was this? The sword hadn't come out yet, the momentum had already robbed someone first. The atmosphere is scary. The move is too strong. Loneliness and defeat are very powerful. Tu Dao confidently opened his arms wide to receive Ka Bai's move. "Come on, come here quickly." Ka Bai smirked and replied, "Don't rush, the new move has just begun." The hero thought, the longer the charge time for this move, the longer the charge time, the greater the power. Although not too practical, it is good to use in this place. After one incense stick, he still didn't move, still maintaining that position. Tu Dao couldn't wait any longer. he angrily urged Ka Bai. It's already been a stick of incense time. Damn it, you should hurry up and take action. The prince's sweat was flowing profusely like he was immersed in the desert. I seem to have been fooled by this kid, who gave you such a long time to accumulate strength in a real fight. The lonely girl exhaled a stream of sharp white smoke. Then he used all his strength to throw the move forward. Tu Dao immediately used his own move to fend off Ka Bai, and he finally pulled it out. The two sides collided like a battle between fire and water, and of course, water can always put out fire. A few seconds later, Tu Dao vomited blood to his own surprise. Fire and water are just metaphors, guys. The bossy man's face turned pale, he clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground in pain. Why, how could he be so strong? The crown prince struggled to stand. If he vomited blood, how would outsiders see him? It would be embarrassing. Tu Dao tried to close his mouth, in order to save his own dignity, and not want to vomit blood in front of others. He thought to himself, no, I absolutely cannot vomit blood. On the side of the lonely girl seeking defeat, he took advantage of the victory and rushed forward, using a beheading move to slash forward continuously. The speed of the move is too strong and too fast. Tu Dao can only use martial arts to block it. At this moment, Ka Bai realized something. He stopped and said, Lord Quan, admit it. Tu Dao looked away and said in a low voice, one sword is not bad. Then he quickly turned around and left. I couldn't say any more, otherwise this mouthful of blood would really be unbearable. Look at that face, that looks like it just pooped its pants. It's really funny. Everyone gasped in surprise. Had they won? Is Quan Chu Dao considered to have blocked this sword strike? I don't know, he didn't seem to be injured anyway. But he was really beaten back. Arrogance showed a gloating expression on his face. He thought to himself, although this sword is a bit of a cheat, it is really very strong. Quan Chu Dao suffered such a disadvantage. I'm afraid it won't be pleasant. An hour later, Tu Dao still sat as still as a statue. He did not open his mouth and say a word. His unusual behavior made the crowd curious. Being able to ask the Sword Saint for advice would be of great benefit. Strange, why didn't Quan Tu Dao talk for an hour? That's right, a lot of harvest. That's right, it doesn't suit his personality. On the outside, he seems calm as if nothing happened, but inside he is in a lot of pain. I'm healing, you guys can just discuss. Why bring me along? Gao Kuang now spoke. Okay, the discussion is over. Next, someone will take you to Chukin Kok to observe a sword master with holy soldiers. You must seriously observe, because from there you may be able to comprehend the profound meaning of swordsmanship. When Ka Bai heard that he could comprehend illusionary meanings, he thought for a moment. He had always thought that the Quan Kim performance was the most useless. It seemed he was completely wrong. He turned to ask Ngao Vo Song, Holy Sun arrogance, is what Senior Nak Kwong really said. Vo Song seriously replied, yes, because the holy soldiers contain profound meaning. When casting a holy weapon, the forging master, after simplifying the meaning, will put it into the holy weapon, so observing the forging process is the easiest way to understand the meaning. Ka Bai resolved the confusion in his heart, and immediately asked, is that so? So has Saint Nok Nok also seen the forging process? Vo Song nodded frankly, not hiding anything from Brother Doc Company. I had actually watched a great sword master casting holy soldiers, but I was ashamed to say it, I couldn't comprehend any of the meaning. When Hoa Lang Tam heard the story, he came to encourage Vo Song. Brother Ao, there is no need to be ashamed. If it were that simple, the 10,000 Swords village would have long dominated the 9-Chu continent, wouldn't it? Ka Bai also agreed with Lang Tam's words. Brother Hoa is right. Let's go open our eyes. He silently grinned mischievously. Hoa Lang Tam was right. Understanding is all about fate, except for people with an enlightenment system like me, of course. Because of Uncle Sword Cup, everyone had gathered here. One of them suddenly spoke. Master Ngao Min has arrived. Everyone, this person is Master Ngao Min. He is one of the 5 sword masters of our 10,000 swords village. Today he will cast the earth element of the army that he is best at. The great master with that chubby face is Dai Min. True to his name, he was tall and strong like a sea monster. When she saw the defeat with her own eyes, she couldn't help but be excited. The holy soldiers of the earth system, this is so good. I just grasped the meaning of the great earth sword. Maybe this time I can comprehend the profound meaning. In front of everyone's eyes, Ngao Min raised his mace and repeatedly hit the metal piece. creating clanging sounds that echoed throughout the sword assembly. The people participating in the sword festival witnessed that scene with wide eyes and excitedly discussed it. Unfortunately, the Earth-type holy soldiers are not the same as our swordsmanship. From that, it can be deduced that perhaps it will be useful. It must be carefully observed. Then they unanimously agreed on one opinion, using the enlightenment of Master Ngao Min's hammering method. In those chants, Tu Van silently calculated that all kinds of colorants had accumulated 542 times of enlightenment in the past, so that was probably enough. Ao Wushwang calmly explained to everyone that this was the method of practicing with 1,000 hammers. Don't see that the master keeps hitting again and again. In fact, every time the old man knocks, it seems like he knocks 1,000 times. Hearing that, Hoa Lang Tam couldn't believe it. 1,000 times, how could this be possible? The nearest swordsman is not sure to say what he thinks. I have only heard it 100 times. Sword Tam is worse. I've only heard it 30 times. How Lang Tam is the worst. I've only heard it 20 times. Ao Wushwang did a good job of explaining, but your strength was too poor to hear it 1,000 times. In fact, the number of times each person hears it is different. We only hear it 150 times. Hearing this, Tan Kim could not help but exclaim, I have heard of the method of Tian Chui 100 refinements, but I did not expect it to be so magical. I've only heard it 200 times, and I can tell you how many times I've heard it. I'm a little better than you. I can hear it 250 times. Seeing that, Tan Kim immediately turned to ask Quan Chu Dao and Tan Bang Noyet, Fairy Tan, I don't know how many times you two have heard this. Quan Chu Dao answered without concealment, I heard it 512 times. The same goes for Tan Bang Noyet. I heard it 476 times. When the people around heard this, they exclaimed in surprise. As expected of the genius, it must be said that the distance was too great, and being able to hear it over 500 times was truly terrifying. Quan Tu Dao ignored the hype and asked Tu Van, Lonely girl seeks defeat, what about you? Tu Van was still absorbing the wonderful things before him without paying attention to his surroundings, focusing on listening to the sound of the hammer hitting the metal. He was secretly happy, feeling lucky, 1,000 times shocked. It turned out that the shock was a hidden meaning in the great guidance. I finally understood. This time I really didn't go to the sword meeting in vain. Seeing no response, Quan Chu Dao quickly attracted his attention. Doc Ko brother, he finally turned his attention to Quan Chu Dao and asked, What's going on? He seemed to look down on you and challenge you, alone and seeking defeat. Are you pretending to be stupid? Is it because you hear it so few times that you're worried about showing off so you don't dare to publish it? Hearing this, he was speechless and gave up the meaning without understanding it. Coming here to compare this is really a bunch of idiots. He turned back and continued to comprehend and said, If there's nothing wrong, don't bother me. I heard it 1,000 times. How many times did you hear it? Maybe more than me? Everyone was waiting around to hear that, taking turns mocking him. Ha ha, even lying is so ridiculous. Do you think everyone here is stupid? Hey, is this loneliness and defeat a broken state of mind? I don't know, but I could hear it 1,000 times. Absolutely impossible. That's right. Doc Ko Ba Ti Tian is exactly Chu Van's ardent fan. Uncle is so awesome. I have only heard it 250 times. Uncle can hear it 1,000 times. He is worthy of being a swordsmanship genius. Most legendary table. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people interjected and mocked. Do you also believe this story? Is the person who heard it 250 times really an idiot? Suddenly, before everyone's eyes, Tu Van raised his fist as if holding something. Then lower it quickly. Ao Vo Song was surprised and wondered what she was doing. Another person responded in an uncertain tone. I don't know, it seems like I'm enlightened. Ngao Min also turned some of his attention to the person he was assessing, and he realized that the shock was constantly increasing. Everyone exclaimed, Oh my god, Quan Tu Dao doesn't believe it either. This loner seeking defeat is not comprehending the truth. The swordsman who had noticed Ngao Vo Song from earlier asked, Hey, Brother Ngao, why are you always looking at Brother Doc Ko? Ngao Vo Song did not answer but asked again, Didn't you find out? Brother Doc Ko, I'm afraid you're understanding the truth. I can't believe what my ears just heard. Does anyone really mean it? At this time, Chu Van was calmly analyzing. When the first shock, the 10th time, and the 100th time, there was a feeling of breaking through the realm. It seems that this deep meaning shock is mostly classified based on the number of times. Level, just spent 10 or 5 times. Enlightenment continues. 2 hours later, the metal bar, after being subjected to pressure from the mace and the power of the holy soldiers, gradually took shape. He looked at the semi-finished product while explaining that the sword had been cast. The next step was tempering the fire, using the fire of heaven and earth to temper it to increase its quality. Tu Van sighed with regret. Unfortunately, it was over. Just now it was 188 times. I don't know when I will be able to reach the realm of 1,000 times. Tan Bin Gaomin then took some time to transmit the sound to Gao Vo Song, the person he had always paid attention to. Gao Vo Song heard the question and respectfully replied, "To tell the story of Master Gaomin, this person is Dak Ko Seeking Failure, a descendant of Senior Dak Ko Kim." Gaomin continued to transmit the sound. Just now he had comprehended the profound meaning. "Did you know?" Gao Vo Song replied dejectedly, "Master Gaomin, just now I had a judgment." Gaomin spoke softly, but the words in his words were not light at all. "If I remember correctly, although I announced to the outside world that I only observed it once, it was actually the 3rd time I watched the casting of holy soldiers," making Gao Vo Song sweat. He was trembling while trying to find a way to defend him. "Master Nak Min, this person's extremely high talent could be compared to the supreme beings like Deep Phi and True Vo Cuc." Gao Min didn't care at all and continued rubbing salt. "But I have already observed the casting of Tan's soldier 3 times. Gao Vo Song continued to explain with tears in his eyes. "Master Gao Min, this loner's talent is truly very high. Just now, while discussing swordsmanship, he also injured Quan Tu Dao, who had an immortal king body." Gao Min still ignored it, almost angry. "I have observed the casting of holy soldiers 3 times already." Ao Wu Song felt helpless, suffering and complaining in his head. "Oh man, can you change the sentence to another one? Damn it, my talent is not as good as being single and seeking defeat." He gave up and sullenly transmitted the voice, "Master Nak Min, if you seek defeat alone, you can cultivate the 5 types of sword intent to the level of perfection." Gao Min interrupted, "His talent is very high, but you." Nak Vo Song did not want to listen. "Master Nak Min," the junior admitted that his poor talent had betrayed the hearts of the sword masters. The junior would definitely work harder. Tu Van got rid of his previous regret and saw his suddenly depressed spirit, so he raised his voice in concern. "Brother Gale, why did you suddenly decline so much? Did you encounter any criticism?" Ao Wu Song is shedding tears in his heart, angry and complaining, "Not because of you." But outside, trying to smile awkwardly, turned to look at him. He didn't really want to know, he was simply interested and immediately changed the subject. "Hey, let's not talk, I want to ask Brother Ngao a question. How can I observe other sword masters forging holy soldiers?" On the outside, Ao Wu Song was apprehensive, afraid that this matter would be a bit difficult, but inside he secretly scolded him. "Understanding one thing is not enough, I still want to see, will you let that person live?" Tu Van thought it was true and immediately spoke up to entice. "How can I use the previous sword knowledge to behead and defeat? Although that magical power is a bit useless, as long as it gives the user a little time, it is really very powerful, isn't it?" Hearing that, Gao Vo Song was a bit shaken and replied, "I cannot control this matter. So I'll go tell you, wait for my news." Seeing an opportunity to rejoice, he replied, "Okay." He silently pondered the hope in his heart, not knowing what hidden meaning the other 4 sword masters had, hoping it was one he could use. An hour later, Gao Min spoke up to explain the final process to create the final product. "Next, cast 1 more time and the holy soldier will be completed. Once completed, my holy soldiers will be thrown into the sword pool, hoping that those who are predestined can get it." Everyone who heard that immediately rejoiced. Their eyes were as bright as seeing gold. One person spoke first, "Wow, there are indeed holy soldiers in the sword pool." Another person also said the same thing. "Does that still need to be said? There's not just one." Tu Van looked intently at Gao Min, who was using his mace to perform the final stage of creating a holy soldier. At the same time, Gao Min also silently evaluated him. "Doesn't he have a bottleneck? Why does the number of shocks I perceive keep increasing? Am I outdated? Having realized it 250 times already. At that time I spent how many years? It seemed like 800 years. Thud, the final hammer hit. The holy soldier was finally completed. He looked back at his work and said, "Okay, the holy soldier is completed. Vo Song, take him to the sword pond." Ao Vo Song immediately replied, "Yes." Everyone heard this and were suspiciously talking about the newly created holy soldier. Is this a holy soldier? It looks very normal. That's right, even better than my magnificent sword. I can't feel the oppression of the holy soldiers. Ao Wu Song was in no hurry to explain, just thinking in his head, the holy sword hides its talent. The sword that had just been cast, even its appearance was still unstable. After the holy weapon is sharpened, based on the owner's will, the holy sword can be transformed at will. But that's just an explanation in my head. For now, he is carefully holding the sword with both hands and saying to everyone, "Okay, everyone follow me." Passing by Tu Van, he immediately transmitted the voice to him. "Brother Doc Ko, the man agreed to wait until after choosing the sword at the sword pond, and asked you to come and watch the casting of the holy soldiers again. The remaining 4 spell sword masters differentiate their understanding of the golden Tao, the weakness Tao, the speed Tao of wind, and the earthly guardian Tao. Which one do you choose?" Hearing that he still had a choice, he calmly replied, "Let me think about it." He thought, except for the way of sword, the rest were all what he needed, but which one should he choose from weakness, speed, and protection? He quickly thought, and then transmitted the voice back to Vo Song. "Choose the speed of the wind path. Only this one has a tendency to attack, choose it." Vo Song immediately transmitted back, "Okay, after choosing the sword I will arrange it for you. But at Keen Try, the clouds are thick, the swords here are protected by a giant magic formation." Vo Song stood at the eye of the formation, carefully inserting his sword into the sword pool. The sword immediately vibrated. After finishing, he turned to everyone and said, "Now choose the sword. Once selected, leave immediately, otherwise the attack will be activated. When the 1-hour time limit approaches, you must immediately leave the sword pond." A ray of internal light was created by Vo Song. From there, the gate to the sword pond opened. He went out of his way to invite everyone, "Please come in." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately flew to the gate and flew into the sword tower. Inside the sword pool, the sword stood shoulder to shoulder with Tu Van floating in the air and said to him, "Do you think that the quality of these swords is all the same and it is difficult to choose?" He did not hesitate to answer, "Yes, I would like to ask for your guidance." Not was humble when he heard that. He didn't dare to teach me anything. I also heard Brother Ngao say that choosing a sword in the sword pool is not the person choosing the sword, but the sword choosing the person. Having said that, he explained in front of me, "Just release your sword intent, the sword will coordinate with your sword intent and fly out for you to choose." A dozen swords whizzed by as if to prove what he said. Doc Ko Bat Tien heard that and immediately thought to herself, "This is really magical, I have to try it too." As soon as he released his sword intent, more than 100 swords immediately flew to Bai Tian's side, making many people admire him. Brother Doc Ko is indeed extremely talented. Tu Van also wanted to try his luck, slowly released his sword intention. I also came to try. Before the eyes of many people, countless swords roared towards him like raindrops falling in the sky. Everyone shouted in surprise, "Oh my God, this lonely and defeated person is so powerful!" As expected of being ranked first in the legendary list. Some people agree, "Yes, that's terrible." Quan Tu Dao bowed his head, gritted his teeth, hummed, "Dazzling the world." Tan Bang Noyet thought to himself, "It seems he was really wrong. That monk is proficient in Buddhism. How could he comprehend so much sword intent? Even if one's talent is stronger, one cannot be distracted that much." Doc Ko reached out her hand in defeat, the surrounding swords flying in a circle. Why are the qualities of these swords so similar when examining them? How to choose? Why do we have to rely on the helpers? He frowned and thought, "No, I absolutely cannot rely on luck. There is definitely skill. Think carefully. Luan Kim, Quan Kim, Tuen Kim, based on this order." In the blink of an eye, it was as if she had awakened in pursuit of defeat. I understood. It was the meaning. Quan Kim understood the meaning. He could use the meaning to choose the sword. Aura surrounded her. She cried out for defeat, shaking the profound meaning. He raised his eyebrows and smirked. "Found it," she said in defeat. A special sword appeared. Quan Tu Dao took the opportunity to fly up and prepare to shoot with the sword. "Ha ha ha, lonely and defeated. Thank you for helping me find this sword, then I won't be polite anymore." Gao Vo Song angrily thought, "This guy Quan Tu Dao, he really wanted to cause trouble on purpose." Tan Bang Noyet's face darkened. He is a royal son, possessing the highest authority, but only has this bit of temper. I'm afraid this royal son has been spoiled by the military family. he really wants to go to the middle ground, absolutely. We'll be beaten like a dog by those supreme beings. Someone turned around and chatted with him. It was not unreasonable for the Central Earth to be so strong. In the true dragon nest, even the supreme body was crippled. The only way was to train beyond blood. And fire can become a true genius. Tan Bang Noyet also agreed, that's right, wanting to defeat the supreme being alone is truly perverted. I don't know when I will be able to meet him again. With a bang, he flew up to meet Quan Tu Dao. Dak Ko stopped in defeat, her hair swaying in the wind with inertia, wanting to take the sword from my hand. Truly a dreamy idiot. He roared angrily and arrogantly. Do you think this is a competition at Wan Kim Hall? Now I won't be stupid and give you time to prepare for the sword. The lonely girl smiled sarcastically and replied, no need. Quan Tu Dao was furious as if he was crazy. His eyes were white. All those housekeepers, get the hell out of here. Don't blame me if you die. The surrounding atmosphere is strong. The surrounding disciples scattered, casually took one and went quickly. It seemed like there was a good show to watch today. He used the Tai Yin Yang hand move. 2 huge black and white hands appeared in the sky, provoking, alone to defeat. The supreme body does not forgive trespassers. Today I will make you see clearly the gap between we. He also refused to give up, chanting 2 moves in succession. Wind Chi Roll, 1 sword storm spirit roll. The Book of Water, 1 sword's ice wind 3000 li. Feeling that it wasn't enough, he continued with 2 more moves. Fire Chi Gwin, 1 sword red fire 9 insects sky. Lei Chi Gwin, 1 sword shocks lightning and destroys 5 music. I secretly sighed in my heart, what a pity, the supreme being is with me, not worth a penny. Dak Ko stood there proudly, 5-colored aura surrounding him. Tan Bang Noyet and Gale Wishwang exclaimed in surprise, the 5 types of sword intent. From ancient times until now no one has been able to comprehend the 5 types of sword intent. No wonder he can absorb so many swords. Dak Ko Bo Tien was excited, worthy of being an uncle, even more powerful than old ancestor Dak Ko Kim. The bamboo shoots grow beyond the bamboo. Kim Nod is a little curious. Are you so sure he is your uncle? Is it too superficial? His 5 types of sword intent collided with Quan Tu Dao's Tai Yin Yang hand. Light flashed, and dust filled the air. Both of them shouted at the same time, Tu Dao Fist Seal, Lightning Strike. The sword intent and the hands created by the spiritual energy annihilated each other. The light flashed again, leaving no remnants. He curled his mouth, murderous intent radiating. The immortal king's body was just like that. Quan Tu Dao was angry but still pretended, alone and seeking defeat. I really underestimated you. But next, I will use all my strength. He moved quickly, creating a series of afterimages, causing Tu Dao to lose consciousness. Everyone shouted in surprise. It was so fast. It was really teleportation. No, it was Tu Dao who failed to join the military families. Tu Dao Bat Tuet, alone and seeking defeat, is about to get into trouble. He was still very calm, mixed with a bit of contempt. Compared to his speed? Okay, I'll show you the real speed. In a blink of an eye, the afterimage was gone, leaving only a flickering purple light. The defeated loner moving so quickly that it was impossible to see clearly. Kim Nut was startled. He had already practiced the lightning sword to perfection. How long had he been practicing the lightning sword classic? Hoa Lang Tam was also surprised. Her mouth gaped open. Ah, the evil spirits couldn't compare. He used the lightning strike again, passing in front of Quan Tu Dao. The move hit the rock, causing it to break, split into 2, and pieces of rock flew everywhere. Dak Ko looked at him from top to bottom and said contemptuously, the immortal king's status is too poor. You are the weakest supreme being I have ever met. He was so angry that he went crazy, lost control and shouted, Dak Ko seeks defeat. You forced me. Today you will surely die. The 8 are united. A giant ice beast appeared behind him. The beast roared. The surrounding air seemed to freeze cold, making everyone tremble. No one can believe this. He burned the great emperor's bloodline. After this attack I'm afraid it will take a long time to recover. It's all or nothing. If it's bad then Quan Tu Dao will go completely crazy. He prays, how can I stop this? He proudly pointed his sword at him and triumphantly said, the meaning has just been understood, and finally there is a chance to use it. After pulling out the sword of meaning and using it, Dak Ko's quest for defeat began to become more serious. His eyes shone with immense determination. In pursuit of defeat, she raised her sword high and shouted, let's merge, concussion of meaning. Immediately, a huge beam of light radiated around his body, accompanied by streams of air flowing everywhere. causing rocks and soil to float in the sky. After that, the defeated lonely girl shouted loudly, "Scroll of Earth, one sword will shake the earth and destroy the 9 continents. Behead!" A ray of light was immediately summoned, hitting the ground with extremely terrible speed and power, causing the entire ground to crack. Quan Tu Dao, who had just used all his strength, was preempted by this attack and immediately fell to the ground. He himself still can't imagine what just happened. How could this? Standing from afar witnessing this terrible power, Tan Kim exclaimed in surprise, "More than 200 swords!" Tan Bang Noyet standing next to him also gasped at this incident. "It's 250 swords." He understood the meaning so quickly. Quan Tu Dao, after taking the full blow just now, became dying, his whole body stiffened, blood continuously flowed from his mouth. He gritted his teeth, angry he lost, the supreme being lost to a mortal. Unyielding, Quan Tu Dao immediately stood up, used all his last strength to scream, "I am not willing, I must win you." Before he could stand still, the defeated Dak Ko was immediately there, delivering a sword strike that completely ended all hope of his opponent, leaving him paralyzed on the floor once again. After that attack, Quan Tu Dao still maintained his will and tried to get up and protest. Seeing that, she immediately gave sincere advice, "Don't waste your energy anymore. You are not my opponent." Although his spirit refused to give in, Quan Tu Dao's body had also reached its limit. He immediately fainted and became motionless. Still alone in defeat, after the recent resounding victory, he picked up his shining sword. He held it up high. The sword began to radiate terrifying power, proving its horrifying power. Seeing this, she was extremely happy and thinking, "Another holy soldier has arrived." Everyone standing below, looking at the aura emitted by the sword, were drawn in and started chatting excitedly. After this battle, she was ranked among the strongest of the young generation in the 9th continent. That's right, another powerful mortal has risen. It is true that heaven meets heaven, people meet people, and the ancients did not deceive us. As for Tan Kim, witnessing the clear results of the battle just now, he immediately turned to ask Tan Bang Noyet, "Your Highness, are you sure of defeating him?" Receiving the question, Tan Bang Noyet could only answer boldly, "Not sure." A sword cultivator who understands the meaning of the sword is a true sword cultivator. If we fight at a long distance, we can use bows and arrows to suppress him. At close range, we may be overwhelmed by him. Everything here has ended. There was nothing more to see. Tan Bang Noyet immediately turned around and said, "Let's go. The Holy Land Conference in the Middle Earth is about to start. We should go to the Middle Earth." Tan Kim heard that and immediately followed, thinking to himself, he didn't expect that besides Tu Van of that Middle Land, there was someone who used antibody to defeat the Supreme Body. This world is truly glorious and prosperous. A group of servants suddenly appeared to help Quan Tu Dao return to heal and recover. One of them said, "Don't worry, my lord, we will do our best to cure you." After the glorious victory just now, she stood in contemplation for a long time, looking at the shining sword in her hand, smiling proudly. The trip to the wild has ended successfully, it's time to return. However, I already have the magic sword, the ice thunder sword and this sword, 3 holy soldiers. If there was another holy sword, the sword formation thought would definitely be even stronger. Ngao Vo's song immediately flew closer, congratulated him on his victory and said, "Brother Dak Ko, please name this sword." Hearing that, she thought for a while and then firmly made a decision, "Okay, then its name is by Quan Tu Dao Kim." After listening, it took a while for Ngao Vo's song to understand the true meaning behind the name. His expression was silly, thinking, by Quan Tu Dao. Sword. Luckily Quan Tu Dao was carried away, otherwise he would have been angry to death. Ignoring the issue of the name, Dak Ko, who wanted to lose, had a question and immediately said, "Brother Ngao, can the sword master of the 10,000 Swords village transform the holy soldiers?" Receiving the question, Ngao Vo's song immediately asked again, "Reforming holy soldiers? Brother Dak Ko, how do you want to improve?" Confused about defeat, she said more clearly, "I want to transform a sword-type holy soldier into a sword-type holy soldier. Preferably a wind attribute holy soldier." After listening to it, Nak Vo's song noticed and praised him for being able to have 2 holy soldiers, which is truly admirable. "I have been a saint for so many years, yet I have never owned a saint weapon." Receiving praise, she was confused and replied softly, "Lucky, lucky." In his head, he thought in fear, oh well. If he knew he had 4 holy warriors, I don't know how he would feel. Both of them immediately left the battle site and returned to the citadel. Gao Vo Song immediately agreed to Dak Ko's previous request. Brother Dak Ko, please follow me. Before that, I agreed with you to observe the sword casting one more time. I just took this opportunity to ask Master Ngao Fong to conveniently help you reform your holy soldiers. Hearing that, Dak Ko was extremely satisfied and sincerely thanked her. Then thank you, Brother Ngao. As soon as he sent Nak Vo Song away, it was Dak Ko Batien's turn to come to Dak Ko to ask for defeat, saying, Uncle, I will return to the family to replace you and learn the spatial kendo technique first. At that time, we will meet there. Middle ground. Continuously hearing the good news, he was extremely happy and immediately replied, Okay, we will meet again in the Middle Earth. The two bowed to each other. Uncle take care, nephew take care. Then Bai Tian left. It didn't stop there. Gradually, Hoa Lang Tam also appeared, bowed his head and said, Brother Dak Ko, we will say goodbye to our master first, then we will depart for the Central Earth. Behind, Sword 3 and Sword 1 were also present, presenting, Brother Dak Ko, we are one step ahead, waiting for you in the middle of the earth. Hearing that, she quickly replied, Okay. Everyone said goodbye to each other and left. At that moment, the defeated lonely girl also received information from Gao Vo Song. He immediately set out to meet Master Ngao Fong to fulfill his request. One stick of incense later, the two entered the room and politely greeted, Hello, Master Ngao Fong. Gao Fong walked out with a mature appearance, wearing a yellow shirt, and replied happily, Tu Song is here, long time no see, you are almost as handsome as me. The future will definitely tease a lot of girls, I really admire it, youth is so good. Witnessing this appearance of Ngao Fong, even if she failed, she was startled because she was so surprised, exclaiming, Tu Song Song, this is the sword. Great Master! This Master Ngao Fong has a temperament far inferior to Master Ngao Min. Ngao Vo Song quickly introduced Ngao Fong the person standing next to him. Master Ngao Fong, I have brought Brother Dak Ko here. Hearing that, Ngao Fong nodded, turned to look at the defeated girl, and said, So he is Tu Kim Tu Bai's descendant? Your father and I are like brothers. Even the holy sword in his hand was forged by me. Hearing this man mispronouncing her name, she was speechless, not understanding anything. What a small sword, a small sword. Fortunately, this name is not my real name. Ngao Fong is still used to that, not bothering to correct it, saying quickly, Okay, little loser, take the sword you want me to transform and bring it here for me. CC. Upon hearing that, Dak Ko took out the sword from inside her body. Ngao Fong took it and began to look at it in detail. After a while, he praised, Wow, good knife. This is an adult holy soldier, are you sure you want to reform? There is only one adult type of holy soldier in the world, and it would be a pity to reform. Haven't you just won a holy sword? Hearing this sincere advice, she still maintained her own opinion and replied, Sure, the more the better. Seeing the determination in the lonely girl's eyes, Ngao Fong had to accept his request. Looks like you want to use several holy swords at the same time, right? To be able to have such magical powers, and to have some truly admirable holy swords. Young people today are truly outstanding. He immediately began the process of renovating Dugu's sword to defeat him. Ngao Fong sat down at his desk and used a hammer to continuously hit the sword extremely skillfully. Almost half an hour has passed. Standing from afar observing this process, Ngao Vo Song expressed great admiration for his talent, exclaiming, Master Ngao Fong's speed is so fast, it is simply impossible to comprehend. Suddenly, from behind him, Ngao Min walked in and answered, startling him, making him shut up. This is the mysterious speed of Fong Chi Dao. You cannot use your eyes to see, you must use your mental power to feel. Hearing Ngao Min say that, I wanted to try and feel what it was like. He used countless times his enlightenment on Master Ngao Min's wind speed. In just a moment, the defeated loner suddenly floated up into the sky, and around her began to radiate extremely powerful streams of red-orange energy. At the same time, the strength is also significantly increased. Witnessing this unexpected incident, both Ngao Vo Song and Ngao Min standing next to him had to exclaim in shock, This is enlightenment. Unable to accept defeat, Ngao Vo Song also wanted to try to attain enlightenment. He tried his best, but could never succeed. Gao Vo Song was discouraged, sighed and lamented. Oh, I still can't understand. Too helpless, he immediately looked to the lonely side to see if he could learn anything more. Just as he turned around, another surprise happened, causing Gao Vo Song to exclaim in despair, "Oh my God, he's understood again." Loneliness and defeat were now comprehended countless times again, causing the energy to radiate to become more and more intense. Seeing the huge difference between the two, Gao Min looked quite disappointed, saying, "Oh my God, no more. Wu Shuang, you have watched the forging of holy soldiers 4 times." Hearing this criticism, Gao Vo Song's face turned purple, and he could only lament, "Is this loner, desirous of defeat, someone sent down from heaven to attack me?" After feeling the speed of the wind, suddenly the defeated loner opened her eyes and returned to the world with a completely different shape and aura, making Gao Vo Song gasp and Gao Min's face turn black. After successfully comprehending the speed of wind, she was delighted and began to show it back and forth, saying, "This is not teleportation, but the speed is too fast. This is a sign of the speed of understanding and subsistence." While casting the sword, he suddenly saw a strange phenomenon. Gao Fong also had to look up and praise, "So quickly, it's already small. I just cast a holy soldier, what a pervert." On the side, Gao Min also had similar feelings, not sparing in praising her alone and fighting for defeat. Just now, when she observed me casting swords, she was also like that, truly a god. Standing there, Ao Wu Song saw that the girl's quest for failure had been accomplished successfully, and he felt quite angry. He promised himself that he would do it right. Ao Wu Song tried his best, but after an hour, nothing was positive. Looking at his hands, he cried, "Where is the wind? Where is the speed? Hey, why can't I feel it at all?" Witnessing Gao Vo Song's slowdown, both Gao Min and Gao Fong had to shake their heads in frustration. "Little Song, you have watched the casting of holy soldiers 4 times. 4 times already, 4 times already?" Too helpless to hear these words, Gao Vo Song could only turn his face away to reduce embarrassment, mumbling and replying, "That's not that the disciple is incompetent, but that he's too lonely to seek defeat. The disciple is at his wit's end. The force is truly incomparable." Countless looks of disappointment continued to look at him. Too sad, Gao Vo Song knelt down and collapsed, crying to the sky, "Blue sky, wide land, please forgive me." Looking at the opposite side, she is constantly improving in strength. Too surprised by this incident, Gao Fong immediately came forward to congratulate him, congratulating the little loser on realizing another profound meaning. Receiving this praise, she could only feel shy, rubbing her head and replying, "Master Gao Fong is being polite. It's just some kind of meaning, not worth mentioning." Suffering from hearing the complacent words of the loner seeking defeat, Gao Vo Song turned around, his face clearly showing extreme hatred, not worth mentioning. "This kid is really itchy. He can still play happily like that star." He continued like that for the rest of the day. A day has passed. The sword of the defeated princess was also successfully cast into a holy sword. Everything was done. He took the sword in his hand and left. Before leaving there, I sent my greetings, thanking Brother Gao for the hospitality. I have remembered this kindness from the mountain site. Gao Vo Song went to see him off. Hearing that, he immediately bowed his head and said, "Brother Ko, take care." After being defeated, she left, not forgetting the promise, "Brother Proud, take care too, I'm leaving. We meet again in the Middle Earth." Standing and looking at the figure of a lonely woman praying for defeat gradually walking away, Gao Vo Song was still angry about yesterday and said to himself, "Phew. This pervert is finally gone. And if we see each other again, if we see the fart again, it's best to never see each other again." While cursing her, unfortunately, Gao Min walked up behind her. Hearing that, he continued to say, "Vo Song, you have seen sword casting 4 times already." Gao Vo Song suddenly heard a familiar voice and immediately stood stiffly. On the lonely side seeking defeat, he flew in the sky, testing the powers he had just acquired. In his mind, he thought, running with the wind, lightning is power. The next step is to cast the chaos body. The Holy Land Exchange meeting is a big deal. The last time the chaotic Holy Land was overthrown by the Holy King sect, it was extremely embarrassing. This time I have to regain my face. On his journey, he passed through a very large mountain range. Suddenly Truong Dai Loi, who was visiting nearby, saw his appearance. Witnessing the method that lonely seeking defeat was implementing, he felt extremely overwhelmed by this. In my head, I was happy and thought, this is profound meaning. Little boy, you have comprehended the profound meaning of speed. The Holy Land is truly about to rise. Extremely confused about this, Chuang Dai Loi quickly chased after him, shouting loudly and asking clearly, Boy, have you understood the meaning? Hearing the call from afar, she turned around in surprise, realized that this was an acquaintance, and immediately replied, Yes, old ancestor, I have comprehended the speed of meaning, and there is also the vibration of meaning. Hearing this news, Chuang Dai Loi was once again panicked. His face was dumb. He thought to himself, 2 types of righteousness, oh my God, how old is he? Too curious about this incredibly fast growth, Chuang Dai Loi asked further, Tu Van, how did you understand the profound meaning? Hearing that, Dak Ko simply replied, I saw the sword master, and then converted another holy soldier. After hearing this method, Chuang Dai Loi was startled and replied, If observing the forging of holy soldiers helps you, then after returning, I will ask the Holy Master to contact the 10,000 Swords Villa and invite him to come. The holy place casts holy soldiers, let me observe. Hearing this attractive proposal, Dak Ko Kwang Van was extremely happy and immediately replied, That's great. Please invite the 2 sword masters who have mastered the guardianship and virtuous cloak meaning to come. The remaining 3 are no longer able to help me. Chuang Dai Loi received this request and had no objection. Okay, then the price to pay will be a little smaller. While talking with Chuang Dai Loi, he suddenly felt another flow of energy, causing him to immediately be on alert. Above his head, a strange man with white clothes and white hair suddenly appeared and interrupted the conversation between the 2, speaking loudly, Young man, if you do something wrong, you want to leave. Is it really that easy? Surprised by the other person's confident voice, she immediately turned around and calmly asked, Who are you? What did I do wrong? Observing that person's face a little more closely, he suddenly grimaced, clearly showing concern. He was a saint. On the opposite side, the man immediately deployed a force of power around him and said, Based on your talent, you are truly qualified to know this old man's name. The old man is the holy soldier from the Quan Chien Tien family. You used a cunning plot to defeat my Quan family's servants and still want to leave. Do you really think my Quan family has no one? After listening to Quan Chien Tien's speech, the loser immediately burst into laughter and confidently replied, Plotting a trick. I defeated him righteously. Everyone from the 10,000 Swords village was present. The failure of your military family proves that, as a prostitute, you should not build a temple. These provocative words of his immediately made Quan Chien Tien angry, and he immediately responded. A boy, below a saint, is just an ant. Ants who dare to disrespect the saints will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Hearing those words, even if she failed, she could not maintain the necessary calmness, immediately got angry and shouted, disrespecting the monkey. If the emperor knew that he was participating in the juniors' fight, he would not close his eyes under the 9 springs. Quan Chien Tien didn't have time to bet anymore. He immediately created a giant hand, attacked first, saying, Kid, stop talking too much. As long as you receive 1 palm from the old man, this matter will be over. Receiving this proposal, she was helpless in the face of its absurdity, and after receiving the saint's palm, she also had the face to say it. Luckily, Ancestor Loi is here. The strength of the defeated lonely girl is clearly unable to block a blow from Quan Chien Tien. In that dangerous moment, a beam of orange energy suddenly fell from the sky, immediately passing through, completely destroying the other hand. The impact of this attack was so great that it hit Quan Chien Tien directly, causing him to scream in pain. From the rebellious lightning in the sky, Chuang Dai Loi slowly walked out with his arms crossed in an extremely majestic manner. Witnessing the stream of energy radiating from Chuang Dai Loi, even Quan Chien Tien was frightened. His eyes widened, and he couldn't say a word. Great saint. He tried to look closely one more time and suddenly realized something unusual and exclaimed, It turns out you are not a lonely saint. There is no inspection on your body. You simply use the power of lightning. How is this possible? The Dak Ko family only has one great saint, the Dak Ko Tan. Chuang Dai Loi stood looking down from above, saw that expression and said angrily, Quan Chien Tien, junior of the military family, this seat is a bit impressed. Your grandfather, the crazy soldier, was once my general's subordinate. Having been told contemptuous words by Chuang Dai Loi, Quan Qian became even more angry, responding harshly and saying nonsense. Even if you are a great saint, you cannot insult my grandfather. My grandfather, Quan Nan, is a great saint at the peak of his power, looking around the world. Except for those quasi-emperors, who is your opponent? Hearing this, Zhuang Dailoi immediately explained to Quan Qian that I had not insulted him, that back then, on the holy path, only he had the qualifications to be my opponent. Except for me, he has never failed anyone. After hearing these words, Quan Qian began to search through his memories, then suddenly remembered, you are Loyan. If so, that kid is... He thought carefully again and suddenly realized that Tuvan, the legendary demon of the Chaos Holy Land, used his mortal body to suppress many supreme bodies, known as the first genius in the middle of the earth. I already found it strange that the eastern wilderness suddenly grew such a powerful genius. Not letting Quan Qian think any further, Zhuang Dailoi continued to ask, "This is the seat. Is your grandfather still healthy?" Realizing that he had accidentally touched the wrong person, Quan Qian began to plan. "This thunder ancestor is too strong. I am afraid I will die in the first place. If he brings chaos with him, then he will surely die. Try cheating first." He immediately politely replied. "Senior Loi forgives me. As for my grandfather, he is still the same, in seclusion to advance to quasi-emperor." Zhuang Dailoi was alert, and clearly could not be fooled by this trick. He pulled out a golden bell, radiating intense lightning, and said, "Your grandfather is older than me. How does he have the qualifications to advance to the standard emperor? Kid, there's no need to pretend. Even if your grandfather becomes a quasi-emperor, he won't be able to threaten me." Standing below and seeing that bell, Quan Qian panicked. It was so unlucky. He really brought chaos together. There was nothing he could do. He was helpless, saying, "Senior, no matter what I say, it's all the same." So the great saint. "I want to cut and kill. Please let me die comfortably." Quan Qian was ready to accept death. As for Zhuang Dailoi, he was extremely angry, saying, "The big bully the small, killing the standard servant of our Chaos Holy Land, an unforgivable crime. However, in honor of your grandfather, I will give you a chance to live. Suppress your cultivation level, fight in the same realm as a quasi-god. If you win, I will spare you." Suddenly given the opportunity, Quan Qian couldn't believe his ears and asked in surprise, "Really?" Zhuang Dailoi heard that and firmly replied, "Of course, this opportunity has no reason to miss it." Quan Qian immediately agreed unconditionally, "Okay, I will fight with you. I hope that Loi keeps his word." Zhuang Dailoi promises on his honor. "Rest assured, my promise is like gold." Having finished speaking, he immediately used magic to magnify the chaos in his hand. The golden bell immediately became huge, wrapping around Quan Qian's body. Before being sealed away, Quan Qian asked, "Loyan, you have suppressed my cultivation, but after all, I am also a great semi-saint. Next in the battle, if I accidentally kill your precious servant, what will happen?" Zhuang Dailoi still maintains his opinion. "Don't worry, life and death are determined. I will absolutely not interfere." As soon as he finished speaking, the bell immediately closed. In the general chaos, Quan Qian immediately demonstrated his true power, then said to himself, "Boy, I admit that you have amazing talent, but below the saints, all are ants. Even though I have been suppressed, I am not someone you can fight against now." His eyes glowed red, ready for the fierce battle to come. After the process of suppressing the cultivation level within the general chaos, the bell opened. Ko, defeated without hesitation, immediately clenched her fists and rushed in, shouting, "Since I've made it clear, I won't pretend anymore. The feeling of releasing all my strength is really good." As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a lonely attack. Quan Qian immediately threw a punch in response. Two giant streams of energy collided with each other, creating a horrifying scene, causing the entire sky to crumble. After a while of fighting, Quan Qian began to appear somewhat weak. He immediately lost his advantage, was pushed back by the poison and had to shout, "Aaa!" The power of the defeated girl was so great that it pushed Quan Qian to the ground at lightning speed, causing the ground to completely crumble and smoke and dust to spread everywhere. Quan Qian immediately stood up and continued to defend, his mind extremely confused, wondering why his physical body was so strong. Before he could think carefully, the defeated girl immediately appeared in front of him, ready to attack him. Quan Qian Tian tried to dodge that attack, but it seemed a bit late. He was slightly affected by this attack, but not too significantly. I thought it was all over, but it wasn't. Doc Ko refused to stop and continued her continuous attack. This attack clearly surpassed Quan Qian Tian's thinking, causing him to immediately take the hit and begin to get injured. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Quan Qian Tian was losing, the defeated loner immediately gathered his strength and launched a powerful punch, aiming to finish him off immediately. But this is not easy at all. Quan Qian Tian immediately regained his composure, performed a defensive attack, and quickly pushed the defeated loner away. Doc Ko, seeking defeat, stood up to keep a safe distance from her opponent and spoke loudly. It seems that the fleshly body of a saint is just like that. Hearing these words, Quan Qian Tian felt insulted, immediately got angry, and replied, "Young man, even if your physical body is stronger, so what? The new realm of magical powers is basic." As soon as he finished speaking, he became more serious, his red eyes lit up and he used his yin and yang hand, immediately summoning 2 red and white dragons that looked extremely powerful and dangerous. Witnessing this scene, the defeated Doc didn't show any fear. On the contrary, she was even more determined than before. Her eyes were sharp, and she exclaimed, "What about magical powers? Do you think you can win against me?" Chaos of Rights. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist immediately became giant, surrounded by extremely strong energy. That punch passed through Quan Qian Tian's 2 dragons, instantly destroying them both in an instant. Seeing his power destroyed so easily, Quan Qian Tian could not believe his eyes, screaming emotionally, "How is this possible?" While Quan Qian Tian was confused, he immediately took advantage and rushed up to punch him and sent him far away. Right after that, Doc Ko immediately said, "It's not over yet." Then he stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating extremely large shock waves. Nearby pieces of soil and rock were also affected, flying into the air. Around the lonely and defeated body, zigzagging air currents gradually appeared. That was the profound meaning he had just learned. Standing and looking at the remarkable growth in a moment of loneliness and defeat, Quan Qian Tian gasped and exclaimed in surprise, You still understand 2 types of meaning." He thought about it in his head. Tu Dao said he had comprehended a new meaning. Victory, unexpectedly, is of 2 types. When did the meaning become so easy to understand? This person is too cruel. Unable to lose here, he immediately played his trump card, created a vortex in his hand and said, "Young man, you are really scary. Unfortunately you are not a member of the military family. So there is only death. Today I will let you see what the real meaning is. Void God only." Immediately, after Quan Qian Tian finished speaking, a destructive laser was quickly released, aiming straight at the defeated lonely girl. Seeing this attack, the lonely girl immediately used her chaos field to defend herself from that laser. After that, he immediately responded, "Fighting back and forth is just a bit of bravery, it's really disappointing." 2 powerful streams of energy collided, creating a terrible atmosphere, blowing away everything around. Right after that horrifying collision, Quan Qian Tian immediately unleashed the ultimate fusion form, causing the entire energy flow around him to change and his power to skyrocket. He thought to himself, so it is absolutely impossible to keep it. Qian Tian raised his hand to create a sparkling pink shield. He thought in horror, boy, this is Loi Qian's move. Tu Van has brought down the lightning strike technique on Qian Tian. The thunder god slashed down on Qian Tian's barrier, forcing him to brace himself to defend. But Qian Tian's fragile barrier was no match for Tu Van's lightning strike and was penetrated by it, shattering into pieces. Qian Tian absorbed the powerful attack, making him roar in pain, and then Qian Tian was left with only a dry, black corpse. Tu Van held the sword in his hand and thought to himself, the state was so mysterious and profound, as if it had merged with the universe. Is this about to overcome the extreme realm of escape? Notification system. One-time use enlightens to the current state. Dai Loi stood aside, observing, thinking to himself, indeed, killing a great half-saint had great help for Chu Van. Our chaotic holy land is truly about to rise. He immediately turned to Tu Van and said, "Let's go, return to the sect." Then the 2 sped away, creating 2 sparks in the sky, returning to the holy land of chaos. This time at the military house, Tu Dao is sitting, radiating a brilliant aura. He said angrily, "Unexpectedly, the immortal king body, ranked 10th among the 10 great supreme beings, would be defeated by mortals. If you seek defeat alone, I must kill you. Quan Vo Luong walked into the room and said, "You've only lost once and you're already so discouraged? I had long suggested letting you go out and interact more, but unfortunately those old men didn't listen." Tu Dao hesitantly replied, "Father, I..." Suddenly the holy seal exploded, shattering in the sky. Vo Luong exclaimed in panic, "The holy seal was broken. Quan Qian Tian is dead. He is my guardian. What have you done?" Tu Dao was equally panicked and replied, "I don't know. When Lord Protector left, you said you wanted to teach him how to be lonely and defeat." Infinite roared in fear and anger, "Dak Ko family, you dare to kill a saint of the military family. I will make you pay." On the other side at Dak Ko's house, Dak Ko Tan sneezed loudly. He then said, "I am a saint, I cannot get sick. There's a strong man talking about my family. Could it be that loser brat is causing trouble? You bastard, when you come back I will definitely deal with you." On the other side, Bai Tian sneezed loudly. He snorted and said, he had already sneezed. Could it be that his uncle was talking about him? His relatives really are the same. At this time in the chaotic Holy Land, Dai Loi said, finally returned. Suddenly Tu Van overcomes tribulation again. Dai Loi then exclaimed, "He has overcome tribulation again. Not bad, not bad." Tu Van immediately said, "It is truly a transcendent extreme state. That's great. This human life is enough to understand the profound meaning of thunder and lightning." At the same time, the system announces the use of enlightenment with lightning prosperity once. Use enlightenment with lightning prosperity once. At the military group, Vo Luong worriedly clasped his hands together, and respectfully said, "Elder Quang Nan, Uncle Qian Tian is dead." Suddenly, the door of the military group was kicked open and shattered. Quan Jia's patriarch, Quan Quang, boldly stepped forward and said, "Who killed it?" Infinite bowed his head down and said, "Back in the old ancestors' days, things were like that." He continued, "After that, Uncle Qian Tian chased after Dak Ko to seek defeat, and did not return again." Quan Quang stepped forward and said, "Humph, the noble person is the supreme body, but the will is so weak, like a flower in a warm room. Don't talk about attaining enlightenment, you don't even have the qualifications to step on the royal road." He turned around and said, "After I return from the lonely family, I will take you out to practice. If you have the ultimate body, then there are only two paths you can take, either death or enlightenment." Vo Luong worriedly said, "Old ancestor, maybe bring Wen Tian Kin." Quan Quang soared into the air and confidently said, "A single noble family only has children, no need to use imperial soldiers." At Dak Ko family, Quan Quang created a giant spiritual hand in the sky of Dak Ko family. He angrily said, "A mere scoundrel of a noble family dares to kill a saint of our military family. Remember, the one who destroys you is the maniac." Dak Ko family's ancestors, Dak Ko Tan's ancestors, quickly grabbed the sword and ran out in panic, saying, "Crazy soldier, what are you doing? When did our Dak Ko family kill the nobles of your military family?" Then he swung his sword and slashed the hand created by the crazy army. Quan Quang immediately created a giant ball of spiritual energy, and angrily said, "Shut up. 8 great unites, unrivaled in the world." Dak Ko Tan reached out her hand to try to make peace. "Wait, please explain clearly first. Our Dak Ko family has no saints outside, so how can we kill your saints?" Quan Quang ignored the words and put down that huge ball of spiritual energy, and said, "Shut up, the 8 absolute unity, the world is invincible." Dak Ko Tan looked panicked and said, "Don't get excited, our Dak Ko family has always been hidden and has not come out. I can swear." Quan Quang was furious and said, "Shut up. The 8 greats unite, the world is invincible." Then he landed that ball on the lonely family. "Shut up, the 8 are united, the world is invincible. The lonely family is severely destroyed by the spiritual energy balls." The saint then turned and said to her people, "Run quickly, everyone run away first." An hour later, Bai Tian had now flown back to the Dak Ko family. He looked bewildered at his surroundings. Bai Tian looked at the holes scattered on the ground and said, What place is this? Where is home? Where is the old man? I still have to tell you, I found my uncle." He scratched his head and said innocently, "Surely a blind guy like me had gone the wrong way. This place is definitely not my home, but this place actually feels a bit familiar." Suddenly, the lonely saint walked up from behind and angrily said, "You disobedient son, I must kill your rebellious bastard, bringing such great destruction to the family." Bai Tian was startled and turned around in panic, and said, "This place is really my home." The holy girl ran over and slapped Bai Tian a few times and scolded, "It's only been more than a month, but she's touching the peak of a powerful saint. I'll kill your ungrateful guy." Bai Tian was beaten to the ground, screaming for forgiveness. "Father, you misunderstood me. I did not cause trouble." The saint became even more angry when she heard that, so she gave him another painful slap and shut up. The two of them struggled with each other for a very long time. "Father, listen to my explanation." "Shut up, father, you don't speak sense." "Shut up, father, shut up, uncle, that person is uncle. That's why come quickly and save me." At the same time, somewhere, Tu Van sneezed. He snorted and said, "Someone is thinking about me, hee hee, it's definitely Tu Na's group that's missing me. Unfortunately, I have not been able to comprehend the profound meaning of the lightning kulpa." Dai Loi ran over and said, "Kid, let's go. It won't be long before we reach the Holy Land Exchange meeting. The ancestor is still waiting for you to compete for glory for the Holy Land." Tu Van replied, "Don't worry, ancestor, I have a big surprise for ancestor and master." He thought to himself, "It's finally time to cast chaos." This time at the Imperial Palace. Tu Van was fusing his body, he said, "Finally, two have become one," feeling refreshed. Suddenly a call came from outside. "Tu Van, come out here, I have to defeat you." It turned out to be the group of True Vo Cuc, Tich Xian Vu and Lam Tu Na. Tu Van walked over and said, "I'm just a loser, I'm too lazy to pay attention to you." "On the contrary, brothers and sisters, it's been a long time since we've seen each other." Tu Na then replied, "Brother, it seems you are more handsome now." Xian Vu also continued, "Hello, brother." Tu Van immediately said, "Hello, brothers and sisters, I am already handsome." True Vo Cuc happily said, "Tu Van, come on, let's fight again." Tu Van calmly replied, "True Vo Cuc, even a young concubine can fight on par with you. In this tribulation, you still lost to a lonely, handsome, powerful, and unkillable person, which really disappoints me. Do you still have the face to challenge me?" True Vo Cuc suddenly said, "You know what's going on. Their strength is very strong, but we are not defeated. The three of us cooperate regardless of top or bottom." Tu Van tilted his head and said, "Of course it was a man's intuition." True Vo Cuc suddenly said, "That's not right, how do you know so clearly?" He continued, "Wait a minute, it's just like you said, if it was me at that time, I really couldn't win against you, but now it's different, I have understood the truth, you are absolutely not my opponent." Tu Van curled his lips and smiled and replied, "Oh, have you understood the meaning?" Wuji immediately emitted a strong aura, flew up and said, "Why dare to come? If you're afraid, admit defeat." Tu Van immediately ran over and said happily, "That's interesting, then let's fight again." The Supreme Being truly cannot speak nonsense, yet can comprehend the profound meaning so quickly. Wuji used the Divine Fist combat technique to create a fire doll with his own appearance. The doll immediately threw powerful punches. Tu Van also responded with an unbeatable punching move. Both punches collided with each other, creating an extremely powerful shock wave. True Vo Chui said gloomily, "The extreme realm is not yours alone, I can also enter. So, today I will definitely defeat you." Tu Van immediately replied, "You have also entered the extreme situation." True Vo Chui performed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He confidently said, "Tu Van, if you feel like you can't resist, remember to admit defeat. I don't want my entourage to be the first to die." Fu Tian and De Tian are observing the match. Fu Tian turned around and said, "The 6 paths of Samsara Fist has the beautiful name of being the strongest martial arts in the world, and is also the ultimate enlightenment after the ancient holy body of the wilderness. Will the young master be okay?" De Tian immediately replied, "No need to worry, this time Van Yi returns from training and will definitely reap the rewards." Tu Van confidently said, "True Vo Cuc, you are really good, but only having these things is still not enough." Wuji immediately launched the God of War's field move, sending the meaning of reincarnation towards the person who disappeared. Tu Van appeared extremely interested and said, "True Vo Cuc, you really surprise people. If you are like that, you are truly qualified to know my most powerful power, the mystery of reincarnation. This is a kind of supreme moral robe. Indeed, each supreme body cannot be underestimated." Tu Van then pulled out a beautiful golden sword. He immediately deployed chaos. The field slashed 2 cross-shaped slashes in the air. The earth roll, One sword shook 9 legs. Tu Van released a blue lightning sword from the sky and descended into the field of the war god, reincarnating the profound meaning of infinity. Seeing this, Vo Chui suddenly said, I seem to have seen this move somewhere. It was in the Tao Tribulation. The person who used this move was. Then the realm of the god of war and the profound meaning of reincarnation of infinity were shattered. Wuji then shouted loudly, You are a lonely person seeking defeat. Then with a loud bang from the field of the war god, the profound meaning of reincarnation of infinity burst and sent him flying away. People watching the match saw this and immediately discussed, how did he learn kendo? Our Chaos Holy Land doesn't practice swordsmanship. The god of war can defeat Million Wuchi with one sword, so strong. That's right, you know everything, genius. Titian looked at Vo Chui lying flat on the ground and immediately sent someone to carry him for treatment. Then he said to Tu Van, Come on, child, quickly tell me what you experienced in the Wild East. Tu Van immediately replied, Yes, I also want to talk to my master. It was now an hour later. Tu Van was recounting what had happened. Titian then said, Not bad, not bad. Understanding the illusion is very good. You must know, the most terrifying thing about the Supreme Being is that it is easier for them to comprehend illusions, and moreover, the illusions they perceive are extremely strong illusions. Tu Van immediately replied, Yes, in the battle just now I had a profound experience about this. Zhao Wuji's mysterious reincarnation is truly terrifying. I'm afraid that the time and space of Emperor Lai Tan's meaning are even more terrifying. You must quickly cast the chaos body. Then he stood up and continued, Master, I'm about to go into retreat. Master, if anything happens, you can just tell me. Titian immediately said, How long will I be in retreat? Because sir, this is something that I want to bother you with, he shyly said. I'll find you a monk. Until then, I still need you to help me welcome you, Tu Van said excitedly, is the senior of the Sun Tui sect, right? Haha, master, the trees are blooming and blooming for the second spring, congratulations. Titian frowned and said, It's a waste of words, remember that you must quickly leave customs for me in half a month. After hearing this, Tu Van turned around and walked out the door and added, Master, don't worry, I guarantee I won't miss your good days. Right now he is meditating in a room. Tu Van said, Come, Chaos Kin. System notification. Use one-time enlightenment with Chaos Sutra. Use one-time enlightenment with Chaos Sutra. Tu Van's luck, the universe has reason, the ear is clear, flowing without interruption, all things are destiny, heaven and earth have the sun and moon, the body has 2 eyes, the sun and moon have regret, the stars are worthy similar design. From where he was standing, a dazzling column of light shot straight into the sky. Then it gradually took the shape of a giant golden bell floating in the sky. It was General Chaos. Dai Loi observed it, and exclaimed in panic, What's going on? Without my orders, who is controlling the Chung Chaos? Dai Loi and the Supreme Elder of the Holy King's sect stepped out to examine the situation. The Holy King's Supreme Elder then said, We are all here, there is no one else to control the General Chaos, it is spontaneously restored. Dai Loi asked again in doubt, then spontaneously recovered. He thought in horror. For many years this kind of thing had never happened. Could it be that the Emperor of Chaos has returned? Suddenly there was a loud shaking sound. It transmitted to Dai Loi, causing him to exclaim in surprise. The great path resonates. The 10,000 paths recover. This is the general chaos that is spontaneously leading the heavens and the earth. Even I have signs of breaking through to the quasi-emperor stage, which is truly miraculous. The Holy King's great elder pointed to Da Fong and said, Loyan, look quickly, it's Da Fong. Dai Loi then replied, Emperor Fong? Could it be that kid Tu Van? From inside the base, a dazzling column of light continuously shines into the sky. Dai Loi summoned the people of the Chaos Holy Land and said, Everyone, please wait quietly in place for me. Do not leave voluntarily, otherwise you will be punished according to the sect's rules. He continued. Chaos rang out, heaven and earth were strange. This was Tu Van casting the chaos body, he definitely couldn't let anyone bother him. At this time, Dai Loi walked towards Titian. Titian said with a gloomy face, Loi to Tu Van? Dai Loi immediately replied, He's probably casting chaos, so calmly wait. Inside the room, Tu Van is focusing on casting the chaos body. A brilliant sphere of spiritual energy was being created. That isn't Win Then. Tu Van thought to himself, this is the primordial spirit and spiritual mind, which is something that only the extraordinary realm can possess. Moreover, My spiritual mind is afraid that it is even stronger than the extraordinary realm. He then reassured himself, come on. Then slowly a dragon emerged from Tuvan's body, using one-time enlightenment with the Chaos Channel. Then the dragon flew up and swirled around the chaos, creating a total of 30,000 miles of dead air. At the Tai Sun Holy Land, the Tai Sun Holy Land Lord was extremely surprised by the scene before his eyes and thought to himself, the death energy is 30,000 miles away. This is a super genius who has become a saint, and someone else steps in. Standard Imperial Realm. In the ancient Holy Land, the owner of the ancient Holy Land also looked surprised and thought to himself, with such a thick death aura, could it be that a particularly strong physique appeared? At Tian Kim Holy Land, the Tian Kim Holy Land Master was deep in thought. There was a wave of swordsmanship in the dead air. How could a swordsmanship genius become a saint? The entire continent was in a violent shock. Tuvan frowned and thought, finally the last moment has come. The illusory image of Long then penetrated through the blue clouds and rushed down at the same time as the illusory image of Kim Phuong flapping its wings in the Milky Way, creating a rare phenomenon that is hard to find, once in 1,000 years. Both of them landed on top of Tuvan's head without appointment. Their auras quickly surrounded his body. Feeling the miraculous change flowing through his veins, Tuvan suddenly opened his eyes glittering in shock, exuding the aura of a king. Right behind Tuvan, the great emperor's illusory image of chaos was formed, all signaling that his cultivation had reached the stage of reaping sweet fruits. Tuvan was happy in his heart. The chaos was complete. There are still 188 times of enlightenment remaining, which is still continuing to increase, so take this opportunity to comprehend the profound meaning of chaos. Tuvan takes advantage of every precious opportunity to continuously grow stronger. It cannot be wasted in vain. What followed was a series of messages from the system repeating over and over again, using a sense of enlightenment and chaos. Gradually, while practicing, Tuvan realized countless new magical powers. This profound meaning of chaos is so powerful, it can turn orderly things into disorder. After mastering the meaning of chaos, it is possible to create new rules in the field of chaos, making fire unable to burn, causing death to be replaced by life. This is truly powerful. No wonder the chaos body is ranked first among the 10 great bodies without debate. Tuvan continued to lose himself, immersed in his practice. Time passed quickly, and it wasn't until half a month later that he stepped foot out of the room. Finally, while trying to breathe fresh air, he suddenly realized the presence of other people, you guys. Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of frantic questioning from the two old men Loitu and Detian. Less unnecessary words. Was it successful? Facing the expectant faces of the two of them, Tuvan scratched his head and looked humble. It was successful. Just like that, Loitu soared into the air. Laughter like bronze bells echoed throughout the campus, clearly expressing the happiness in his heart. Ha ha ha! Seeing that strange appearance, Tuvan curiously asked, Master, is Loitu okay? Detian smiled and explained, Ha ha, Loitu was just too happy. After all, you are the second form of chaos from ancient times until now. Suddenly he turned his attitude and changed into a threatening state. You rotten boy, why don't you come to Sun Tui Sect quickly and welcome your teacher here? If I miss the auspicious moment, I will tell you about when you were a child. You secretly peeped on the maid in the bathroom. Seeing his dangerous expression, Tuvan immediately panicked and tried to explain to himself, Master, don't listen to my father's nonsense. That is, I am researching the structure of the human body, purely to support myself. Practice. Detian shouted loudly, Don't talk too much, let's go quickly, to avoid revealing our young past. Tuvan immediately complied. He urged his accomplices, True Vo Cuc, come out quickly, follow me on a long trip. Secretly calculating in my heart, to pick up the monk, of course I would have to bring a supreme body like True Vo Cuc to have full face. After a while of flying, True Vo Chui couldn't help but wonder, what magical power are you cultivating when you create such a big noise? Tuvan smirked and replied, Divine powers, you underestimate me too much, I am casting chaos. The news he heard was completely beyond what True Vo Cuc could have imagined. Surprise and disbelief was the only thing that existed in his mind. What, chaos body, are you casting the first-class supreme body? Tuvan calmly declared, Don't be surprised anymore, let's go quickly, we will delay time now. Knowing that this was not the right time to gossip, True Cuc had to listen. Okay, I feel like you've broken through to the realm of enlightenment, is that true? Tu Van happily turned around and joked. Yes, now I can beat you as easily as an old man playing with a child. True Cuc replied bitterly. Stop gossiping, I'm about to leave the realm. Suddenly, from behind the two of them, a giant, burning palm appeared, the aura emanating from the extremely terrifying move, accompanied by a scream expressing anger and hatred. Loitu. You dare to kill my grandson, I will kill the servants of your Chaos Holy Land, cutting off the hope of your Chaos Holy Land's resurgence. Hearing those words, Tu Van was not afraid at all, but was also annoyed and criticized. We just left the mountain gate, and we blatantly killed here. Is this old man so bold? True Vo Chui was bored and exclaimed, even I killed him, isn't this person crazy? Just as the palm seal was about to reach the two people, a huge bell suddenly appeared to help prevent the fatal blow. Only a deafening sound was heard, but there was no other damage. It turned out that the person who had just assisted was Loitu, who was flying at lightning speed. While flying in the air, he scolded, Jun Kwong Man, dare to come to the Chaos Holy Land to kill the servants of our Chaos Holy Land. Do you really think that our Chaos Holy Land has fallen? Back and forth, Loitu shouted loudly while responding with a punch as big as an elephant. Kwong Man, you're dead. The opponent also quickly summoned an energy shield to block and constantly blamed, Loyan, as a senior, you rely on big to bully small and kill my grandson, is it still reasonable? But contrary to his wishes, the shield only lasted a few seconds, and then disappeared under the overwhelming power of Loitu. Seeing that the move was easily eliminated like that, Kwong Man shrank back and switched to a defensive position. How could this be possible? He was stronger. Hundreds of doubts swirled in his heart. This Thunder Ancestor had reached the threshold of the Quasi-Emperor. How could he do it? Of course, Loitu did not let him go easily. He was determined to make things right to deter others. Jun Kwong Man, today I must kill you here, so that everyone in the world will know the fate of those who dare to touch the servants of my Chaos Holy Land. In his mind, he silently thought, if it weren't for Chiu Van condensing the Chaos Body, it wouldn't be so easy for him to win against Kwong Nan. True Vo Cuc saw that the situation seemed tense, so he turned to ask, Tu Van, what have you done, bringing this scary thing here? Tu Van recounted the beginning and end of the incident. You can't blame me for this. I beat a member of their Kwong family. Then this old man's grandson came and wanted to kill me. Of course Loi couldn't leave him alone, so we killed his nephew. Understanding everything, True Vo Chui frowned and commented, if that was the case, he would have had enough reason to kill you. But it doesn't feel right. This maniac army really wants revenge. Shouldn't he wait until we're far away before taking action? Tu Van completely agreed with his opinion. Right, this is also the part one don't understand. Unless they have another purpose. He vaguely smelled the gloomy scent of rain being hidden. Returning to the main battlefield, at this time the villain was thrown into the air, accompanied by a taunt from the Thunder Patriarch behind him. Kwong Man. With this bit of bravery, he still dares to come to the Holy Land of Chaos. Star? Loitu was venting and suddenly felt danger, so he turned around and discovered someone sneaking towards him. It was none other than the great Saint Kwong Dat Tien. As soon as he appeared, he launched a move targeting Loitu. So what about me? The attack was so unexpected that he had to struggle to resist to avoid being injured, but because of that he also lost a lot of spiritual energy. Realizing that he was in a complicated situation, he quickly thought of a solution. It seems that we can only use General Chaos. At this moment, another strong man jumped into the fight. He is the Quasi-Emperor of the That sect. As if to add to the drama, he brashly exclaimed, what a bustle! Loitu carefully examined his opponent. He had many questions in his mind that needed to be clarified. Quasi-Emperor that has also arrived. It seems that Chaos Chung cannot easily leave Tu Van. What exactly does this group want to do? Zhao Wuji speculated. You say, did they come to aim for the heavenly phenomenon before? Tu Van agreed while his eyes were still watching every development in Loitu. He really had this ability. He silently considered and calculated that although most of them came for the strange vision, they probably didn't know that they had cast a Chaos body. Even in the Chaos Holy Land, the only people who knew were the Thunder Ancestor and Master. Suddenly an idea flashed in Tu Van's head that made him startled and panicked. I understood. They weren't really coming to kill me and True Vo Cuc. but we're coming to probe the true story of the chaotic Holy Land. Meanwhile, Loi too was still struggling to withstand the continuous bombardment from Mach that, having to block and guard against others, making it quite difficult for him. Because he had to lie in a passive position all this time, a lot of negative emotions were accumulated in Loi too's mind. He roared and threatened his opponent, Mach that, I advise you to quickly get away, otherwise, I will not pay attention to bringing chaos and come to your holy king sect again. But what he received was nothing but contempt from Mach that and Truong Dai Loi. You're too domineering. Can you take care of me when I go out for a walk? Now is not the time when the Holy Land is chaotic and you claim to dominate all the worlds. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared before Loyan's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the figure of a master appeared in the black smoke, causing Loi to bow down and pay his respects. It was the immortal old ancestor who warned Mach that our chaotic Holy Land is so tyrannical. If you don't go away, today we will destroy your holy king sect. As soon as the words fell, a giant dark skull appeared before Mach that's eyes, streams of murderous aura escaping from countless extremely terrifying gaps. To neutralize the current attack, Mach that quickly threw a treasure shaped like a flower branch forward. Accordingly, dozens of huge vines were immediately summoned, all of them competing to wrap tightly around the head, not letting it continue to move. Tu Van witnessed the tense struggle between the two sides and immediately became confused. Immortal old ancestor is just a great saint, but he can oppose Quasi-Emperor Mach that. What exactly is the technique he uses? True Vo Cuc was speechless, so he had to explain to him specifically, you really don't know anything. This is the immortal demon art, a set of imperial scriptures. Your holy land was once invincible. So there are at least 5 sets of imperial scriptures. However, after all, he is not a quasi-emperor, the two ancestors will both lose. Contrary to True Vo Cuc's pessimistic assessment, Tu Van used sharp eyes to closely monitor the battle, and confidently declared, no, that's not certain. Maybe we have a way to turn things around. With both hands clasped in front of his chest, Tu Van quietly applied his energy, letting himself try to control the general chaos. Previously, I sold the Chaos Body set, using the Chaos Guide to control the general chaos. Now that it has been molded into a chaotic form, its power will probably be stronger. Just take the opportunity to be brutally beaten when you're defenseless. While secretly looking for an opportunity to strike, her body suddenly stopped, making Tu Van confused. What's going on? My body can't move. Still unable to escape his captivity after trying every means, he asked himself, there is something controlling my body. Who exactly is it? Suddenly a loud voice came through the transmission, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Hearing that, Tu Van had even more questions. What do you want to do? Only heard a sigh in response. Time is rushing, millions of years have passed in the blink of an eye, finally waiting for the new chaos. You certainly didn't lie to me. Seeing that the dialogue sounded wrong, Tu Van seemed annoyed. Oh, this kind of manipulation. But because he still didn't understand the other person very well, he could only swallow the bitterness and silently despise it. Millions of years have passed in the blink of an eye. Do you really think I'm an idiot? The great emperor lived for 50,000 years at most, while the heavenly emperor only lived for 10,000 years. Who exactly are you? Can you live for hundreds of thousands of years? As if guessing those thoughts, the image of a bald old man appeared and introduced himself. As for who I am, I'm actually the spirit of General Chaos. You can call me General Chaos. Tu Van was extremely surprised. The spirit of General Chaos had never heard of Ancestor Loi before. The spirit asked again, Loyan, is that Truong Dai Loi? Tu Van replied, yes. Before that, it was all General Chaos that was controlled by Ancestor Thunder, so you probably know him too. The spirit nodded and said, of course I know. His understanding is not enough, he can't comprehend the chaos. And then he keeps telling me how hard it is. It's more than 10,000 years. It's really annoying. I just helped you. It seemed like it took too long to find someone to talk to, so he started nagging constantly. After hearing this, Tu Van went from one surprise to another. It turned out that Loyan had controlled such general chaos. The spirit shot straight into the body of the person in front of him, and called out, next, let us conquer the world together. But perhaps afraid of falling into a fiery situation, Tu Van quickly shouted, Humph, I swear to the death that I will not let you stay in my body, so please return to chaos together. Not knowing that his imagination was so rich, The spirit still tried to explain. My experience is very rich. But Tu Van firmly disagrees. That's no good, you have to see him in your body no matter what you do. I'm not used to it. Hearing that, Chaos Chung had no choice but to comply. Okay, next Tu Van confided the doubt in his heart for a long time. If you always follow the Emperor of Chaos, then do you know his whereabouts? The spirit recounts. All great emperors and heavenly emperors have only one place to return to, which is Tianlo, because only those who become immortals can continue to increase their longevity. So of course the great Emperor of Chaos also lives there. On Tianlo, Tu Van began to digest the information he had just received. There really is a fairy road. I always thought it was just a legend. That's right, the current situation. Do you have any way to help me deal with those 3 guys? Chung immediately put his index finger between his eyebrows and explained, You still don't understand the situation clearly. The people who came this time were not just the 3 of them. Forget it. I'll let you see the situation clearly. Thanks to his pointing, a third eye appeared in the middle of Tu Van's forehead with an extremely prominent light, bringing with it a new, different world that surprised him. Tu Van carefully observed everywhere, one after another. Each figure gradually appeared under the power of his eyes. 6 quasi-emperors. There was also a quasi-emperor holding an imperial soldier. He was horrified to see the mighty force approaching, stealthily hiding among the clouds. Tu Van wondered, with so many experts, do they want to destroy the chaotic Holy Land? The spirit shook his head and enlightened him. No, they came to explore. The previous heaven and earth phenomenon was too terrifying, so they came to investigate the truth. But after a clear investigation, perhaps action will be taken. Realizing the hot water situation, Tu Van became extremely worried. Maybe they feel that someone in the Holy Land has broken through to the standard emperor. If they discover that it's not the case, it will be very troublesome. Hey Chaos Chung, you won't have no choice but to stand and watch, right? He probed for the spirit's taste. Not disappointing expectations, Chaos calmly announced that the immediate crisis was easy to resolve. As long as the quasi-emperor was seriously injured, the others would not dare to be reckless. If we could repel the Quan family's quasi-emperor holding that holy soldier, it would be even better. Tu Van asked, doesn't our Chaos Holy Land also have a quasi-emperor? Isn't it okay for him to act? The spirit shook his head and said, no, because his lifespan was about to expire, and he could only attack once. Now only you can help. His words made Tu Van even more confused and did not dare to believe. Hey, stop joking. With this bit of my cultivation, even if I use General Chaos, I can only launch one attack. It's impossible to say for certain whether it can hurt the great saint or not. He was clear about his own strength, so he completely did not understand his intentions. But the weapon spirit simply replied, of course you can't, but the Chaos Emperor can. He once left a mark in Chaos Chung. I will activate this mark, you can explode. He released a portion of the Emperor's combat power in a short period of time. He thoroughly recounted the plan to Tu Van. Surprised because it was the first time he heard this, he exclaimed in surprise and at the same time urged, oh my God, the battle power of the great Emperor, so what are you waiting for, quickly activate it. The spirit immediately flew away and did not forget to instruct, okay, I will resurrect that mark immediately. At that time, he just needs to activate the chaos form to directly absorb it. Feeling that the success rate would be extremely high, Tu Van happily turned towards the guys hiding with the smile of a winner. Clown, 7 quasi-emperors, and 2 great saints at the peak, you guys are waiting. Let me see how I can correct you. Far away in another corner, hidden in the gray clouds, are 2 strong men who are quietly watching the situation. One person spoke up, True Truong Xie, I heard that you guys in the ancient Holy Land have allied with the Chaos Holy Land. The other replied, Vo Quang, who are we allied with? What does it have to do with Ba Tian Holy Land? Vo Quang sarcastically laughed as if he had seen through the other person's heart. I guess you alliance members also have other items, right? True Truong Xie did not want to say more, so he refused to comment. Our Holy Land is working, there is no need to explain to you. Suddenly, another guy flew from behind. It was the quasi-emperor of the first Holy Land, ancient, then not. Just listen to his threat. True Truong Xie, the Chaos Holy Land is a big ship that is destined to sink. I advise you to keep your distance from them. But once again, True Truong Xie expressed his disdain. Humph, even if you guys in the early Holy Land are strong, you still don't have the qualifications to teach us how to do things in the ancient Holy Land. Standing in front of those words, Ko the Knot glared back with his dead fish eyes. Didn't believe it, so just wait and see carefully. Moving the scene to another area, a figure appears leisurely walking in the air. Although each step seemed light, the pressure he showed was extremely oppressive. None other than the emperor of the Quan family, Quan Then Thong. A strange diamond-shaped pair of glasses continuously floated above his head. At that moment, a thick black cloud with sharp eyes appeared facing him. From inside came a hoarse, horrifying sound. Quan Then Thong, do you Quan family really want to declare war on our Chaos Holy Land? I only heard the Quan family's quasi-emperor coldly respond. War Patriarch, our Quan family unintentionally made a grudge against your Chaos Holy Land. But Truong Dai Loi killed the half-saint of our Quan family. This must happen. Must give an answer. Behind him, Ancestor Loi's image suddenly appeared on the treasure. Standing on the ground, looking at the fierce and murderous aura of Quan Then Thong, the spirit through chaos introduced to Van that he was the emperor of the Van Tien Kin family. It is said that he can calculate the past and future. Hybrid, but I feel like it's not that powerful, it's just the Quan family talking nonsense. Tu Van calmly transmitted the voice. Whether it was gossip or not, wait a moment and you will know. He took Tru Vo's CUC back to the Holy Land first. General Chaos and Tru Vo's CUC immediately disappeared, leaving Tu Van alone to continue carrying out the plan set out in advance. He closed his eyes tightly and took advantage of the opportunity to meditate and activate, thinking to himself, hoping to completely fuse this mark before any casualties occurred. Back in the air, because he had clearly understood the end of the story, the Qian ancestor roared angrily. This was clearly caused by the people of the Quan family who relied on big to bully the small first. But Quan Then Thong thick-facedly retorted, Humph. Do you have evidence for what you say? At the same time, Quan Quang Nan and Quan Dat Tien began competing with each other to release moves aimed at Loi Tu. 8 Great Unity, the world is invincible, the world is flying immortal. Being attacked from 2 sides makes Loi to fall into a passive situation, can only defend. You bastards, raping people too much. Worried that he wouldn't be able to stand it for too long, the Qian indirectly radiated pressure to force Quan Then Thong back. But not only was the quasi-emperor not afraid, he also laughed and mocked, resurrecting only one will? I see you don't have much longevity left. If you have the skills, summon your fighting spirit, resurrect completely, and fight me. Realizing that the other side was deliberately provoking him, the war ancestor glared and shouted, I really don't have much life source left. I can probably only fight once. But with the help of chaos, I can still kill you, Quan Then Thong. This last bit of my longevity was prepared to be left to ancient, then not of the early Holy Land. Do you want to replace his position? Realizing that this was not an easy prey at all, Quan Then Thong paused slightly at this matter. Suddenly Ko the Knot spoke up, Brother, he is just showing off his prestige. These words made Quan Then Thong even more alert. He secretly calculated, we came here because of Ancient The Knot's instigation, but this guy has always been cunning, we don't know if he is telling the truth or not. As soon as he saw his longtime enemy appear, War Ancestor immediately moved his eyes and stared at the ancient god Knot. If you already feel that I am flashy on the outside, why don't you dare use your true body to come here? With just one glance, the War Patriarch had solved the old man Ko's disguise. To prove that, the light from War Ancestor's eyes easily passed through Ko the Knot's body without any resistance. Witnessing the entire process, Quan Then Thong was extremely bitter because he knew he had been played a trick. This old man Ko the Knot certainly has a problem. But things have gotten to this point, and he definitely cannot leave easily. Rushing to fight must follow the rush. He had to switch to the mode of scolding and fighting, no matter what. Truong Dai Loi's story must definitely give us an answer. Just as he was about to take action, suddenly a series of wind-breaking sounds echoed along with a ringing sound like someone was continuously ringing a bell. Next, the space above was twisted by golden streams of burning energy. From the center, a general chaotic image thundered down onto Quan Then Thong's body, accompanied by a loud shout, Want to catch answer? Okay, I will give you an answer. High above, Tu Van was using his body as a bridge to activate the Great Emperor's seal, thanks to which a huge source of energy was transmitted straight down to help strengthen Chung's chaos. The terrible pressure spread throughout the space, making everyone present here simultaneously pale with fear, oppressed to the point of not being able to breathe. Who are you? Why does the Holy Land of Chaos have such a terrifying existence? Is this the Emperor? The sound of groans and doubts passed from person to person. A figure filled with divine aura gradually formed, with a dazzling aura that made everyone who saw it feel awestruck. I am the great Emperor of Chaos, Jiu Van declared. Quan Nantong's eyes widened at what he was witnessing with his own eyes. This was impossible. How could a great emperor exist in this world? Seeing that the plan was initially successful, Jiu Van stared at the intruder and pronounced the sentence. Quan Nantong, dare to come to our chaotic holy land to cause trouble, you must pay the price. Realizing the source of Jiu Van's overwhelming power, Mach that quickly ran away, in constant fear. This aura is truly that of an emperor, let's go quickly. Before he could fly far, he was hit by a Dao Tam demon and from the immortal ancestor without having time to react. However, for the sake of her own precious life, Mach that had to grit her teeth and endure her injuries to try to drag her ruined body and continue to flee. Meanwhile, one old and one young, Quan Quang Nan and Quan Dat Tian, quickly realized the problem and quickly rushed to another place and withdrew. Both of their attitudes were extremely decisive and smooth, as if they had been rehearsed in advance. But the law of cause and effect does not spare anyone. Immortal old ancestor, in some miraculous way, promptly stopped Quan Dat Tian. I want to run now, it's late, he roared angrily. On the other side, Toi Loi also appeared in front of Quan Quang Nan. His hands flashed with lightning, showing his determination to live with the enemy. Quan Quang Nan, if you dare to come, please stay. When Quan Nantong saw that his side was in a disadvantageous situation, he was extremely worried. It's not good, Quang Nan and Dat Tian are in danger. They, especially Dat Tian, are the hope of the Quan family. They must be taken away. Just okay. There was no room for any hesitation anymore. He immediately used all his abilities to cast a barrier, reminding his accomplices, be patient, I will help you buy time. Accordingly, a giant illusion appeared on the battlefield. The four people are Emperor Tu Dao. Quan Nantong urged, I'm coming, go quickly. Taking advantage of the golden opportunity, Quan Quang Nan and Quan Dat Tian hastily tried to escape. The two of them quickly rushed through the air, passing through Jiu Van without even realizing it. Quan Quang Nan wondered, Ancestor, we are gone, what should you do? But knowing that now was not the right time to gossip, Quan Dat Tian shook his head and said, don't worry so much, go. The illusory image of the great Emperor of Chaos gradually condensed. Looking at the enemy struggling to flee for their lives, Jiu Van smiled smugly. It's a pity it took a while to completely fuse the seal, so you all ran away. Then take the sword from those who haven't run yet. Following the direction of the great Emperor, the Phantom Emperor extended his hand forward, and streams of spiritual energy gathered together. Immediately after that, 5 giant fingers raced away at breakneck speed. Jiu Van shouted loudly to vent all the pressure he had endured. It's okay, don't come and watch the excitement, you'll regret it. The group of people were affected by Jiu Van's moves to the point of survival. Even the quasi-emperor of Tian Kim Holy Land could not escape. Standing in front of Jiu Van, they all looked hopeless. Then not returned early to eat his lunch, disappearing after his first attempt at defeat. Ko then that, you bastard, damn it, you bastard of chaos, attacking indiscriminately. Ko then not, I curse your ancestral tablet. Ko then that, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Almost everyone present cursed Jiu Van. All kinds of weapons rushed at lightning speed, blue, red, yellow, everything. As an imperial soldier, the immortal ancestor exclaimed in surprise, it seems that this attack from the old ancestor is very scary, otherwise they would not have used the imperial army or big thunder to discuss. I took one step forward. The quasi-emperor overlord of the Holy Land eagerly left with his wounded soldiers. I'll go too, let's go. All 3 of us walked together. On this side, Jiu Van was still at ease, laughing, it was too much. One blow wounded the quasi-emperor, destroying a quasi-emperor clone. The great emperor is truly terrifying. Unfortunately, it can only be used once. His energy is blazing, strong like fire. Here, there are 2 saints trying to fight each other, and being able to meet another great emperor is really rare. Chaos Emperor praised, but Tu Dao Emperor was not so calm, constantly suggesting to compete for victory or defeat. The 2 rushed into fierce battle. The sky seemed to be divided in 2 by purple and pale yellow. The god of war seems to be able to summon the Phantom Emperor. Does he also have a disposable seal like me? Jiu Van wondered. No, Chaos Chung answered, reaching the quasi-emperor realm means having the ability to summon the great emperor's body. but the price to pay is also very large. Therefore, this time Quan then did not die but also lost half his life. Chaotic Quan, Tien Nguai Phi Tien, the battle between the great emperors looks very satisfying. Both moves exploded in the sky when facing each other, as brilliant as New Year's fireworks displays. Seeing this, Tu Van was happy and thought, this is a good opportunity. The great emperor uses the chaos fist to fuse the meaning of chaos. We must take this opportunity to understand it. System appears, use one enlightenment with chaos fist, use one enlightenment with chaos fist. A moment later both emperors were still immersed in the battle. The colors mixed together. Then suddenly the chaotic emperor delivered a fatal blow. Thanks to that, great emperor Chu Dao also disappeared, leaving only a bit of pale light. When Tu Van saw this, his jaw dropped. Is the gap between great emperors that big? Just a moment ago, Emperor Chu Dao was already in trouble. He attentively observed the chaotic emperor, and then issued an order through voice transmission technology. Patriarch, if you have killed Emperor Chu Dao, then also destroy Chu Dao's army. Then go to the original Holy Land and completely destroy them. Contrary to what Tu Van expected, the Chaos Emperor said goodbye and immediately disappeared and retreated. Mom, since we're gone, should we at least deal with a standard emperor before leaving? Tu Van was extremely dissatisfied. Chaotically laughed, hey, why are you still standing there blankly? Quickly go find those bastards and take revenge. Revenge on the fart. Tu Van's face was dark as if he had 1,000 words of dissatisfaction. Suddenly he had a bad temper. What's going on? This great emperor's power hasn't disappeared. Have I become an emperor? The emperor is a fart, Chaos Chung rejected. Although the Dao seal has disappeared, the great emperor's power can still last for a day. Don't waste it. Hearing that, Tu Van laughed dangerously. Waste does not exist in my dictionary. Dare to bully the chaotic Holy Land, I will make those bastards pay the price. Tu Van quickly moved, followed by a golden bell, big enough to ring a single ring to make hundreds of people want enlightenment. Where is this old man going? Let's see, Daila suggested yes. The immortal ancestor agreed, hoping that the ancestor could vent his anger to us. At the military house, Tu Van was present. Now the quasi-emperor of the Chaos Holy Land only has one breath left, and the Thunder Ancestor and the Immortal Ancestor are also close to heaven and earth, he announced. Therefore, this time we must take the opportunity to suppress these opposing forces. Tu Van struck, a big fist preparing to land on the heads of the beautiful buildings. Then suddenly the son of the great emperor, the army of Tu Dao, stood up to stop him. The entire surrounding area was protected by what seemed to be a barrier, successfully blocked and safe from Tu Van's attacks. He frowned. What the hell is this? This is the Emperor's formation. Chaos is the answer. The formation arranged by the Great Emperor is also a method to protect the Great Emperor's descendants. Where's the bell? He summoned angrily and stretched out his slender hand. You are idle. Let me see. Is my chaotic power stronger, or is your Emperor formation stronger? A golden bell is called out to participate in the challenge. Boom, both forces crashed into each other. In the end, it's still Tu Van Man. Quan Nan Thong can't be handsome anymore. Now he can only vomit blood and his eyes turn white. He was beaten until his limbs were weak and could no longer hold on. Then Thong unconsciously fell to his knees. At the last step, he could only beg the Emperor to spare his life, and our military family promised that in the future he would not dare to violate the Holy Land of Chaos again. The great Emperor spared his life, and hundreds of thousands of people from the military family simultaneously knelt down and asked for mercy from Tu Van. Spare your life? Faced with those requests, Tu Van did not seem to want to leave them a way to live. If our chaotic Holy Land is attacked now, will you forgive us? As he spoke, he pressed the bell down harder, deciding to be brutal to the end. His magical powers were beaten to the point where he couldn't control himself and fell backwards by inertia. This formation is really solid, he said. From the moment the imperial formation was arranged, it always absorbed the power of heaven and earth, always becoming stronger. Of course it's dangerous, and Chaotic Chung explained. So after hundreds of thousands of years, wouldn't the Holy Land's chaos formation become stronger? Tu Van asked. Not sure, Chaos Chung replied, because the name of Chaos Holy Land is so brilliant. Many great emperors born in later generations have come to our Chaos Holy Land, looking for imperial capital or imperial soldiers. Although these great emperors will not destroy the Chaos Holy Land, their coming will weaken the power of the Emperor formation, so the Chaos Holy Land's Emperor formation is not much stronger than the Quan Jia. He said so, Chu Van replied. I remember that the great emperors of the demon race once came to borrow the chaos scriptures, but I don't understand a bit. Why didn't those great emperors directly destroy the chaos holy land? One is that the great emperor's state of mind is different. Two is that because all great emperors must enter the fairy road, destroy the holy land of chaos, the great emperor of chaos will have the feeling, opposing the great emperor of chaos, not good thing, it turns out. After a short conversation, Tuvan focused back on the battle. He waved his hand and casually lowered a bell even bigger than before. Faced with that situation, the Imperial Emperor raised his hand to negotiate. Great Emperor, wait a minute, our military family agrees to pay the compensation price. Surely the Great Emperor cannot stay in this world for too long. If they destroy us, it's better to destroy the original. They are the true enemies of the Holy Land of Chaos. Chaos Chung suddenly agreed at this moment. Tuvan, he was right. The Quan family's imperial formation is not weak. When you can break through the formation and destroy the Quan family, I'm afraid you won't be able to go to the early Holy Land to fight. Can break again. Tuvan accepted the advice. Yes, the original Holy Land is the biggest trouble. In the presence of the military family members, he agreed, okay, if you can meet my requests, this emperor can spare your military family once. I hope the emperor will speak up, the quasi-emperor solemnly. First give me a sword technique of the time. Hearing that, the divine powers immediately expressed their disappointment. TSK, does the Emperor of Chaos still need this kind of technique? What, is there a problem? Tuvan is in the upper hand and happily takes advantage of the opportunity. Great Emperor, our military family does not have the swordsmanship technique of the One Path of Time, but this supernatural power contains a bit of the mystery of the Path of Time. People take it away. Unfortunately, this is not a practice, but at least it is related to the mystery of time. At least it can be a little reference. Tuvan accepted. I am happy. Whoever commits chaos, I will kill him even if he is far away. Therefore, the crazy men and the evil immortals, they must all die. Great Emperor, I hope you will forgive them. Our military family is willing to pay the price. The quasi-emperor of the military family had just incited Tuvan, but now he nobly asked for forgiveness for the other side. Tuvan doesn't like to talk too much, so he rings the bell. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. I have no interest in bargaining with you. With magical power spitting blood, Dat Tian saw this and immediately shouted, Grand Master, oh my god. Another person also appeared next to Thong Tai, the founder of Quan Jia. He said, the future of our Quan family depends on that kid Quan Chiu Dao. You guys have failed to raise it again. I was originally preparing to take it out to practice, but now I can only leave this matter to you. Hearing that, the great Saint Quan Jia grinned. Come, both of you take a defensive stance. Tuvan's enlightened hand rushed forward, then crashed into both of them. The crazy Quan just now had the spirit, but now he was beaten to the point of spitting blood. I can only tell Chiu Dao, the future of the Quan family depends on you. The son of the great emperor of this family swore with tears in his eyes. Crazy old man, I will not let you down again. I must become a great emperor. Regaining his composure, he stood up. Chaos General reminder, Immortal King Body, don't you deal with him? If not, there will be another opponent on the highway. There's no need, Tuvan, I'm not afraid of any of my seniors. Hearing that, the General Chaos showed a speechless expression. This kid is really confident. Let's go. This doesn't seem to be the way to the early Holy Land. Confused and wondering, of course not. Tuvan said, let's make our way to the Holy King sect. That bastard mock that is really hateful and cannot be ignored like that. The clear blue sky, in the Holy King sect, there were only empty gardens and empty houses, so boring and lonely. The garden is empty and the house is empty, so running is really fast, but that's right, Tuvan exclaims and understands. After all, the Holy King sect doesn't have imperial soldiers and imperial formations, so it can't stop the attack of the Emperor. Great Emperor. Even though his words were benevolent, Tuvan still did not forget to throw a few moves on the territory of the Holy King sect. He smiled with satisfaction and a bit of anticipation, taking advantage of the time he had left, so he arrived at the ancient Holy Land. After all, the Holy King sect does not have an imperial army. Even if another quasi-emperor appears, it will not be able to threaten the Chaos Holy Land. A person with white hair and a serious expression is mocked that. The old man monologued. It's broken, the Holy King sect's spiritual vein is destroyed. Wanting to find another spiritual vein is as difficult as heaven. The most damned ancient god, he dared to take advantage of me. Damn it, he kept cursing after realizing that he had been tricked, hoping that the Holy Land of Chaos could subdue that bastard. The sky is still a clear color, and there are clouds in the ancient Holy Land. Junior Tru Truong Xie, meeting the great Emperor of Chaos. We have long since established an alliance with the Chaos Sanctuary. Truong Xie stopped, wanting to ask what was going on. Tu Van understood and immediately asked, "Do you have the sword technique of Time One Dao?" "Great Emperor, the elder brother is sweating. Our ancient Holy Land does not have this sword technique. However, you can go to Tian Kim Holy Land to take a look. As far as I know, they have a time sword practice technique called Vai Chi Sword." Even though he was wondering in his heart that the eternally invincible Emperor of Chaos, why did he need the sword technique, he still enthusiastically gave instructions. Or maybe he didn't want to have anything to do with Tu Van, so that's why. "Okay," Tu Van replied strongly. An hour later, the sword of the future arrived, then waited for his grandson to use the space sword practice method one path. Hearing that, the Chaos General said, "Tu Van, why do you want to collect the sword techniques of Time Not Dao? Are you really prepared to waste your time on the Kendo aspect? Sword path is difficult to become an emperor. It will miss your research on the path of chaos." "Don't worry," Tu Van denied and reassured. "I have a plan. I have finally arrived at the first Holy Land." His inner monologue, "I have a hack system. What is there to worry about? Besides, I must win that holy warrior sword." However, the fewer people know about these secrets, the better. A golden foot is trampling on the ancient Holy Land. Suddenly it was blocked by a covering layer, which seemed to be the defensive barrier of a noble man. Dai Loi and Immortal Ancestor chatted, "It's finally the turn of the early Holy Land, refreshing. The ancient god is too sinister, I'm afraid I can't deal with it. The people below are upset. This is the great emperor. Why would a great emperor come to attack us? It's broken. Our early Holy Land is about to have big trouble. Where are the ancestors?" At this moment, the quasi-emperor of the first Holy Land gritted his teeth, held out his treasure, and confidently declared, "You are not the great emperor of chaos." After hearing this, Tu Van was also a little surprised. The ancient god was indeed not ordinary at all. This matter could also be seen. "The quasi-emperor of the first Holy Land, you have the power of a great emperor of chaos, but do not have the realm of a great emperor. Who are you?" Dai Loi and Immortal Ancestor were gossiping. "Isn't that a chaotic old ancestor? It's impossible. If not, who could be so strong?" "Yes, definitely the old man. Loi and Bao, the most ancient god is actually not unreasonable. Could it be that you are noisy?" Patriarch Tu Van shouted and made a physical impact with his chaotic fist. "You don't care if I'm an emperor or not, as long as I have the power of an emperor." But despite creating a huge explosion, the protective layer remained undamaged. Tu Van saw that and had to exclaim that that emperor soldier was too strong, much stronger than the Quan family's Van Tianqin. "Very normal," Chaotic Chung said. "The first heavenly emperor is a supreme heavenly emperor. I once stood and watched from afar. It is truly profound and unfathomable. Furthermore, the White Jade Bao Thap is a defensive imperial army," used Chaos Chung. "Okay." Tu Van obeyed and quickly rang a giant bell down, directly shocking the early holy ground, damaging health. The great emperor is truly terrifying. Even if he only has strength, he can still hurt himself. Then suddenly two other people appeared. One of them was the standard emperor of the first Holy Land. He said, "Don't panic, I'm here to help you." His appearance directly shocked everyone present. The first Holy Land also had a quasi-emperor. No wonder they were able to suppress other holy places. The two great emperors and the first Holy Land are also terrifying. No matter who you are, today don't you dare touch a single hair of my Tai So Holy Land. Both the Knot and the quasi-emperor of the first Holy Land together activated the tower-shaped treasure like a pagoda. This move was indeed a bit unexpected, directly making Tu Van suddenly confused. Two quasi-emperors. But then he laughed again. Today one of you must die." Launched the full force of the Chaos Fist. 4 or 5 bells rang out together at once. They were so big that they collided with each other, causing heaven and earth to echo with a shrill, jingling, rattling sound. Half an hour later, both quasi-emperors from the early Holy Land could no longer bear it, and vomited blood. Tu Van stood right in the center of the bell and looked down, while the quasi-emperor of the first Holy Land shouted, "Then not guess right, you only know brute force, not meaning. You're really not the Emperor of Chaos. Who are you?" "Of course I am the great Emperor of Chaos." Tu Van crossed his arms in discomfort, wanting to hide. The great emperor farted. The quasi-emperor of the First Holy Land was even more annoyed than he spoke sarcastically. Great emperors all come to the fairy road, but cannot convey too much consciousness. How can you be him? Then Not continued, in another plane, while he could convey power, he could not convey too much consciousness. You don't even know about this. In the Holy Land of Chaos, I'm afraid you're not even a great saint. The two of you joined together to destroy the cloud. Are these two bastards trying to trick me, taking me for a fool? Tu Van quickly discovered the provocative move. You two guys talk a lot, I'm constantly delivering blows. In charge of the power of the great emperor, do you not even dare to say your own name? Chaos Holy Land is indeed not okay. The quasi-emperor of the First Holy Land pointed out what was wrong. Okay, then I'll tell you, you listen carefully. Tu Van smiled gently. The two people on the other side saw and heard that, and were startled. Did you finally say it? Most ancient god, I am actually your grandfather who has been missing for many years, the invincible Ko, Tu Van confidently joked. You! It directly made me tremble with anger. Seeing this, the first emperor of the Holy Land couldn't help but laugh. In contrast to his friend, I looked like I was about to go crazy. Isn't that funny? It was so funny, I didn't expect that someone would dare to talk like that, so I couldn't help it. The quasi-emperor of the Holy Land covered me up, left, and used that trick. Below, there were still people watching the fun, chatting loudly. Ha ha, I didn't expect that the great emperor also had this aspect. The ancestor is so funny, that's right, I didn't expect it. Emperor Tian the Supreme Elder was also among those who laughed just now. As if he had just realized something was wrong, he monologued internally. Fong, this style, that person is not my precious disciple. Is that it? The old man opened his eyes wide and looked. Previously, Chaos had been protecting Tu Van and Vo Cuc. True, Vo Cuc had returned. Tu Van had not returned yet. Besides, only Tu Van had been able to cast Chaos Body, mostly. It's a boy. Dai Loi and Ditien communicated to each other. Was it Tu Van? That's 8 parts. Thunder Ancestor, can the Chaos Half-Party revive the Chaos Emperor? Don't be delusional anymore. No one has been able to do it for so many years. The Ancestor must have left something behind in the general chaos. Tu Van can mostly use it once. Like that, I hope it can cause serious damage to the original Holy Land. The quasi-imperial duo performed together, the god said. I'm afraid the great Emperor's power on your body won't last much longer. After it dissipates is the day you die. Below ground, hundreds of coffins were erected. The crowd of people are still waiting. What do they want to do? Loyan was puzzled, and the elder also did not understand. But it was a bit different because there was a familiar feeling as if he was about to predict something. Why is there such a familiar feeling?